Only the weak speak of fairness. The strong speak only of conquest. Tivier. But teacher mercy from the strong is also a form of equality. July Dueling. This is a school not very large. Its castle has only 4 floors, and even during the day it is gloomy inside. In contrast, Dueling favors orange and green to decorate its towers and vaulted ceilings, a style of magnificence and solemnity with unique charm. It is like the students here. They study dark magic yet are also proficient in defensive arts. The spear and shield coexist. Tivier Foley stood at the highest level of the castle, leaning against the railing overlooking the place where he had lived for 7 years. The small castle did not mean the school was insignificant. In fact, Dueling possessed vast grounds and magnificent scenery. In front of the castle was the arena used for practicing magic, much like a traditional arena where duels between different grades were held every month. There were also school-wide duels which took place at the end of the academic year to determine the winner of the final cup. Thinking of this, Tivier couldn't help but smile. From today onward you can finally compete for first place. Yes, since coming to Dueling, except for the first 3 years when he lost to upperclassmen. For the following 4 years, he was unquestionably first. But now they finally have the chance to taste what it feels like to be number 1. Tivier, are you really leaving here? But the headmaster said that if you are willing, the school can directly appoint you as a professor. You know, Dueling is most suitable for you. A boy with a buzz cut appeared at some unknown time, wearing only a thin shirt, his rapid breathing causing water droplets to slide down his robust body and drip onto the floor. Tivier turned around, and no matter how many times he saw it, he still had to marvel at the boy's burly physique. But he didn't need to shave his head. That was an advantage. After all, the strong always have privileges. So you went swimming again, Viktor? Be careful. The more you swim, the older you get. Viktor shook his head, angrily flinging water, hoping to retaliate in this way. The other party not only had handsome features, but even the faint dark circles under his eyelids seemed frozen in time. From the day they met, he had always looked like this. Tivier snapped his fingers, and the water droplets Viktor had splashed were blocked in the air between them, then flew back, at even greater speed, pitter-pattering against Viktor's body. Viktor didn't get angry. He raised a hand to shield his face, knowing the water droplets had no effect on his strong body. After all, the other party wouldn't treat him like this anymore. Study hard, Viktor. Tivier patted his shoulder. I have decided to go to that school. We may still meet again in the future. But I heard you rejected that school 7 years ago, and came to Dueling instead. Viktor's expression was anxious. I have reasons why I had to come here, and reasons why I have to leave here. After bidding farewell to Viktor, Tivier walked slowly through the castle, reminiscing about his 7 years of study and life. It seemed like a ritual every graduate had to go through. To outsiders, Dueling was a dangerous school. In fact, it was. But beneath this danger lay the school's ample protective measures. The most direct feature was that it had the best dark magic hospital capable of thoroughly treating most injuries caused by dark magic. In the first 3 years, every student focused on learning healing and defensive magic. Only in the 4th year did they come into contact with dark magic, and only within prescribed limits. If one delved too deep, if evil thoughts grew too strong, causing the dark magic study to become too dangerous, even Dueling would not tolerate it. Simply because it was beyond saving. But to outsiders, studying dark magic was already an unforgivable sin. They wouldn't care about the explanation that only by studying can one understand defense. Of course, this also owed to the contribution of the school's honored alumni. Tivier greeted passing students amiably. In this school, there were as many students who didn't know him as those who didn't study dark magic. After dealing with some friends, he slowly returned to the dormitory where he had lived for 7 years. The layout was the same as when he first arrived 7 years ago, clean, tidy, with a suitcase neatly placed beside the bed. Only this time they were leaving. This was the first day of graduation for their class, and the last day staying at the school. His roommates had already gone their separate ways. But he couldn't leave yet. He took off his blood-red robe and put on more casual clothes. Thanks to his slender figure, no matter what clothes he wore, they always fit perfectly. Smoothing out the wrinkles on his clothes, Tivier sat quietly sideways on the familiar bed, his posture as upright as a graduate about to attend an interview. This could be considered one of the virtues he had learned at Dueling. In the silent dormitory, only the sound of his fingers fumbling with the badge could be heard, a rustling that revealed his inner turmoil. He was waiting for a letter, a very important reply. Time trickled by. Finally, the sound of a tap from outside the window broke the silence, also breaking his thoughts. Tivier's heart leaped. It was a sturdy owl, exhausted from traveling a long distance, yet it faithfully stood outside the window, tapping the glass with its hard beak. Tivier waved his wand, and the window opened automatically, allowing the owl to fly in. The owl landed steadily on a chair, extending one leg toward Tivier, on which a letter was tied. A letter from Hogwarts. Tivier quickly untied the letter. On the envelope were written his name and address. Scandinavian Peninsula, Dueling College. Leftmost, 2nd floor, student dormitory. Mr. Tivier Foley. He let out a light chuckle. The letter was just like the one 7 years ago except for the different address. Its obsessive-compulsive precision gave him a strong sense of anticipation reminiscent of his past life when he received the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. On the back was the school crest of Hogwarts, which he knew very well. He couldn't wait to tear open the envelope and take out the letter. Dear Mr. Tivier Foley, we are pleased to inform you that your application for the position of Assistant Professor in Defense Against the Dark Arts has been accepted. The interview will be held on July 31st at 10 a.m. At that time, Professor Chilaw and Professor Denguliguo will jointly conduct your interview. Please prepare in advance. We await your owl with your reply before July 10th. In addition, you may apparate to the school gate or use flu powder to enter the school, where someone will guide you. Deputy Headmistress Minerva Mage respectfully. Tivier finally released his worries. He planned to return to Britain and serve as an assistant professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, the only and finest magical school in the country. To be honest, this was no easy or comfortable job. In fact, it ranked second among the most dangerous professions. Second only to being the parents of a time traveler. If memory served, among the 7 defense against the dark arts professors over 7 years in the story, 1 was permanently confined to St. Mungo's, 2 were imprisoned, and 5 had perished. Yes, 5. The extra 1, Moody, had merely been impersonated with Polyjuice potion and eventually went to meet Merlin. The frequency of accidents made it hard not to doubt the course's danger. But for Tivier, it was just adding another burden to an already overfilled debt, merely seasoning his impending death. At the age of 11, he had stumbled upon a ring. Unfortunately, that ring carried a potent dark curse strong enough to instantly extinguish his young life. Fortunately, he had transmigrated at that moment and possessed his own golden finger, a badge. This badge was a merchandise he had bought in his past life, emblazoned with the crest of the most famous wizard school in Britain, Hogwarts. A large H in the center, encircled by a lion, serpent, eagle, and badger, with a line of script beneath, Draco Dormiens Nunquam Titilandus. Translation: Let sleeping dragons lie. Somehow the badge had crossed over with him. As his life force drained, the badge suddenly surged with power, resisting the dark curse's corrosion. Yet that power was not strong enough, barely keeping him alive. The dark magic still clung to him like a parasitic leech, steadily draining his life. But as he gazed at the ring, he recognized it for what it truly was. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Having seen the films, he knew that even Dumbledore and Snape, 2 of the wizarding world's most exceptional minds, could not break the dark magic upon it. Dumbledore, hailed as the greatest white wizard, had ultimately chosen death precisely because the curse was incurable. He acted without hesitation, discarded the Hogwarts acceptance letter, and begged his parents to send him to Durmstrang, the school renowned for its study of dark magic. Fortunately, his family was relatively distinguished, ensuring his easy enrollment. Over those 7 years, by delving into dark magic and relying on the badge's protection, he managed to postpone his deadline. He also discovered the badge's greatest secret: the stronger his magical understanding, the more power the badge gained, offsetting the life stolen by the curse. It was like a swimming pool, water flowing in while draining out. Only the water was his life. But last year his power plateaued, growth stalled, and the badge's energy gradually waned. 6 months later, the power faded completely. The dark magic instantly sank its tendrils into his life force. The pool became only an outflow. Facing life slipping away like rushing water, Tivier, using 7 years of dark magic knowledge and a small boost, barely managed to condense the curse into a tiny point. At that thought, he raised his hand and looked at his right wrist, where a tiny black dot sat. From each end of the dot, a thin line continuously extended. When the lines met, his life would end. By this count, he had 2 years left. That was why he had struggled desperately to secure a teaching post at Hogwarts, because this year a magical stone would be stored there. A stone that granted immortality. As for why he chose Defense Against the Dark Arts, it was simply the only course that recruited new teachers every year. Even so, his identity as a Durmstrang student made the other party hesitant. Had he not changed his request to only be an assistant, he might have wasted 3 more years. So the assistant position in Defense Against the Dark Arts was to Tivier one man's poison, another man's honey. Recalling the past 7 years felt like a race against death itself. Every day devouring magical knowledge with desperate hunger, every night outlining more efficient study methods. This earned him an unspeakable title at Durmstrang, the Pando War God. After leaving here, surely no one would call him that shameful title again. Tivier cheerfully took out a fresh piece of parchment, wrote his reply, and a moment later the letter was folded without a single crease. But the owl did not appreciate such tidiness. It twisted the letter twice as it was tied to its leg, pecked his hand in a seeming complaint, then spread its wings and flew toward the distant snowy mountains. Sorry, I'll make it up to you next time. Tivier's good mood remained unspoiled. He waved his wand lightly, and 2 neatly packed suitcases became weightless, floating like feathers toward the open wallet in his hand. Upon touching the wallet, the suitcases instantly compressed and slipped inside cleanly. The wallet had been secretly enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Its interior was larger than the dormitory. In any country's wizarding law, using this charm on personal items was illegal. But then again, what wizard hasn't broken a law or two? Taking one last wistful look at the room, Tivier closed the door on 7 years of his life and left with ease. Graduating already. A voice came from the portrait of an aged man at the stairwell. This was Durmstrang's second headmaster, who had introduced dueling and battle magic into the curriculum. The arena before the castle was his masterpiece. Even in the painting, he insisted on sitting on a stone step. Yes, Mr. Mengte, I am very grateful for your help these 7 years. Tivier halted. Although Mr. Mengte sometimes reported him to the headmaster, he always helped when Tivier sneaked out at night. That fool Karkaroff failed to keep you. Durmstrang's greatest loss. Even as a portrait, even with aged features, the old man's fiery temper was unmistakable. It's my own issue. I need to further my magical arts and explore more diverse knowledge to reach a deeper level. So I can survive, was the unspoken subtext. I heard you're going to teach at that school. The old man's mood shifted quickly. Yes, but only as an assistant. Well, all I can wish you is not to push too hard. Sometimes stopping lets you see more clearly. Mengte gave Tivier a meaningful wink. Since last year he had repeated this line every time, but when pressed further, he would fall silent. So Tivier simply shook his head, bid him farewell, and said goodbye to the school as well. The village of Farewell in Hampshire was not large. Besides the grand manor at its end, there were only a dozen or so houses around. Moreover, these residents were all muggles, utterly unaware that within the manor, surrounded by tall hedges, lived several wizards who practiced magic. Or rather, they could not even see the manor at all. It was heavily enchanted with muggle-repelling charms and ancient protective magic. Even ordinary wizards would perceive only a common estate. According to memory, Quirrell often ran into the village as a child, vanishing before the astonished eyes of his playmates. However, after he did this too often, his mother forbade him from teasing the muggle children any further. At the serene manor gate, with a soft pop, a figure appeared, spinning into view. It was Quirrell, returning from a long journey. Before entering Britain, he had first used a portkey for international travel. Admittedly, for long-distance transport, portkeys were far less taxing. Unlike apparition, a portkey was not a spatial teleportation spell, but a flight charm that propelled one at great speed. Thus, compared to apparition, portkeys conserved more magical energy and were safer. As soon as Quirrell steadied himself, the manor gates swung open automatically, revealing a small elf standing behind them, bowing respectfully. The elf had large bat-like ears and slightly protruding eyes. This was Jeff, the house elf of the Farewell family. Unlike other house eels, he wore a clean white robe. Good afternoon, Master Farewell. Welcome home. The master and mistress have been expecting you, the house elf said in a shrill voice, tears welling up in his eyes as he lifted his head. Long time no see, Jeff. A smile spread across Quirrell's face. It was Jeff who had cared for him when he first encountered the ring and fell ill. Though it was natural for a house elf to serve its master as a transmigrator, Quirrell could not take such care for granted. So after persuading his parents and Jeff, Quirrell gave Jeff a robe, allowing him to leave the Farewell family at any time and become a truly free elf. Of course, given Jeff's deep loyalty to the family, Quirrell could not drive him away even if he tried. Jeff wiped away his tears. He should be happy that the young master had returned. You've been away so long, the mistress will surely fuss for quite a while. At this, Quirrell's head began to ache, wondering if his father could help him this time. He pondered the matter all the way, only to conclude that his father was utterly unreliable. Oh, look who's here, the candidate for Minister of Magic. A woman with delicate features leaned against the door of the house, unable to suppress her smile. Fortunately, time had left few marks on her. This was Quirrell's mother, Brenda Farewell. At her words, a man with a simple, honest face peeked out from another direction. The moment he saw Quirrell at the gate, his eyes lit up. He opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by a cough from the woman beside him. He shot Quirrell a look that said, "You're on your own," and then withdrew his head. This unreliable man was his father, Miles Farewell. Of course, it's your gentle, graceful, kind, beautiful, and virtuous son, Quirrell said, emphasizing the adjectives before playfully patting Brenda's shoulders. Oh, spare me, Brenda said, turning to walk inside, her voice tinged with tears. My son wouldn't stay away for 2 whole years. Trouble. To study the secret of the curse, Quirrell had not returned home for a single holiday since last summer. He did not know why, but his family placed great importance on familial bonds. During his 7 years at Durmstrang, the owls he exhausted could have circled the manor twice. Yet honestly, this feeling was heartwarming. Especially under the pressure of racing against death, the warmth of family was the main pillar that sustained him. So Quirrell did not want to destroy this bond and become an indifferent person. He caught up with his mother, ready to explain the excuses he had prepared, but the moment he stepped through the threshold, surprise. His father, hiding behind the door, jumped out and waved his wand, instantly covering the ceiling with colorful, beautiful fireworks. Jeff also darted out from the side, shrieking, "Happy 18th birthday, young master." The bright room suddenly dimmed, and his mother held up a large cake with crooked 18 written on it. With a puff of her breath, the candles lit up, illuminating her face. It might not be pretty. I tried for days but couldn't make it as well as your father, but you can't say that. Brenda threatened, glaring at Miles, who was chuckling on the side. No, I love it, Tyrrell said softly. I should hope so, Brenda said, laughing at her own words. Before you blow out the candles, remember to make a wish. Wizards did not traditionally make wishes on birthdays, but when Tyrrell first transmigrated, he did not know that, and foolishly wished for a long life. From then on, birthday wishes became a tradition of the Farewell family. Clasping his hands under his chin, Tyrrell closed his eyes and silently said in his heart, I hope my parents live a healthy and peaceful life. Under Brenda and Mila's expectant gazes, he opened his eyes, leaned forward slightly, and gently blew out the 18 candles. He tossed the cake aside and Miles caught it expertly. But Brenda did not even glance at her husband. She opened her arms and embraced Tyrrell. Happy birthday, my son. Thank you, Mom. I'm very happy. Tyrrell suddenly felt a pang of guilt. The original owner had such wonderful parents, yet he had taken his place. All he could do now was to be better than the original owner to somewhat ease the guilt in his heart. Don't get too happy yet, Brenda said with a mischievous smile, releasing him. As punishment for not coming home for 2 years, Miles promptly handed the cake back. You have to finish the whole cake. Tyrrell. So at dinner, Tyrrell sat at the table eating the entire large cake alone, while watching his family, including Jeff, enjoy the French feast his father had meticulously prepared. As everyone knows, the advantage of cake is that it's generally hard to make it taste terrible, but once it does, it's truly awful. No amount of flavor can save it. At home, his father Miles was skilled in delicate French cuisine. Tyrrell, due to his past life, could whip up some Chinese dishes. And Jeff, as a house elf, naturally excelled in all major European cuisines. Only Brenda could not even manage the famous British 3-course meal, fish and chips, let alone this cake she had supposedly spent a week learning to make. All right, come and try your father's baked fire crab au gratin. Seeing her son's utterly resigned expression, Brenda knew when to stop. She brought over the dish originally prepared. After 2 years, Tyrrell finally tasted his father's cooking again. Strangely enough, his father, the patriarch of one of the 28 pure-blood families, actually ran a French restaurant in the Muggle world. Fortunately, the Foley family was low-key enough and rarely interacted with other wizards, so this never got out. Now that you've graduated, have you thought about what you want to do? Brenda suddenly asked. How about helping out at my restaurant? Or opening a Chinese cuisine place next door? Miles suggested. I've already applied for a teaching assistant position at Hogwarts, Tyrrell said cautiously, avoiding mentioning that he had applied for defense against the dark arts. Why do you suddenly want to go to Hogwarts? Brenda was taken aback, still holding her fork. You were the one who insisted on going to Durmstrang back then. Durmstrang was too extreme. I want to take this opportunity to learn more diverse forms of magic. This was the excuse Tyrrell had prepared in advance. Miles thought for a moment, but couldn't recall any teaching assistant position. That's not bad, but a teaching assistant. When did Hogwarts add such a position? Both Miles and Brenda were Hogwarts graduates. Tyrrell's strong refusal to attend Hogwarts back then had caused them considerable distress. I specifically applied for it. Otherwise, Hogwarts wouldn't let a fresh graduate teach young wizards. In truth, Tyrrell suspected that Hogwarts wanted to share the burden of the defense against the dark arts curse, which was why they approved his application as a Durmstrang graduate. Hogwarts could indeed use another teaching assistant, or the professors would be exhausted. Miles nodded approvingly at his son's choice. Which subject's assistant? Oh no, Tyrrell swallowed hard, his words racing so fast, even he couldn't understand himself. Defense. Arts. What a... Brenda shot up from her chair, knocking it violently to the floor. I won't allow you to touch that subject. No way, you actually heard that clearly. Tyrrell's jaw dropped in disbelief. Of course I did. I'm your mother. If you're that vague, it must be a problematic subject. Brenda fumed, hands on her hips, eyes reddening. I will never let you touch that course. In my 7 years at school, we had 7 different defense professors, and the worst one lost an arm. Miles quickly intervened. Tyrrell knows more about the curse than we do. There must be a reason for choosing this subject. Let's hear him out. If it were anyone else, Tyrrell wouldn't even bother to make excuses, let alone explain. But these were his parents who had supported him for years. He needed a well-prepared reason. Do you remember what happened when I was 11? Tyrrell planned to use a white lie to comfort them. Actually, I was cursed with something similar. But don't worry, my teacher helped me lift it years ago. You know, my teacher has an untold history with Headmaster Dumbledore, so he asked me to try and break the curse on this subject. Even if I can't, it's fine. I'm just a teaching assistant. The curse won't latch onto me. Tyrrell had told his parents about his teacher before. They were skeptical at first, but his consistent ability to cast the Patronus charm eased their worries. Little did they know, as long as one firmly believed in their conviction, even an evil one, a wizard could still produce a Patronus. However, Brenda's focus was on 7 years ago. So that time you were weak was because you were near death. Why didn't you tell us something so important? I'm your mother. Brenda grew more distressed. For a mother, her child's safety was paramount. As for Grindelwald and Dumbledore's affairs, she couldn't care less. Well, she cared a little, but that was just gossip. I didn't want to worry you back then. Tyrrell stepped forward and embraced his mother. And I'm fine now, perfectly healthy. Miles also came over, gently pried Terville's hand away and held his wife, whispering words of comfort. Terville isn't impulsive. Even if there's danger, Dumbledore is at Hogwarts. He won't let Terville get hurt. Besides, the Foley family has connections. We can find knowledgeable wizards to help. The two clung to each other, discussing which famous wizards were skilled at breaking curses, completely ignoring Terville, who exchanged an awkward glance with Jeff. If you need, I can offer you a hug, but please be quick. I still have dishes to clean, Jeff teased. Thanks a lot. Eventually, Brenda and Miles agreed to Terville's decision, but only as a teaching assistant. If I find out you want to become the professor for that subject, I'll lock you in a cupboard for life, Brenda emphasized. This relieved him. His parents were his greatest solace, and gaining their approval was the reason he had come home immediately. Sometimes he thought, compared to other transmigrators who walked a lonely path on a strange world, having parents who cared and loved him was not such a bad thing after all. Before heading to Hogwarts for the interview, Terville stayed at the manor. He hadn't been back in 2 years, yet nothing inside had changed. Jeff cleaned his room every day, so it was still spotless. But the bedding was new. As Brenda put it, graduation marked the start of a new chapter. Life at the manor was simple. When his father had time, he worked as a chef at his London restaurant. Otherwise, he spent time with Brenda. Brenda's life was even simpler. Shopping and watching movies were her greatest pursuits. She hardly seemed like a witch, more like a leisurely noblewoman. Terville stayed home all day. Compared to Durmstrang's militarized, disciplined manor, life was far more relaxed. But he didn't find it strange at all. In fact, he adapted better. At least he wouldn't be pestered by certain wizards challenging him to duels. He was never one for wandering around. On the contrary, staying in his room and reading was his greatest hobby. He spent a few days organizing his book collection. If he became a Hogwarts teaching assistant, he would undoubtedly live in the castle. But that wouldn't happen until September 1st, so he could pack then. However, if an Auror saw these books, they would probably arrest him without a second thought. The titles alone seemed titles like Principles of Dark Magic, How to Properly Cast Dark Spells, Control of Conviction, Amplifying the Power of Your Dark Magic, and Origins of Cursed Magic were enough to earn Terville a permanent room in Azkaban, a VIP suite no less. At 11 o'clock at night, for the wizards lacking in nightlife, this was already quite late. But for Terville, it was merely the beginning of his second phase of study. Habitually staying up late, he took out one of his treasured books, The Origins of Cursed Magic. Returning home from Durmstrang, it seemed the only difference was the place where he read. Finally realizing this oddity, he decided to change his taste. The welfare family's collection of books was still quite rich. It might not compare to the library of the Hogwarts he was about to attend, but it had more books on ancient magic. This was also because the modern family had become quite lazy, no longer delving into magic. Fortunately, there had never been a prodigal. The family's business was thriving, so there were no signs of decline. Terville left his bedroom, and the house was quiet, with only the corridor dimly lit by flickering candlelight. The study was not far from his bedroom, or rather his bedroom was specifically chosen to be close to the study. Among the 3 members of the welfare family, only he enjoyed reading. Creak. The study door seldom opened in the past 2 years. Only Jeff would occasionally enter to clean. Inside, it was larger than Terville's room, containing even more books, with 2 bookshelves, one large and one small, crammed with various books. Thus the entire room exuded the scent of old books, like freshly cut herbs awaiting Terville's arrival. There were 2 types of books here. One type was written in English or Latin, placed on the left shelf, while the other type was recorded in ancient magical script, situated on the other side. Terville had finished reading the first type of book 2 years ago, so his goal today was the books in ancient magical script. Durmstrang offered courses on ancient magical script, and many records of dark magic were documented in this script. It could also be said that ancient magic was more powerful compared to modern magic, and its methods were more unconventional, which is why it was often regarded as dark magic. The books here were fewer and evidently older. Some lacked covers plainly revealing their titles. The 4 Elements of Magic. A rather peculiar title. The concept of elements does not hold in this world. Terville could use clear water like a spring, or cast a flame spell with the power of both, depending on his understanding of the 2 magics. In other words, although elements exist, they do not affect the release of magic. The notion of the 4 elements was even stranger. In the eyes of Muggles, the 4 elements represented the ancient Greek scholars' understanding of the world, believing it was composed of air, water, earth, and fire. However, in the eyes of wizards, it was a naive concept from ancient wizards attempting to comprehend the source of magical power. This was a fundamental topic in the history of Durmstrang magic content that Terville learned in his first year. Thus, the presence of this book here piqued Terville's curiosity. You have successfully caught my attention. This book was not thick, only a few pages. Pulling the book out, Terville intentionally lit the candles in the study and sat on the floor. If this book turned out to be nonsense, he would put it back and choose another. Opening the first page, indeed, it was entirely written in ancient magical script, with some magical reactions lingering on it. It's not that ancient magical scripts could store magic for so long. That was impossible. Oh, after such a long time, the essence would have long faded. The magic on it was due to certain ancient magical scripts possessing the effect of absorbing magic which would draw upon Tivier's magic during his reading, protecting the book from damage. This was the reason why ancient magical script books could be preserved for so long. Of course, this kind of protection had its limits. Tivier, momentarily dazed, rifled through the knowledge of ancient magical script in his mind. Since it did not significantly enhance his strength, he did not consider himself adept in this area, treating it merely as a tool for reading. Fortunately, the content was not complex. The release of any magic adheres to 4 principles: magical power, form change, sustained effect, and release speed. Magical power, referred to as earth. Nothing is heavier than the vast expanse of land. The ground beneath your feet is no longer a restraint, but your loyal servant, with each casting carrying the weight of the land. Form change, referred to as water. Water has no fixed shape, all is in a moment of thought. Magic changes in myriad ways, and the form changes are like water that you shape. If you wish, fire can be like water, earth can be like wind, all under your control. Sustained effect, referred to as fire, the fire of the soul, everlasting. Those who reach this level no longer cling to their physical form, possessing an almost eternal soul. Release speed, referred to as wind, all things move with the wind, going wherever the heart desires. In this respect, those who reach the ultimate can make their thoughts active 100-fold, returning to the essence of magic. This was the first time Tivier encountered such a theory. These 4 principles in the magical realm were like the foundation of foundations. All 4 aspects relied on a wizard's understanding of a single magic. The deeper the understanding of magic, the faster the release, the shape, change, the duration of effects, and the magical power all improve simultaneously. No one had ever considered separating these 4 fundamentals to enhance them individually. That would purely be a waste of time. However, the assertions in this book resembled the notion that mastering one of the key points could enhance one aspect of all magic without needing to understand individual magics. It's like understanding that 1 + 1 = 2 would naturally lead to the understanding that A + A = 2A. But the problem is that the 1 and A in magic are not the same. With curiosity, Tivier continued to turn the pages. However, the subsequent content did not provide any explanations nor state how to bridge the understanding gap between different magics. Basically, it was an introduction to the power of these 4 aspects, mentioning that reaching the pinnacle of all 4 could break the constraints of time and space, becoming a deity that wanders the worlds. Tivier immediately lost interest. He essentially judged that this was a nonsensical book filled with the shallow understanding of ancient wizards regarding magical power. If shown to a professor of magical history, it could probably lead to a test question, but for him, it didn't even count as casual reading material. Yawning, he somewhat regretted wasting his time on this book and thought it best to return to sleep. Standing up, he rubbed his slightly sore thighs. The candlelight on the table had extinguished at some point, and sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a golden veil over the room. However, Tivier felt a chill. He clearly remembered that he had only read 1 page attentively, while the other content was merely skimmed. There was no way he could have spent an entire night. "Young master." Jeff opened the study door at that moment, smiling happily upon seeing Tivier. "I didn't see you in your room, so I came to check, and sure enough you were in the study, but you must take care of your health." "Jeff, what time is it now?" Tivier searched through his memories, which was a piece of cake for a master of mind reading. Jeff paused for a moment. "It's 7 in the morning. I always get up at this time." 8 hours. He had spent 8 hours reading only 1 page of a book. The last time he felt this way was when his mind was under the control of a teacher. Back then his thoughts were incredibly sluggish, but the knowledge taught by the teacher was deeply etched in his mind, as if he had been born with the ability to perform that magic. His mind was once again under control. Tivier picked up the book once more. The title remained unchanged, but an additional line of text appeared below. "This is a valuable resource worth my lifelong study. I leave this line in hopes of the next person who can comprehend it will come. Roiner Ravenclaw." On the 31st of July, Tivier arrived half an hour early, operating directly to the gates of Hogwarts. He chose apparition over the more convenient Floo powder solely because the latter always left one looking rather inelegant. Tivier had no desire to appear before anyone in formal attire while covered in soot. As a student of Durmstrang, every person at Hogwarts was someone he must handle with caution. Moreover, under his teacher's influence, maintaining a proper image before outsiders was always of paramount importance. However, he had arrived a bit too early. The gates were shut tight, and there was no designated guide, as mentioned in the letter. He yawned wearily. Ever since the name Ravenclaw had surfaced, Tivier had been engrossed in studying that peculiar book. Yet the sensation of his mind being seized never recurred, and the book's contents offered no substantial aid. Merely broad overviews, even more watered down than his previous life's graduation thesis. "Good morning. You must be Mr. Foley." As Tivier silently grumbled, an elderly yet gracefully poised witch appeared beside him. She wore square spectacles, her curly black hair coiled into a high bun, and was dressed in a severe dark green robe, her immaculate attire suggesting a stern instructor. Minerva McGonagall, deputy headmistress of Hogwarts and transfiguration professor. You may call me Professor McGonagall, she introduced herself, noticing Tewell's appraising gaze. His dormant memories stirred. This Professor McGonagall was a name that had thundered through his past life, though unlike her cinematic counterpart, her expression was more aloof. Please call me Tewell. Thank you for coming to escort me, he said with a gentle smile. His demeanor and gestures seemed distinctly un-Durmstrang-like, causing Professor McGonagall's tightly pressed lips to relax slightly as she nodded at him. Professor Quirrell and Headmaster Dumbledore are already waiting for you. Let us go in. I hope I haven't kept them waiting, Tewell replied, following her into this long-awaited dreamland. McGonagall offered no commentary on Hogwarts, merely remarking casually, they are rather looking forward to this interview. Her expression remained somewhat distant, as if his Durmstrang background left her with a certain reservation. He wondered what Dumbledore thought. As they hurried through the castle, the usually mischievous staircases behaved with perfect decorum before the deputy headmistress, naturally delivering them to the 7th floor. Lemon sherbet, Professor McGonagall intoned. The stone gargoyle at the entrance leaped aside, and the wall behind split in two, revealing a slowly ascending spiral staircase before Tewell. Go on, and they await you in the headmaster's office. I am deeply grateful for your guidance, Tewell said with a bow, then stepped onto the staircase. As it rose steadily, he reached the top to find a gleaming wooden door. He took 2 steps forward, and the door swung open of its own accord. Before him lay an ancient yet exquisite circular office. On the left wall hung portraits of all former Hogwarts headmasters, who narrowed their eyes in scrutiny as Tewell appeared. On the right stood a row of bookshelves and a curtain blocking his view. Within was a long table cluttered with odd silver instruments spinning and emitting puffs of smoke. Behind the table, a crimson and gold phoenix perched on a stand, tilting its head to regard him. Seated before the table was a young man in a large turban, his hands clasped over his chest, trembling intermittently. Behind the table sat an ancient man with white hair and beard. His long beard was obscured by the table, but his brilliant blue eyes, peering through half-moon spectacles, shone brightly. Those eyes were fixed on Tewell. Welcome, friend from afar, said Dumbledore, moving around the table with an agility that belied his years, approaching Tewell. Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore held Tewell's gaze, but Tewell felt no discomfort. Tivier Foley. I dare say, even young witches and wizards yet to start school know your name, Tewell replied, calmly shaking hands with the legendary figure. Meeting this renowned first white wizard for the first time, he felt no pressure, only an unexpected ease. Perhaps it was due to his ample experience with such situations. Please, such praise is far too heavy for an old man, Dumbledore demurred, turning to indicate the turbaned man. Allow me to introduce Quirrell, who will be our new defense against the dark arts professor. Quirrell was already standing nearby, his facial muscles twitching into a stiff smile, his eyes darting away. When he shook Tewell's hand, his entire body trembled slightly. When I heard about an assistant, I could hardly sleep from excitement. His speech was halting, forcing Tewell to concentrate twice as hard to understand. I too look forward to working with you, but we still need Headmaster Dumbledore's approval, don't we? Dumbledore chuckled softly, without replying, gesturing for Tewell and Quirrell to sit. Once they were all seated across the table, Dumbledore waved his wand. Something to drink. Tea, pumpkin juice, perhaps some wine. I hear Durmstrang students enjoy their drink. That's merely an outsider's prejudice. In truth, not every Durmstrang student likes alcohol. For my part, I would prefer a glass of pumpkin juice right now. Tewell met Dumbledore's gaze with bright eyes, his words seeming to carry a double meaning. Dumbledore waved his wand thoughtfully, and a glass of pumpkin juice floated before Tewell. Eager to taste the famed beverage, Tewell took a small sip, and its sweet, fragrant flavor immediately made his eyes light up. It was sweet, soft, and carried a hint of creaminess. He instantly fell in love with the drink. It seems you enjoy pumpkin juice. Would you like me to give you some? I have a full barrel here, Dumbledore observed, noting Tewell's subtle reaction. So you do enjoy sparring with words? Tewell sighed inwardly. The prejudice against Durmstrang ran deeper than he had imagined. Even Dumbledore was on guard. No thank you. I dislike excess. I rarely meet a Durmstrang student who speaks so tactfully. As if weary of cryptic conversation, Dumbledore suddenly cut to the chase. Especially one applying to be a teaching assistant at Hogwarts. As far as I know, you are the first to do so. So I am curious. Can you satisfy my curiosity? Tivier anticipated that his identity as a Durmstrang student would pose obstacles, but he never expected it to become the very source of Dumbledore's greatest suspicion. He certainly couldn't admit to coveting the Philosopher's Stone. Study, he said, his mind churning like a tempest, yet he maintained a gentle smile. I mean no disrespect to my alma mater, but Durmstrang's research into certain branches of magic has fallen behind. So, I wish to come to Hogwarts to learn the knowledge I lack, while serving as a teaching assistant. Dumbledore leaned forward, his half-closed eyes sharp and piercing. However, as far as I know, 7 years ago you refused Hogwarts and chose the magical school farthest from your home in Europe. Now 7 years later you have decided to return to Hogwarts. This makes it difficult for me to believe your claim of a desire to learn. Moreover, Durmstrang's curriculum is hardly inferior It is more than sufficient for you to live in the wizarding world. Dumbledore's meaning was clear. You chose Durmstrang yourself, and now you are scheming to return to Hogwarts, especially after graduating from Durmstrang. He was not at ease with Tevier's intentions. Tevier's smile vanished instantly. As if the gentle Dumbledore had been an illusion, a pressure like a crashing mountain and a churning sea surged forth. Now with his sharpness fully exposed, this was the true, first white wizard. He had anticipated difficulties in today's interview, but not that they would arise so swiftly. Fortunately, he still had a card to play. That book. Tivier calmly pulled out his wallet from his pocket, summoned the book with a summoning charm, and handed it to Dumbledore. My purpose here is indeed for the study of magic, for the deeper magic recorded within this tome. Quirrell, seeing Dumbledore's eyes narrow with surprise, couldn't help but curiously crane his neck. But Dumbledore tilted the book up, angling it, so that Quirrell could not see its contents. The headmaster's office was filled only with the sound of Dumbledore turning pages. Tivier watched Dumbledore's expression closely, ignoring the bewildered Quirrell beside him. Dumbledore's reaction was just as Tivier had predicted: first astonishment at the content of the first page, then an involuntary turn to the next where his face fell into unexpected disappointment. But Dumbledore was clearly not one to have his mind controlled like Tivier. Instead, he perceived the trick immediately. This book possesses a very peculiar enchantment. Dumbledore paused, offering a smile like that to a student. The claims within are also quite interesting, but I doubt a wizard of your caliber would fail to see their naivety. Now this was the normal reaction. Tivier chuckled softly, pointing a finger at the words that had reappeared on the first page. And that name, Rowena Ravenclaw. Dumbledore's smile froze on his face, his breath catching for a second. As his smile gradually faded, Tivier, in contrast, relaxed. After a long moment, Dumbledore let out a long breath. I need to borrow this book for a while. May I? Of course, Tivier replied, having already memorized the entire book. But is this reason sufficient for you? Hogwarts welcomes every sincere person. Fox, I need to know if you are capable of being a professor here, even if only as an assistant. Dumbledore put the book down, but kept his hand over the words, leaving Quirrell only able to glimpse a few letters. Tivier pulled out the wallet again. If you require my transcript from Durmstrang, no, I have already spoken with Headmaster Karkaroff about you. He spoke highly of your professional knowledge. Dumbledore stopped Tevier's motion, his expression turning serious instantly, reminding Tivier of the feeling of facing an examiner during an exam. So the next words would be the exam question. I need to know what kind of content you would teach at the school and your assurance that you will not bring Durmstrang's permissive attitude towards the dark arts to Hogwarts. Now this was an interview. Tivier relaxed, having long prepared for this. I am applying for the position of teaching assistant. Would I also be responsible for the school's curriculum? Tivier looked expectantly at Quirrell. He was still interested in teaching students, especially the famous Harry Potter. Before Quirrell could stammer out 2 words, Dumbledore interrupted. I have discussed it with Professor Quirrell. He is very willing to entrust the students, at least those below the 3rd year, to you. Quirrell showed no resentment at being cut off. Instead, he forced another smile. Yes, I am quite happy to have the workload shared. Then, Professor Dumbledore, may I ask you this: how does one defend against the dark arts? Tivier curled his lips into a smile, watching with interest as Dumbledore also began to smile. The question was simple, so simple that Dumbledore would not refuse it, and Tivier did not intend to wait for the answer. It is through offense, Tivier said, folding his hands on the desk and leaning slightly forward to meet Dumbledore's eyes. As long as you defeat the enemy, you can naturally defend against any dark arts. Mere offense alone cannot defeat an enemy. Dumbledore was indeed intrigued. He had his own reasons for needing to improve the students' combat prowess. This was precisely why Tivier had come. That goes without saying. Learning to defend is also crucial before launching an attack. Can you believe it? Half of the Ministry of Magic's employees cannot cast a proper shield charm, let alone master combat techniques. Therefore, in my defense against the dark arts classes, I will teach the students as best I can how to avoid danger and defeat their enemies. Not just against the dark arts, but also against enemies full of malice. Tivier turned to look at Quirrell, who had been observing. Don't you agree, Professor Quirrell? Of course, Quirrell stammered, caught off guard by Tevier's sudden question. But we must not teach the dark arts. Tivier sighed. Durmstrang's tolerance of the dark arts and the emergence of the previous Dark Lord had always led to hostility and misunderstanding towards the school. This is always a misunderstanding. My alma mater not only teaches the dark arts, but also teaches us how to defend against them. How can you defend against something you don't understand? This is why I agreed to let you become the defense against the dark arts assistant. I hope you can teach the students your understanding of the dark arts in the right way. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Tivier's face lit up with delighted surprise. Does this mean I passed today's interview? To be precise, it was a resounding success. Dumbledore extended his hand to shake Tevier's again, but his gaze shifted to Quirrell. Quirinius, please excuse us. I have a few more matters to discuss with Tivier. Watching Quirrell leave the headmaster's office with an awkward gait, Towell felt that his behavior only made him more suspicious. It was as if the words, "I have a problem," were etched onto the back of his head. Oh well, since Voldemort was already carved there, it didn't matter. Quirinus was never a brave child, and certain circumstances have led him to this state, Dumbledore sighed. He was a bright student during his time at Hogwarts. I never imagined he would end up in such a plight. Dumbledore lamented briefly, but did not dwell on the topic. Do you believe the contents of this book? He asked, patting the 4 elements of magic, from which the absorbed magical energy instantly dissipated. I trust Rowena Ravenclaw. Tyrrell dared not claim the book's contents were absolutely correct, but since it was revered by Ravenclaw, there must be something within worth exploring. After all, she was the embodiment of wisdom. Had it been anyone else, he would not have devoted so much effort to this tome. Dumbledore shared the same reasoning. History had recorded little of Hogwarts' 4 founders, but every detail was worth countless hours of study for later generations. Thus he did not dwell on this matter, and moved on to his next question. What is your view on dark magic? At this, Tyrrell perked up. Caution, he replied, feigning a moment of thought to avoid appearing too sharp. Regardless of the type of magic, as long as it is appropriate, it can be used. But dark magic corrodes the mind. Therefore at Durmstrang, those who have not met the mental requirements are forbidden from using it. I have always regarded dark magic with prudence. If one wields it with malice toward the wicked, does that not become justice? Tyrrell's words were somewhat harsh, causing the old man before him to furrow his brow, though he did not directly refute them. Fighting violence with violence can hardly be called justice. The wicked need only be evil, while the good must abide by countless rules. I never knew you to be so naive. Tyrrell rudely interrupted Dumbledore, yet it did not anger him. In fact, the more he looked, the more Tyrrell reminded him of someone. Himself. The young, spirited Dumbledore. Or perhaps Grindelwald. The old man sank into memories, but after only a brief lapse, he forced himself back to the present. Keep this book with me. You may come to me any time with questions about magic, and I will answer them one by one. Compared to his own teacher, Dumbledore had far more accumulated experience, and was also healthier. Precisely what Tyrrell lacked. Faced with such a fortunate opportunity, Tyrrell nodded eagerly in agreement. Upon leaving Hogwarts, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had initially thought the school was in dire need of a defense against the dark arts instructor, but this interview turned out far more complex and challenging than he had anticipated. Yet the outcome was favorable. He had officially become a teaching assistant at this long-awaited institution. Calculating the time, he figured it was about right, and with a soft pop he vanished from the spot. When he steadied himself, the scene before him had shifted from Hogwarts to an empty alleyway. As Tyrrell took a few steps out, he spotted a grimy, cramped building with a shabby sign hanging by its door, the Leaky Cauldron. The passers-by on the street paid no heed to this tiny structure, not out of disdain, but because Muggles were unable to see this magical pub. When Tyrrell pushed open the door, the pub's atmosphere remained undisturbed, as if accustomed to the constant flow of people. A customer, a gaunt man asked from behind the bar. Or a passerby. As the owner of this small establishment, he claimed to remember every witch and wizard who had ever entered, yet Tyrrell's face was rarely among them. A man with such distinctive features was hard to overlook. In truth, Tyrrell had visited a few times before, but over these 7 years he had transformed from a brooding student into an elegant gentleman. From the initial fear of death to his current composure before the world, his change was so profound it was as if he had become a different person. Tyrrell scanned the small pub, and upon not spotting his target, he approached the owner, Tom. "I'd like to ask where Professor Quirrell is," he said with a smile, though he already knew the answer. "I don't go around revealing the whereabouts of Hogwarts professors." Tom grinned, baring his rotten teeth. "And Harry Potter? Has he left yet?" Tyrrell stepped back from the bar discreetly. Tom had told him that the counter was dirtier than it appeared. This question caused the entire pub to fall silent. A balding small man nearby let his top hat drop to the floor without a care, fixing Tyrrell with a suspicious gaze. "A stranger, I must ask first. Well, Mr. Potter entered Diagon Alley not long ago, and is likely enjoying his pleasant shopping trip." Tom's smile suddenly turned ingratiating as he bowed his hunched back respectfully. The patrons in the pub found nothing amiss. Instead, they gazed at Tyrrell with admiration. This was no Imperius curse. Tyrrell had no intention of ending up in Azkaban on his first day. It was a confundus charm enhanced with a touch of soul magic to achieve such an effect. In their minds, they likely perceived him as a figure as great as Dumbledore. As for who exactly, they would forget within 5 minutes. Forget this little interlude. "Thank you," Tyrrell replied with a polite smile, before swiftly passing through the door to the small courtyard and stepping into Diagon Alley. The bustling crowd here lived up to its reputation as the heart of the British wizarding world. This winding cobblestone street was lined with all sorts of peculiar and thrilling shops. The road was narrow, not an advantage, but it helped Tyrrell spot his targets immediately. Rubeus, Hagrid, and Harry Potter. As a half-giant, Hagrid's towering form stood out in the cramped street like a dragon. Tyrrell had encountered many hybrids of magical creatures and humans, such as the descendants of Vila and humans in France. As for Hagrid, a hybrid of giant and human, he meant no offense, but even the boldest at Durmstrang would never entertain such thoughts about giants. Hats off to Hagrid's father. Outside Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Hagrid suddenly scratched his head and parted ways with Harry. Harry entered the robe shop, while Hagrid headed toward Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. The shop's owner was quite renowned, but Towel had no intention of greeting him. Suppressing his excitement, he slowly approached Hagrid and stood quietly beside him. Yet everyone overlooked Terwill's presence, just as Muggles failed to notice the leaky cauldron. Coat pocket. No. Shirt breast pocket. There. Terwill's eyes fixed on the bulging pocket. If he guessed correctly, it contained the coveted Philosopher's Stone. He did not act rashly. The effects of magic still adhered to basic principles. No one would fail to notice a hand slipping into their coat pocket, especially with a half-giant like Hagrid whose resistance to magic far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Through Hagrid's perspective, Terwill witnessed Harry's first experience of the wonders of the magical world. He had been just like that when he first arrived here. A myriad of strange herbs, exquisite flying brooms, playful joke toys, and even ordinary cauldrons seemed fascinating. But joyful times always came to an end. At dusk, Terwill watched Hagrid and a somewhat dejected little Harry leave the now empty leaky cauldron, but this time, he did not follow. Because when Hagrid purchased the Snowy Owl, he had already confirmed that the Philosopher's Stone was a fake. A smile curled at the corner of Terwill's mouth as he observed the Muggles coming and going on the street. If a counterfeit after being sent to Gringotts under heavy guard and surviving a failed theft attempt, then no one would doubt its authenticity. Truly worthy of Dumbledore. The smile on his face grew more pronounced, yet his eyes turned increasingly cold. He was truly looking forward to life at Hogwarts. On the first day of September, after stowing his belongings into his wallet, Tver took the dark crimson robe Jeff handed him. The robe appeared black on the surface, but when placed beside something truly black it revealed a hue like congealed blood. Young master has reached the age to start working, Jeff said with a smile, a glimmer of tears in his eyes. In his memory, Tver was still a little one, yet now he had grown into a professor tasked with educating others. Don't make it seem like I've done something extraordinary. Tver knelt on one knee and embraced the house elf. In my eyes, young master, Tver has always been extraordinary, Jeff whispered. Once again standing before the gates of Hogwarts, Tver noticed they appeared cleaner, as if they had undergone a meticulous scrubbing. Moreover, the gates were wide open. Was this the confidence of Hogwarts? Utterly unafraid of ill-intentioned wizards barging in. It seems you're ready to become a professor, Tver. No, I should call you Professor Foley, said Professor McGonagall, her gaze sweeping over him with satisfaction at his well-chosen attire and grooming. By appearance alone, he could become the most captivating professor in the school. Once again, Professor McGonagall was tasked with guiding Tver, yet her expression was notably more relaxed and at ease. In your presence, I am still a student, Tver replied with a smile. During this period, he had been corresponding with Professor McGonagall primarily to familiarize himself with Hogwarts teaching operations. Honestly, some aspects surprised him. Hogwarts' curriculum was not overly demanding for students, but it was exceedingly rigorous for the professors responsible for teaching. The school had 7 compulsory subjects, each with its own professor plus 1 teaching assistant now. These professors were tasked with instructing the entire school. Yet there were 7 grades and 4 houses. Except for the 6th and 7th years who attended classes together as a whole grade, the remaining 5 grades had 2 houses sharing a single lesson. Additionally, each subject required at least 2 consecutive classes per week, each lasting an hour and a half. This meant that compulsory subject professors had to work at least 36 hours a week over 5 days. This did not even include grading assignments, lesson preparation, and other trivial tasks. With all due respect, Professor Binns, who taught history of magic, might have died from overwork, and the defense against the dark arts professors becoming annual hires might also be due to the unbearable intensity of the year-long workload. Fortunately, Tver had applied for a teaching assistant position, only needing to instruct 1st through 3rd years. Quirrell would have free time to steal the Philosopher's Stone before the end of the school year. How thoughtful, Tver mused. But why don't I see your luggage? Professor McGonagall asked, puzzled by his light load. Professors reside in the castle. There simply isn't enough time for commuting. I have a special little package, Tver said, patting his pocket and winking at Professor McGonagall. Very well, then allow me to show you around the place where you'll be working. As they entered Hogwarts Castle, Professor McGonagall cheerfully cleaned the statues and suits of armor while introducing Tver to the school's situation. There aren't many professors at the school, so it's quite busy. Especially Albus. I usually handle most of the school's management, so if you need anything, feel free to come to me, Professor McGonagall said, a hint of complaint in her voice. Tver dared not echo her sentiment. It shows that Headmaster Dumbledore is very pleased with your management skills, trusting you enough to entrust the school to you. Speaking of which, you're quite different from the Durmstrang I imagined, Professor McGonagall said, looking at Tver with curiosity. The Durmstrang you imagined? Tver made an ape-like gesture. Not the image of a rough, bearded man with a booming voice, bulging muscles, and a dark magic aura. Professor McGonagall chuckled and shook her head. My mistake. But at least you're far more humorous than I expected. You'll be very popular with the students. I hope so. Professor McGonagall led Tivier to a room on the third floor situated between Quirrell's defense against the dark arts office and the trophy room. This is your office. You may arrange it however you like, but please nothing too peculiar. Having partnered with many defense against the dark arts professors, Professor McGonagall seemed to have encountered many strange things. It shouldn't be worse than displaying specimens in the classroom, Tivier remarked, recalling the scene in the potions classroom in the dungeons. Even at Durmstrang they wouldn't flaunt such things so openly. It was like wearing a sign that said him not a good person. The office was spacious, furnished only with a desk and some bookshelves which Tivier would need to stock himself. Further inside there was another room, Tivier's bedroom. The bedroom was not as bare as the outer office. It was well equipped with a thoughtful curtain bearing the Hogwarts crest. Since I didn't know what kind of office you'd like, I didn't presume to arrange it for you. If there's anything you'd like to add, feel free to come to me. I'm very satisfied. I couldn't be more pleased. I can clearly feel your care for me, Tivier said, nodding contentedly. It couldn't compare to his room at the manor, but it was quite good. Compared to the cramped Durmstrang, Hogwarts castle was noticeably more spacious. Though there were more students, there were fewer professors. Thus the professors' living quarters were quite ample. Professor McGonagall then continued to lead Tivier to the first floor. This is classroom 11, where you'll teach your students. Tivier was astonished by the size of the room. His office had been spacious, but this classroom was at least twice as large. This is the largest classroom in the school. Dumbledore specifically prepared it for you, saying you'd need ample space for teaching, Professor McGonagall explained. This classroom had rarely been used. Its vast area could easily accommodate a meadow. She was also curious about what teaching content Tivier would bring to this room. Since everyone would find out once classes began, Tivier offered no explanation, simply pleased with Dumbledore's thoughtfulness. Under Professor McGonagall's guidance, Tivier had made a rough tour of most of the castle, gaining a preliminary understanding of this ancient fortress. The specifics would have to wait for his own gradual exploration. As night fell, Professor McGonagall led Tivier to the Great Hall. As Tivier stepped inside, the cloudy ceiling flickered with rolling shadows, and the candles above lit up with a wave of Professor McGonagall's wand. The magic up there is rather peculiar. It's been this way ever since I was a student at Hogwarts, occasionally producing subtle changes, Professor McGonagall explained. How fascinating. Hogwarts mysteries make me increasingly look forward to the life ahead. Tivier said, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. As time passed, the Great Hall gradually filled with more people. However, those who entered first were not the students, but the faculty of Hogwarts. They seemed to have already discussed Tivier's presence, so they showed no surprise at seeing him in the hall. But their attitudes were quite varied. A witch with long hair, dressed more like a muggle than anyone present, glanced at Tivier, let out a soft snort, and walked past him. Don't mind her. As the muggle studies, Professor Burbage is simply unfamiliar with Durmstrang, said a professor who stood only a meter tall, smiling at Tivier. I am Phileas Flitwick, the charms professor here. Tivier Foley, Tivier said, crouching to speak with Professor Flitwick. So you know quite a bit about my alma mater. Professor Flitwick burst into laughter. I once visited Durmstrang for an exchange, mainly to learn dueling techniques, but I also learned about your views on muggles. They are indeed different from the rumors. You simply do not allow muggle-born students to attend. In truth, aside from that one man, you do not discriminate against muggles. Compared to certain people in Britain, your views are already quite progressive. Tivier was not there to correct people's perceptions. After all, Durmstrang cared little about outsiders' opinions, so he let them harbor their misconceptions. He was more intrigued by what Professor Flitwick had said earlier. It seems you are highly skilled in dueling. Durmstrang rarely engages in exchanges, so for you to have been invited there speaks volumes about your prowess. Oh, that was in my youth. Professor Flitwick waved a hand. After winning the Hogwarts Dueling Club Championship, and especially since I started teaching here, it's been hard to find time to practice. But I know you are one of Durmstrang's finest graduates in recent years. How about we spar sometime? Professor Flitwick's hand twitched eagerly, his face alight with excitement. He had clearly been itching for a duel for years. I would be honored to learn from you, Tivier replied, his own muscles quivering with anticipation. At Durmstrang, after the 5th year, he had rarely found opponents who could give him a truly exhilarating fight. He was also eager to test his full strength, holding back certain spells to see what he could truly unleash. The two kindred spirits grew more animated in their conversation. Flitwick also briefly introduced the faculty present. Hagrid is our gamekeeper, but he's guiding the first years across the Black Lake, so he hasn't returned yet. Tivier nodded, feigning ignorance, while recognizing traces of the professors from the movies he had seen in his past life. Professor Snape was indeed gloomy, his eyes cold and detached, as if he wore a mask that made his thoughts utterly inscrutable. When he looked at Tivier, his eyes shifted slightly, and the corner of his mouth curled up in what could barely be called a smile. I hope you can see the true nature of students rather than foolishly waving your wand around with them. No student is born knowing magic. We all start by waving our wands foolishly, don't we? Tivier rebutted politely. The new professor, barely older than the students, dared to speak to Snape like that, earning him newfound respect from the faculty at the staff table. Snape's smile widened slightly. Then I wish you the best of luck with your teaching. Thank you, I will do my best. The professor's attitudes towards Tver finally softened, the prejudice born from his Durmstrang background faded though Professor Burbage remained aloof. Still Tver enjoyed talking with Professor Flitwick the most as he had little interest in potions herbology or divination. Only when studying spells that could directly enhance his combat abilities could he devote himself wholeheartedly. Of course, as one of Durmstrang's most outstanding graduates, he still possessed the academic prowess of a top student, easily handling the professor's subtle questions. After a series of exchanges, they realized that this young new professor was not only courteous, but also possessed knowledge rivaling their own. Compared to Quirrell, who stammered when speaking, Tver seemed far more like a true professor. Just then a commotion arose outside the hall. Under the prefect's guidance, the students streamed in, with 2nd to 7th year witches and wizards taking their seats at the long tables according to their houses. Durmstrang doesn't sort students, does it? Professor Flitwick asked, sitting beside Tver with keen interest. No, we are one whole. There are no houses, only individuals, and the school as a whole. Tver watched the young witches and wizards chattering about their wonderful summer holidays. At this moment, it was hard to discern the differences between the 4 houses from their expressions. He wondered what the point of dividing them into houses was, to encourage cliques. Dumbledore, who had been watching the students with a gentle smile, seemed intrigued. Tver, what do you think of Hogwarts' sorting system? The professors accustomed to the 4-house division were also curious about the Durmstrang graduate's perspective. Tver pondered for a moment before speaking calmly. It's a bit extreme. The first years are only 11, they cannot, and do not yet exhibit a single trait. Sorting them into 4 houses rather than matching their personalities actually molds them into stereotypical students through the house's influence. Especially the competition between houses, it can drive progress, but it also breeds prejudice. This prejudice can stifle traits that don't fit the house's mold. A Hufflepuff can be brave, a Slytherin can be loyal, a Gryffinder's thirst for knowledge is not abnormal, and ambitious Ravenclaws exist too. But because of the sorting, these traits go unrecognized. In truth, they are all members of Hogwarts and normal witches and wizards. Labeling them with fixed stereotypes is deeply unfair. After Tver finished, silence fell over the staff table, a stark contrast to the noisy students. After a long pause, Dumbledore applauded approvingly, snapping the other professors out of their contemplation, and they too offered Tver a round of gentle applause. I am delighted to have a professor with different perspectives in our school. Bridging the gaps between houses is something I aspire to achieve, and it will require our collective efforts. Tver, I look forward to seeing the changes you bring to Hogwarts. The sudden applause from the staff table puzzled the students, who paused their lively discussions and stared at the professors in confusion. But no professor came to explain, and in the next moment their attention was diverted. The sorting ceremony was about to begin. 3 loud bangs echoed from the castle doors before Professor McGonagall led a group of small, wobbly first years inside. The newcomers stood between the staff table and the students' long tables, facing the older students with their backs to the professors. Professor McGonagall gently placed a 4-legged stool before them, then set a tattered, old wizard's hat upon it. As the first years gazed in bewilderment, the hat twitched, splitting open a wide seam at its brim like a mouth, and suddenly burst into song. You may think him not pretty, it sang, but never judge by what you see, for if you find a hat more fair, I'll eat myself, you'll see. This is the sorting hat, Professor Flitwick explained softly, fearing Turville might not understand the ceremony. It can read a young wizard's mind, discern their qualities, and sort them accordingly. Quite intriguing, but at Durmstrang, things that can peek into minds and possess their own thoughts are generally. Turville paused, searching for the right word. Unusual. Professor Flitwick chuckled at the remark. You mustn't let the sorting hat hear that, he said merrily. It is said to be the very hat once worn by Godric Gryffindor. It spends most of its time in the headmaster's office, growing rather bored, and so it busies itself composing songs for the Startoftrum feast. As for how it gained the power of thought, one would have to ask the 4 founders. When the song ended, the sorting hat bowed to each of the 4 tables amidst thunderous applause, then played its part as a true hat, remaining motionless as it awaited the young wizards. Professor McGonagall stepped forward at the right moment with a roll of parchment. When I call your name, you will come forward, put on the hat, sit on the stool, and be sorted, she announced loudly, then read the first name from the parchment. Hannah Abbott. A little girl with 2 blonde braids stumbled out of the line. Turville did not recognize the girl, but he knew the name Abbott. It belonged to a pure-blood family. After a moment, the sorting hat gave its verdict. Hufflepuff. The longest table in the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause, with some young wizards even standing to shake Abbott's hand. The sorting ceremony was not disrupted by the cheers, rather the cheers were part of the ritual. Turville watched the young wizards undergo the ceremony, feeling like a tourist witnessing a grand spectacle of the magical world. In particular, a round-faced young wizard ran off without even removing the hat when it shouted Gryffindor. He had to return it amidst a wave of laughter. As the sorting progressed, wave after wave of applause echoed through the hall until a name was called. Harry Potter. The entire hall fell silent. As Harry stepped out from the small crowd, nearly everyone in the great hall fixed their gaze upon the thin figure. A low murmur of discussion arose from all 4 tables. Potter. Is that the Potter? Do you see the scar on his forehead? Which house do you think he'll be in, eh? Knowing the answer, Turville watched Dumbledore with keen interest. At the sound of Harry's name, the old man's expression shifted slightly, and he leaned forward a little. Clearly he attached great importance to this particular sorting. The sorting itself lasted much longer than for the other first years. No one knew what conversation transpired between Harry and the sorting hat, only that after a long while, perhaps half an hour, the hat finally opened its brim. Gryffindor. Harry, still wearing the hat, breathed a sigh of relief. He stood up, his legs trembling slightly, his mind a blank. Fortunately, he remembered to return the hat. I suppose you knew that name, but I never expected Potter wouldn't be a Ravenclaw student, said Professor Flitwick, somewhat disappointed. Whichever house he ends up in, he will still be your student, won't he? Turville replied with a smile. The sorting ceremony concluded, and Dumbledore left the hall with the words, nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, before the first feast of the school year began. Before he could analyze further, Turville was delighted to find that the empty dishes before him were suddenly laden with delicious food. This is the food magic left by Helga Hufflepuff, Flitwick explained kindly. It doesn't conjure food out of thin air, but precisely transports it from the kitchens to the tables. Turville was indeed unfamiliar with this kind of magic. Food magic. Could it enhance one's power? Yet the mysteries of Hogwarts had unfolded before him in full that day. Unlike watching a film, when you are immersed in it as a skilled wizard, you can truly appreciate the subtlety of various forms of magic. The feast food was prepared by house elves. Though there were traditional British dishes like fish and chips, there were also many delicacies such as roasted meat and chicken. It was far better than he had anticipated. Durmstrang's food was far from refined, mostly heavy or pickled fare. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, Turville had braced himself for a year of fish and potatoes. No wonder Hogwarts was more renowned than Durmstrang. Even the food was more internationally appealing. After the main course came dessert, Turville's favorite. In his past life, he had loved sweets, and that habit had not changed after his transmigration. He eagerly tried every ice cream, every pie, and every pudding. Indeed, as long as desserts weren't overly sweet, they were never unpleasant. Happily finishing the last spoonful of lemon pudding, Turville keenly felt someone's gaze upon him. Following the gaze, he saw Harry staring intently in his direction, then clutching his forehead scar in pain. Turville raised his glass, using a sip of wine to mask his movements, but his eyes darted toward Professor Quirrell beside him. Was it the influence of Voldemort's soul? It seemed the connection between them ran deeper than he had imagined. The soul was indeed a profound subject. Turville mused briefly. But this time Harry was staring not at Quirrell or Snape, but at him. Turville. Turville raised his glass, meeting Harry's curious gaze with a smile. So he had learned of his professor's identity. Yet to already hold a prejudice against Snape so quickly. Truly this was a pair of teacher and student bound by fate. At last the dessert vanished under Tvir's regretful gaze, and Dumbledore rose once more, the great hall returning to its original solemn stillness. I trust everyone has eaten their fill, and I hope you still have the energy to listen to an old man's few words. First-year students, or rather all students, should note that the forest on school grounds is strictly off-limits to any student. I am delighted to see ample progress in your magical skills, but please refrain from unleashing your whimsical ideas in the corridors between lessons. Secondly, do not enter the corridor on the right-hand side of the 4th floor if you wish to remain safe and sound within the castle. A hush fell over the great hall. The younger students thought Dumbledore was joking and let out a few accommodating chuckles. But seeing the stern expressions on the older students' faces, their laughter died away awkwardly. Dumbledore observed the students' reactions without offering any explanation and continued. Let us turn to a more pleasant topic. I have a wonderful announcement. This academic year, we will be welcoming 2 new professors. They are Professor Foyle and Professor Quirrell, who will jointly teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. Sparse applause rippled through the hall, but it grew fervent as Tvir rose to acknowledge the assembly. Taking in Tvir's handsome features, a bold young witch immediately shouted from below, "Professor Foyle, do you have a girlfriend?" All right, Dumbledore clapped his hands to reclaim their wandering attention. New classes begin tomorrow. You will have plenty of time to get to know both professors. Dumbledore drew his wand and waved it in the air, sending a long golden ribbon streaming forth, and his voice rose with sudden vigor. Now for the final tradition before we end the feast. Let us all sing the school song together. Tvir watched Dumbledore's actions in astonishment. He had not known this was part of Hogwarts ritual. It seemed that story and reality would still diverge considerably. But when everyone began to sing, he understood why this part was omitted from the films. The Hogwarts school song had no set melody. While the lyrics floated overhead in unison, each person sang in a different tune. This chaotic medley, conducted by Dumbledore's magical guidance, resembled a musical fugue and was surprisingly harmonious. It was truly something Muggles could not perform. When the song ended, students followed their prefects back to the common rooms. Tvir, having eaten his fill, bid farewell to his colleagues and returned to his own office. The office was still bare and needed to be arranged by himself. House elves were responsible for the castle's general cleanliness, but only in public areas. In private spaces like professors' offices, unless summoned, the elves would not appear even though they could apparate inside. Tivier placed his wallet on the table, opened it, and gave a flick of his wand. The contents floated out one by one under his direction to their proper places. Besides books, there were several cages holding small creatures intended for use in lessons. After 10 minutes, he had tidied both the office and the bedroom. Instead of resting, Tivier sat heavily in his chair, his expression grave. He extended his right hand where the original small black had transformed into a tiny skull with a snake emerging from its mouth. The dark mark, but a much smaller version. The skull seemed alive, the snake stretching longer and longer, trying to coil around his wrist. Within his perception, the dark magic within it was so dense it felt almost tangible, threatening to break through the protective enchantments he had cast. Immediately, he seized his wand with his left hand and aimed it at the dark mark. This was a dueling trick. When your opponent cannot determine your dominant hand, they are prone to misjudging your skill. Protego Maxima. As Tivier finished the incantation, a surge of magical energy wrapped around his wrist, forming a thin, golden membrane. The golden layer gradually merged around the dark mark, and the black snake slammed into it, as if hitting a wall, slowly being pushed back until only its head remained outside. This was a variant of the shield charm designed to persist for an extended period and resist the erosion of dark magic. Fortunately, he had chosen Durmstrang, and fortunately his teacher had an exceptional understanding of the shield charm. Come to think of it, aside from studying dark magic, Tivier had spent the most time learning the shield charm. Yet his heart did not ease. Only a year and a half remained. This too had caught Tivier by surprise. The curse on the defense against the dark arts position, as he understood it, should not have been so aggressive. He suspected it had interacted with the original curse upon him. Both curses set by Voldemort himself. The two curses had resonated, creating an effect greater than the sum of their parts. He had been too impatient to obtain the Philosopher's Stone as soon as possible. He had chosen the easiest position to apply for defense against the dark arts. To ease his mind, Tivier decided he would visit the 4th floor corridor tonight. With his life on the line, how could he not be anxious? Before leaving, he glanced at his schedule: 2 classes per week across 3 grades and 4 houses, at least 1 class every day. Truly Hogwarts. With a sigh, Tivier cast a protective charm on his office and departed. One could never be too cautious. The castle was silent now, save for the faint crackling of torches in the corridors. Relying on the torchlight, Tivier cast a disillusionment charm on himself and quietly made his way to the 4th floor. He was briefly delayed by a moving staircase, but he soon discerned its secret. By channeling a bit of magic into the staircase, while silently thinking of your destination, it would carry you there. Conversely, if you rushed, the stairs were more likely to play tricks on you. It would likely catch many young witches and wizards off guard. Arriving on the 4th floor, the corridor here was devoid of torches. The distant light vanished, leaving it pitch black. Lumos Umbra. A blue light emanated from Tivier's wand, illuminating the path ahead. This was a variant of the wand lighting charm. The blue glow was not actual light. To an outsider, it would still appear completely dark. In truth, the blue light was an extension of his perception, allowing him to see in the dark without attracting attention. The corridor was not deep, or rather it was noticeably shorter than the others, as if a section had been awkwardly sealed off. The sealed door was right before him. Tivier reached for the handle, but abruptly withdrew his hand. There was movement. Tivier keenly detected a faint stir from the stairwell, not far away. If it was a patrolling administrator or professor, he could simply hide. But if it was someone with the same objective, he couldn't afford to do that. After a moment of deliberation, Tivier decided it was safer to conceal himself near the door. Scanning left and right, he spotted a recess behind a wall. He moved to that hollow. The moment his body pressed against the wall, the surface behind him gradually stretched to both sides, enveloping him within, leaving only a translucent membrane at eye level. A highly effective transfiguration. As everything returned to normal, a furtive figure appeared at the corner. Though the darkness obscured his face, the conspicuous scarf on his head unmistakably identified him as Quirrell. He hadn't expected Quirrell to be so eager. Quirrell's movements were no longer as cowering as his usual disguise. Instead, he strode briskly into the corridor and immediately discerned its peculiarity. Lumos. The wand emitted a glow, illuminating Quirrell's eager face. Alohomora. The door guarding the Philosopher's Stone could actually be opened by a spell. How was this any different from leaving Gringotts' vaults unlocked? It was practically bait on a hook. The wooden door swung open so easily that Tivier couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Quirrell hesitated for 2 seconds before pushing the door open and entering. What happened next was beyond Tivier's view. His transfiguration could only alter the wall's surface. The load-bearing walls were too integral to tamper with without consequences. He estimated that only Dumbledore in the magical world could transfigure such walls. Yet Tivier didn't wait long before hearing the sounds of spellcasting and the gnashing of beasts within. That must be the 3-headed dog. Legend had it that the 3-headed dog was a hellish creature guardian of the underworld's gates. The magical world's version was no different, but it was not something an ordinary wizard could handle. Its resistance to magic was formidable, leaving almost no magical imprint upon it. Coupled with its immense strength and boundless energy, it was virtually invincible in a confined space. Wizards typically adopted an attitude of, if you can't beat it, avoid it. Fortunately, Tevil knew the three-headed dog's weakness. Just then the battle in the room drew to a close with Quirrell fleeing in panic. Yet Quirrell's strength somewhat surprised Tevil. The films never detailed his abilities, and in the end he still resorted to close combat, with the chosen one turning to ash, without even using fire. But just now he had managed to hold his own against the three-headed dog for a while, showing no signs of injury beyond disheveled robes. His power was not to be underestimated. Tevil sighed and opened the door. The three-headed dog, having just fought, was about to lie down and rest, but before its three heads could turn, it saw someone else approaching. And that person arrogantly made a shushing gesture at it. Shoo! Then a harp suddenly appeared before its eyes, beginning to play on its own. The moment the enchanting music started, the three-headed dog's eyelids drooped. It struggled briefly, but after a few nods it resignedly collapsed to the ground. Tevil moved aside, the dog's paw blocking the trapdoor, opened it, and found pitch darkness within, darker than the corridor outside. Lumos. A bright orb of light appeared at the wand's tip, then detached at its brightest moment. As the light descended, Tevil saw tangled vines below. Devil's snare. It thrived in dark, damp environments, reaching out with serpentine tendrils to ensnare and strangle its victims before feasting. But the vine seemed terrified of the light. Before the orb even approached, the tendrils parted automatically, letting it pass effortlessly. Using a levitation charm to float down, Tevil passed through the devil's snare and reached the ground below. Before him stretched a damp, straight corridor with the sound of trickling water on both sides. He must be deep underground. The corridor remained dark, but light shone from ahead, so Tevil strode forward with his Lumos spell. Each guardian of the Philosopher's Stone was a professor's creation. As a teaching assistant, Tevil had no part in it. The devil's snare was the handiwork of Professor Sprouthead of Hufflepuff. The next room was Professor Flitwick's masterpiece, filled with silver-white birds fluttering about. This time the door could not be opened by magic. One had to catch the correct key to unlock it. A broomstick was conveniently provided nearby. Seeing this, Tevil's mouth twitched involuntarily. Having focused on magical studies over the years, coupled with a lack of flying talent, he had rarely experienced a perfect broomstick ride. But he had his own method. Directly casting a spell on the key was ineffective, but why not use magic to seize it? Tevil scanned the flock of keys and spotted the correct one, a large antique silver key. He waved his wand, and a small jet of purple flame shot from its tip, like a rope speeding toward his target. Sensing the ominous aura of the flame, the keys, including the correct one, scattered in panic. But the flame pursued, as if alive, coiling around the key twice and binding it. Strangely, the purple flame showed no heat, acting like an ordinary rope. Key in hand, Tevil opened the door to the next challenge. The simplistic guardianship was hard to criticize, but it was an open trap. Knowing it, Tevil still had to step in. The next room featured a massive chessboard with black and white pieces standing starkly on either side, awaiting Tevil's command. The problem was Tevil didn't know how to play chess. As mentioned, he had dedicated these years to mastering magic, leaving him inept at many things, especially pastimes. Yet this was within his expectations. His visit today was to confirm the similarities between these trials and the films. It seemed his little butterfly effect hadn't altered the setup. Time was running short, so Tevil retraced his steps back to his office. But the chessboard issue remained. Brute force was the simplest solution, but it was hard to believe Professor McGonagall hadn't left a minor warning charm. That would be hard to explain. Perhaps he needed to learn how to play wizarding chess. On the first day of the term, which was also Tevier's first official day of work, he rose early following his internal clock, despite having spent considerable time the previous night completing a game. The weather was pleasant, and Tivier, carrying a copy of the Fundamentals of Wizard Chess, made his way to the Great Hall. He had just borrowed the book from the library, earning a peculiar look for his efforts, and losing some time, as Madame Pants the librarian had not yet opened. The Great Hall was sparsely populated with students who seemed still caught in the languor of the holidays, yet to adapt to the academic schedule. The professors, however, were early. Quirrell sat at the edge, eating his breakfast with a troubled air, while Professor Sprout had already finished her meal, greeting Tivier before heading off to tend to her greenhouse herbs. "Good morning, Tivier," Professor Flitwick invited warmly, gesturing for him to sit beside him. "I hope you didn't lose sleep over nerves. You seem well versed in that." Tivier joked as he sat down. Flitwick beamed in response. "I can't recall my own first day teaching, but I remember vividly the anxious expressions of several other professors when they first arrived at Hogwarts. Though this is the first time I've seen a new professor carrying the fundamentals of wizard chess. Are you planning to teach it in class?" Tivier picked up a piece of bread carefully and evenly spreading blueberry jam on it, replying nonchalantly. "I've just developed a sudden interest in wizard chess. Do you play? We could exchange tips sometime." Flitwick shrugged. In his view, chess was far less thrilling than dueling. "Then I'm not your man. I've never touched wizard chess myself, but you could ask Professor McGonagall. She's deeply versed in it." Tivier pondered the scene of approaching Professor McGonagall. "Professor McGonagall, could you teach me wizard chess?" "Why the sudden interest?" "Oh, because I want to solve the chessboard you've set." He dismissed the thought. Asking the very person who set the trap to teach him chess was far too revealing. Shaking his head to cast aside the impractical idea, he focused on his breakfast. It was modest, far less lavish than the previous night's feast, but still better than what had at Durmstrang. A group of Ravenclaw girls huddled together whispering for a while before pushing one of their number forward. Her face flushed to the tips of her ears. She walked shyly, but resolutely, to Tivier, supported by her friends. "Professor Flitwick, may I ask you a question?" "Of course," Tivier replied, having already noticed them, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "But that was your question, so you're done." The girl's head seemed to pop out a question mark, her smile freezing. The other girls looked equally bewildered, staring at Tivier, and Flitwick, who was laughing so hard, he was pounding the table. After a moment, Flitwick spoke. "Professor Flitwick was just joking with you, Penelope. You can ask him anything." Then to Tivier he introduced, "This is Penelope Clearwater, an outstanding student of Ravenclaw." With her head of house's blessing, and seeing no objection from Professor Flitwick, Penelope mustered her courage again. "What will you be teaching us in class?" It was an understandable question, given that the defense against the dark arts professors of previous years had been annual fixtures, leaving their lessons disjointed. As studious Ravenclaws, they wished to prepare mentally. "What year are you?" Tivier asked. Penelope hesitated, unsure of his intent, before answering. "We're all fourth years." "Then I'm afraid I only teach first to third year classes. For you fourth years and above, you'll need to ask Professor Quirrell over there." Tivier shook his head. The girls' faces fell with disappointment. Penelope even let out a heavy sigh. She turned to leave, but her companions stopped her, pointing at Tivier, reminding her of their original question. "By the way, could we know your age? You look very young." "That's not a secret," Tivier said, noting the expectant expressions of the young witches. "I just graduated this year. I'm only 18. 18. Penelope was stunned, speechless. She was only 4 years younger than a professor. If Hogwarts had students who repeated 2 years, they might even be older than him. "But if you just graduated, we should have seen you at Hogwarts in previous years." Penelope immediately spotted the inconsistency. A senior as strikingly handsome as Tivier would be unforgettable. The other girls relaxed, thinking he was joking again, but his next words shocked them even more. "Because I didn't attend Hogwarts. I went to Durmstrang." Silence fell. Penelope and her friends gaped, their mouths wide enough to swallow an owl. "Don't let his youth fool you. Professor Flitwick is the most outstanding graduate in Durmstrang's history." Flitwick couldn't help but interject. He detested judging by appearances, having been mocked for his height by many wizards in his early dueling days. Though he had taught them a harsh lesson, using his stature as an unexpected advantage, it had instilled in him a distaste for prejudice. "But Durmstrang is a school that teaches the dark arts." Penelope shrieked, drawing the attention of everyone in the Great Hall. "Is that all?" Flitwick shrugged nonchalantly. "Since Headmaster Dumbledore hired him, you needn't worry about encountering inappropriate magic." Compared to the students, seasoned professors like Flitwick had long studied the dark arts, though not as deeply as Tivier. In truth, when one reached a certain level of power, the distinction between light and dark magic blurred. Only the caster's intent served to distinguish a light wizard from a dark one. But the students couldn't grasp this concept. In their minds, using dark magic defined a dark wizard, though there was no evidence that Durmstrang students inevitably used dark magic after learning it. Nor could they be sure Tivier had never used it. So Penelope and her friends regarded him with the label of dark wizard in training, an impression even worse than their view of Slytherins. Tivier had anticipated this. He knew that not only students, but the entire British wizarding world held a stereotype of Durmstrang, one he couldn't overturn overnight. With Penelope's scream, the secrecy of their conversation was shattered. The entire Great Hall buzzed with whispers as students pointed at Turville. Though prefects tried to maintain order, they could not quell the discussions about him. "I can't believe the new professor is from Durmstrang. He's only 18, just 3 years older than me. It should be normal for a defense against the dark arts professor to know some dark arts, right? How else would he teach us defense? Too bad Professor Foyle only teaches first to third years. I wonder if I can still repeat a year." Even with Turville's thick skin, he couldn't bear the students' gossip. He left early, arriving at classroom 18, where he would soon teach. This morning's first class was for third years, with Gryffindor and Ravenclaw together. The classroom was bare, with only a lectern and some desks and chairs at the front. A large empty space remained at the back. It awaited Turville's arrangement. By the time George Weasley and Fred Weasley arrived, the room was filled with their classmates. "Look what you did giving with that Tung toffee. He chased us for half an hour." Fred bumped George with his shoulder in annoyance. "Don't worry, class hasn't started yet," George said with a mischievous raise of his eyebrows. "If you don't come in now, I'll mark you absent," Turville said. Turville waved a piece of parchment at the two standing by the door, the class roster. Most names shimmered with golden light except theirs. The twins snapped to attention and hurried inside. As they entered, golden letters popped above their heads, their names. A golden light detached from the letters like a bird emerging from their minds and flew like a homing pigeon to the parchment in Turville's hand. Only then did their names on the list shine gold. The names above their heads remained, helping Turville remember them. "Awesome." Fred's eyes sparkled. "Professor, I want to learn that." George looked at Turville with anticipation, and Fred nodded beside him. It was a simple name magic with a touch of soul application. Turville put away the parchment, revealing a mysterious smile, full of mischief. Trust me, even with all the mischief you've done, Headmaster Dumbledore wouldn't be pleased to see you learn this. A chill ran through the students. Recalling the rumors spread in the Great Hall, they realized the amiable Professor Foyle was not as innocent as he appeared. Given the fate of the two previous defense against the dark arts professors, they feared he might end up in Azkaban by year's end as a dark wizard. As soon as George Bottom hit the chair, he blurted out, "Professor Foyle, is it true you graduated from Durmstrang this year?" Without turning, Turville canceled the magic at the door. "Mr. Weasley, please raise your hand next time." Turning to face the curious students, he said, "Yes, I am from that school." The classroom erupted. "Professor, do you really study dark arts? Will you teach us dark arts? Is that man's symbol still in Durmstrang?" Students fired questions, some even standing to demand answers. Silence. Turville's voice was soft, yet it seemed to resonate through their very souls. The students were stunned into silence. After a moment, they realized with horror that they couldn't hear their own or their classmates' voices. Were they deaf? Just as panic set in, Turville's voice rang out. "You're not deaf. This is a small punishment. Remember to raise your hands before speaking." As the students sighed in relief, he added coldly, "And Gryffindor and Ravenclaw each lose 10 points. Fred shot his hand up. When Turville nodded, he found his voice again. "Professor, we don't have any points yet. How can you deduct them?" The students stifled laughs. "A good point. Well, store the debt, adding 1 point per day until your houses have enough to pay." Turville's words were like a smile eraser, filling the students with newfound respect for their new professor. "As for Durmstrang, I won't lecture about it in class. Just know this: studying dark arts doesn't make us dark wizards." Turville felt he had to clarify, wanting to be a teacher beloved by students. As for Grindelwald, he paused, letting the name sink in. His symbol remains at the school, but his ideology is like the pure blood doctrine at Hogwarts. It has followers everywhere. That doesn't mean all students support him. Many who lost family to Grindelwald gave those who flaunted the symbol a harsh lesson. So in my view, Durmstrang simply replaced defense against the dark arts with dark arts studies. Otherwise, the schools aren't very different. A male student named Roger Davies raised his hand. "Professor Foyle, is it true Durmstrang doesn't accept Muggle-born students?" "That's correct, Mr. Davies. We believe Muggle-born students struggle to resist the temptation of the dark arts. Only with parental magical guidance can students truly understand the nature of the dark arts." Seeing another hand rise, Turville decided not to turn the class into a Durmstrang seminar. "Enough. You can ask me about Durmstrang later. Let's begin our first lesson, my first lesson. I thought you'd be more excited about this. Now who can tell me what defense against the dark arts entails?" The question was too easy. George answered without hesitation, "Learning magic to protect oneself from dark creatures and the dark arts, as well as offensive and defensive spells." "Exactly. So to start, I need to assess your magical proficiency." Turville clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. "The fastest way is through combat, a duel between me and you." His lips curled into a smile, his eyes beaming with delight. The students' eyes widened in shock, their pupils trembling like an earthquake mouths agape. "Don't worry, I won't kill you." Seeing the students' pale faces, Tuwell didn't explain, but grinned mischievously as he waved his wand. "All right, leave your books on the desks, take your wands, and move to the back." The students suddenly found they could speak, yet dared not voice loud protests, as before only whispering in small groups. "Can we run away now and seek help from Headmaster Dumbledore? There are so many of us. Professor Foley wouldn't dare do anything right. He said he won't kill us, but that doesn't mean he can't make us lose an arm or something." The students gathered at the open space in the back, facing Tuwell from about 15 feet away. "Don't worry, this is a simple duel. Me against all of you." With a wave of his wand, the ground softened like a mattress, and a thin membrane formed around them, encasing them within. Some students tentatively touched the membrane, finding it tough, yet gentle, yielding to their fingers. This discovery eased their minds. The professor wasn't truly intent on crushing them. "As you see, the ground is soft, so falling won't hurt, and the membrane is for your protection." Tuwell raised his wand in a dueling salute. "Defeat me, and not only will your house points be restored, but it'll add 20 to both." Stupefy. A red beam suddenly shot from the student crowd, speeding toward Tuwell, accompanied by Roger Davies' confident words. "Professor, the duel has begun, hasn't it?" Tuwell chuckled lightly, flicking his wand to deflect the stunning spell. "A fine tactic. When facing a stronger opponent, surprise, or catching them off guard, is your only key to victory. But be prepared for a counterattack." Davies froze in confusion before a rope instantly bound him, hoisting him upside down to the ceiling. "Don't just stand there like a fool." Hearing Davies' cries, the students gripped their wands tightly, palms sweating with tension. Yet once someone made the first move, others followed. Besides, Professor Foley was only 18, not much older than them. How powerful could he really be? In a chaotic flurry, the students hurled spells at Tuwell, multicolored lights flashing across the room. The curses dissolved against the glowing membrane. "I'm glad for your courage, but a reminder, don't stand still like idiots when casting." Even a pig wouldn't be so foolish. There's plenty of space to run. Quill casually hoisted another stationary girl bound upright this time. The students fumed inwardly, but realized the importance of movement, though their aim suffered greatly. Quill didn't even need to block. A simple sidestep sufficed, demonstrating proper positioning. Cast without hesitation, decisiveness yields faster spells. Even if dodged, you can strike again quickly. Afraid to fight hard. Are you playing at 3-year-old make-believe? With a flick he deflected an incoming curse and fired a binding spell, snaring 2 more. Good idea. 2 to force movement, 1 to attack. But don't forget your defense or you're just naked pigs. Professor Pigs don't wear clothes. So you've forgotten defensive magic entirely. A stunning spell sent the Weasley twins and a student named Lee Jordan flying, caught by the membrane, yet still bound and dangling. At Quill's mockery, the remaining students grew furious but instinctively organized themselves. Some launched offensive spells, others tried to block the flying ropes, while the rest sought to disrupt Quill's movements. Good, you're grasping the essence of outnumbering an opponent. But you've forgotten the most crucial point. The students paused as Quill uttered his first spell, Wingardium Leviosa. It was the levitation charm learned in their first year. Yet they felt no floating sensation, nor saw anything rise. After a second of confusion, an immense pressure crushed every cell in their bodies. Those familiar with Muggle science instantly recognized the sensation. Gravity had intensified. Except for those suspended from the ceiling, everyone else collapsed onto the soft ground, unable to move even a finger. Quill deliberately controlled his magic, merely pinning them down before methodically hoisting each young wizard to the ceiling. Anyone witnessing this scene might suspect him of having a peculiar hobby. So Quill closed the door. He found a desk to sit on, gazing at the spectacular sight before him. Frankly, I'm disappointed in you. He shook his head. You know so few spells, relying mostly on the stunning and disarming charms. Only your standard casting is noteworthy. But your casting technique is virtually non-existent. You just stand and fire. Remember, battle isn't a turn-based exchange, it's a real-time struggle for survival. Finally, you fought like a scattered mess, only realizing cooperation after your opponent pointed it out. Sooner or later you'll face stronger foes. Cooperation should be your first instinct, splitting up only lets them pick you off one by one. This is a failure of failures. ID put more effort into fighting a herd of pigs than you lot. Quill listed their flaws, each word stoking their anger. The young wizards were bound, not gagged, so they could retort. It's you who's being unfair, Professor. George kicked feebly. Give us enough practice, and with proper teamwork, would be the ones hanging you. Fred added, swinging irritably. The others chimed in agreement. Losing was one thing. Quill was a professor, and 3rd years losing to him was no shame. But Professor Foley's taunts were unbearable, calling them pigs repeatedly. Didn't he know pigs were the least magical creatures? The indignant students muttered complaints, though wary of crossing the line after earlier lessons. Then a faint voice arose. I think I'm getting a brain hemorrhage. Could you please let me down first? Roger Davis was the only one hanging upside down, while the other students merely felt a bit uncomfortable. He was genuinely suffering physically. Seeing him flushed from the blood rushing to his head, Quill quickly used a standard levitation charm to set them all down. They had almost ended up in Azkaban for nearly murdering a student. Allowing them a moment to recover, Quill casually dispelled the surrounding magic. I believe you've all experienced a real battle. Now share your inner thoughts. Quill remained seated on the desk, watching the students exchange glances, none daring to speak. He had no choice but to call on someone. Davis, I think your experience was quite profound. Care to impart some wisdom to your classmates? Upon being called, Davis instinctively shrank, his neck, his already red face turning a shade paler. He scanned the expectant looks around him, and after confirming no one would speak for him, muttered, Don't stand there like an idiot. Exactly. Quill nodded approvingly. No matter how fast a spell is, its trajectory is straight, well, mostly straight. This means that with effective movement you can dodge most curses. Of course, if you foolishly run straight into a spell, not even Headmaster Dumbledore could save you. The students burst into cheerful laughter. But there's another issue here. Has anyone figured it out? Quill waited for the laughter to subside before posing the question. George was about to speak when Fred clamped a hand over his mouth. Raise your hand, you idiot. Fred then raised his hand under George's incredulous gaze. After receiving Quill's nod, he spoke loudly. Professor, I think if we step on a trap while moving, we'd be better off staying put. Quill gave an approving round of applause. Exactly. The battlefield is often complex. We must not only watch our opponent, but also our feet. 5 points to Gryffindor. It seems you two are well versed in this. Fred and George proudly lifted their heads, basking in the low chuckles of their classmates. Just then the bell rang for the end of class. For the first time, the students found the sound irritating. They wanted to hear more combat tips from Professor Quill. How cool was that? Adolescents brimming with a desire to show off wished they could master all those combat skills right away and replace Professor Quill as the one who had fought off so many. Alright, in this lesson you've gotten a rough glimpse of the 4 key points of combat: positioning, casting, speed, self-defense, and teamwork. But don't worry, we have a whole year to learn these 4 skills. In a year's time, we can have another battle to test your progress. The students' morale immediately soared. First up is positioning. Your homework is to think about how to move effectively, and at the same time how to render your opponent's movements ineffective. The latter part is for those willing to think. Good ideas will earn a small special reward. He flashed a standard professor's smile to kindle the students' anticipation. A few studious students exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with a fire even more intense than that of battle. Professor Turville's reward was theirs for the taking. So all you need to do is write an essay on your thoughts. There's no length requirement. Even a few words will do, but remember, it must be your own ideas. Setting no word limit was the most insidious trick. No student dared to submit just a few words, and they'd constantly worry about not writing enough. This inevitably made their essays longer and longer. Turville clapped his hands to dispel their reluctance. All right, that's it for today. Off you go. Don't be late for your next class. Hogwarts' schedule was tight, especially with Professor McGonagall's transfiguration next. They'd rather be hung upside down than be late for that. Turville, however, was free for the rest of the day. With only this one class to teach, the remaining time was his own. He picked up his copy of Wizard Chess Basics and strolled leisurely through the castle toward the library. The castle was quiet, with students in class save for the occasional sound of spells being cast in the classrooms. Similarly, the library had few students. Those without classes were rare, and even fewer came to the library on the first day. He didn't choose books on wizard chess. Hogwarts' oldest collections dated back a millennium, and reading about chess here would be a waste. He selected a book titled Spellcasting Techniques. A quick glance at its contents revealed it to be quite simple, covering various techniques for casting spells, much like what he taught in class. The only extraordinary thing about this book was its age, written 800 years ago. Back then, Hogwarts had only been founded for 2 centuries. Such ancient tomes were usually kept in the restricted section. Turville could only access it because he was a professor. Finding a corner near the window, Turville began reading the book, which was written in ancient runes. Indeed, Hogwarts books were something else. In this volume, he also found fragments about the 4 elements. The author greatly championed the theory of the 4 elements, but after years of research with no further progress, could only write this introductory, Spellcasting Techniques, based on his own understanding. It covered various aspects of the 4 elements, but only offered shallow insights. Its sole merit was one statement: mastering the 4 elements did not rely on ancient magic, it transcended magic, and was closer to the very essence of magical power. No matter the method of spellcasting, back then there were many, with ancient magic being just one prevalent form alongside blood-based casting and others. All were composed of the 4 elements. Turville wondered if this included modern magic, but it nonetheless brought him some relief. He had feared that learning the 4 elements would also require delving into ancient magic. As was well known, ancient magic declined because it was both hard to learn and hard to master. Even a seasoned scholar steeped in ancient magic couldn't guarantee mastery of more than 10 spells. It was like a muggle trying to learn magic from a textbook. Such methods severely limited the number of wizards. In ancient times, only the exceptionally gifted could become wizards. So while ancient magic was slightly more powerful, Turville had no desire to learn it. After all, his strength was already such that he didn't need the marginal boost from ancient magic. Modern magic could achieve the same effects. He spent the entire afternoon flipping through spellcasting techniques and searching the library, but found no other valuable books. When dinner time came, he left the library for the Great Hall. However, the students' attitude toward him had done a complete 180. "Good evening, Professor Turville." "Hello." Yet another unfamiliar student greeted him, and Turville nodded with a smile, suppressing his confusion. That morning they had been pointing and whispering about him, but by afternoon they were all warmth and politeness. Professor Flitwick appeared out of nowhere and patted him on the waist. "Turville, I heard you gave a class of students a good thrashing while they were hanging upside down." Turville suspected he had guessed the reason for their change in attitude. Word had spread about him mingling with students in class. Within a single day, news of the castle's happenings reached everyone's ears. One could only say that this was indeed Hogwarts. "It's just a bit of teaching technique," Turville shrugged. "It seems the students aren't opposed." "The students are far from merely not opposed," Professor Flitwick said with a mysterious wink. "I was worried you might be nervous on your first day." "Just some third-year children. They're easy to please," Turville said with an air of maturity, as if the words had come from Professor Flitwick himself. Smiling all the way, Turville felt his face growing stiff. He had only seen them at last night's feast, and today was still the first day of term, yet it seemed all the students already knew him as the new professor. But as soon as he entered the Great Hall, he understood what Professor Flitwick meant. When the students spotted him, someone let out a shriek. "Professor Flitwick, won't you consider hanging me a 4th year up and whipping me too?" This came from a burly-looking boy. The Great Hall erupted in laughter, but the students' eyes sparkled with anticipation as they gazed at Tivier. "Professor, please teach us combat skills too. Do tie me up tightly, I don't mind." As for Quirrell on the staff table, he wished he could skip every lesson and just scheme about dealing with the 3-headed dog. Tivier had only taught one class hardly enough to inspire such eagerness. But everything pales in comparison. Quirrell's first lesson was dreadfully boring. The classroom reeked of garlic, giving the students headaches. As for the lesson content, he simply droned from the textbook, barely more animated than Professor Bin's teaching history of magic. When it came to spellcasting, he would call students up for demonstrations, talking at length, but never showing them, leaving them to figure it out on their own. But Tivier was different. Just that golden shield alone was enough for the Weasley twins to praise endlessly. And Davis from Ravenclaw had become something of a fanatic for Professor Flitwick, exaggerating his abilities to the skies. In the young wizard's eyes, from looks to skill, Professor Flitwick completely outshone Professor Quirrell. Tivier raised his hand, and the great hall fell silent. Looking at the students, especially the anticipation in the older one's eyes, he waved grandly toward Quirrell on the staff table. Courses for 4th years and above are taught by Professor Quirrell. Trust me, his abilities are sufficient for the post of defense against the dark arts professor. He just hasn't shown them yet. Quirrell wanted to hide his strength, and Tivier didn't mind digging a few traps for him. Now they were colleagues in every sense. Who else to trick but him? This move was remarkably effective. Quirrell's cheerful, gossip-eating face froze, his mouth twitching as he struggled to find an expression to meet the students' questioning looks. The minor commotion in the great hall dissipated, though the students still chatted about the charming Professor Flitwick. We still have a few days before Professor Flitwick's class. Ron set a chicken leg in one hand and a treacle tart in the other, his mouth never idle. So there's no need to get excited so early. I'm not excited. Hermione, reading while eating dinner beside him, looked up with a frown. Professor Flitwick's first lesson is about testing our abilities. If you can't cast even one spell, won't we lose in a single encounter? Neville dropped his chicken leg in despair. Then it's over for me. I couldn't cast a proper spell even if I studied for a year. Harry listened in silence, his heart tightening. During today's class, he had been pleasantly surprised to find his magical learning on par with his classmates, except for Hermione, of course. But now, hearing that the first defense against the dark arts lesson would involve a duel with the professor, he worried that a poor performance might mean failing the class and being sent back to the Dursleys. George sat excitedly among them. Wherever talk of Professor Flitwick arose at the Gryffindor table, he would appear. Don't worry, no matter how much you learn, you'll still be knocked down by a single spell from Professor Flitwick. Maybe the professor could scare them just by waving his wand. Fred added with a mischievous grin. But I heard you 3 got hit by one of his spells and were hung up. Ron blinked, his innocent wide eyes unaware he had stepped on a landmine. The twins exchanged a silent glance. I think we could develop a spider candy. Outturning people into spiders would be fun. Or we could fill the common room with spiders to let Gryffindors practice their footwork early. Footwork? Is that from combat techniques? Hermione's curiosity flared. Can you tell us more about it? She was more interested in Professor Flitwick's lesson content. As a diligent student, she always liked to preview before class. But from the snippets she had heard, Professor Flitwick's lessons seemed to stray far from the textbook. And as far as she knew, few books covered such material. Don't rush, you'll learn it all. We have a whole year. George shook his head smugly. For now, only their group had attended Professor Flitwick's class, and the details were being kept secret by mutual agreement. These were secret techniques that could boost one's strength. Though once everyone had taken defense against the dark arts, the content would be common knowledge. But by then they'd all share the bond of having been hung from the ceiling together, so it wouldn't matter. Hermione pursed her lips in dissatisfaction, ignoring the tight-lipped Weasley twins. But after Ron had eaten his fill, he suddenly said, Aren't you worried Professor Flitwick might use dark magic? Impossible. Why would a professor use dark magic on students? Hermione retorted immediately. But the professor is a typical Durmstrang student. It's normal for them to know some dark magic, right? Ron frowned. In his mind, knowing dark magic equaled being a dark wizard, and Durmstrang, which taught it, was a stronghold of dark wizards. George grew displeased and slapped Ron hard on the shoulder. My dear brother, knowing dark magic doesn't mean using it. I bet Dumbledore knows quite a bit of dark magic too. Even if he were a dark wizard, it wouldn't matter, Fred said, looking like an adoring fan. As long as he doesn't use it on us. Ron shot his brothers a contemptuous glance. Weren't you two betting this morning on how long it would take for Professor Flitwick to end up in Azkaban? Quill was unaware of the students' flattery, or rather he had no time to pay attention to them. He had encountered a minor trouble. The students held the battle in class in high regard, considering it the most valuable combat lesson they had ever experienced. However, in the eyes of certain professors, particularly the notoriously strict Professor McGonagall, it was a different matter. I am not questioning your methods. In fact, I am glad Hogwarts has another professor skilled in combat. Professor McGonagall paused to gather her thoughts before continuing. But I hope you will consider the students' capabilities. Hanging them up like that is really... She struggled to find the right word, so Quill helped her out. Unsightly. Exactly, unsightly. Professor McGonagall nodded emphatically. Simply tying them up would be fine, but hanging them from the ceiling might easily lead parents to believe the school is meting out corporal punishment. Quill was about to explain when Dumbledore interjected. It's all right, Minerva. Quill's approach is quite intriguing, he said, pointing to the jubilant students. You can see the students enjoy it. As for the parents, I believe once they see their children's skills improving, they won't mind such a minor issue. With the headmaster's word, Professor McGonagall dropped the matter, reasoning that any complaint letters would go to Dumbledore anyway. Still, Tuil offered a brief explanation to avoid any misunderstanding about his motives. I only impose such punishment on third-year students to give them a taste of the harshness of battle. As for first and second years, if I may be blunt, they are far from ready for combat. At most, they can engage in a game. Professor McGonagall smiled awkwardly. It was only natural that first years were weak at the start of term. If they were strong, she would have cause for suspicion. As for second years, after a year of study, she honestly felt their level was little better than the newcomers. With that thought, she cast a subtle glance at Quirrell, who cowered and avoided her eyes. It was because of such professors occupying the defense against the dark arts post that Hogwarts students failed to learn useful knowledge. Fortunately, Albus had shown some sense this year by hiring an additional teaching assistant, and such an excellent one at that. Yet considering the rumors, she couldn't help but worry. Would Tuil also only last a year before being forced to leave the school? Tuil paused, his hand gripping the wine glass. What had he said to make Professor McGonagall look at him with such concern? Professor Flitwick, however, was not troubled by such thoughts. Tuil, you're teaching combat, but the students know very few spells. How do you plan to teach them? Defense against the dark arts and charms were closely linked. Charms taught students new magic, while defense against the dark arts instructed them on how to use those spells to handle potential dangers in life. Thus, older students found it easier to learn defense against the dark arts as they knew more spells. But since Tuil was only teaching students below the third year, Professor Flitwick worried the lessons might lack the richness of those for higher grades, leading to student dissatisfaction. Tuil was prepared. I mainly teach them spellcasting techniques and different applications of spells they've already learned. If you don't mind, I also teach practical combat magic. Of course not, Professor Flitwick said cheerfully. I wonder if you are skilled in transfiguration. It is also very practical in combat. Professor McGonagall's attitude toward Tuil became markedly warmer, as if fearing they might never meet again after this year. Hearing this, she turned to join the conversation. I wouldn't mind Tuil teaching students to apply transfiguration in combat. To be honest, many students don't realize its uses in battle and think it's quite useless. Tuil shared her frustration. Few aside from transfiguration masters understood its immense potential in combat. Coincidentally, his own mentor was a master of transfiguration, though he often chided Tuil for favoring dark arts over transfiguration. Still, Tuil's own skill was beyond that of an average wizard. He wondered just how formidable Dumbledore was in this field, rumored to be capable of becoming the world's greatest using only transfiguration. Catching Tuil's gaze, Dumbledore raised his glass, his blue eyes as clear as a baby's, yet impenetrable even to a master legilimens like Tuil. I too look forward to seeing transfiguration applied more widely, not just in combat. If you're interested, Tuil, perhaps we could exchange ideas. I wouldn't presume to call it an exchange. Tuil quickly raised his glass in return. Before you, I am but a student. So after dinner, Tuil followed Dumbledore to the headmaster's office. It was the same room as before, with the same decor, and the portraits still regarded him with a hint of scrutiny. Old men dislike change, Dumbledore said, sitting behind the long table with an expectant smile. Tea or pumpkin juice? Tuil sat calmly across from Dumbledore. Pumpkin juice, please. I seem to have developed a fondness for it. As he spoke, the bottle of pumpkin juice on the table suddenly sprouted 4 legs and trotted merrily over to him. The cup had transformed from the bottle cap, small and delicate, adorned with flowing cloud-like patterns. Watching this, Tuil smiled knowingly. A bit of a power play right from the start, isn't it? But I prefer a larger cup if you don't mind. Without waiting for Dumbledore's reply, the cup elongated into a goblet, and the bottle's mouth bent down to pour the rich pumpkin juice. Dumbledore's smug smile faltered. Wandless silent spellcasting combined with advanced transfiguration. He had intended to impress the young professor. He didn't want Tuil, despite his extraordinary abilities, to become arrogant due to his youth. Unexpectedly, Tuil countered with his own wandless silent spellcasting, modifying Dumbledore's transfiguration. It was like a nested transfiguration, with Dumbledore as the one being outdone. But the pumpkin juice stopped flowing abruptly. Tuil's goblet had transformed into an even smaller cup. Any more juice would have overflowed. I just remembered we've just finished dinner. Perhaps it's best not to drink too much pumpkin juice. My damn competitive streak. Dumbledore looked smugly at Tuil, whose face was dark with exasperation. It's fine, I'm still young. My digestion is good. Tuil's smile grew even more triumphant. The cup changed back. The next day, Tivier managed to sleep, in a rare occurrence, though fortunately, he had no morning classes. The previous night, after a juvenile, yet exquisite contest of transfiguration, he had ultimately been defeated. Dumbledore had shamelessly resorted to using the Elder Wand. His inherent power already surpassed Tivir's, and with the wand's amplification, even their teacher would have been overwhelmed. Afterwards, he and Dumbledore discussed matters late into the night, only returning to rest as dawn began to break. For the most part, Dumbledore instructed, while Tivier learned. Transfiguration is in essence quite simple. Students by their 7th year can generally master the switching charm, the vanishing spell, and the summoning charm. Tivier was exceptionally proficient in these. However, to execute truly exquisite transfiguration, achieving effects more potent than ordinary spells required further study. This involved controlling magical power to grant transformed objects greater flexibility and understanding the magical properties of transfiguration to imbue them with spell-like effects. In these aspects, Dumbledore surpassed even Tv's own teacher. No disrespect intended towards my teacher, Tver added in a small corrective murmur before making his way to the Great Hall for breakfast. Few students remained at that hour, but upon his entrance all attention swiveled towards him. Soon he was surrounded by curious young witches and wizards peppering him with questions about Durmstrang. Durmstrang requires a buzz cut. Can you bear that, Mr. Malfoy? We have fur cloaks and crimson robes, depending on the weather. Yes, it's mostly cold, though some robust students forego the cloaks. Fun fact, Quidditch is a worldwide sport, so we have Quidditch teams too, not divided by houses, but formed into several groups. Alright students, question time is over. I still have classes to teach. As the lesson approached, Tver finally managed to extricate himself from the throng of students. It seemed that nearly every free student had gathered, drawn by news of Professor Foley's presence in the Great Hall discussing Durmstrang. He was happy to answer their curiosities, a welcome respite from the fatigue of the previous night's studies. I wonder when Professor Foley will get here. I heard he was surrounded by students in the Great Hall. He won't be late, will he? But if we came this early, won't we miss that roll call spell of his? I don't care about that. I've practiced several spells, specifically just waiting for a duel with Professor Foley. The second-year students chatted excitedly about the upcoming lesson, their anticipation for the promised combat palpable. Fueled by the previous day's events, they had eagerly awaited the afternoon class since morning, hastily eating lunch before gathering in the classroom. The professor is here, someone shouted, and the room fell silent instantly, all eyes turning expectantly towards the door. Sure enough, seconds later the elegant Tver strode in, holding a paper bag. He was mildly surprised to find the classroom already filled with expectant students. Glancing back to confirm it was his room, he strode happily to the podium. Honestly, if the bell hadn't rung, I'd think I was late myself. The students responded with proud, cheerful laughter. But roll call was essential. With a flick of his wand, names appeared above each student's head. Then amidst their gasps of wonder, the golden light coalesced into the parchment roll in his hand. Excellent, he said, scanning it. I assume no one would be so bold as to miss my class. Tver put the parchment away, meeting their expectant gazes. Though you likely know who I am, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tivier Foley, your defense against the dark arts professor, and yes, I am from Durmstrang. However, I expect no further discussions about my alma mater during class. That is a rule of this course. As for your first lesson, I imagine you have a premonition. Cheers erupted. But be warned, Tver raised his voice, silencing the noise. Before the battles begin, there is a less enjoyable step. He waved his wand at the paper bag, and exam papers flew out, landing precisely before each student. A test. The students' faces fell, disappointment evident. Don't worry, the battles you desire will follow. This test helps me understand your current level more thoroughly. Tver transfigured a large hourglass for timing. You have half an hour. Don't feel pressured. Oh, just write what you know. Even if you don't, I will teach you within the year. The hourglass was turned. The timer began. Everyone immediately focused on the test. Tver moved among them, attempting the transfiguration techniques he had learned the previous day. The questions were a summary based on the previous year's textbook. From the previous day's class, he had noticed the prior teacher simply covered the textbook, but how much the students absorbed was uncertain. Combat only revealed one facet of their abilities, not a comprehensive view. Hence, this test was designed to assess their theoretical knowledge of defense against the dark arts. Half an hour passed quickly. The test wasn't difficult. Those who knew finished early, while those who didn't scratched their heads in vain. After collecting the papers with a wave of his wand, Tver announced what everyone most wanted to hear. Battles. I know you're eager. So stand up. And remember your wands. Woohoo. The students eagerly packed their books, grabbing their wands, and rushing to the back in orderly chaos. They were astonished to see 3 Professor Foleys. Triple the fun. Once they were in position, Tver explained. From yesterday's lesson, I noticed you have significant room for improvement. If I were your direct opponent, you wouldn't be able to unleash your full potential. He pointed his wand at the other 2 identical versions of himself, who instantly animated, assuming combat stances. You will divide into 2 teams. Each team will protect one of me and strive to defeat the other me. The students' faces instantly lit up with joy. Under Truel's direction, half of Gryffindor and half of Ravenclaw were assigned to each side, forming 2 teams of equal numbers. The 2 Truels had no wands and could only use basic magic, provisionally dubbed Professor A and Professor B. This was a profound technique he had learned from Dumbledore. How to endow a transfigured object with a degree of will. Combined with the human transfiguration he had learned from his teacher, he had crafted these 2 dummies. Both were imbued with Truel's battle memories, but lacked true artificial intelligence, reacting only according to set programs. Of course, he could control them with fine precision if he wished, but he still had exam papers to grade. As before, he softened the ground, encased the area with a golden membrane, and finally a beam of golden light exploded between the 2 groups. A sharp crack rang out. The long-awaited battle had officially begun. Both professors started with a disarming charm, but in the next second each was blocked by a shield charm. Their movements were remarkably similar, spells flying back and forth, neither able to gain the upper hand. But the students were the ones who suffered. They had hoped to perform well and earn the chance for the real, merciful professor to take the field. Yet even the stray spells from the two dummies overwhelmed them. Still, the professors were the main force, so the students weren't completely crushed by the pressure and could barely manage to cause some trouble for their opponents. But in doing so, Professors A and B discovered their usefulness. With a swift backward step, they retreated behind the students, who stared in bewilderment. Their spells, however, did not cease. Instead, shielded by the human wall, they stopped defending and unleashed a barrage of offensive magic. Who could withstand that? Streams of binding charms and disarming charms flew forth, catching countless students off guard. They were either bound or blasted away, then suspended in the air. This was a protective spell Truel had deliberately prepared, ensuring those knocked down wouldn't be trampled. "Professor, I just fell on my own." A suspended student yelled in protest, legs flailing in the air. But his voice was drowned out by the classroom's chaos, heard only by those in the same predicament. "Give it up." A guy just argued he was rolling to dodge spells, and he wasn't let down either. Truel indeed took no notice of the student's plight, and even if he had, he would have paid it no mind. Wasn't it perfectly normal for students to be suspended? His attention was fixed on the exam papers. To put it bluntly, they were a disastrous sight. Combat depended on spellcasting skill, but textbook knowledge required only memorization and had little to do with the professor's teaching. Even Truel could do little about it. Whether it was because the students had forgotten everything over the summer, letting their knowledge depart with their previous professor, or simply because they hadn't learned it well in the first place. Regardless, aside from a few top students who scored full marks, hardly anyone answered 80% correctly. Those who achieved a passing grade or above numbered only about a dozen, less than a third of the class. Don't assume that because Truel excelled in combat, he neglected the rigid theoretical knowledge in the textbooks. In truth, his theoretical knowledge was among the best at Durmstrang, especially in defense against the dark arts. Hogwarts didn't teach dark arts, so students could only understand them from books. If you didn't even know your opponent's skills, how could you hope to score? Moreover, beyond dark arts, there were countless strange magical creatures and plants that students should recognize and know how to counter. As the students' shouts grew louder, Truel let out a soft sigh and lifted his head to look at them. There were hardly any students left on the field. Glancing at the names above, it was just the three top students still holding on. That was a silver lining. At least the top students' combat abilities were respectable. After watching for a while, Professor A, with his numerical advantage, successfully disarmed Professor B, bringing the fierce battle to an end. Team A's students immediately stopped their complaints and erupted in cheers to celebrate their victory, while Team B lowered their heads in dejection. As for the remaining three students, they were spared the punishment of being bound. Their faces were flushed from intense exertion, hair plastered to their foreheads with streaming sweat. As their classmates dwindled, the pressure on them mounted. Had the professors not realized the importance of assistance and helped deflect many spells, they would have been suspended alongside the others long ago. Yet their mouths were stretched wide in grins, their joy undimmed by exhaustion. "Excellent, far better than I expected, just as good as your performance on the exams," Truel said, his sarcastic tone immediately felt by the students. 10 points to Ravenclaw, 5 points to Gryffindor. He showed no intention of lowering the students dangling from the ceiling, busying himself instead with clearing away the spells he had cast and the two dummies. "Professor, may I know my exam score?" Cho Chong, one of the top students, asked quietly. "Oh, of course. You three all got full marks," Truel replied, always having some fondness for top students. "The only 3 perfect scores. So tell me, what did you take away from this battle?" "Positioning, casting speed, self-defense, and teamwork. 4 aspects." A student named Eddie Carmichael declared loudly. "You're quite right," Truel said, a hint of amusement on his face. "But 0 points. Copying homework won't truly improve your skills." "I asked what you experienced in this battle. Can anyone tell me?" "That includes those still hanging from the ceiling." Katie Bell, the only Gryffindor among the 3 top students, ventured to bravely attack, even when facing a superior opponent. "So this is Gryffindor." Truel paused, then nodded ambiguously. "Yes, but not entirely correct. When facing a superior opponent, you must choose a clever way to attack, especially when you have a powerhouse of your own on your side. Unite around him, create favorable conditions for him as much as possible, and provide a comfortable environment for him to unleash his power. That is the best way to secure victory. So your homework for this lesson is an essay on how to fight alongside a powerhouse. No length limit. In short, a guide to latching onto a mighty ally." Truel lowered all the students, and as they chatted cheerfully about the battle just ended, he announced loudly, "Also, given your weak grasp of fundamentals, aside from the 3 students with full marks, there will be a quiz before every class from now on." The smile dispelling charm. Truel's words stripped the joy from the students' faces like a winter frost, freezing them into stiff masks of dismay. As the course settled into a steady rhythm over the following days, Too Well replicated his approach, teaching the remaining third-year and second-year classes. Soon young witches and wizards from both years were brimming with fervent enthusiasm, developing an intense passion for magical combat. This fervent atmosphere spread to other years who, unable to attend Professor Tewell's lessons, learned from the second and third-year students instead. The entire castle became saturated with the spirit of battle. After class, students brandished their wands, practicing every spell they could, and occasionally someone would be struck down by a mysteriously flying curse. Consequently, the counter-curses for the binding charm and the stunning spell became the most popular incantations in the castle, as well as the spells students mastered most proficiently. Despite repeated prohibitions from the prefects, this continued until the Weasley twins accidentally hit Professor Quirrell on the back of the head. It was the first time the young wizards had seen Professor Quirrell so furious. His usual timidity vanished as he deducted a whopping 50 points from Gryffindor and sentenced the twins to detention. Following a subtle reminder from Professor McGonagall, Tewell was compelled to reiterate in the Great Hall before all students the rule forbidding magic use in the school corridors, with violators facing a punishment of 10 challenging exam papers. Of course, the professors knew that outright prohibition was futile. Practicing magic was only natural for witches and wizards. After deliberation, Dumbledore permitted students to use the empty classrooms on each floor for practice. He thoughtfully furnished them with cushions and dummies. Thus, the fervent frenzy gradually subsided. The only ones who remained aloof observers were the first-year students. They had yet to learn even basic magic, let alone combat. Even the transfiguration spell from their first lesson, turning a matchstick into a needle, remained beyond their grasp. They hadn't learned a single incantation. In their recent charms lessons, they had only covered fundamental wand movements and magical application, managing little more than producing a faint glow. However, this was not Tewell's concern. He had a more pressing matter to attend to. In the evening after dinner, Tewell bid farewell to the curious young wizards and strolled down the path toward Hogsmeade. Only third-year and above students were permitted to visit Hogsmeade on designated weekends. As a professor, he was exempt from such restrictions. The September sky did not darken quickly. It was dusk, his favorite time of day. In this hour, as darkness approached and the sun cast its final glow, there was a poignant beauty. Rather than operating directly, Tewell chose to walk along the path, savoring a rare moment of relaxation. Hogwarts and Hogsmeade were so close that dusk had not yet faded when he arrived at the village. This was the only all-wizard settlement in Britain, filled with cottages and shops featuring thatched roofs. The triangular roofed houses could be disorienting, but the shops within were captivating. Even on a weekday, there were visitors strolling about, and the joyful laughter of children was heartening. Had he not had business, Tewell would not have minded browsing. Walking to the end of the road, he arrived at a shop called Dervish and Banges. The door was open and he entered directly. Inside, a few customers were selecting goods while the shopkeeper attended to them. Business seemed to be thriving. While the shopkeeper was occupied, Tewell casually browsed. The store specialized in magical equipment and also sold repair tools, offering an array of magical devices from grand magical doors to small anti-hag glasses. Everything imaginable. On a shelf sat transparent spheres, slightly larger than a fist, seemingly filled with a faintly flowing gas. Tewell read the description below aloud. Memory ball, squeeze it firmly. If it remains unchanged, you have forgotten nothing. If it glows bright red, you have forgotten something. But take note, if you have forgotten what you forgot, even this memory ball cannot help you. A bespectacled man with a kind face appeared beside him, wearing a standard polite smile. "I'm Banges, the owner of this shop," he said, gesturing to another shopkeeper across the room. "That's my brother Dervish. We run this store together." Tewell glanced over. Indeed, they were similar in build and features, but Banges wore glasses, giving him a more scholarly air. "Is this your first visit, sir?" Banges inquired curiously. The wizarding population was small, and with his good memory, he would not have forgotten someone like Tewell if he had seen him before. "Indeed, and this is also my first time in Hogsmeade," Tewell replied with a slight nod. "Are you here for a specific purpose, or just browsing?" "If it's the latter, I can offer you a tour." Banges' smile grew warmer. A new customer was never a bad thing for a shop. "I'd like to commission a batch of props," Tewell said, producing a badge with simple patterns. "Mass-produce items similar to this." Banges eagerly took the badge, examining it closely while uttering continuous exclamations of admiration. A badge not made of magical materials, yet capable of bearing such a complete shield charm. A powerful one at that. "Your expertise in this field seems profound." Tewell's face flushed slightly. He was no master of alchemy. He had only completed this badge after consulting the Weasley twins. He cleared his throat to avoid being swayed by the undeserved praise. "Ahem, can you produce such badges?" "I require a consistently stable effect, ideally with the added function of magical recharge." Magical recharge meant that after a magical item had expended its stored magic, it could be replenished through magical infusion to continue functioning. In other words, the difference between a disposable battery and a rechargeable one. Banges looked troubled, frowning as he continued inspecting the badge and even testing its effect. The magic within diminished significantly, not only because Tewell had stored a limited amount, but also because the enhanced shield charm consumed considerable power. Just then the other shopkeeper Dervish cheerfully bid farewell to the remaining customers and approached his brother studying the badge. He cast a discreet, appraising glance at Tuwell before speaking. Tuwell didn't need to repeat his request. Banges explained it to Dervish. Dervish did not reply immediately. Instead, he and his brother became absorbed in their discussion, as if oblivious to anyone else. Tver paid no mind, and began to wander leisurely around the shop. Derwent and Bands were arguably the most renowned alchemists in the British magical world, though they rarely identified themselves as such, with most people believing them to be merely the shopkeepers of a humble magic supply store. Indeed, their store was rather small, selling mostly practical magical items, and its fame paled in comparison to entertainment shops like Gamble and Jape's Wizarding Joke Shop and Zonko's Joke Shop. Had it not been for the Foley family records documenting the Derwent's lineage and their authentic alchemical heritage, Tver would never have chosen to come here. The other half of the store was dedicated to Quidditch equipment. Aside from repair shears and such, he spotted some peculiar golden snitches. His knowledge of Quidditch came entirely from Viktor, but he knew that snitches didn't come in such designs. Some had wings like dragon bone spurs, others were fashioned in the shape of small birds, and there were even square ones. He picked up the bird-shaped one with interest, and it immediately sprang to life, flapping its wings in his hand and attempting a feeble flight, though it never quite took off. It reminded him of a remote-controlled airplane from his past life that had run out of battery. These are experimental snitches from ages past, crafted by one of my many times great ancestors, but clearly they were never adopted. The discussion between Derwent and Bands had concluded. Bands was tidying the shop, and Derwent approached Tver. "Sir, I need to know your identity," Derwent said, gesturing with the badge in his hand. "For mass production of such items, I can't think of any legitimate organization that would need this besides the Ministry of Magic. The Dark Arts Defense League, perhaps." Tver knew of the Dark Arts Defense League he mentioned, an anti-dark magic organization, but its members rarely maintained close ties, resembling a loose coalition. Still, the wizards within it did possess some means of identifying dark magic, and Tver had no wish to court trouble by provoking them. "Allow me to introduce myself," Tver said, offering a bow to Derwent. "Tver Foley, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. These items are for my students." Derwent drew in a sharp breath. "You're the new professor from Durmstrang." "Oh." Tver was somewhat taken aback. "You know of me?" Derwent felt a sudden stiffness in his body, though it lasted only a moment. "Of course," he said, an ingratiating smile creeping onto his face. "The Foley family name is well known to us, and besides, Hagrid often joins us for drinks and cards." Tver shrugged casually. "In that case, can you produce these badges?" He understood Derwent's concerns. If an illegitimate organization used these badges for nefarious purposes in the magical world, they would certainly face blame. Those on the side of justice always had more reservations. If it were the folk from Nocturne Alley, as long as the price was right, they could get their hands on anything. If it's for you, then of course there's no problem. How many would you like made? Derwent respectfully handed the badge back. The Foley family had produced a minister of magic, none other than Tver's grandfather, though his tenure was politically lackluster, lasting only a decade before he stepped down. Still, it was a prominent pureblood family. Tver calculated 80 students per year meant 240 for 3 years. While the first years wouldn't need them, yet preparing in advance was no issue. "I need 240 badges. You can deliver them in 3 batches of 80 each." "A big deal." Derwent's eyes lit up instantly. As for whether Tver could afford it, "You underestimate the wealth of pureblood families. Even the Weasleys, poor as they were, had ancestors who once lived in luxury. You'll need some time to craft them. The first batch should take about 2 months, and I can speed up once I'm more familiar with the process," Derwent said excitedly. That would be November, even earlier than Tver's teaching schedule. He nodded in agreement without hesitation. After discussing further details, Tver dropped 80 galleons and left. 1 galleon, each totaling 240 galleons. Not expensive, just 2 months of Tver's salary, which was quite affordable for him. Moreover, it meant forging a connection with the alchemists Derwent and Bands. The world's largest alchemical research center was in Egypt, drawing most alchemists there, leaving only these 2 brothers in Britain. Borgin of Nocturne Alley was also a decent alchemist, but Tver deemed him beneath notice. Back on the main street, the village had grown quieter, with most shops preparing to close. Compared to the vibrant nightlife of Muggles, wizards led a rather dull existence. As Muggle technology advanced, wizarding society seemed to have pressed the pause button, relying on routine newspapers and the occasional music for leisure. Such was the state of the magical world. Stagnant. Tver had no intention of lingering, but then he spotted a familiar figure on the street. Quirrell. His trademark turban was hidden under a large hood, his face shrouded in shadow, revealing only a chin. Yet the stench of Voldemort clinging to him was unmistakable to Tver even from across the street. He was all too familiar with that aura of evil. Pulling a black robe he always carried from his wallet, he covered his face in imitation. A little tip: whether you're a dark wizard, a light wizard, or something in between, learning to conceal your appearance is the first step into the wider world. Tver could also use human transfiguration to subtly alter his features, a specialty of his teacher. But there was no need for that now. Following Quirrell, Tver slipped into the shabby pub behind two other patrons. The Hogshead Inn. It was a cramped, dingy little tavern, so narrow that just over a dozen patrons created the crowded feel of 100, so ancient that grime caked the windows, as if accumulated over centuries, barely letting light escape. The same filth coated the tables, chairs, and floor. Here, hiding one's face was perfectly normal. Except for those impossible to conceal like Hagrid, nearly everyone wore hoods or veils. So when Tver entered, he drew no attention. Only the Hogshead's barkeep shuffled over his demeanor, more one of annoyance than hospitality, and asked what. Tver scrutinized the tavern owner with a hint of amusement. The man was tall and lean with long graying hair, and a beard, his pale blue eyes carrying an air of indifference. Had he not known the story, Tver would never have associated him with Headmaster Dumbledore. Indeed, this was Dumbledore's younger brother, Aberforth Dumbledore. The elder was the foremost white wizard and the renowned headmaster of Hogwarts, while the younger ran a shabby pub in a tiny village. Perhaps Tver's prolonged gaze irritated the owner, for Aberforth repeated his question impatiently. What'll it be, customer? Butterbeer or fire whiskey? We're looking for a room. Just a butterbeer, please. Tver quickly found an empty table positioned at a convenient distance from Quirrell. Quirrell had also ordered a butterbeer and was drinking it quietly. Compared to other pubs, this one was relatively calm, with only Hagrid making a fair bit of noise as he played cards and chatted about magical creatures. However, when Tver saw the butterbeer bottle set before him, he instantly lost any desire to taste it. The grime on it was greasier than Professor Snape's hair and more nauseating than the garlic smell emanating from Quirrell. It must have been Aberforth's deliberate retaliation for his earlier rudeness. Both brothers grew more childish with age. Tver shook his head slightly. As for the beer, he would pass. Sitting in the pub, Tver did not deliberately observe Quirrell's actions, but instead, like him, listened to the conversations around him. They say a mysterious figure broke into Gringotts and got away scot-free. You're behind the times. That figure has emptied Gringotts and the goblins are tearing their hair out trying to cover the loss. In my opinion, it's all a setup by Gringotts to pocket the depositor's property and blame it on a thief. Tver's face hidden beneath his hood twitched slightly. What was he expecting? Quirrell seemed similarly disheartened, his shoulders slumping as he grew impatient, his hand resting on the table as if to rise. Just then Hagrid said something that made Quirrell settle down instantly. You've never seen a three-headed dog. I've raised one for a year from this small. He gestured with his hand to the size of the ceiling. The only trouble is the three heads keep fighting each other. At those words, Quirrell reseated himself and listened intently to Hagrid's chat. But Hagrid only mentioned the three-headed dog briefly before going on about his love for dragons, much to Quirrell's disappointment. Nevertheless, this let Tver understand Quirrell's purpose that night. Still troubled by that three-headed dog was he. A smile curled at the corner of Tver's mouth. He picked up his untouched beer and moved to sit beside Hagrid. The action was inconspicuous. People were constantly coming and going around Hagrid to watch the card game. After sitting down, Tver watched quietly for a while before speaking abruptly. I have a three-headed dog too, big fellow. They're wild and untamable. I don't know how you manage it. If I didn't know their weakness, they'd have bitten me to death by now. With an opening, Hagrid's enthusiasm was piqued. Few were willing to discuss magical creatures with him, given his unique perspective on these beasts. That's simple. Three-headed dogs prefer cooked meat, but don't mind raw. Just feed them raw meat normally and use cooked meat during training, and they'll obediently follow your commands. Hagrid chatted on enthusiastically, but Tver didn't catch the rest. He only needed one thing. The bait was taken. Ever since he brought up the three-headed dog, he had felt a subtle gaze fixed on him. He didn't need to guess, only Quirrell would watch so persistently. After thanking Hagrid, Tver hurriedly left the pub, pretending to be a wizard who had learned the trick and was eager to return home to train his own three-headed dog. But after leaving the pub, he slowed his pace, walking unhurriedly along the empty street toward the village entrance. Quirrell was patient, following behind without approaching, seemingly unafraid that Tver might disapparate. Standing at the village entrance, Tver lost patience and made a clumsy disapparition gesture. As expected, Quirrell quickly emerged from the shadows. Friend, don't leave yet, he said, his voice feigning cheerfulness to put Tver at ease. Can we have a chat? Who are you? Tver stepped back in feigned surprise. I need to get home, so I can't talk. Don't be hasty, my friend, Quirrell said, pulling out a small pouch that jingled. Just answer one little question, and you'll get 20 galleons. Simple, isn't it? Tver chuckled dryly. He bribed Hagrid with a dragon egg, but for me it's only 20 galleons. Besides, he had no intention of telling him outright. Pretending to be tempted by the gold, Tver paused before asking, what do you want to know? Something too hard, I can't guarantee you'll know. Simple enough, just tell me the weakness of the three-headed dog. Quirrell jingled the pouch enticingly. Tver crossed his arms and said mockingly, that's no simple question. I reckon you sat in that pub for ages without finding the answer. Quirrell's anger flared. Tver's demeanor was clearly a power play. Don't get cocky. I can always ask that big oaf, he growled. Then go ahead, Tver waved dismissively. I'll be back next week. Come find me if you still haven't gotten the answer. Before Quirrell could reply, Tver's figure flickered and vanished, leaving no trace of his earlier awkwardness. Quirrell realized at once that he had been duped. That fearful act was deliberate to lure him into lowering his guard. You let your guard down. A faint, eerie voice came from within Quirrell's hood. Quirrell immediately clasped his hands reverently and said, "Master, it is my fault. That man is not as simple as he appears. I mean, from the very start in the pub you were being watched." Voldemort's voice turned savage, making Quirrell shudder. I don't understand, my master. That man had his eyes on you from the moment he entered the pub, tracking your every move, you fool." Voldemort seethed with rage, for he had only just realized this himself. He, the great Dark Lord, had been toyed with by a man who hid his face. "Be sure to come next week. Strip that man's soul bare, and let me see what lies within." On Thursday afternoon, Harry and Ron hurried to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom on the first floor. "I wonder what Professor Flitwick will teach us," Ron asked eagerly as he jogged. Harry was less optimistic. "If the professor finds out we can't even cast a single spell, will he be so angry that he refuses to teach us?" Ron waved his hand confidently. "Don't worry. Apart from that Granger, no one in the entire first year can cast a spell. Maybe the professor will teach us advanced magic directly. Once I learn, it'll definitely teach George and the others a lesson." By the time they navigated the mischievous staircase and arrived at the classroom, they were clearly late. They hurried in, finding their classmates already seated working on exam papers. Professor Flitwick sat at the podium reading a book with evident interest. "That's so cool," Ron admired. Even though they had heard it 100 times, seeing their own names appear above their heads accompanied by a flash of golden light filled them with awe. Harry nodded in agreement. But Flitwick had already looked up at them. "I suppose," he said abruptly, "you two are the only ones late for my class." Harry's neck shrank. "Sorry, Professor, we got lost." Flitwick said nothing, gazing deeply at Harry. Just as the two were fidgeting nervously with their robes, he spoke calmly. "Let it slide this time. As punishment, you'll have 5 minutes less to complete your papers." The first-year exam was simple, mainly testing their preview of the textbook. Anyone who had skimmed it could answer 70%. Relieved, they quickly found seats and waited anxiously for 5 minutes before 2 papers floated over. Flitwick continued reading his wizard chess basics. He had already mastered the rules, and now just needed a sparring partner to test his skills. Half an hour later, the last grain of sand in the hourglass fell, but everyone was still scratching their heads in a desperate struggle. "Harry, let me see yours," Ron whispered urgently. Harry showed his paper expressionlessly. It was as blank as Ron's. A complete mess. Flitwick clapped twice, and all the papers floated lightly to the podium, stacking into a pile. "Don't worry about your scores. I already had low expectations of your knowledge." Hermione let out a dissatisfied hum, but in the quiet classroom it was clearly audible. The young witch blushed, then looked up, flustered, eager to explain. "Of course, I know some of you have previewed the textbook well, and I don't mean to belittle you. To be honest, I prefer your blank slate. It allows me to build a solid foundation for you." Flitwick drew his wand and smiled at the class, announcing loudly, "So are you ready?" "We're ready," the students answered excitedly. "Good, full of spirit." Flitwick nodded with satisfaction. "But I know you don't know any spells yet, so combat-related lessons will depend on your progress in charms class. Until then, you'll focus on theoretical learning." Their enthusiasm plummeted like a roller coaster. "All right, before we begin the formal course, you need to learn a little trick." Flitwick led them to an open space and casually shot 3 beams of red, green, and yellow light at the white wall behind the classroom. "This is it, a simple trick. It's not a spell, just pure magic emitted as light. It won't hurt even if it hits someone. You can use this technique in the wild for long-distance communication. Red means danger, green means safety, and yellow means a special situation. Since yellow isn't visible in daylight, you can use green instead." The young wizards found it dull. They had hoped to learn powerful, cool magic and engage in an intense duel with the professor. Flitwick read their thoughts at a glance. "Let me remind you, this little trick is important. Every student must master it before we can move on to the next lesson." Only then did they straighten their expressions and seriously practice the technique against the white wall. It was quite simple. Anyone who had paid attention in charms class could quickly master emitting light. The only challenge was changing the color at will. But with practice, within half an hour, almost everyone had fully grasped the trick. Except for one student. "Mr. Longbottom, you seem very nervous." Flitwick tried to make his voice as gentle as possible, but it still startled the round-faced boy. His hand trembled, and his wand fell. Flitwick caught it just in time before it hit the floor. The students who had already mastered the technique noticed the situation and whispered teasingly about Neville Longbottom. Neville grew even more nervous, sweat beading on his forehead, unsure where to put his hands, not even taking the wand Flitwick offered. "You've mastered it." Flitwick glared at the idle students. "Come on, don't be nervous," he comforted Neville. "Casting magic is as natural as breathing for a wizard. I think you've experienced this. Breathing is automatic, but when you focus on it, you seem to forget its naturalness." "Professor, maybe I'm not a wizard," Neville said, on the verge of tears. Flitwick patted his shoulder amusedly. Through legilimency, he had already seen that Neville had suffered from a memory charm, causing his memory loss. He wondered what had led the former renowned sword saint to such an experience. "I can assure you, you are a wizard. A powerful one," Flitwick continued as Neville looked up in surprise. "You're just too tense, overly focused on useless knowledge." He placed the wand in Neville's hand. Now forget everything, feel your magic like instinct and release it. Flitwick's voice was hypnotic like a demon's whisper, tempting Neville to unconsciously raise his right hand. Boom. A large mass of red light slammed into the wall, chipping off a piece of plaster and startling the nearby students. They gathered around Neville again, but this time their eyes were full of amazement. This is... Neville was stunned by his own magic, his mouth opening and closing without words. Flitwick waved his wand to repair the wall. That was plaster. Because Mr. Longbottom damaged the classroom. Gryffindor loses 1 point, he said with a light laugh at the stunned students. Uffed. Ron burst out laughing, and everyone followed with peals of laughter. Neville laughed so hard his eyes filled with tears, and he couldn't stand straight. All right, Flitwick called their attention back. Since everyone has mastered this trick, today's lesson ends here. No homework. The only requirement is to practice this little trick often. It will greatly help you in the next class. After finishing his lessons with the first-year students, Tuwell's tasks for the week were essentially complete. The second and third-year students were initially displeased that the first years weren't subjected to the punishment of being suspended, but their discontent dissipated once they learned the newcomers had only been taught to emit light from their wands. They even formed a peculiar camaraderie, mercilessly taunting the first years. In the Gryffindor common room, George declared with a straight face, "Fred, show Ron what true combat looks like." Fred made an okay gesture, then drew his wand in the common room. Stupefied, a red beam shot forth, striking George precisely. Yet as the light faded, George showed no sign of falling. He even seemed on the verge of laughter. "Fred," he complained, frowning, "didn't you say you learned some impressive magic from Professor Flitwick? Give me a proper thrashing." Fred spread his hands innocently. "The professor only taught me this." Ron, bewildered by the antics, could only watch the mischievous twins with helpless exasperation. Harry, however, was thoroughly amused, grinning foolishly, without realizing the mockery was aimed at him. "Oh, for goodness sake, you've been at this trick all day. Pretending to be hit, then pretending you're fine," Hermione snapped, closing her textbook in irritation. "Didn't the professor give you homework? Shouldn't you be doing it?" George and Fred exchanged a glance, then turned to her, grinning broadly. "Sorry to disappoint, but we've already finished the professor's essay. Now we're just waiting to hand it in and claim that reward." "But the reward's mine, George. You might as well give up." "Nonsense. I spent 10 more minutes on mine than you did. My essay is bound to be 10 times better." "Huh. My essay is a full inch longer than yours. Professor Flitwick will surely see that my work is far more detailed." The two argued, unabashedly oblivious to their surroundings, earning eye rolls from the older students. Professor Flitwick's reward had become the hottest topic in the castle, with everyone curious about its nature. "I think it's private tutoring from the professor," speculated a dreamy-eyed upper-year witch. Of course, that was merely wishful thinking among the witches. Most now believed it was likely a magical artifact or a unique spell. But whatever it was beyond their reach. Only the third years had been promised such an incentive. Hermione shook her head in resignation. She had once harbored hopes for the reward, thinking to compete after finishing the assignment, only to find it irrelevant to first years. Glancing at the time, only an hour until curfew, she hastily gathered her books and hurried out. "Where are you going?" Ron asked, puzzled. "To practice." The next second, Hermione's figure and voice vanished from the common room. "What's the point of practicing that? No matter how skilled she gets, she can't turn a light into real magic," Ron muttered under his breath. However, with the craze for dueling sweeping through the school, finding a free practice room on weekends was no easy feat. Hermione searched several classrooms only to find each one packed with young witches and wizards honing their combat skills. Just as she was growing breathless from her search, a voice suddenly sounded beside her. "What are you looking for?" Tuwell stood in the corridor outside his office, watching the curious witch with interest. The torchlight flickered across his face, casting his pale features into an eerie shadow, and Hermione naturally jumped in surprise. Tuwell caught her falling bag with a wave of his hand. It was surprisingly heavy, far more than one would expect from a first year. More like a fifth year preparing for O.W.L.S. "Professor, I didn't notice you there." Hermione glanced nervously down the corridor, realizing she had wandered to the offices of the two Defense Against the Dark Arts professors. "No need to be tense, curfew hasn't started yet," Tuwell said, opening his office door. "But it's rare for first years to be roaming the castle at this hour. Care to come in and chat?" He held her bag like a hostage, leaving Hermione with no choice and no desire to refuse. Receiving personal guidance from a professor was far better than practicing alone. She reassured herself as she stepped into the office. It was in fact her first time entering a professor's private study. As Tuwell moved about, candles flickered to life, revealing the room's layout. Books. There were far too many books. 2 large bookshelves by the door, 3 more behind the desk, all crammed full. Even the desk itself was piled high with tomes. Aside from these, only a few objects shrouded in black cloth occupied one corner. This only reinforced her faith in her reading plan. "If I can finish reading that many books, it'll surely become as powerful as the professor," she thought. "Have a seat. Tea or pumpkin juice?" Tuwell asked gently. He used to offer only tea to guests, but after tasting Hogwarts pumpkin juice, he had added another beverage to his stock. Hermione sat down somewhat stiffly and murmured, "Tea, please." In less than a second a teapot and cup clattered over to her, pouring a steaming cup of tea. It was English black tea with sugar and milk set nearby. When Hermione didn't immediately drink, the cup spun anxiously before her, nearly spilling its contents. Only then did Hermione belatedly pick it up. The professor was actually drinking pumpkin juice. The contrast surprised her. She had imagined someone so elegant would be sipping tea with refined grace. Yet it also made her realize that the professor had only just graduated, a mere 7 years her senior. This discovery helped her relax entirely. Seeming to sense her astonishment too well, said with a smile, "It was only after coming to Hogwarts that I discovered this delightful drink. It suits my taste unexpectedly well. I hope you won't think less of me for it." "Of course not," Hermione replied, looking up eagerly. "On the contrary, I find the professor more approachable now." Tooel's smile faltered for a moment. Was he already at an age to be described as approachable? But the flicker of surprise was gone in an instant, replaced by a warm smile. "I'm glad I can make you feel at ease. So can you tell me what brings you wandering the castle at this hour?" Hermione found it odd that Tooel emphasized the word at ease, but she quickly dismissed the thought. "Didn't the professor encourage us to practice that technique? I was just looking for a place to work on it." Neville looked at Hermione with some surprise. He had just casually assigned such a task to ensure that the first-year students wouldn't slack off due to a lack of homework. He never expected that someone would take it so seriously and carry it out with such diligence. As he spoke, Neville pulled out a test paper. "To be honest, I was worried that you would focus too much on theoretical knowledge and neglect practical skills." Hermione's eyes immediately caught not the test paper, but Teville's hand. His fair and bony hand was as beautiful as a work of art, but on his long index finger there was a dark golden ring adorned with a black gem, captivating her gaze like a black hole. As Teville withdrew his hand, Hermione regained her senses. She shyly averted her gaze, concentrating on the test paper. This was precisely the test she had taken in her first class, with not a single mark of correction identical to the one she had submitted. "You are the only one in the first year to achieve a perfect score, even Mr. Malfoy, who is second, couldn't answer some of the questions at the back of the textbook correctly." Faced with Teville's approving gaze, Hermione shyly lowered her head. "I just read more books than others, and the difficulty of your test paper isn't that high. As long as you remember the textbook knowledge, you can achieve this level." Thinking of the dismal grades of the savior Harry, Teville couldn't help but laugh. "You should only say that here. If those who can't even pass hear it, they'll be upset. However, there aren't many little wizards like you. Can I ask if you memorized the entire book?" Hermione immediately raised her head in delight. "Yes, not only did I memorize Defensive Magical Theory, but I've also memorized the textbooks for Transfiguration and Charms." "Professor, you must have read many books as well, as surely you've memorized a lot, right?" This was her pride. Coming from a Muggle background, she worried that her learning progress at school would lag behind her classmates. After acquiring the textbooks, she flipped through them day and night and memorized them. However, Teville doused her enthusiasm with cold water. "The more books you read, the less you'll memorize. Understanding is more important than rote learning. Memorizing knowledge without understanding it is meaningless and consumes the limited time he has, so he never thought about memorizing meaningless things." Of course, his memory was quite good. It's just that there was a subtle difference between memorization and understanding. Only knowledge he urgently needed to comprehend would he memorize word for word. Seeing Hermione's disappointed expression, Teville offered her some comfort. "Of course, your ability to memorize demonstrates your hard work. As a professor, I tend to favor diligent students a little more. However, this place is quite crowded. I can't provide practical exercises, so let's help you with some learning queries instead." The girl's face immediately brightened, her excitement shining through her eyes, completely removing any trace of her earlier disappointment. Teville clicked his tongue in his heart. A girl's emotional changes were harder to understand than the 4 elements. With Teville's permission, Hermione quickly tossed out one question after another that she had accumulated in class, including those from Defense Against the Dark Arts, Transfiguration, and other subjects. Even someone as clever as Hermione was still a newcomer, having only been in school for a week, so her questions weren't particularly profound. Therefore, even questions about astronomy Teville could answer with his rich knowledge. Time gradually passed, and soon an hour had gone by. Teville took a sip of pumpkin juice and realized that his cup was already empty, only then noticing it was already 10 o'clock. For him, it was merely the beginning of evening study, but for the students, it was already curfew. "Oh, is it already that time? Let's call it a night. Hurry back to the common room. If you encounter any other professors or Administrator Filch, just say you were receiving tutoring from me." Hermione nodded in disappointment and left Teville's office dejectedly. Tonight she had learned a lot, not only from the textbooks, but also many peculiar perspectives she had never encountered before. For instance, ordinary spells, when mastered, can unleash powerful forces when supported by profound magical knowledge. This was something she had never seen in her textbooks. Watching Hermione's departing figure, Teville stood at the door, lost in thought. "What? Trying to use that little witch as your new whatever tool?" A dispassionate voice echoed in Teville's mind. But he didn't respond. Instead, he traced the ring on his hand. Tonight he was actually studying the dark arts, delving into the form of black magic he had never touched before. One of the 3 unforgivable curses, the killing curse. Tevier was proficient in many forms of magic. Transfiguration, the blasting curse, the shield charm, and many other strange forms of dark magic. But if asked what he specialized in the most, it would be the study of souls. This was also because the ring in his hand housed a soul that continuously sought to invade his own. Hey, don't slander souls so casually, it was only good for the first 3 years, Voldemort quickly retorted, not missing a beat. Ever since you learned the brain-locking technique, you've turned to researching me. In any case, his research on souls had reached an unparalleled level. Yet he still hadn't taken action against the 3 unforgivable curses. The killing curse, control over the soul, the cruciatus curse, torturing the soul, the avada kedavra, annihilating the soul. The deeper his research into souls, the deeper his fear of these 3 curses grew. If it were merely usage, he could have easily accomplished it 5 years ago. But throughout history, no one had ever mastered these 3 curses. Wizards have developed countless advanced applications of spells, yet these 3 curses, in everyone's hands, were merely used as is. There's nothing that the avada kedavra can't solve. If there is, then it's 2 things, Voldemort droned on. I really don't know what you've encountered to have your mind so deeply corroded. Indeed, before Hermione arrived tonight, Tevier had been studying the killing curse. To study the dark arts, one must prevent their mind from being corroded by evil thoughts, otherwise they would become slaves to black magic. Thus he habitually sought a tool providing a means of mental respite during his studies of the dark arts. However, when studying the killing curse, he could genuinely experience a thrill of control, the pleasure of manipulating a life at his will. This thrill amidst the negative influences of black magic could only be described as a low-grade pleasure, but for Tevier, he was already in control of the world's narrative, naturally harboring such thoughts. Thus he was on the verge of losing his mind, but at that moment it seemed he felt the essence of the soul. In that fleeting instant his consciousness returned to his body, prompting him to rush out of the office to calm his mind. I have seen things you have never seen, Voldemort, Tevier said with a cold smile, watching the torches gradually extinguish outside, his figure slowly vanishing into the darkness. That is the greatest secret of the soul. The weather was fine on the weekend, and the students were at ease, especially on the first weekend of the new term. The courses had yet to delve into key or difficult points, and apart from the oddly challenging difficulty of Tuel's thesis, the students were leisurely playing in front of the castle. Thus, when Tuel rose early in the morning and saw the students frolicking outside his window, his spirits could not help but lift. The previous day he had verified once more that as he had sensed, the essence of the soul was not merely consciousness, as the academic world believed, let alone memory. In truth, the soul was like the filling in a sandwich, a collection of all non-physical aspects beyond the flesh, encompassing a wizard's consciousness, memories, magic, and even vitality and spirit. Tuel had long suspected this. During his research on the soul, he had discovered that the soul could influence far too many things to be described by a single aspect. Upon grasping this, he realized the true power of the 3 unforgivable curses. He could simply control a person's magic, rendering them unable to channel it. He could also disrupt a person's magic artificially, inciting magical turbulence. He could even erase magic entirely, turning a wizard into a muggle. Of course, this was beyond Tuel's current capabilities. The greatest significance of last night's research for him, now, was a deeper understanding of the soul. Moreover, the badge had reactivated. Tuel pulled the badge from his pocket. After a night of throbbing, it had regained its original lustrous appearance. The 4 symbolic animals on it seemed to come alive, their eyes sparkling with extraordinary vitality, radiating a warm glow from within. This was exactly how it had looked when he had crossed over the original form of the badge that had guarded him for 5 years. As his power grew, the badge once again held strength, and he could clearly feel the life force emanating from within. This force constantly wore down the power of the curse's erosion, the 2 forces clashing in a cycle of rebirth and demise. Tuel knew that the badge's power would eventually be exhausted and the curse would regain the upper hand, but that was fine. At least he had bought himself some more time. He felt as if he were inserting coins to extend his life. He placed the badge back into his pocket, patted it gently twice, and looked up outside. Even the sunlight seemed brighter. In high spirits, his steps were lighter as he smiled all the way to the Great Hall. The students could clearly sense his joy. What happened to make you so happy? It was Professor Flitwick who first posed the question to him. Tuel smiled, making a small gesture with his fingers. Just a little progress in magic. If it makes you this happy, it's more than just a little progress, Professor McGonagall said enviously. For someone at her level of power, the chance for further advancement in magic was minuscule. Only years of accumulated experience could grant her occasional insights. Well, it was indeed more than a little progress. Tuel dared not discuss this openly with Professor McGonagall, and quickly changed the subject. What do the professors do on weekends? Why haven't I seen some professors come for breakfast? That depends on the professors, Professor McGonagall mused. Most are engaged in their own research. Professor Sprout is likely tending to her herbs in the greenhouses, and Professor Snape prefers studying potions in his office. Kettleburn is probably looking after his little darlings. So Tool, you can also take this time to do something you enjoy. Something enjoyable, a hobby perhaps. But Tool didn't even know what his hobbies were. Under the shadow of death, he had been constantly striving to survive. A hobby was far too luxurious for him. However, now that he was at Hogwarts, life here had slightly eased his tense nerves. So find a hobby. Unable to decide what he liked, Tool chose to stay in the Great Hall, quietly observing the young witches and wizards. Little did he know the young wizards were observing him too. Did Professor Flitwick just notice me?" a Gryffindor girl whispered, barely containing her excitement, though she was completely unaware that her whole body was curling up in delight. It was hard not to attract attention. The professor was clearly looking at me. See, he glanced again. Another girl sneered at her friend. This look immediately plunged the two into a childish argument, each vying for the professor's attention. Hermione rolled her eyes, discreetly eating breakfast while flipping through a book. "My God, is this even a book for humans?" Ron remarked beside her. He had finished his breakfast quickly but remained in the Great Hall, planning to use the time for an intense and thrilling game of wizarding chess with his roommate Seamus Finnegan. But before the game began, he was startled by the book in Hermione's hands. It was densely packed with text, not a single illustration, and what was worse, he couldn't even understand the title. Hermione patted the book indignantly. "This is a book recommended by Professor Flitwick about advanced applications of magic that can give ordinary spells immense power." The nearby twins seemed to have their DNA triggered at the mention of the professor's name instantly appearing beside Hermione. "Did you just say this is a book recommended by Professor Flitwick?" George glanced at the title, The Multidimensional Effects of Magic. Indeed, not something a normal person could understand. Fred rubbed his chin, recalling the time Tool had taken down their entire class with just a single levitation charm. "I'm more interested in the advanced application of ordinary magic. Isn't that the trick the professor used against us?" George immediately recalled the memory of being dominated by Twill, but in the next second, he exchanged an excited glance with Fred. Their minds in sync, they saw the same thought in each other's eyes. "Does it include anything about the levitation charm?" they said in unison. Just then a gentle voice sounded behind them. "This is just a theoretical research book, an introductory primer for advanced spell applications. To truly apply it, you need to study more." Harry, who hadn't joined the conversation, was the first to notice the newcomer's identity. Professor Flitwick. His excited voice drowned out the chatter at the table, echoing through the Great Hall. Twill smiled warmly at him. "I came to watch you play wizarding chess. I've recently taken an interest in it. I hope I'm not interrupting your discussion." Through observation, Twill had found himself a hobby, wizarding chess. Besides, to clear the game, he needed to master chess skills. Since Ron could clear it, if he could reach a stalemate with Ron, wouldn't he be able to clear it consistently? Naturally, no one refused. They all made way, granting Twill a VIP seat to watch the match. Before long, a circle of curious young witches and wizards had gathered. Meanwhile, Ron and Seamus, who were playing chess, grew nervous, their hands trembling slightly as they positioned the pieces. This was the first time they had played a game under a professor's watchful eye, especially when that professor was resting his chin on his hand, watching them with keen interest. "Why haven't you started?" Twill glanced at the two. "Is my presence making you uncomfortable?" George slapped Ron on the shoulder, tilting his body. "Of course not, Professor. Would love for you to stay," George said, then turned to Ron with a threatening tone. "Isn't that right, Ron?" Twill found the scene amusing, realizing his presence was putting pressure on them. "How about this? I can prepare a small gift for the winner." Twill placed the badge on the table, sliding it between Ron and Seamus. This was an enhanced version of the shield charm badge he had strengthened. The enchantment within could withstand at least 10 minutes of attacks from an ordinary wizard, and even deflect a killing curse to some extent. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to the badge. Though its design was admittedly quite crude, they knew better than to underestimate a gift from Professor Twill. But judging by its appearance alone, they couldn't discern much. Glancing at the badge, Ron and Seamus suddenly relaxed, as if flames had ignited within them, exchanging a battle-ready glance. Even their commands to the chess pieces carried a fiery edge. Wizard's chess was essentially the same as Muggle chess, but the pieces were animated, the player gave orders, and the pieces obeyed. Of course, if the player seemed easy to push around, the pieces might not follow orders so obediently. "That's a trap, can't you see it? Long live the Queen. Charge forward, and your most loyal servant shall ever be your shield." Enough talk, even my grandmother could win with us. Despite the teasing, the pieces ultimately followed commands. However, Seamus' skill was indeed no match for Ron's, and after 20 minutes, he was decisively defeated. Amid the crowd's excitement and disappointment, Twill presented the badge to Ron. This badge is inscribed with a shield charm, a very powerful one. It can help the wearer repel many spells, including some lethal curses. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd, and their gazes toward the badge grew fervent. Whether it was from receiving the badge or experiencing such attention for the first time, Ron's face turned crimson, the flush spreading to his ears and neck. "Give us a demonstration, Ron." The Weasley twins rushed to his side, their eyes fixed intently on the badge in his hand. A word of caution: the badge's magic is limited. It can only release the charm twice before the magic is depleted, leaving it as ordinary as any other badge. Tool's words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly quenching everyone's enthusiasm. So treasure it. I hope you'll never need to use it, but it could save your life in a critical moment. With a wink at Ron, Tool strode out of the Great Hall, leaving the crowd still caught between shock and disappointment. The Gryffindor table had already been crowded because of his presence, and after news of the badge's effect spread, even more young witches and wizards gathered. If he stayed any longer, the place would be packed with idle students, making it difficult to leave. In Tool's eyes, trading a badge for a decent game of wizard's chess was an absolute bargain. Seema's skill was average at best, nothing remarkable, but Ron was different. Having solved the chessboard trap set by Professor McGonagall already proved his exceptional ability. And to secure the reward more reliably, Ron had pulled out all the stops, seamlessly coordinating various tactics. At any rate, Tool thoroughly enjoyed the match. In high spirits, he quietly made his way to the fourth-floor corridor, which looked exactly as it had a week ago, unchanged in every way. Navigating the earlier obstacles with ease, Tool arrived before the chessboard. Due to the board's unique nature, he had to take the place of one of the pieces to command the black side. Naturally assuming the role of the king, Tool confidently issued orders to the pieces. Pawn advanced to a6. Knight capture the opposing pawn. Queen returned to e7. A clatter ensued, and after 5 minutes, Tool unsurprisingly failed. His mouth twitched in annoyance, and he wordlessly raised his wand to block the queen's descending sword before smashing it to pieces in frustration. Failure was within his expectations, but the problem was the speed of his defeat. Seamus had lasted 20 minutes against Ron. How had he only survived 5? It seemed he had underestimated the chessboard. While waiting for the pieces to reset, Tool studied the board. There was no doubt that it employed extensive transfiguration techniques bearing the refined style of Professor McGonagall's spellcasting. Particularly during the restoration of the pieces, Tool sensed a guiding will. The shattered pieces were discarded off the board, but the source of controlling magic and will resided within the board itself. In simple terms, the board seemed alive, directing the movements of the pieces. It resembled ordinary wizard's chess, but was far more intricate. Based on his understanding of the soul, Tool recognized it as a fusion of will, memory, and magic. Tool found it hard to believe this was Professor McGonagall's work, but if it was Dumbledore's, it made perfect sense. Recalling the old man's discussions about transfiguration and his mastery over will, achieving such a feat was hardly surprising. From this perspective, Dumbledore's research into the soul might even surpass his own. Tool's eyes grew serious. The closer he got to the headmaster, the more he realized the profound depth of Dumbledore's understanding of magic. His own master, lacking the conditions for magical research over the years, had begun to fall behind in certain areas. But Dumbledore was different. Residing at Hogwarts and active in the wizarding world, his accumulated magical knowledge was already unmatched in the modern era. This left Tool troubled. How could he possibly steal the Philosopher's Stone under the watchful eye of such an old man? What if he took the stone only to find Dumbledore surrounding him upon exit? After much deliberation, he could think of no solution and decided to let it go. After all, Quirrell was ahead of him, and he was the one in greater haste. Shaking off his worries, Tool stepped onto the chessboard once more to continue his game of wizard's chess. He had to pass this barrier first, otherwise the Philosopher's Stone would remain nothing but a fantasy. As the course settled into its rhythm, Tool found himself more at ease. The third-year students were still practicing their footwork. Class consisted of casting spells under Tool's guidance, while dodging the curses he occasionally sent their way. The second-year students were primarily focused on making up for the foundational skills they had missed the previous year, including spellcasting techniques, magical output, and the application of various spells. This was the grade that caused Tool the most concern. Their abilities were uneven, as some students couldn't even stabilize their magical output, yet they possessed exquisite spellcasting techniques. There were too many students like this, some of whom had failed to master any aspect properly. Thus, Tool had to look after the weaker ones and reteach the first-year curriculum, which differed little from teaching the first years except for a slightly faster pace. So the first-year newcomers were building their foundations, receiving guidance, starting from the very basics of spellcasting. Of course, regardless of the grade, every class began with a test. The test no longer covered the entire year's material, but summarized the previous lessons, making them significantly more difficult. As for how difficult, one need only look at the students' evaluations for the last 2.5 hours of class. Professor Foley is the best teacher in the school, but for the first half hour, he's the most detestable. Of course, he hadn't forgotten the reward he had promised the third-year students. In the afternoon, after finishing his classes, Tool returned to his office to enjoy a peaceful reading session. A rhythmic knock sounded at the door. Without looking up, he called out, "Come in." Instantly, the door swung open. George stood there, his hand still raised mid-knock, staring dumbly at Tool inside. Tool looked up and set his book aside. "What is there, a man-eating monster in my office?" The 4 students outside finally snapped out of it and hurried in. As they entered, the door slammed shut behind them with a bang. They paid it no mind, instead taking the opportunity to discreetly survey the professor's office. The defense against the dark arts professor's office changed every year, so each visit offered a new experience. But seeing the piles of books everywhere, they couldn't help but click their tongues in awe. They probably wouldn't finish even half these books by graduation. Tu will read their thoughts from their expressions and tapped the 4 essays on his desk to draw their attention. Save your curiosity for later. Let's talk about your reward. The 4 faces lit up with joy. You, George, and Fred even high-fived each other excitedly. But before that, I need to confirm one thing, Tu said, his stern expression cooling the atmosphere. Mr. and Mr. Weasley's essays, though written differently in style, share the same core content. What do you have to say for yourselves, eh? The twins exchanged glances. It must be Fred. I started writing first. What does starting first matter? I finished my essay first, and you secretly read it. As they argued, a tall, handsome boy standing behind them stepped forward. Professor, may I say a word on their behalf? Of course, Mr. Diggory. This was the Hufflepuff student who had earned the reward, Cedric Diggory. He glanced at the Weasley twins, who were still glaring at each other. The Weasleys are twins and often work together. Their thoughts and experiences are generally the same. You may not know this, Professor, but they frequently submit similar work in other professors' classes. The Weasley twins immediately switched to brotherly mode, slinging their arms around each other's shoulders, inseparable as ever, nodding frantically in agreement with Cedric. Tu nodded approvingly. He had indeed considered this possibility and saw no signs of lying in their eyes. In that case, this reward belongs to all 4 of you. Oh yes. Davis cheered immediately. The usually composed Cedric grew excited, embracing the twins in a group hug of celebration. Only Tu watched them with an amused glint in his eyes. The reward is behind the defense against the dark arts classroom. You'll see it when you get there. Go on. All 4 nodded in unison and ran out cheering. But as they ran, Cedric suddenly sensed something was off. What kind of reward would be placed behind the classroom? Davis, unconcerned, pulled him along. Don't overthink it. Since it's a reward, it's not like they'd give us a set of exam papers, right? At that thought, the twins shuddered. No way. Even if it were exam papers, they'd give them in the office, not the classroom. The professor's office is small, the classroom has more space. Maybe the reward is substantial enough to need the room. The group relaxed, though Cedric remained secretly skeptical. They jogged all the way to the first floor defense against the dark arts classroom. The first floor was bustling with young witches and wizards passing by, but this classroom, not used for spell practice, had its door firmly shut. Davis knocked hesitantly. Did the professor forget to give us? With a creak, the door swung open automatically, just like the office door, revealing the pitch-black classroom inside. We've got to learn that spell, and preferably one that locks the door too, so Mum can't just barge into our room. George grumbled. Mrs. Weasley frequently entered their room, without warning, confiscating many contraband items, costing them dearly. Trust me, mothers always find a way into our rooms, Davis sympathized. As they entered the classroom, candles along their path lit up automatically, illuminating the room. Fred was about to marvel at the professor's setup, but the sight of a figure draped in black cloth left him speechless. 3 others also stood with mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. They had long heard of the second-year professor's dummy, legendary among the second years. But it had only appeared in their first class, so the third years had never seen it. Yet seeing this form, an ominous premonition crept into their minds. Here's a piece of paper with writing on it. Let's read it first. It might not be that, Cedric said, pointing to a parchment attached to the chest of the black cloth. The others snapped back to reality and cautiously approached, fearing the figure might suddenly draw a wand and cast a spell on them. This is your reward, a dedicated sparring partner for 1 month. Just say begin, and you can try to fight it. After reading the note, a shared feeling dawned on them. Oh no, it seemed they had fallen into a trap. Unaware of Cedric and his companion's thoughts, Tivier set out again after dinner along the path to Hogsmeade. Tonight was the night he had arranged with Quirrell. Donning his hood, once more he stepped slowly into the Hogshead Inn. The place was as grimy as ever, already teeming with all sorts of wizards just after dusk. There were many in hoods, but none as conspicuous as Quirrell. He sat boldly in the very center, exuding an aura of simmering fury. Though he made no move, no one dared to provoke him. The barkeep glanced at him several times, but hesitated to approach. Quirrell wasn't truly angry. If even the Dark Lord had failed, his own misjudgment was hardly surprising. But the Dark Lord had been in a foul temper lately, unable to devise a solution for the 3-headed dog despite several attempts. In a direct confrontation, he was confident he could overcome the beast, but any misstep would cause an enormous commotion. That location was on the 4th floor of the castle, with Dumbledore above and the professors below. Rousing either would be troublesome to explain. So even knowing he'd likely be gouged tonight, he had to sit here obediently waiting for that bastard to show up. Early bird had dinner yet. Tivier paid no heed to Quirrell's furious glare, barely concealed by his hood, and sat down across from him with ease, as if this were a chat between old friends. Quirrell placed his right hand on the table, tapping his fingernails rhythmically in a steady tap tap tap, trying to pressure Tivier with the gesture. I've been looking forward to this meeting for a long time, he said through gritted teeth, each word deliberate. Tivier smiled lightly and called to Aberforth, who was approaching from behind, a bottle of butterbeer for the gentleman opposite me. Aberforth gave him a long hard look before speaking flatly, and for you. Remembering last week's butterbeer, Tivier quickly shook his head. He'll pass. Quirrell was amused despite himself. Tivier had shown off again. To sense someone approaching from behind in such a noisy environment, whether through keen observation or powerful magical perception, was no ordinary feat. Even before being possessed by the Dark Lord, he himself couldn't have done it. But now with the Dark Lord's aid, Quirrell wasn't about to be intimidated by such a petty trick. If Tivier knew his thoughts, he'd probably roll his eyes. You're the one resorting to petty tricks. After the brief interlude, once Aberforth had left, Quirrell wasted no time. Name your price. Tell me the weakness of the three-headed dog. No one else will make this deal with you. I thought you'd ask that big fellow. He seems easier to talk to than me, Tivier said with a hint of sarcasm, implying that only he would give a straightforward answer to such a question. Quirrell paused, caught off guard. Then it's perfect. One buyer, one seller. As long as your price is reasonable, I don't mind paying now. Tivier raised a finger and wagged it in front of him. No, you can't afford my price yet. Can't afford it. Quirrell was amused again, a loud snort clearly reaching Tevril's ears. He raised his other hand, clutching a black cloth bag, and tossed it carelessly. The bag landed before Tivier with a dull thud. It seemed heavy enough. 10 times last week's price. 200 galleons right here, enough to buy your life. Just then Aberforth came up with a bottle of butterbeer and slammed it down in front of Quirrell. 1 galleon. Are you mad? Quirrell's disbelief was palpable even through his hood. 1 galleon for a bottle of beer. Why not just rob Gringotts? Aberforth snorted disdainfully. Some fool tried robbing Gringotts in early August and failed. Now he's wanted. Where's the comfort in that compared to providing a venue for black market deals? Quirrell fell silent, his mouth twitching, at a loss for a retort. Fortunately, his hood hid his awkward expression. But Tivier was amused by Aberforth's words, unsure if he'd recognized Quirrell or just stumbled upon the remark. As Aberforth extended his hand, Tivier fished a gold galleon from the money bag and placed it gently on his palm, satisfying the barkeep before he left. Now there's only 199 galleons left. Give me the answer or you're not leaving this door tonight, Quirrell said harshly. Tivier simply pushed the bag back. I told you can't afford my price yet. Bang. Quirrell slammed the table with his hand, producing a sharp sound. The wizards in the bar stopped and glanced over curiously. Black market deals were common at the Hog's Head, but they'd never seen such a fierce outburst. Quirrell ignored the stares, fixing his angry gaze on Tivier. Then what's your price? Let me see if I truly can't afford it. But Tivier didn't want to remain the center of attention. He cast a muffliato charm around the table, sealing the sound from the outside. Then he raised a finger again, this time not wagging it, but tracing 2 words in the air, half an inch above the table. Philosopher's Stone. As Tivier moved, the words materialized on the table, thin as a layer of mist on glass, vanishing in an instant. But it was enough for Quirrell to see clearly. His right hand subtly moved toward his wand, giving Tivier a long, hard look before growing eerily calm. Who are you? How do you know about that thing? He had already decided, regardless of Tevril's answer, to eliminate this threat and prevent any exposure. Tivier glanced at Quirrell's subtle movement and smiled easily. You know about that thing, so why can't I, you little fool who failed to rob Gringotts? The existence of the Philosopher's Stone wasn't exactly a secret. Those with ulterior motives could sense some activity, and many wizards guessed it was at Hogwarts. But they all assumed Dumbledore kept it closed, so they abandoned any thought of theft. No death row inmate in Azkaban would be foolish enough to try stealing something under Dumbledore's personal protection. But how do you know my target? Quirrell's voice grew steadier. Tivier spread his hands and shrugged. I deduced it from this clue, and that, of course. Then he leaned forward inches from Quirrell and whispered, Isn't that right, Professor Quirrell? Hearing Trelawney utter his name, Quirrell shot to his feet, his face darkening. He had believed his disguise was utterly impenetrable, which was his greatest comfort in remaining at Hogwarts. Now that his name had been called out, what if Dumbledore saw through him as well? Quirrell's mind was now in turmoil. Honestly, he no longer wished to deal with the man before him. His only desire was to flee, shouting at the Dark Lord, I quit. Calm down. If this person had informed Dumbledore of your affairs, it wouldn't be him who came to meet you. Voldemort's voice echoed faintly in Quirrell's mind. But he still has leverage over us. He could expose our identities at any moment. Voldemort let out a light snort, mockery's target unclear. Rest assured, his aim is also the Philosopher's Stone. Until he obtains it, he won't create unnecessary trouble. On the contrary, he will duly protect your secret. Quirrell instantly grasped the Dark Lord's meaning and breathed a sigh of relief. Do you mean he intends to help us acquire the stone only to seize it from us? Voldemort offered no reply, but Quirrell already knew the answer. He sat back, down, emboldened, his posture growing more relaxed. There's only one of those things. If I give it to you, what becomes of me? Quirrell asked casually. I can wait until you've finished using it, Trelawney answered, equally evasive. They both knew that the moment the stone was in hand, they would draw their wands against each other. How could one possibly wait for the other to finish first, as if it were a mere garment? Quirrell understood this logic well, so he hadn't expected a useful answer. You know my identity, yet I remain ignorant of yours. That's hardly fair. Trelawney let out a scornful laugh, tilting his head to look at Quirrell. Since when has the black market ever been about fairness? True, but there is such a thing as bargaining. Trelawney sat up straight, studying Quirrell's face hidden beneath the hood, puzzled by his sudden shrewdness. I may not need to know who you are, Quirrell said smugly, but I do need to know your progress and more details about that object. Since this man knew the first guardian of the stone was the three-headed dog, he must have already entered. But needing him to scout the path and retrieve the stone meant he too couldn't get past the later obstacles. Thus Quirrell planned to rely on Trelawney's information to snatch the stone as soon as possible and then vanish. Afterward, even if Dumbledore grew furious, the Dark Lord would have already been resurrected by then. What did he have to fear? With a soft chuckle, Trelawney recalled the plot. I can give you an extra piece of information. That object is hidden by Dumbledore in the final mirror, enchanted by his own hand. Quirrell's expression shifted beneath his hood. He had suspected the protection of the Philosopher's Stone would not be so simple, and had feared Dumbledore might personally cast the spell. Now that his fears were confirmed, he asked urgently, what spell did Dumbledore use? Quirrell's urgency was understandable. In matters of dark magic, the Dark Lord had no fear of Dumbledore. But when it came to white magic, Dumbledore could leave the Dark Lord in the dust. You'll have to ask Dumbledore himself. That's all I can say. The deal is yours to take or leave. Trelawney had no intention of revealing everything at once. He would wait until he had cleared the chessboard and Quirrell had drawn enough of Dumbledore's attention, allowing him to fish in troubled waters. After a moment of hesitation, Quirrell grasped the key point. Go on, tell me the weakness of the three-headed dog. It benefits us both, doesn't it? Trelawney tapped the table lightly, left a single word, and departed. Their presence had drawn too much attention, easily attracting desperados. Though he feared none, it was still a nuisance, especially when he couldn't reveal his identity. Quirrell glanced at the word music left behind, waved his hand, and it vanished. For the same reason, he didn't linger in the pub. By the time Trelawney returned to the castle, it was 9 in the evening with curfew about an hour away. For a professor it was no issue, but for the 4 students suspended in midair the matter couldn't be delayed. My oversight, I didn't expect you hadn't mastered wandless magic yet, Trelawney said, stifling a laugh at the sight before him. Cedric and the other 3 had hesitated when they first encountered the dummy, debating whether to duel it. However, this training dummy appeared cruder than the one described by the second years. Only basic limbs, no facial features. Its bald head seemed far from intelligent. After some hesitation, they resolved not to waste such a sparring opportunity. So they boldly charged in. Little did they expect that this expressionless dummy would be fiercer than a real opponent. Though it used only standard spells, its accuracy and casting speed surpassed even Professor Flitwick's. Of course, that was only because it was the first lesson and the professor had held back. But the common truth remained: they couldn't defeat it. Fortunately, the dummy was considerate enough to cushion their falls after sending them flying, ensuring they weren't hurt, so they could quickly begin the next round. Thus, the cycle repeated. They were flung away time and again, yet each time they stood back before the dummy. Being the 4 most inventive third years, they weren't without countermeasures after enduring such a beating. Soon they learned to attack in waves, launching relentless assaults to force the dummy into a defensive stance. But when the dummy began to dodge, their plan fell apart. Finally, exploiting the dummy's weaker senses, they used transfiguration to hinder its movements. The effect was remarkable. The dummy was nearly hit by their spells. The only problem was, the dummy evolved. It used transfiguration for the first time, and with greater skill than theirs, instantly suspending the 4 from the ceiling. Professor, this dummy of yours isn't training us, it's training itself. George complained loudly after being set down. Ahem, how could that be? It's meant to be a reward for you, remember? Caught off guard by their perceptiveness, Trelawney felt a bit embarrassed. This dummy was a creation born from his insights into the chessboard and the soul. Not only had he infused it with memories, but also a sliver of will. It was this will that endowed the dummy with a semblance of consciousness, enabling it to learn continuously in battle. That was why, despite only having basic spell memories, it could eventually cast powerful transfiguration. Hearing the faint grumbles from the 4, Trelawney pulled out some sandwiches and a large bottle of pumpkin juice from his wallet. You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Eat a bit before heading back to the common room. Fred, chewing a sandwich, remarked, the professor's bag really does have everything. As compensation, Trewill remained in the classroom to clarify some magical doubts for Cedric and his 3 companions. It was nearly 10 o'clock before they reluctantly left the room. If being strung up for a night could earn us a private lesson from the professor, that might not be so bad after all, George said cheerfully. A double feast of delight. Having unlocked some peculiar trait, Davis also pondered this possibility, his brows dancing with excitement. However, mindful of the others' horrified stares, he quickly explained, I mean both sparring with the dummy and learning from the professor. But that dummy is truly formidable. I've never heard of an object capable of learning on its own, Cedric remarked with admiration. Fred waved a hand dismissively. Professor Trewill knows far more than that. Did you notice his pouch? I bet it's been enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. George nodded, gesturing the size of the pouch with his hands. We tried casting an undetectable extension charm on a small bag last year, but it was too difficult. We hadn't even succeeded before Mum caught us and gave us a thorough thrashing. He patted his own backside as if the sting lingered even now. But the law forbids using undetectable extension charms on personal items, Davis said, staring at them in astonishment. Why else do you think we got our bottoms smacked? So Professor Trewill is just as unruly as we are. The twins rubbed their hands together with glee, as if they had found a kindred spirit to justify their mischief. As for the unruly Professor Trewill, he remained in the classroom, still studying the dummy. By sifting through his memories, Trewill observed the students training that evening. The Weasley twins had the most mischievous ideas, but the weakest spell-casting skills. The two of them together couldn't match Cedric's combat prowess. Of course, their attack plans were always devised by the twins. That was their greatest strength: quick wit. Davis was more well-rounded, quicker on the uptake than Cedric and stronger in combat than the twins. His abilities were balanced, making his progress the most conventional. If he kept improving, he could become a decent powerhouse, but his talent limited his potential. As for Cedric, he was the promising seedling Trewill truly admired. With a solid foundation of basic knowledge, masterful spellcasting technique, and an upright character, he had risked himself several times to rescue his teammates. The only issue was that he was too righteous. In Trewill's eyes, that was not a virtue. The magical world was treacherous and unpredictable, especially in the years to come. Such a person seldom lived long. Even if Trewill managed to save him 4 years later, there was no guarantee he wouldn't face other dangers. Chin in hand, Trewill stood in the classroom pondering late into the night. Suddenly he heard a loud clattering noise. Quirrell, so impatient, and making such a racket. Driven by curiosity, Trewill, concealed under the disillusionment charm, slowly made his way toward the corridor on the 4th floor. But the person he encountered surprised him: Filch and Peeves. As the castle's caretaker, Filch conducted his nightly rounds, focusing on the 3rd floor. Someone had told him that students would be loitering there at midnight. The students in the castle were restless, especially the Gryffindor twins. He patrolled every night to curb their nocturnal wanderings. But tonight those students weren't just wandering. They dared to make such a loud noise. Provocation. Blatant provocation. Filch tracked them in a rage, only to find the young wizards running wild through the castle. His aged legs couldn't keep up with the students' swift feet, but thankfully Peeves' shouts guided his way. Tell me, where are they now? Filch demanded, barely containing his fury. Say please, or I won't tell you anything, Peeves said, flipping playfully in the air. Fine. Please tell me, where are they now? But Peeves, known for his mischief, had no such goodwill. He cackled and flew off into the distance. I said I won't tell you anything. As Peeves' laughter faded, only Filch's curses echoed through the corridor. Curse you, just wait until I find a way to deal with you. But it was nothing more than a few muttered oaths. Peeves had been in the castle longer than anyone, and even the successive headmasters had no choice but to let him wreak havoc as he pleased. After a fruitless search, Filch continued with his lantern, heading to other parts of the castle, hoping his cat misses. Norris would help him find the students. As for the door at the end of the corridor, he had already tried it. It wouldn't open. Shortly after Filch left, the door he thought impossible to open swung wide, and 4 panicked first-year students stumbled out in a frenzy. They tried to keep running, but a figure blocked their path. Professor Trewill. Harry's wide eyes were still filled with terror. It was hard to say whether the 3-headed dog or the professor had startled him more. Trewill stood with his hands behind his back, scanning the 4 of them with an impassive expression. Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, and Neville Longbottom. Each person he named hung their head in shame one by one until they all stood in silent dejection. I didn't graduate from Hogwarts, so I'm not too familiar with the school's traditions. That's why I need you to answer a question. Is causing trouble a Gryffindor tradition? Harry wanted to argue, but when he looked up and met Trewill's calm gaze, he opened his mouth only to fall silent, whimpering like a guilty puppy. He felt the joy of joining the Quidditch team earlier that day vanish in an instant. My. Trewill stepped in front of Hermione. Clever Miss Granger, can you give me the answer? Called out by name, Hermione sniffled sadly, fighting back tears. For the first time, she found herself unable to answer a professor's question. But Trewill's next words left them doubting their ears. All right, he said, patting Harry on the shoulder. It's very late now. Go back to bed quickly. Children who don't get enough sleep won't grow tall. Hermione looked up immediately, and this time the tears came freely. She sobbed, but Professor, we shouldn't. Ah, you're right, Trewill said, pulling out a small handkerchief and handing it to her with a smile. But as I said, I'm not a Hogwarts student. It's only natural that I'm not familiar with certain rules, isn't it? Seeing Hermione frozen in place, Trewill simply pressed the handkerchief into her hand and walked away with his hands behind his back. Remember, this is the only time. Don't let it happen again. Hermione stared blankly at the handkerchief in her hand, only snapping out of it after Harry gave her a nudge. Let's go quickly, or we won't be so lucky if Filch catches us. The 4 dared not linger any longer and scurried away. However, the moment they returned to the common room, everyone except Hermione cheered as if they had aced an exam. I declare Professor Flitwick my idol, Ron shouted loudly. He tilted his head back, gazing at the ceiling with his arms raised high as if he could see Flitwick's image there. Harry grinned and said, the professor has been my idol for a long time. Neville smiled shyly and muttered, me too. But Hermione was not pleased. She pouted, wiped the tears from her face with a handkerchief, and irritably slapped Ron's hand away. At the end of the day, we shouldn't have been wandering outside at night. Remember what the professor said. Gryffindor's tradition is bravery, not troublemaking. Oh, come on, Ron said, rubbing his sore arm. If it weren't for tonight, we wouldn't have seen the professor at his best, and of course that three-headed monster. He couldn't help but laugh. Hermione shyly tightened her grip on the handkerchief she held behind her back. Harry chimed in with a smile. But what about that three-headed dog? How could the school keep such a dangerous creature in the castle? Didn't you notice? There's a trapdoor beneath that three-headed dog. It's clearly guarding something. Hermione said, frowning. Something? Ron scratched his head in confusion. You could see a trapdoor in that situation. Hermione turned away her back to them. How should I know? Anyway, I'm not in the mood for your guessing games. As Hermione left, Harry seemed lost in thought. He had an idea where the package Hagrid had taken him to retrieve at the start of the term was located. On the other side, Flitwick had not actually left. After vanishing from Harry and the other's sight, he doubled back. He had deliberately revealed himself, just now. Harry was the biggest variable in his plan. He needed Harry to help Quirrell obtain the Sorcerer's Stone, but he couldn't allow Harry to draw Dumbledore's attention. At least before he could snatch the Sorcerer's Stone from Quirrell, Dumbledore must not appear too soon. So tonight he decided to leave a trustworthy impression on Harry to bridge the gap between them, thus better controlling Harry's actions. He knew Dumbledore was watching Harry, so he had to proceed covertly. After refining his plan once more, Flitwick cast a subtle detection charm on the fourth-floor corridor. The events of tonight also reminded him that if Quirrell, having learned certain clues early, obtained the Sorcerer's Stone and fled Hogwarts, he would be at a great loss. Thus he had to carefully monitor this corridor. Having done all this, Flitwick quietly departed, leaving the corridor to return to darkness unchanged from before. The next day, unlike Flitwick, who was accustomed to staying up late, Harry and the other three were yawning through their classes. But by the afternoon they had to force themselves to stay alert. That was because Defense Against the Dark Arts class was approaching. Flitwick arrived early only to find the students had come even earlier. Especially Hermione, seated in the front row with a small piece of bread on her desk, suggesting she had eaten lunch in the classroom. Harry and Ron were also unusually seated in the front, heads down, flipping through textbooks, not even noticing his entrance. Good afternoon, everyone, Flitwick said, placing the test papers on the desk facing the students. It seems no one will be late today, so we'll skip the roll call. A smile played on his lips as he watched Harry and Ron shrink back slightly, and Hermione hurriedly tidy her desk. I suppose you've heard from other years that taking a test before class has become a tradition in this subject. The students immediately wore resigned expressions. Since the start of the week, they had heard from upperclassmen about this, and that the tests were difficult, which was why they had come so early, cramming at the last minute. Flitwick walked to the front of the desk, stopping right in front of Hermione. She looked up at him, seemingly the only one in the class eagerly anticipating the exam. Don't worry, you first years will have a slight difference, he said, drawing his wand and pointing to the back of the classroom. Your test will be a fun little game. A gentle red light flashed, and a red orb appeared on the back wall, hovering steadily in front of it. The students turned around, curious, expecting a spectacular spell, but after 10 seconds the orb remained unchanged. Flitwick didn't explain first, but called out, "Don't just stand there, grab your wands, and come to the back." Realizing there would be no test paper, the students cheered. With the experience from their first lesson, they adeptly lined up in 2 rows in the open space, eagerly facing Flitwick. I need a volunteer for a demonstration. How about you, Mr. Potter? Flitwick pointed casually, but to Harry it felt like punishment for the previous night. Under Hermione's envious gaze, Harry stepped out from the crowd, allowing Flitwick to position him. Yes, stand here, face the orb, and raise your wand, Flitwick said after positioning Harry. Then he addressed everyone. The orb will continuously cycle through 3 colors and move erratically. Your task is to... He flicked his wand, and another red light struck the orb, which rippled, turning from red to green with the number 1 appearing in its center, while everything else remained the same. Strike it with the same color light, and it will change color, earning you a point. You'll have 2 minutes to target the orb, and the highest scorer will earn 10 points for their house. Harry's hands trembled with nervousness, but the students were thrilled. As first years, they hadn't yet had the chance to experience combat. For the past 2 weeks, they had watched second and third years show off. Other students, even if not in Flitwick's class, could join in discussions about battles. They had been left out. Now they could finally get a taste of battle, and they wished they were the one demonstrating. But Harry, under the attention of the whole class, was nervous, constantly recalling the technique for casting the light spell, not wanting to embarrass himself in front of everyone, and especially not wanting to disappoint Professor Flitwick. Flitwick restored the orb to its original state, and looked at Harry, who stood silent with tension. A word of warning: the orb won't stay still, he said, walking behind Harry and conjuring an hourglass. The moment you release your light, the countdown begins. So are you ready? Harry nodded reluctantly. Then let's begin. Harry immediately shot a beam of green light at the orb, striking it with precision. His heart leaped with joy, and a smile finally graced his face. But the next second, he understood what the professor's warning meant. After being hit, the orb turned red, displayed the number 1 in its center, and began to move slowly and erratically. He hastily fired another beam of red light, but it merely grazed past the orb and struck the white wall standing out conspicuously. At the same time, the orb veered upward exactly in the direction he had just fired. Anxious, he fired the same beam without a second thought, and naturally it missed again. "Don't rush," Tuwell's voice chimed in at the right moment. "The orb moves slowly. Just predict its trajectory slightly, and lead your shot, and you'll hit it." Harry took a deep breath, watched the orb drift slowly to the left, then fired a red beam ahead of it, grazing the edge of the orb. The orb was larger than the beams they emitted, so hitting its edge counted as a successful strike. After mastering the technique, Harry could hit 2 out of 3 shots, though sometimes his anxiety caused him to fire the wrong color. Moreover, the fatigue grew with each passing moment. Simply holding his wand aloft for 2 minutes made his arm ache, let alone the continuous release of magical energy. After 2 minutes, he had accumulated a total of 57 points. Tuwell was the first to applaud the exhausted Harry, and the students followed suit, albeit belatedly. He knew how well Harry had performed. Frankly, he hadn't expected many students to last the full 2 minutes. This was a kind of endurance test. Students would feel tired after 1 minute, and a minute and a half was likely their limit. Unless they pushed beyond, they would need to rest for 10 seconds between spells in the final half minute. The subsequent performances of the students confirmed his expectations, and were even worse. Half of them only managed around 35 points, mostly earned in the first minute, while in the second minute, they spent more time resting than casting spells. The remaining students scored no more than 50 points. They were the ones who could endure to their limits, but were prone to slack off, unwilling to try pushing beyond. Besides Harry, the only one who gritted her teeth and persevered was Hermione, the young witch. She seemed to hold a breath of determination, striving to perform well in front of Tuwell. She finally scored 52 points, but was utterly drained. Tuwell had to support her back to her seat and feed her several pieces of chocolate before she recovered. This was a true reflection of the students' condition. Initially eager, they ended up exhausted and wanting to give up, but after finishing they were excited to try again. However, 2 students behaved oddly. While everyone else slumped over their desks chatting excitedly about their performances, Tuwell approached Ron. "Mr. Weasley, may I see your wand?" Ron was taken aback. Only after Tuwell repeated the question did he nervously wipe his wand on his robe and hand it over. As soon as he saw it, Tuwell understood the reason for Ron's poor performance. It was a very old, worn-out wand with patches of its surface peeling off to reveal the wood grain and a bit of unicorn hair exposed at the tip. It was practically a battle-scarred wand. Even Aurors who frequently fought with wands wouldn't have damaged one so badly. "As far as I know, Ron, you're only 11. How did you come to use such an old wand?" Tuwell asked as he handed the wand back to Ron. Ron clutched the wand awkwardly, his ears turning bright red. "It was my brother Charlie's wand. He's studying dragons in Romania." "I see," Tuwell mused. "I should remind you that wands usually have a mutual choice with their owners. Using an unsuitable wand will greatly limit your abilities. For instance, you only scored 31 points today, but in my opinion scoring over 40 would be more in line with your potential. So I suggest you consider getting a wand more suited to you." Aware of Ron's family situation, Tuwell merely offered the advice, leaving it to Ron to discuss with his family. After all, he was a teacher, not a babysitter. He then walked over to Neville and gently placed down a 5th piece of chocolate. Neville was actually the third to last the full 2 minutes, but his casting speed was inherently slow and his reactions were sluggish. More importantly, he was prone to spell failures. So equally exhausted and drenched in sweat, he ended up with the lowest score in the class, 21 points. Tuwell crouched beside Neville, but the guilt-ridden boy avoided his gaze. "Do you remember what I said in our first lesson?" Neville nodded slightly, but remained silent. "Remember, you are a wizard. Follow your instincts, and you can unleash power beyond anyone's expectations. Try to forget the incantations and the gestures. Just wave your wand, and seek the pure feeling of releasing magic. If you have any questions, feel free to come to me, all right?" Neville finally whispered, "Thank you, Professor. Eat the chocolate." Tuwell stood up, patted his shoulder, and walked to the front of the podium. "Everyone finish your chocolates quickly," Tuwell said, scanning the room. A few students had only taken a single bite. "I prepared these specially for you. If you don't eat them now, there won't be a next time." Those students promptly devoured the chocolates, grimacing at the bitterness, but a wave of warmth spread through their bodies, instantly dispelling their fatigue. So the first place goes to Harry Potter. Gryffindor will receive 10 points. Only then did the students realize why Tuwell had applauded Harry earlier. The first to go up was actually the strongest. Harry, who had the longest rest, had already recovered, grinning as he accepted the applause and cheers from his classmates. "We still have 1 hour and 10 minutes left in this class, so you have one more small task." Tuwell distributed the test papers from the podium. "See, the questions are exactly about what we just covered. I mentioned many of them while you were playing the game. So finish it before class ends." The students let out incredulous groans. They thought they were done with tests, and now, just as they had recovered, they were faced with a paper. However, the test wasn't difficult. The method of teaching through play had effectively helped the students grasp the knowledge, so everyone finished before the bell. There were even 10 minutes left. Too stood at the front of the podium, smiling at the students. Excellent. I thought you might have forgotten everything while playing. As a reward, you can ask questions for these 10 minutes. Remember to raise your hands. The classroom instantly erupted with excitement. Professor, do you have a girlfriend? Personal questions won't be answered, but I can tell you no. Professor, how powerful are you? It's hard to put into a single standard, but dealing with students is more than enough. Can you show us the orb game? Oh, you want to see it? The students shouted in unison, yes. All right. Too conjured an orb that floated above the students' heads. My version is a bit different from yours, but the rules are similar. With that, he shot a beam of green light at the orb. At that very instant, the orb turned red and teleported to another spot. But it was futile. A beam of the same color still struck it accurately. The orb kept teleporting erratically, sometimes to the side, sometimes to a corner, never staying in one place for more than a second. Yet every time it appeared, it was hit with precision and speed. The counter kept climbing, but the students no longer cared. Their jaws dropped in astonishment. The multicolored light of the spells reflected on their faces as their heads darted between Too and the orb, their eyes unable to keep up. So they divided into two groups. One watched the professor's hand continuously firing spells, while the other focused on whether the orb was hit. Soon, everyone joined the first group. After all, the orb was hit every time. What was the point of watching that? For a moment, the entire classroom fell silent, broken only by the whoosh of spells flying through the air and the soft thwack of the orb being struck. 2 minutes later, the bell rang on time, and Too withdrew his wand. The number on the orb was clearly visible, 120. The young witches and wizards buzzed with animated discussion. As first-year students, they rarely had the chance to use magic. Even in the previous lesson, they had only conjured light, which was far from satisfying for them. But this lesson was different. Though they were still emitting light, striking the glowing orbs gave them a thrill of combat. In a way, this was the closest they had come to a real battle in their first year. In the corridor, Ron said to Harry with some chagrin, "Did you hear that?" Professor Flitwick said, "I could have scored higher. You did well, but it's just your wand that held you back." As the first to perform, Harry had essentially observed all the other students. In his view, even without the filter of friendship, Ron's performance surpassed that of most students. "Forget it, my family can't afford to buy me another wand." Ron awkwardly waved his wand, nearly poking Hermione as she walked past. "Don't wave your wand in the corridor," Hermione frowned, glancing at them. "Do you want to get points deducted?" Ron glared back. "Come on, Harry alone earned Gryffindor 10 points. Are you jealous?" "Jealous?" Hermione scoffed, puffing out her cheeks and crossing her arms as she glared at him. "Harry's score isn't even half of the professor's." Ron grew even more smug, a wide grin spreading across his face. If Harry can achieve nearly half a professor's score in his first year, doesn't that just prove how amazing he is, eh? I bet none of you saw the professor's spellcasting clearly. The professor wasn't casting ordinary light. Those were all different spells. Impossible. Even Harry's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising sharply and echoing conspicuously down the corridor. "Why is it impossible? I couldn't identify all the spells, but the professor was casting magic from start to finish, and not one was repeated." "That means," Ron was utterly stunned. "That means the professor used 120 different spells." Hermione declared, her chin held high with pride. All the way back to the Great Hall, they continued discussing just how many spells Professor Flitwick knew. Upon overhearing the conversation, the mischievous twins George and Fred eagerly joined in. With their involvement and the spread of stories from students who had just attended class, word of mouth soon filled the entire Great Hall with news that defense against the dark arts had a new twist. And a new Hogwarts mystery had emerged. Just how many spells did Professor Flitwick know? As Twilly entered the Great Hall, a student stopped him. "Professor, they say you know 120 spells. Is that true?" asked a blonde boy with slick-back hair. After a moment's thought, Twilly realized that his performance in class had become public knowledge. "Mr. Malfoy, I have never counted how many spells I know. In fact, if you include some minor or unconventional spells, it might be far more than 120. This statement immediately stirred the crowd into a hubbub, with everyone in awe. Some students even claimed he knew more spells than Dumbledore. Twilly had to raise his voice to drown out their clamorous discussion. "I must emphasize, knowing many spells does not equate to great power. In actual combat, we often use no more than 10 spells. Mastering those 10 spells is far more useful than learning 100. As for Headmaster Dumbledore, I can assure you he certainly knows more than I do. In terms of magical accumulation, only the long-lived Nicholas Flamel could rival Dumbledore in the global wizarding world." Under Twilly's explanation, the young witches and wizards reluctantly returned to their seats, though their discussion about the professor did not cease. Instead, it expanded. They ranked all the professors except Dumbledore in a power hierarchy, though this ranking was heavily subjective. "I bet Professor Flitwick is number 1. Ron declared confidently. Neville nodded in agreement, but Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor prefect, disagreed. "I admit Professor Flitwick is strong, but hasn't he always shown his strength in combat? If we're talking about overall ability, Professor McGonagall is definitely stronger than Professor Flitwick." Penelope beside him was displeased. "When comparing strength, of course we compare combat ability, not teaching ability." She gestured toward Professor Flitwick at the staff table. Besides our head of house, Flitwick was a dueling champion in his youth. If we're being honest, he might be even stronger than Flitwick and McGonagall. Of course, I think Professor Flitwick is a bit stronger than Professor McGonagall, she added with a small qualification. The discussion naturally yielded no conclusion, as there was no standard for measurement and no concrete examples to support any argument. In the end, no one could convince anyone else, unless a real duel could be staged before their eyes. As night fell, a rumor, surprising yet widely welcomed, suddenly spread among the students. Professor Flitwick and Professor Twilly were going to duel. After careful inquiry, Penelope joyfully confirmed the news with Professor Flitwick. After dinner, he planned to have a friendly spar with Twilly. Twilly, standing nearby, smiled and nodded. It all began after he sat down during a discussion with Professor Flitwick about the class. You have to understand them, Twilly, Professor Flitwick said consolingly. Students always have misunderstandings about magic. In fact, I emphasized many times in class that proficiency is more important than the spell itself. Yet they still prefer flashy, powerful spells with variety. He shook his head helplessly. I understand. When I was a student, I was always chasing after all kinds of spells, and the more mysterious the magic, the greater my interest. Twilly in turn comforted Professor Flitwick. The professor grew curious. I've noticed your conventional spellcasting is excellent. You don't seem like that kind of student. How did you correct yourself? It wasn't until I watched the senior students fight. Professor Flitwick immediately understood, but Professor McGonagall was puzzled. Your senior students have fights. Before Twilly could answer, Professor Flitwick explained, Durmstrang has a dueling tradition. Each year holds a dueling competition within the grade, and at the end of the school year, there's a final between grades to determine the overall champion. He turned to Twilly again. With your strength, you must have won at least 2 or 3 championships, right? Actually, 7 grade championships and 4 overall championships. This revelation made even Professor McGonagall and the other previously uninformed professors realize the true weight of Twilly's status as Durmstrang's most outstanding graduate. From the moment he entered school, he was unmatched among his peers. From the 4th year onward, he was undefeated across the entire school. It was a sheer, overwhelming dominance. Professor Flitwick immediately grew restless. He had also studied at Durmstrang in his youth and knew that the students there were adept in combat. For Twell to have reached such a level at Durmstrang, one could imagine his prowess in battle. Twell, how about we give the young witches and wizards a demonstration of a duel, using only simple spells? Claiming it a demonstration, yet it was a surge of competitive spirit. Professor Flitwick felt that after years of teaching, his dormant desire for dueling was stirring once more. Twell's eyes lit up. He had long wanted to spar with Professor Flitwick, but challenging a professor upon arriving at Hogwarts would seem more like a provocation. Since Flitwick initiated it, there was no problem. Just simple spells. With such a rare opportunity, Twell was not content with mere playfulness. Professor Flitwick glanced knowingly at Professor McGonagall and said with a beaming smile, simple transfiguration is also acceptable. Only then did Twell agree with satisfaction. In that case, I have no objections. Professor McGonagall, who had been observing them intently, commendably took over the preparations and set down the rules. No time like the present. Let's make it 8 o'clock tonight. Well, clear the great hall to free up a large space. She gestured toward the center of the hall, where the house tables usually stood. But they were wizards, and it could be arranged effortlessly. However, you must exercise restraint. Simple spells and transfiguration will suffice. The focus is to let the students witness the finesse of combat. Professor McGonagall was not one to adhere strictly to convention. In fact, she had graduated from Hogwarts with top marks in charms and earned a promotion within the Ministry of Magic in just 2 years. As a capable, which she clearly recognized the importance of this duel for the students. The matter of the staff table could not escape the keen senses of Hogwarts students, and the professors had no intention of concealing it. Thus, students came to inquire immediately. After confirmation from the participants, and the deputy headmistress Penelope promptly relayed the news to her classmates. Following Hogwarts' fine tradition, the news spread from the Great Hall throughout the castle in an instant. Students who had not been dining in the hall were sought out by their friends and dragged there. By just before 7, the hall was packed with eager students. None would miss such an opportunity. However, 5 minutes later, they were ushered out. The hall needs to be arranged. Don't get in the way. Professor McGonagall closed the doors. The young witches and wizards were dissatisfied but dared not complain. McGonagall was always strict. Not only Gryffindor, but the other 3 houses also feared provoking the deputy headmistress. In the students' eyes, she commanded more authority than Headmaster Dumbledore. Yet they did not leave. Instead, they crowded shoulder to shoulder at the entrance, discussing fervently. Time passed amid their anticipation, and at 8 o'clock the doors opened punctually. The students surged forward eagerly but halted near the doorway. Professor McGonagall stood there. Where are the prefects? Maintain order immediately. 1st years to the front, 7th years to the back, regardless of house. Harry and Ron broke into broad grins following Percy as they surveyed the transformed hall. The tables and chairs had vanished, and a rectangular platform stood in the center. Professors Flitwick and Twell, wands in hand, stood atop it, smiling at them. Gather around the platform. First years at the very front, 7th years, you'll have to stand at the back. After Flitwick's direction, the students fell into order as instructed. However, most preferred to line up on either side, aligning with their favorite professor as if to lend them strength. Students from 1st to 3rd year unhesitatingly stood behind Professor Twell along with a few upper year students. They had witnessed his spellcasting and had unwavering faith in his abilities. Professor Twell can cast a spell in a second. He could overwhelm Flitwick with sheer volume. The other students gathered on the opposite side. Aside from those confident in Flitwick, many were venting discontent. Yes, discontent. Especially the older students who were deeply dissatisfied that their defense against the dark arts professor was the timid Quirrell, and that repeated requests for Twell to teach them had been denied. Flitwick is a dual champion who has won countless titles. How could he lose in such a minor bout? Under the prefect's supervision, the students' discussions shifted from a cacophony to whispers, creating a warm, buzzing hum. Look, Professor Dumbledore is here too. The sudden voice stood out in the hall. Harry turned to see Dumbledore and the other professors standing behind the staff table, including his least favorite Professor Snape. Dumbledore waved at them. Don't mind us. Tonight's protagonists are the 2 professors on the platform. Your task is to observe closely. This demonstration will benefit everyone. His voice was soft yet reached every young wizard's ear clearly. Did you hear that? Even Dumbledore says it's a battle worth learning from. Ron exclaimed excitedly. Even Hermione, who supported Twell, couldn't help but interject. The headmaster emphasized us. This is just a demonstration for our benefit. Ron's enthusiasm dimmed slightly. Could you not dampen my spirits? But their discussion was short-lived as Flitwick smiled and took over from Dumbledore. Tonight's bout is merely a demonstration, so we'll only use simple spells and transfiguration. However, simple spells can still produce exquisite effects. He paused, letting the students' disappointment subside. Our demonstration is to show you arrogant young witches and wizards that the simple spells you look down upon still possess immense power. Without further explanation, Flitwick turned to face Twell and assumed a dueling stance. Let's begin, Professor Twell. Twell promptly raised his wand, and they bowed to each other. Then they held their wands before their chests like arrows. Professor McGonagall acted as the announcer, explaining their movements. This is the standard dueling posture. After I count down from 3, they will officially commence the duel. The students below held their breath. Hermione clenched her hands tightly, her nails digging into her skin without her noticing the pain. 3, 2. All the students craned their necks in anticipation, afraid to miss a single detail. The lingering murmurs ceased instantly, a stark contrast to the fervor outside. 1. Professor Flitwick, with his mastery of charms, was the first to cast a disarming charm. Faced with the rapidly approaching red light, Tevil chose not to use a shield charm, but instead sidestepped to the left, evading 2 consecutive spells. Yes, 2. As he moved, however, he gave a slight flick of his wrist, and a similar red light shot toward Flitwick. Moreover, Flitwick felt a faint tremor beneath his feet, as if something was about to burst forth. With his concentration razor-sharp, he raised his wand, conjuring a compact shield charm in an instant, then instinctively stepped forward. The emerging hand brushed past his soul, narrowly dodging the transfiguration. At the same time, the shield charm before him was breached, its translucent barrier emitting a flash of white light. Witnessing this, Professor McGonagall, who was commentating, couldn't help but exclaim, "Brilliant." In mere seconds, both have displayed exquisite spellcasting skill. The students. Were we watching the same duel? In their eyes, Professor Flitwick had cast a single spell, then dodged while counterattacking, and finally used a shield charm to block the spell while evading the transfiguration. The only thing that impressed them was the professor's incredible casting speed. Professor McGonagall watched the young witches and wizards excitedly. Professor Flitwick initially cast 2 spells. When 2 spells fly straight at you, the first can obscure your view of the second. If Professor Flitwick had used a shield charm just now, he might not have blocked the second spell. Even if he did, the impact would have thrown him off balance, costing him the initiative. Similarly, Flitwick's counterattack was equally brilliant. Another pair of spells, yes, including a transfiguration. Transfiguring just a single hand minimized the magical fluctuation, achieving a surprise effect. The students. That was clearly just a red light. How could it be 2 spells? That was just a flick of the wrist. How could 2 different spells be released? They felt their understanding shatter. In class, they had always been taught that 1 spell and 1 gesture corresponded to 1 magic. Now these 2 were not only performing wandless magic, but also dispensing with gestures altogether. Flitwick's focus was also unprecedented, undimmed by the students' confusion. On the contrary, this was merely a simple probe. He had thought his little tricks would trouble Tevil, but instead, he found himself troubled. What an impressive young man. After several exchanges, he quickly adapted to the rhythm of the duel and rekindled his rusty combat skills. The field was soon filled with flying spells, all blocked by McGonagall's transfiguration. This also made the students realize there was a hidden master among them, conjuring fluttering birds and precisely intercepting stray spells. How was that not the work of a master? Tevil noticed this, but felt helpless. Flitwick's small stature made him a difficult target, and most spells missed him, resulting in many stray shots. Similarly, his own movements dodged many spells, but fighting from a lower position sent them flying toward the ceiling. So he began to focus on transfiguration. Compared to ordinary magic, his proficiency in transfiguration was clearly deeper than that of the charms professor. The entwining ropes contain a binding charm. This is a textbook combination of transfiguration and charms. Take notes, 7th year N. E. W. T. Transfiguration students. Use this in your exams, and you'll earn at least an outstanding in both transfiguration and charms. A brilliant dual spell. You may not know this, but spells can influence each other. Professor Flitwick's disarming charm was affected by his own levitation charm, creating an erratic trajectory that defied prediction. See Professor Flitwick's move. He blocks his opponent's path while moving. Don't just attack or defend blindly, or you'll end up passive. Under McGonagall's commentary, the young witches and wizards gradually understood the special effects hidden in these seemingly ordinary spells. The problem was they couldn't learn any of it. The third years recalled their practice duels with Professor Flitwick, deepening their understanding of movement casting techniques and defense. They proudly recounted classroom lessons to other grades, though the content had already been shared. But with real examples, the students gained a more intuitive insight. Professor, we want to learn this. As the duel progressed, basic explanations could no longer describe this exquisite battle. Spells flew and McGonagall's commentary grew more profound, leaving even the best 7th-year students bewildered. However, they had one clear observation. Professor Flitwick was retreating. With their limited experience, this was the only way to gauge the advantage. In truth, once Tevier used transfiguration, Flitwick felt the strain, having to defend against relentless spells while guarding against sudden transfigured objects. Like McGonagall, Flitwick was no slouch in transfiguration despite being a charms professor. But compared to Tevier, he found himself on the defensive. His own transfigurations were being reversed and used to attack him. This young man's transfiguration skill is astonishing. A bead of sweat dripped from his forehead. Flitwick dared not wipe it away, letting it fall. But in that instant, unnoticed by all, the droplet transformed from a water shape into a needle. The needle was nearly invisible to the naked eye, but keenly felt. A sharp sting shot up his calf, causing Flitwick's movement to falter for a moment. Simultaneously, a smile appeared on Teville's face for the first time. He flicked his wrist to dispose of 2 incoming spells while conjuring bird-like spells that swirled around Flitwick. Despite the sting, Flitwick's strength allowed him to cast a shield charm to block spells from one direction. But the birds from all sides were unstoppable. Though slower, their sheer number overwhelmed Flitwick's ability to react. Yet the next moment, a golden barrier enveloped his entire body, and the surrounding birds struck it without effect. As the light from the shattered birds faded, the golden shield slowly dissipated. Both wizards then lowered their wands in tacit agreement. Kid, you fight dirty. Professor, you break the rules. A magnificent duel. Professor McGonagall's face flushed with excitement, and her wand sparked with tiny flames. Did you see that, eh? The students, what were we supposed to see? Phileas spellcasting has reached a level of pure spontaneity, how every spell carries subtle variations. I dare say a single disarming charm would take you a year to master. Tevier has perfectly fused transfiguration with charms. His work is a work of art. A 7th-year student suddenly raised a hand and asked, Professor McGonagall, when will we learn this? In your next life. The duel was debated for weeks. Beyond the seemingly ordinary yet exquisitely subtle magic displayed by the professors, the most fiercely contested question was which professor actually won. Judging by the final exchange, Professor Flitwick had deflected Professor Foley's attack, without showing any clear sign of defeat when the duel concluded. To them, it felt anticlimactic. Consequently, supporters of the 2 professors erupted into a heated argument. Come on, can't you see Professor Flitwick was being overwhelmed by Professor Foley at the end? But Professor Foley's powerful offensive was completely neutralized. Doesn't that prove the strength of Professor Flitwick's magic? Unable to reach a consensus, they finally sought out the parties involved to voice their confusion. Professor Foley emphasized it was a closely matched battle that ended in a draw. However, Professor Flitwick conceded that he had lost, for he had resorted to an illicit spell, the Super Shield Charm. This charm had actually transcended the category of the standard shield charm, merging protective magics, like Salvio Hashia and Protego Totalum, into an unmistakably advanced spell. The rule of the duel was that both sides could only use simple magic that students could learn. Such fused magic was a feat few, even among graduated wizards, could master. Once this account spread, the castle's debates over the duel's outcome gradually subsided. But discussions about magic grew even more fervent, sparking a surge of interest in charms and transfiguration among the young witches and wizards. This left Professors Flitwick and McGonagall beaming with joy. They were all smiles during lessons and would occasionally demonstrate a bit of magic for their students. Of course, the most popular class remained Tver's defense against the dark arts. No lower-year student ever missed his lessons. Even those who caught a cold as the weather turned chilly dragged themselves to class. He would forcibly send them to the hospital wing, which earned him no small amount of complaints from matron Madame Pomfrey. Seizing the students' high enthusiasm, Tivier timely introduced the light ball game across all 3 grades. Naturally, the difficulty was divided into 3 levels. For the first year, it was simplest. The light balls only moved slowly. The second year added speed variations, shifting from slow to fast, making it hard for students to predict trajectories. The third year was the hardest. Besides speed changes, the light ball's movements became far more erratic, sometimes changing direction 3 times within a single second. Regardless, once they started, every student fell in love with this game that didn't require hanging from the ceiling. They spent all day discussing their scores and techniques with friends, and eavesdropping on the brilliant students' lofty discussions, striving to achieve higher scores in the next game and secure a top spot on the leaderboard. Yes, Tivier had compiled the scores for each grade and created a leaderboard. The board was divided into 3 grades, but ignored houses. All 4 houses within the same grade formed a single ranking. The information on the board was simple: rank, name, house, and highest score. This board was boldly hung at the back of the classroom, allowing every student in class to find their own name and corresponding rank. Students at the top of the list instantly became celebrities in their houses, basking in the admiration of their peers. Those ranked lower were not looked down upon, or even if they were, they had no time to care. As Professor Foley put it, use that time to think about how to improve yourself. A low score means great room for progress. Even a small improvement can bring a huge increase. Soon the young witches and wizards were as energized as if they'd been injected with stimulants, developing a fervent obsession with the light ball game. During breaks and after meals, whenever they saw anything round, they wanted to pull out their wands and strike it. Do you think practicing with Quidditch balls would be more effective? Ron said to Harry, who had just returned from Quidditch practice. Harry had secretly joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team during the second week's flying lesson. A week later, he received the broomstick gifted by Professor McGonagall, officially beginning his Quidditch training. Harry tiredly stowed away his broomstick. Of course, he personally felt this action was already pointless. The looks from the Gryffindors now all conveyed, "I believe in you, kid." After doing this, he relaxed his body and lay down on the bed. "I don't know if it works, but it would definitely kill you." "You're lucky," Ron said enviously. "That score of 58 has yet to be beaten. Even that Granger is several points behind you." At this, Harry grinned smugly. Oh, luckily he was lying down, or he might have drooled. "Can't say that. It took me a month to improve by just 1 point, while Malfoy from Slytherin has raised his by a full 5 points. He's only at 55 now." Professor Foley said the higher the score, the harder it is to improve. Some people's scores have even dropped. Just then a round-faced boy walked in, clutching a notebook as if it were a treasure. Ron's eyes lit up at the sight of him. "Well, if it isn't our first-year student with the biggest improvement." No matter how many times Neville would blush at these words, but he couldn't help showing a hint of a happy smile. "Please don't say that. I only have 35 points, far behind you. In 2 more weeks you'll almost surpass me," Ron said, bouncing in front of him. "Let me see what the professor taught you tonight." Neville carefully handed over the notebook from his arms. Ever since he had mustered the courage to seek advice from Professor Foley half a month ago, the professor spent 2 evenings each week tutoring him. That was the reason for his rapid progress. Still, this stuff about the wizard's instinct. Ron flipped through to the end reluctantly and handed it back as usual. Every time Neville returned from tutoring, Ron would borrow his notes, but the content was always something he couldn't understand. "The professor seems to like bringing that up," muttering words like soul and will, he said, shivering involuntarily. "I always feel like the professor is studying me, not tutoring me." Ron flopped onto the bed with a thud, casually playing with his wand. "Then you're at least worth studying. I'm not even qualified to be researched. You could ask the professor yourself. Maybe he has teaching material suited for you." After thinking it over, Ron ultimately abandoned the idea. Forget it. The professor probably doesn't like a student like me, who can't even change his wand right. Compared to the lower-year students who were happily playing games, the senior students were much more miserable. Not only could they not attend the welfare professor's classes or play with the light spheres, but after the duel, they had hoped Quirrell would awaken some sense of professorial duty. Yet he remained just as indifferent as ever. Their dissatisfaction with Professor Quirrell had reached its peak. In the school hall, Percy complained loudly to Penelope, "Do you know what Professor Quirrell taught in today's class?" Penelope played along gracefully and asked, "What did he teach?" "He lectured on trolls for 2 whole hours. So vivid that I could almost smell that stench." Percy slumped, resting his head on the long table, sighing miserably. "I have to take my O.W.L.S. this year, and at this rate, I might not get 12 certificates." "Oh, my dear brother, why don't you go and seek advice from the esteemed Professor Welfare?" George chimed in with a theatrical air. Percy waved his hand dismissively and said, "Don't even think about it. The whole year wants Professor Welfare to teach us, but he hasn't agreed yet." Fred shook his head with a mischievous grin. No, dear Percy, the professor may not teach your class, but he can give you a little guidance." Percy glanced at the staff table, where only Professor Welfare was absent. "Who knows what the professor is busy with? He's hardly ever around, so when would he have time to guide me?" Lately Tivier had been digesting the duel, studying Neville, and indulging in wizard chess, so he rarely appeared before the students except during class. George flashed a triumphant smile. Hey, race a hint between 9 and 10 in the evening in the defense against the dark arts classroom on the first floor, you'll find the professor. Penelope asked curiously why. Percy said enviously as a reward the professor gives them private lessons at that time. But isn't the professor busy then? The twins shook their heads in unison, looking disappointed. The professor answers our questions while playing wizard chess. His wizard chess skills have improved so fast that we're no match for him now. We can already tell the professor is getting dissatisfied with us. He's become careless in class. So we need someone good at chess to play chess with the professor. Growing more excited, George and Fred both put their hands on Percy's shoulders. This monumental task is yours, dear brother. Oh, come on, you just want a tool, don't you? Despite saying that, a smile spread across Percy's face, and his eyes lit up, a stark contrast to his earlier dejection. By the way, isn't Ron better at chess? Why not ask him? When you can't satisfy the professor anymore, we'll kick you out and bring Ron in, George said matter-of-factly. Great, so you skip practicing with the light spheres just to use me as a tool. At 9 in the evening, Tivier arrived at the classroom on time. Lately, he had been practicing wizard chess for an hour every day, and his progress was remarkable. Now even Cedric, the strongest among the group of 4, couldn't beat him. Feeling proud, he had challenged Professor McGonagall's chessboard and unsurprisingly lost. But he had reached a level where the game was back and forth, no longer a crushing defeat, which validated his skill. Huh, if I'm not mistaken, you're Percy, right? Tivier said in surprise, noticing the 5th person in the room. Yes, Professor Welfare. Percy introduced himself a bit nervously. I'm Percy Weasley, George and Fred's older brother, and the Gryffindor prefect. His smile was awkward. He had once doubted the professor's abilities during the duel, but now he was utterly in awe of him. Why bring up being a prefect? George stepped forward disdainfully and told Tivier about Percy's desire for guidance. Tivier's eyes lit up. Ron's skill was undoubtedly superior to the chessboards, but the gap was too wide for Tivier to learn much from him. Conversely, beating Percy first, and then seeking out Ron made more sense. If the professor doesn't like it, we can find you another sparring partner, Fred added. Tivier set up the chessboard on the desk and patted the seat beside him. No need for now. Percy, come over. Let's play a game first. Percy hurried over joyfully, sitting down stiffly, while the other 4 gathered around Tivier with notebooks. During their private lessons, Tivier would talk while playing chess, and they would stand nearby listening and taking notes. The only one who struggled was Cedric, who had to focus on the chessboard while grasping the professor's lecture. He couldn't even take notes. That's why they sought outsiders, at Cedric's strong insistence. After setting up the pieces, Tivier, as usual, took the white side. Pawn to A3. The O.W.L.S. exam is divided into theory and practice. Percy, what preparations have you made? He asked casually after Percy made his move. Percy thought for a moment before replying, I've memorized all the theory parts, but I lack practical experience, and I'm worried he'll panic during the exam. Tivier nodded nonchalantly. Typical of a top student. Always fond of memorization. You've done well. The theory of defense against the dark arts is often overlooked, but many who perform poorly fail because of this part. He glanced at Cedric and the others who were frantically taking notes. This is also why you have exams in class, especially you 2 Weasleys. You focus too much on practice. If you fail the theory exam at the end of the year, it'll make you write a whole summer's worth of tests. George and Fred felt a chill down their spines and nodded hastily. Tivier turned his attention back to Percy. For your practical part, I recommend a special method. Now not only Percy but also Cedric and the others stopped writing, pricking up their ears and staring intently at him. Deconstruct the spell. Tivier drew his wand and intoned Lumos, but he only waved it after speaking finally, gathering a noticeable surge of magical energy. The tip of the wand slowly lit up. Break a spell into 3 steps: incantation, gesture, and magical release. Study and understand each step deeply until you fully comprehend it before moving to the next spell. Percy nodded thoughtfully, but Cedric and the others couldn't grasp it. Why study and understand an incantation when you just say it? Tivier didn't explain. This was beyond their 3rd-year curriculum. In fact, they might not learn this until their 6th year, the mastery and integration of magic. This was another way to achieve wordless spellcasting, harder and more powerful. At this level, casting magic became as natural as moving one's arm, eliminating any worry about performing spells poorly or failing to use learned ones. Tivier watched helplessly as his chess game approached a dead end, never expecting that the one who was supposed to be teaching would be the one distracted while the student remained focused. Of course, it's still quite challenging for you at this stage, so you can focus on the mandatory spells for the exam while supplementing them with some practical combat. You still have a year left, plenty of time to prepare. He offered a word of comfort to Percy, whose brow was furrowing deeper by the moment, and they prepared to start another game. Just then, Tivier felt a sudden stir in his consciousness. The detection magic he had set up in the 4th-floor corridor had been triggered. Since setting it up, this was the first time he had felt feedback from the detection spell. Surely it wasn't just a student sneaking out after curfew again. However, he didn't let it show and continued playing chess with Percy. Cedric and the others meanwhile experienced the stark difference in treatment. With Percy present, the professor was dismissive of their questions, offering perfunctory replies like, "The answer is in the textbook, remember to study it carefully," or "There's similar content from the private lessons, just use your imagination a bit." it won't strain your brain. But when it came to Percy, the professor said, if you're interested, he'll have the training dummy ready in about a week and a half. You can use it for a month anyway. How blatantly utilitarian. They exchanged a knowing glance and silently made a pact. They must improve their wizard chess skills and become the professor's go-to pawns. At exactly 9:55, Tivier called it a day. After Percy and the others left the classroom, he quietly made his way to the 4th floor. As curfew approached, students hurried by occasionally. At the 3rd floor staircase, Filch stood with his oil lamp, a cat at his feet, glaring at students, while occasionally glancing at a worn pocket watch, eagerly awaiting curfew. The 4th floor remained off limits, and even if a student accidentally lingered there, they would be reminded and pulled away by their companions. Tivier glanced at the door. The person had also placed detection magic on it, but it was crude, as if hastily set up. He casually neutralized it, and sensed the activity inside. There was music, but no significant magical fluctuation. Unless the witch or wizard had entered and stood perfectly still admiring the 3-headed dog's sleeping posture, it would have been impossible for him not to detect them. Confident, he pushed open the door. Indeed, the wizard was indeed motionless, admiring the 3-headed dog's slumber. You finally arrived, Tivier. Quirrell, who had his back to him, turned around, a smug look on his face. Realizing his disillusionment charm had been seen through, Tivier revealed himself, eyeing Quirrell with confusion, as if he didn't recognize him. How did you know it was me? Easy to guess, isn't it? A new professor, immensely powerful. Quirrell's expression twisted into a snarl. And you even ordered students to attack me. Who else could it be? Tivier's eyes were full of exasperation. He hadn't expected Quirrell to be so petty. What if I told you it was really an accident? Would you believe me? Quirrell gritted his teeth in anger, but the next second, he forced an ugly smile. Never mind, your cover is blown anyway. We're on equal footing now. This did catch Tivier off guard. The longer he could stay hidden, the better, but he hadn't expected Quirrell to suddenly get clever and lure him here. Of course, he was more inclined to believe this was Voldemort's doing. Still, at least for now, his goals and Voldemort's were aligned. No need to be so hostile. Our goals are the same. Why can't we be a bit more friendly? Quirrell let out a scoff, but didn't continue his mockery. He too knew they needed to cooperate to deceive Dumbledore and obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Since that's the case, would my good friend be willing to take me down to have a look? With pleasure. After exchanging pleasantries, Tivier led the way with practiced ease, arriving at the chessboard for the 3rd time. Go on, why aren't you moving forward? Quirrell demanded urgently. Tivier shrugged. To open the door ahead, you have to win this chess game. This board isn't simple. At least I haven't managed to get past it yet. Even if he could get past it, Tivier wouldn't. He still needed Quirrell to lure Dumbledore away, so he could obtain the stone. Watching Quirrell pace back and forth in frustration, he goaded, why don't you try the board and see if I'm lying? Quirrell was about to retort, but a voice echoed in his mind. Go ahead and try. But my dark lord, I don't know how to play wizard chess. Quirrell's eyes suddenly lit up. Do you? Why don't you play this game for me? I don't know how either. Voldemort roared and fell silent. Quirrell shrank back, muttering, if you can't play, why tell me to try? Tivier, thinking Quirrell was plotting something, worried he might force his way through and attract the professors. Don't bother. Unless you can get the chess notation from Professor McGonagall, you'll have to find a way to win this game. Quirrell hesitated for a moment before stepping up to try. He learned the rules on the spot, but lost even faster than Tivier had. Ahead are the works of Professors Sprout and Flitwick, and the later stages are yours and Snape's, of course, along with Dumbledore's. Quirrell nodded in agreement. He had known this since Dumbledore called on them to set up the challenges. Don't worry, my part is simple. The key is Dumbledore's magic. Any ideas? None. Tivier cut him off bluntly, leaving him there and walking away. Let him worry about that himself. Back in his office, the ring in his pocket eagerly spoke up. So this is my original body. How pathetic, Voldemort sneered. Tivier took out the ring, turning it over in his hand. By the way, can you sense each other? Remove the shielding magic on the ring and find out, Voldemort urged. So that means you can, Tivier chuckled softly. I shouldn't have split my soul to make Horcruxes. I feel like my intelligence has taken a hit. Resigned, Voldemort continued. We're more like severed limbs. Unless we're close, or one is destroyed, only the original can actively communicate with the Horcruxes. So have you sensed a soul fragment in a child? What? A child? Voldemort grew anxious. Which child has a piece of my soul? That means I can be resurrected. It seemed the soul fragment in Harry was well hidden, perhaps due to the magic his mother left behind. That was indeed a remarkable enchantment. Hey, don't go silent on me, Tivier. Tell me now. Tivier pocketed the ring, and the grating voice instantly vanished. Good night. On the afternoon before Halloween, Tivier hummed a tune as he walked toward the classroom. Last night, he had defeated Percy in a game of wizard's chess, winning every single match throughout the evening. As a reward, the training dummy was postponed for a month, allowing them to continue practicing. As usual, he handed out a test paper to the students. The first-year students had already learned a considerable amount, and were beginning to follow the same rhythm as the second and third years, consolidating their knowledge before class. Half an hour later, Tivier collected the papers. I heard something at the Great Hall during lunch. You started practicing the levitation charm in your morning charms class, right? The students responded with excitement. This could be considered the second formal spell they had learned, the first being the wand-lighting charm. Quill waved his wand and 40 pieces of parchment crumpled up before flying to each student. Alright, first I need to check your proficiency with this spell. Do you see the paper in front of you? If you can levitate a feather, you can levitate a piece of paper. Don't be discouraged. This is a necessary step for what comes next. I assume you still remember the duel from over a month ago. Once you've all fully mastered the levitation charm, I will teach you an advanced application of this spell, transforming something ordinary into something extraordinary. At this, the students, far from feeling disappointed, grew even more excited. They vividly recalled every detail of that duel. While not every detail, the exchanges were so swift that even spotting the general moves was impressive. But some highlights were frequently discussed, leaving a deep impression on them. The unexpected transfiguration, the bird-shaped disarming charm, the golden shield charm, and more. Crucially, these spells weren't particularly advanced. They just needed to learn the professor's so-called advanced application to cast them too. Their faces were filled with longing, eager to learn the spell immediately. However, a minute later, the students encountered their first Waterloo. Aside from a handful of them, no one had succeeded in levitating the paper. This won't do. Quill shook his head in mock disappointment. This isn't charms class. There's no time to practice the levitation charm here. If not everyone has mastered it in 10 minutes, they'll save this lesson for another time. The young witches and wizards were instantly panicked. Those who had already succeeded quickly began coaching their peers, and the chant of Wingardium Leviosa rose and fell in waves. They swung their wands with much more force. A flash of red light streaked through the air, and Quill swiftly cast a shield charm, enveloping the red light tightly within. Thud! A dull sound echoed as the shield charm gradually dissipated into white light. Mr. Finnegan, it would work better if you relaxed a bit more. Quill couldn't help but marvel at the explosion expert's talent. Even a wrong spell packed a punch. If he focused on more powerful magic, he'd be a human cannon. Ron, on the other hand, wasn't so lucky. Using an ill-fitting wand, and having spent the morning class arguing with Hermione, he couldn't even make the paper twitch. I said it's Wingardium Leviosa and not OSA. Why can't you get it right? Hermione's face puffed up with frustration. Ron curled his lip disdainfully. I thought you weren't talking to me. Did you think I wanted to? Hermione glanced at the professor's position. If it weren't for the class, I wouldn't waste my time coaching you. Well, thanks a lot. Ron replied dismissively, but he realized that if he were the only one holding the class back, preventing everyone from learning the advanced magic, he'd be drowned in resentful glares. Besides, he wanted to learn it too, so no matter how much Hermione's attitude annoyed him, he had to follow along. Wingardium Leviosa. Ron's paper slowly floated into the air, filling him with giddy joy. Excellent. The last student has mastered the levitation charm. Now here comes the highlight of today's lesson. The students held their breath, eyes fixed unblinkingly on him. Quill's wand pointed at Ron's floating paper, Wingardium Leviosa, and the paper, as if swatted by a hand, rapidly descended, pressed tightly against the desk, and was instantly smoothed flat. The once crumpled paper now looked like a shirt ironed by a mother, devoid of any crease. See that? Quill levitated the paper above everyone's heads. By applying opposite control, the levitation charm becomes a pressure charm. Seeing this, they recalled a legend. Third-year students had been subjected to a spell by the professor that could pin someone to the ground, leaving them unable to move. So was this the spell they were about to learn? The young witches and wizards' faces beamed with eagerness, their eyes glued to the paper, now perfectly straight, as if their burning gazes might set it ablaze. Everyone note that the two spells are essentially the same. Same incantation, same wand movement, same magical output. The only difference is applying opposite control. So focus on how you felt when casting the levitation charm, then reverse that force. The incantation of the levitation charm echoed through the classroom once more, but success didn't come as quickly this time. Don't rush. If you don't know how to reverse the force, imagine yourself upside down. Hey, Mr. Longbottom, imagine it. Don't actually flip yourself over. Quill watched the young witches and wizards with amusement as they tried every bizarre method to reverse their magical force. Ron cleverly switched hands, but couldn't channel any magic at all. Harry, learning from the experience, swung his wand downward, successfully hitting his left hand and leaving a bloody scratch. Ravenclaw's Padma Patil made an ingenious adjustment. She turned her wrist over and by sheer luck succeeded once. Congratulations, Miss Patil, for being the first to succeed. But I wouldn't recommend that approach. I'd rather not be blamed by Madame Pomfrey for you twisting your arms. The students laughed, but secretly they started twisting their wrists too. Simply mastering this aspect, the pressure charm, was relatively simple, unlike other advanced applications that transformed spells into entirely new magic. But simple was relative. For first-year witches and wizards, this spell was arguably the hardest of the school year. Hermione glared at Ron as he twisted his arm. The professor said turning your wrist over is useless. But that Patil girl did it. If you're so good, show me the right way. Ron felt like he'd had this conversation before. A second later, he confirmed he had. Because Hermione had proven him wrong again. The paper was pressed flat against the desk, unmoved by the wind, though it wasn't as smooth as Quill's. You? You dare to flatten it completely. Ron turned his head away, stubbornly retorting. Hermione's eyes reddened with anger. How could I possibly achieve that right away? Still not good enough. Ron muttered under his breath. As soon as class ended, Hermione grabbed her books and hurried out of the classroom, missing Tewell's final words. If the opportunity arises, I'll find you an opponent to experience the thrill of battle. The Great Hall. The festive feast had always been one of the most anticipated moments at Hogwarts, even on a somber. To match the occasion, the hall had been meticulously decorated. Professor McGonagall had conjured an array of skeletons and ghouls that stretched across the walls with her transfiguration. Professor Flitwick had released 1,000 live bats that fluttered along the walls and ceiling. Hagrid had planted a crop of enormous pumpkins hollowed out and carved into jack-o'-lanterns. Had it not been for the massive candles glowing inside them, quite a few young couples might have been tempted to slip into one for a pumpkin rendezvous. Twill also cast a small charm, making a host of bizarre ghosts drift above the hall. Unlike the castle's resident spirits, however, these resembled the sheet-clad specters from Muggle films, their expressions wildly exaggerated. They were more endearing and comical than truly terrifying. Hidden within these little ghosts are rewards from me. Strike them with light like in the Lumos game, and they'll drop candies. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a rainbow of light shot up from the long tables toward the ceiling. But a second later, the young witches and wizards regretted it. As the ghosts shattered, candies rained down in a clattering cascade, pelting their heads. Instantly, they scattered, ducking for cover with their bags held over their heads like frightened mice caught by a cat trembling in terror. Except for Quirrell, the professor sat at the staff table gleefully watching the chaotic students and letting out unkind laughter. After a while, all the ghosts were destroyed and the candy stopped falling. Ha ha! Dumbledore rose, unable to suppress a chuckle. Many thanks to Professor Twill for this delightful pre-dinner game. Now let the feast begin. Ron, who had been bending over to pick up candies, realized that the candy-strewn table had instantly been piled high with all manner of delicious dishes as sumptuous as the welcome feast. Harry picked up a few candies and then stopped, choosing instead to sit and savor them. These candies are actually soft, kind of like fruit chews. Ron stuffed his bulging pockets of sweets into his bag and patted it with a satisfied expression. He'll save these. This might be the only time I ever get a reward from Professor Twill. At those words, the hands of the surrounding students unwrapping candies froze, especially among the older years, who promptly stuffed every visible candy into their bags, sparking a few arguments. In their imaginations, these were candies specially prepared by Professor Twill just for them. Rather than candies, I'd much rather have one of those little ghosts. They're so cute. A Slytherin prefect clutched two candies tightly, her spoils from shattering, an adorable ghost. Once every last candy had been cleared away, the students finally turned their attention back to the feast's dishes. That insufferable Granger won't get to enjoy the feast now, and she's missed out on the candies too, Ron said with schadenfreude. Hermione's roommate, Lavender Brown, frowned in displeasure. Don't talk about Hermione like that. She's still crying in the girls' bathroom. Ron scratched his head in confusion. Crying? Why would she cry? It's because of you lot always badmouthing her behind her back. She's hardly ever happy in the dorm as it is. But with that mouth of hers, it's hard not to find her annoying. Lavender faltered. She means well, she's just a bit blunt when she speaks. You call that? Bang. The great doors of the hall burst open with a thunderous crash that seemed to shake the ceiling. Quirrell came charging in, his turban askew, nearly exposing the back of his head. He rushed to Dumbledore, straightened his hat, and said in a panicked voice, "There's a troll in the dungeons. I thought you ought to know." With that, he shot a glance at Twill before collapsing in a faint. Pandemonium erupted in the hall. Harry and Ron exchanged a look, but before they could speak, someone else voiced what they were both thinking. Hermione's in the girls' bathroom in the dungeons. What's going to happen to her? Lavender cried in terror, clawing at her face and leaving red marks. Ron and Harry had no heart to mock her, for they were just as terrified. Professor. Let's find a professor. Harry hit upon an idea. Professor Twill is so powerful he can definitely handle the troll and save Hermione. Ron immediately agreed, and the two of them pushed through the panicked crowd to the staff table, where they found Twill studying Quirrell. Gasping for breath, Harry said urgently, "Professor Twill, Hermione. She's still in the dungeons. You have to save her, or she'll die." "Don't worry, Hermione will be fine." Twill went over to Dumbledore, who was preparing to restore order, and whispered in his ear, "Headmaster, I'd like to take the students to the dungeons and use the troll for a lesson." Dumbledore turned in surprise. Dealing with a troll is one thing, but can you guarantee the students' safety? Defense against the dark arts did of course teach students to defend against dangerous creatures, but he had never heard of using a troll as a teaching tool. "I absolutely won't let any student come to harm. On the contrary, an opponent of this magnitude, students might not encounter one in all 7 years." After a moment's thought, Dumbledore asked, "In that case, will you take the older students?" Twill gestured toward Quirrell, still lying on the floor. "Forget it. Aren't the older students under the charge of Professor Quirrell there?" Dumbledore gave a wry smile. "Very well, I'll have Percy take the third years and below to the dungeons." Satisfied, Twill departed to make preparations, at least to ensure the troll would be more cooperative. Leaving the great hall, he strode briskly toward the dungeons. The place was as gloomy and cold as when he first arrived at Hogwarts. So he conjured a series of torches along the way, illuminating the corridors and staircases leading to the dungeons, dispelling the bone-chilling cold. No sooner had he finished than he heard a terrified scream. The troll had made its entrance. Following the sound, he arrived before a girl's bathroom, but the door had been shattered, and the incantations from within echoed out unimpeded. Peering inside, he saw a colossal figure standing at the entrance, gripping a massive club. Its body was a full 12 feet tall, its skin as gray and rough as granite, and just as sturdy. In contrast, its head was absurdly small, like a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, making it look terribly disproportionate. Its flat, calloused, oversized feet seemed pressed down by some invisible force, barely able to lift and take a step forward. Hermione, meanwhile, was crouched in a corner, her wand clutched tightly, unleashing a steady stream of magic at the troll. Whether from fear or magical exhaustion, her determined little face was pale, and beads of sweat streamed down her forehead. Clap, 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 Tivier said as he stepped into the restroom, applauding. An excellent pressure curse. It's hard to believe you only learned it this afternoon. Professor Flitwick. Hermione's face lit up with joy, and her hand, channeling magic, involuntarily relaxed, making it impossible to maintain the pressure curse's effect. Feeling the pressure under its feet release, the troll stumbled heavily. Having exerted itself too much just moments ago, it now found the sudden ease disorienting. Its tiny brain, whirring with confusion, could muster only one thought. Tear these two people apart. The joy on Hermione's face vanished instantly. She stared helplessly, her eyes wide, as the troll swung its massive club down toward her. Professor! Before she could finish, the troll froze mid-swing, its club suspended 10 feet above her head, motionless. What's wrong? Tivier emerged from behind the troll, a bubble now clinging to his nose. He had underestimated the stench. The troll's odor was 100 times more foul than the restroom itself. And nothing, Hermione said, lowering her head in embarrassment. How did you know I was here? Your two friends told me. Tivier blew the troll out of the room while pulling Hermione to her feet. The young witch's legs were still weak, barely able to support her. Some friends they are, she muttered under her breath, pouting. Don't be too harsh. Treat those who care about you as friends, and you'll have many more. As he exited, he casually repaired the restroom before releasing his hold on Hermione, allowing her to join her classmates. The students had arrived, and a few concerned professors stood not far away. The corridor buzzed with activity. Percy struggled to maintain order, but getting young witches and wizards to obey was no easy feat. Line up by house and year. First years at the front, third years at the back, and second years. Second years in the middle, of course. Suddenly, everyone fell silent, gazing expectantly behind him. Percy turned around. Professor, I've brought all students from first to third year from all 4 houses. Tivier nodded approvingly. Thank you very much, Percy. Please stay here a while longer. As a reward, you'll get to practice magic on the troll at the end. Percy beamed. It's an honor to serve you. Tivier then addressed the young witches and wizards, pointing to the troll further down the corridor. As you can see, we have a troll here tonight. This gentleman will be the subject of our extra lesson. He positioned the troll's body in a spread eagle stance, allowing the students to observe every part of it clearly. Now, first of all, what is a troll? Hermione's hand shot up conspicuously among the third years. Hermione, Tivier said, pointing his wand. A side note, Miss Granger held off the troll for at least 20 minutes using a spell she learned just this afternoon. 10 points to Gryffindor. Suddenly the center of attention, Hermione blushed deeply, but mustered the courage to answer loudly. A troll is a magical creature of immense strength, but very low intelligence, making them extremely violent and prone to unprovoked attacks. Correct. There are generally 3 types of trolls: mountain trolls, forest trolls, and river trolls. This one here is a mountain troll. Professor, do all trolls smell this bad? Asked a first-year student. Standing at the front closest to the troll, they bore the brunt of the stench. Except for river trolls, the other 2 aren't pleasant. It's hard to make such creatures understand the concept of bathing. Considering the young wizard's tolerance, Tivier placed a bubble over the troll, trapping the odor inside. The students sighed in relief. I'm sure you've noticed the troll's tiny head. In the Muggle world, they measure intelligence by brain size, and the magical world does much the same. But beware, some magical creatures with small brains are surprisingly clever. Never underestimate any magical being. It might be smarter than you. Of course, this rule still applies to trolls. Despite their thick feet and long arms, their small heads are their fatal weakness. This is another principle of biology: no creature is perfect. Find its weakness, and you can easily defeat this troll. Next, I'll allow some outstanding students to come forward and demonstrate how to deal with a troll. The moment he finished, the young wizards erupted in excitement, as if shouting loudly would prove their worth. Tivier pulled out a jingling pouch. It contained the first batch of shield charm badges he had ordered from Dervish and Banges. Of course, what other small enchantments lay within only he knew. Remember the light ball game? Please come forward, the top 10 from each year, to collect your badges. Amidst the disappointed sighs of their classmates, 30 top-performing students stepped out proudly, each taking a badge from the pouch. This is a protective badge that will shield you in danger. Pin it to the center of your body like your waist or abdomen. Mr. Malfoy, I know wearing it on your chest compliments your handsome face, but please follow instructions. A faint blush crept across Malfoy's pale face as he fumbled to pin the badge at the center of his abdomen. Harry watched with amusement. He had initially wanted to pin it on his chest too, but seeing Malfoy's mistake he abandoned the idea. Excellent. Now first years please come closer. Tivier lifted the freezing charm on the troll but cast a slowing charm instead, letting it lumber in slow motion as it broke through the bubble he had placed. The stench hit the 10 students, making their eyes water. The smell is one of the troll's attacks. Also notice its long arms. That's another not-so-subtle offensive tool. Some unlucky wizards have been flattened because they underestimated the reach of those arms. The students instinctively stepped back in fear despite being far enough away. So the question is, as first years, how would you deal with this troll? All first years may ponder this. Hermione raised her hand first. Use the pressure curse to slow it down. Exactly. That's how Miss Granger handled the troll. Its large feet make the pressure curse especially easy and effective. But what else? Remember, the troll's weakness is its head. To redeem himself, Malfoy guessed loudly, blind its eyes. Absolutely correct. Tivier snapped his fingers excitedly, and the torches in the corridor flickered. Malfoy felt even more delighted than if he had devoured tonight's dessert, tilting his head back with smug satisfaction. However, the next second his movements froze. Please be aware our troll is charging toward you. So if you don't wish to be crushed flat by it, I suggest you finish it off as quickly as possible. Tivier stepped aside, allowing the troll to lumber slowly toward the 10 first-year students. Though its pace was sluggish, the tremors each footstep sent through the ground were anything but slow. Instead, they made the students' hearts quiver with dread. Harry swallowed hard, forcing himself to muster the first flash of light. It struck the troll's head with precision, but only made it shake its head. Striking the head is useless. Though the troll's head is a weak point, it's not something your feeble beams can harm. Your target should be its eyes. Yet with Harry's demonstration, the young witches and wizards scrambled to emit their own flashes of light. But the troll tilted its head slightly, and 3 red beams whisked past it. The troll realized that these little ones were aiming for its head. Trolls may be dim-witted, but they're not entirely brainless. They won't just stand there and let you attack. The first-year students were experiencing combat practice for the first time. Previously, they had only faced non-retaliatory glowing orbs. Now confronted with a colossal opponent, they panicked outright. Yet as the cream of the crop among 10 students, after several failures, they managed to hit the troll's eyes when it was halfway through its advance. The intense light and impact made the troll clap its hands over its eyes and howl in agony. But its cries were short-lived as Tivier froze it again. Well done, Mr. Malfoy successfully struck the troll's eye. 5 points to Slytherin. Following the same pattern, Tivier guided students from different grades one by one. The second years with fewer spells at their disposal followed his instructions to slow the troll, attack its brain and eyes in batches, and finally knocked it unconscious when it was merely an arm's length away. The third-year students faced a far tougher challenge. They knew the most spells, but they were also closer to the troll. The stench alone was unbearable. Had the troll not been slowed by a slowing charm, they would have been completely overwhelmed. Even so, several students triggered their protective magic. This made everyone realize the extraordinary value of the badges. After all, even their wizard parents might not be able to cast a full shield charm. Their gazes toward the badges grew fervent. Those who already had one couldn't bear to let it go, yet feared damaging it. Excellent. Disarming the club with a disarming charm, then using the levitation charm and pressure charm to control the club and strike the troll's head. Well executed. As an aside, this solution was proposed by Ron, who was watching from the sidelines. With the third years finally vanquishing the troll, the class was nearing its end. Now let us invite Percy Weasley from Gryffindor to demonstrate how to handle a troll in its full state. Taking a deep breath, Percy slowly stepped forward. Are you ready, Percy? I'm ready. Tivier woke the troll and lifted the slowing charm, then handed the stage to Percy. Entering combat mode, Percy's eyes sharpened instantly. Using the same stunning spells, he aimed mostly at the troll's knee joints, not only effectively slowing its movements, but also causing its knees to buckle, nearly forcing it to kneel. However, once the troll was no longer slowed, it could block spells by swinging its arms, making Percy's attacks less effective than those of the previous students. Realizing this, Percy shifted his target from the head to the troll's armpits. The baffled students burst into laughter, assuming Percy was grasping at straws. But Tivier's eyes narrowed as he took the prefect seriously. The armpit is a common weak point in humanoid creatures, housing rich nerves and blood vessels that control the upper limbs along with vital lymphatic tissues. Protected only by delicate skin, attacking this area might not yield spectacular results, but it was certainly more effective than targeting the troll's thick thighs or muscular body. Few wizards knew this. Just like those skilled in mathematics, studying such things had minimal impact on magic. Regardless of how Percy had learned it, exploiting this fact was enough to earn Tivier's admiration. Hogwarts had far too many brilliant students. Adding a name to his mental notebook, Tivier called a halt to Percy's attack to prevent him from actually breaking the troll's arm. Alright, Mr. Weasley, if you keep this up the scene won't be suitable for the young witches and wizards to witness. Though not as perceptive as Turville, Percy realized his attacks had unknowingly pushed the troll to its limit, so he promptly withdrew his wand. The younger students were somewhat disappointed. Though they didn't grasp the significance of attacking the armpits, Percy's combat style had a fluid elegance that perfectly matched their fantasies. They couldn't learn Professor Flitwick's methods, but surely they could emulate Percy's. Well, thank you very much, Percy, for providing our class with one final lesson. Attacking joints with stunning spells is more effective than targeting any other area. This is the maximum efficiency of magic. You may also ponder which other spells can achieve such maximum efficiency. This is not homework, merely food for thought. Now tonight's class concludes here. Please follow Percy orderly back to your common rooms. Professor, what should we do with this troll? Asked a young witch who had just participated in the battle, still eager. Leave it for Professor Quirrell, of course. He loves things that emit such aromas, doesn't he? Turville winked mischievously. The students burst into laughter as they filed out of the dungeon. The professors then gathered around. Truly a brilliant lesson. To tailor different content for students of various grades. It's hard to believe someone so young possesses such a wealth of knowledge. Professor McGonagall remarked with admiration. At the same age, despite her excellent grades, her practical experience lagged far behind, and much of her teaching was confined to textbooks. It took her years as a professor to grasp the concept of teaching according to aptitude, as Turville did. You flatter me, Turville said, casting a disdainful glance at the troll. Speaking of which, tonight's content is already beyond the syllabus. I wonder how much the students will absorb. Typically, trolls would only be taught in the 4th year, but such an opportunity was rare. He had no idea where to find a troll habitat, yet Quirrell had managed to locate one. Why not make use of it? Moreover, tonight's lesson was ostensibly to buy time for Quirrell, drawing some professor's attention so he could navigate the traps within. But in truth, it was to heighten suspicion on Quirrell. A troll breaking in on Halloween Eve was one thing, but for a supposedly unconscious professor to awaken and vanish without a trace. Who else could be suspected? After leaving the basement, Tevill did not investigate the situation on the 4th floor, but instead went straight back to his office, playing the role of an excellent pure professor with no ulterior motives. At this moment, he should distance himself from the bizarre. Then this professor, as innocent as a little rabbit, took out a large piece of parchment. All is permitted. And a large ink blot suddenly appeared on the parchment. From the center of the ink blot, black lines extended outward, continuously sketching all the buildings within the Hogwarts castle grounds. However, the professor's understanding of the school was not deep, so the details were somewhat rough. Some ink lines were thick, some were thin, and others were tangled. But these details were insignificant. The key point was that 30 names floated above, slowly moving across. The Weasley brothers lingered in the kitchen, presumably asking the house elves for food. Cedric happened to be on his way to the kitchen, and with a quick move the three of them encountered each other in the kitchen. Above them was a single name that shimmered with golden light, exceptionally conspicuous: Harry Potter. He was staying still in the common room, surrounded by Hermione Granger's name. Tevill pointed his wand at Harry's name, and with a flash of golden light a clear voice emerged. Actually, I was just 1 second away from hitting the troll before Malfoy. I saw it. Hermione was clearly creating opportunities for you, but Malfoy snatched it away. This was Ron's voice. So you guys aren't arguing anymore. If she weren't so arrogant. If he wouldn't stop speaking ill of me. Hermione's voice finally rang out. The three of them squabbled for a while, but their relationship eventually reconciled, discussing tonight's lesson like friends. After confirming that the badge and map were functioning properly, Tevill put away the parchment. All is an illusion. This was Teville's magical map modeled after the Marauder's map, but with badges as a medium. He made a small improvement based on the principle of the sneakoscope, allowing him to hear the voices of the badge wearers. As for all is permitted and all is an illusion, they were his favorite declarations, so he used them as the spells for the map. The next key element was Quirrell. All he needed was knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door interrupted Teville's thoughts. He helplessly glanced at the door. It was Quirrell. The stench emanating from him could be smelled even through the door. He didn't know if it was intentional, but Quirrell came here when Tevill was trying to avoid him. However, no matter how reluctant he felt, he had to open the door. If he kept knocking like that, it would attract others' attention. Seeing the door open a crack, Quirrell slipped in with an agility he usually did not display. He gently closed the door and strutted over to sit in front of Tevill. Tevill put away the parchment and looked at him with an expressionless face. The contrast between their expressions was stark. It seems you had a great haul tonight. Quirrell became even more smug, his legs trembling unconsciously. Of course, I've already figured out that only one person is paying attention to that corridor. Guess who? Snape. Quirrell's trembling legs suddenly stopped, and he asked loudly, doubting life, "How did you know?" Tevill looked at Quirrell's face with a half-smile. "Why don't you tell me about your findings first?" After recalling for a moment, Quirrell said hesitantly, "After luring the students and professors away tonight, I secretly slipped to the 4th floor, but I didn't go in. I just opened the door and hid at the entrance to observe." It wasn't long before Snape hurried over, and seeing the door open, he rushed in a panic. Quirrell chuckled maliciously, his expression somewhat twisted. Hey got scratched by that three-headed dog and limped out. So you want me to help you stall for time tonight, just to verify this one thing? Isn't that enough? Quirrell sprang up. As long as we avoid Snape, we can go get the Philosopher's Stone. Tivier shook his head in disappointment. You should think the only person in the school who can be called Dumbledore's right-hand man besides Professor McGonagall, who manages school affairs, is Snape, right? As for making such a big fuss just to confirm a person who could have been guessed, kid, I'm quite disappointed in you. I. Quirrell stammered for a long time, but couldn't utter a word. He felt quite foolish tonight. Even when he came over in the evening, he was followed by Snape for a while. It was like using a cannon to hit a mosquito, way too wasteful. Stop saying I, and tell me your next plan. Why should I tell you? Quirrell suddenly became tough. Then don't ask me for help next time. Oh, preparing lessons for the students is hard work, unlike you pretending to be like Filch. Quirrell panicked. His strength and cunning were no match for Tivier. If it were only him, he would definitely be slower than Tivier. Wait, I have already been probing Snape's arrangements. I can confirm they are some potions. Are you an idiot? Does Snape, this master of potions, need you to confirm he's preparing potions? Alright, Quirrell chuckled awkwardly. Anyway, you're in charge of the chessboard, and I'm in charge of the potions. As long as we solve these two challenges, we can get the Philosopher's Stone. Tivier glanced at Quirrell's somewhat pale face with amusement. It is I can obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Then I'll trouble you to work hard. Remember, the Philosopher's Stone is our priority. Don't get distracted. Quirrell nodded dismissively and cautiously left the office. He won't survive much longer. As soon as Quirrell left the ring, couldn't wait to say, his life force has been absorbed halfway by the main body, similar to your situation, and even worse. If nothing unexpected happens, he can only live for a few more months, at most half a year. Tivier took out the ring, playing with it in his hand. I remember the soul-absorbing life force can condense a semi-corporeal form. Then, why does your main body need to stay attached to Quirrell? Of course it's for a quick escape. With what the ring said, Tivier understood. In a soul state, only by being made into a Horcrux can one be bound, but a semi-corporeal form is different. He had at least 10 ways to trap Voldemort. So Voldemort also knows this is a trap aimed at him. Of course, besides that fool Quirrell, who doesn't know this is a trap? It just lacks a sign at the door saying Philosopher's Stone inside. Of course that fool Quirrell might have realized it too. Tivier ignored the incessant ring and looked at the mark on his wrist. This was Dumbledore's open scheme, but even if it was a trap, he had to step into it. By the way, can your main body deal with this curse? The ring fell silent, and then chuckled. You forgot the curse is an evil prophecy. Once touched, it cannot be escaped. Indeed, as the ring had foretold, after Halloween, Quirrell's face grew increasingly pallid, and his body would occasionally twitch. However, this demeanor was entirely in character for Professor Quirrell. Aside from Tivier, who deliberately observed him, no other students took notice. Tivier, meanwhile, had plunged into his busy teaching schedule. The curriculum, blending theory with practice, proved exceptionally suitable for Hogwarts. Especially after the students discovered that theoretical study could enhance their practical abilities, they began to place far greater emphasis on their textbooks. Of course, his mind was largely occupied with his own affairs, digesting the duel with Professor Flitwick completed, having felt the unique allure of white magic, shifting some focus to this area. Weekly transfiguration research with Dumbledore immensely fruitful, even causing the badge to stir, making attendance mandatory. Daily private lessons for Percy and his group of 5 serving as lesson preparation until he found his next opponent, studying the essence and instincts of wizards. Through Neville, progress slow but yielding results requiring continued effort, exploring the 4 elements, almost no progress, having found only 3 relevant books in the restricted section. One he couldn't understand, 2 that were useless. I research on the unforgivable curses shelved. Wizards chess practice far surpassing Percy, now able to hold out for over half an hour on the board. The Marauders map results as expected, needing to improve alchemy skills and map completeness to further address the magic flow disruption issue. Training dummies reaching an obvious ceiling. Without improvements, fighting the 5 of them roughly represents the upper limit of its capability, shelved temporarily, until his own insights advance further, imp magic and imitation of ghosts. Allowing separation from the physical form seemingly with higher potential than the training dummies' priority increased, the plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell's focus has shifted to Snape, progress slowing again, but the wizard's chess component is going well. He may need to nudge Quirrell to prevent him from perishing before his mission is complete. He must die only after finishing the job. In just over 2 months, Tivier had accomplished so much. Though accustomed to the frenzy of study and research, he still felt a trace of fatigue. Of course, it was also because this school harbored so many secrets that he couldn't bear to rest. There was still plenty of time and things were progressing according to plan, so he decided to take it step by step. First on his list was the Marauders map. The map's crudeness displeased him. It only revealed a few secret passages he had personally discovered. If Harry and the others hid in those tunnels, he would have no way to track them. To create a more detailed depiction, however, would require spending a vast amount of time exploring every nook and cranny of the castle, a cost he deemed not worth the benefit. The best solution was to obtain the original Marauder's map and merge the two maps together, drawing on their respective strengths to create one that perfectly suited his needs. A knock on the door pulled him from his thoughts. "Come in." As the door swung open, 5 figures were revealed, jostling each other outside. It was Percy and his group of 5 arriving for their evening private lesson. Finally, Percy strode in first, chest puffed out, his prefect badge gleaming, while the other 4 tiptoed in behind him. Tuval poured them 5 cups of tea, the only drink left in his office, as he had finished the pumpkin juice the night before. "I recall the private lesson hasn't started yet. Is there something you need from me?" George pushed Percy forward, urging him to sit before Tuval. Percy took a sip of tea and said, "Well, since you've surpassed me in wizard's chess, we discussed it and decided to find you a more formidable opponent." It was now nearly mid-November, and the training dummy was once again facing the threat of expiration, so they were eager to find the next tool to accompany the professor in chess. Tuval folded the parchment in his hand. "There's no need for that. It would make it seem as though I'm giving you private lessons just for the sake of wizard's chess." Cedric and the others exchanged relieved glances. "By the way, who did you find?" "It's Ron," Percy said after a moment of silence, his tone resigned. "This is perfect." Tuval had been wondering what excuse he could use to legitimately play wizard's chess with Ron. Now that it was being offered on a silver platter, wasn't it just right? Seeing Tuval's unmistakable smile, Percy's resolve solidified. Mastering wizard's chess to curry favor with the professor was definitely the way to go. "In that case, bring Ron along when you come this evening." George grew anxious and stepped forward. "Professor, what about the training dummy?" Over the past 2 months, they had learned plenty of practical combat techniques from the training dummy. Though they had been forced to learn them, and each session ended with them dangling from the ceiling, it was still learning. Their progress had been remarkably evident. Among the top 10 in the Halloween event, all 4 of them were present, firmly holding leading positions in the third-year Lightball game rankings. Tuval waved his hand grandly. "Then I'll add another month. But that's the limit. Any further fighting, and that dummy will fall apart. Besides, after a month, he wouldn't need these people to play chess with him anymore." The 5 faces immediately lit up with joyful smiles. A month was more than enough. They had already nearly reached the dummy's limits, and another month would yield diminishing returns in training, so they were satisfied. With their goal achieved, they prepared to leave. But just then Tuval called out to the Weasley twins. "George and Fred, do you have your badges on you?" The twins turned back puzzled. "The ones from Halloween. We've been carrying them all along." As they spoke, they pulled the badges from their pockets. "Hand them over for now. Don't worry, I'm just going to make some improvements. They'll return them to you later." The twins looked reluctant. The badges were incredibly useful, capable of replenishing magic and being reusable. But since the badges were given by the professor and would be returned, they left reassured. Tuval took the 2 badges, examined them, and pondered how to improve them. He didn't have the time to explore the castle's details, but the Weasley twins did. All he needed to do was embed a detection charm into their badges, allowing them to automatically map the terrain they passed through and feed the data back to his map. Of course, easier said than done. There were plenty of issues. The biggest was the problem of magical energy reserves. A single badge could only hold enough magic for a few shield charms before it ran out and needed recharging. If he added a continuous detection charm, it would likely need recharging every few hours. Not to mention whether the twins would be willing. The sheer frequency of recharging would be enough to alert the students to something unusual. So he would also need to enhance the magical energy storage capacity within the badges. The arrival of November also marked the official commencement of the Quidditch season for this academic year. Today was the first Quidditch match of the term, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, a spectacle brimming with anticipation. It was not only a clash between 2 old rivals, but also the debut of Hogwarts' youngest seeker in a century. More importantly, this seeker was none other than the highly talked-about Harry Potter. No student would willingly miss such a match. So early in the morning, students had already flocked to the Quidditch pitch to secure the best seats. An hour before the game began, the stands were filled with exuberant students. The weather was clear, but November in England was already turning cold. Thus, the match's protagonist, Harry, still felt no warmth. His hands and feet were icy. As a Quidditch player, Harry could arrive at the pitch a little later. He walked alone slowly, making his way to the players' changing rooms. His mind was a blank. Or perhaps a muddle. In any case, he had no idea what he was thinking. "I heard you didn't even have breakfast." A hand suddenly reached out from the side, holding a piece of chocolate. It was an ordinary dark chocolate, much more bitter than others, yet it could make him happier than the sweetest chocolate. Harry instantly broke into a smile and turned to look at Twill, who was smiling beside him. "Professor," he suddenly remembered something. "It's my first match today, so." Twill pressed the chocolate into his hand. "You still need to eat something, or you won't have the strength to perform, even if you have the will." Watching him obediently take a bite, his face contorting as if in pain, Twill laughed heartily. It didn't have to be this bitter, but Madame Pomfrey had suggested that making students endure a little hardship would leave a deeper impression. "I have a friend who is also a seeker for a Quidditch team. On his first day, he was so nervous he forgot how to fly and spent 20 minutes on the ground before mounting his broom." Even Harry couldn't help but laugh at that. He could imagine a seeker struggling on the ground, unable to take off. Such an awkward sight. At least he wasn't that bad. But that match ended in 30 minutes, because my friend caught the golden snitch in just 10 minutes. To this day he's only 14, yet he's already the best seeker at Durmstrang, and even in his entire country. Harry's mouth fell open in astonishment, chocolate residue, clearly visible on his teeth, while his eyes sparkled with longing. So even someone so formidable got nervous at first. All right, Quill said, patting his shoulder as he escorted him to the changing room. Go on in. Let everyone witness the debut of Hogwarts' future best seeker. Watching a dazed Harry disappear, Quill turned and headed for the stands. He hadn't planned to come watch the match today. His interest in Quidditch was low, certainly not as high as his interest in studying badges. But then he suddenly remembered that in the plot Quirrell would target Harry today. Worried that Quirrell might change the story and harm Harry in another way, Quill came to escort him this far. To be honest, he still hadn't figured out why Quirrell would go after Harry. If something happened to Harry now, it would surely alert Dumbledore. If Quirrell got caught, that was fine, but being exposed himself would be disastrous. The only reasonable explanation he could think of was that Voldemort had specifically ordered it. Only he harbored such deep resentment toward Harry. Arriving at the stands, Professor Flitwick, small in stature, stood on his seat waving vigorously at Quill. Professor McGonagall was also sitting nearby, but her attention was fixed on the players already on the field. She only snapped back to reality when Quill sat down beside her. Why are you so late? McGonagall asked casually. Only when she was at her beloved Quidditch pitch did she shed her usual sternness and seriousness. Just a small matter delayed me. They chatted idly when suddenly a sharp whistle blew from the center of the pitch. The 14 players from both Quidditch teams mounted their brooms and soared into the sky. At the same time, the match balls flew out. Amid the cheers of the young witches and wizards, the game officially began. Quill truly didn't understand Quidditch. Even though he had a friend at Durmstrang who was an expert, his knowledge of the rules was only partial. Fortunately, beside him sat a former Quidditch player, Professor McGonagall. Few knew that during her time at Hogwarts, McGonagall had been a Gryffindor player and even served as captain. It was only after a near-fatal match in her 7th year that she was forced to abandon her greatest passion. But her love for Quidditch had never waned, as she simply hated rough play even more. Are they a bunch of trolls? Just ramming into opponents. Flint is using his bat to attack players. Where's the referee? Get that bastard off the field. Oh my goodness, that despicable brat is elbowing my player. McGonagall muttered angrily, her fists pounding her thigh in agitation. Yes, she seemed to hate it very much. Professor Flitwick was used to this. Minerva only becomes fanatical when it comes to Quidditch. Otherwise, she's usually quite proper. And you, Professor, you don't seem very interested in Quidditch. If your students were as casual about Quidditch as they are, you'd become as calm as I am. Just then McGonagall let out a loud gasp. What's wrong with Potter? Quill and Flitwick stopped their chat and turned to look. Harry's broom had suddenly turned wild, bucking in the air like a runaway horse trying to throw him off. In an instant, Harry was flung about, clinging to the broom with only his hands to keep from falling. Soon everyone noticed his predicament and gasped, just like McGonagall. Someone must have tampered with Potter's broom. Professor Flitwick exclaimed loudly. His sharp voice drowned out the students' gasps, shifting everyone's focus to the broom issue. Impossible. A broomstick is a very precise alchemical artifact with more protective enchantments than I've ever seen, an older student immediately retorted. But realizing the speaker was Professor Flitwick, he quickly backtracked. Of course, Professor, with your vast knowledge you must be more correct. Quill shook his head in amusement. He glanced at Quirrell's position, not far away, sitting at the back, muttering something. Not just him, a Snape in front was also chanting a counter curse. One was casting, the other was breaking it. If Snape had just turned around, he would have noticed Quirrell's odd behavior and scared his magic away. But concern clouded his judgment. Harry's accident made Snape neglect his surroundings. Just then a fire suddenly broke out in the staff stand, sending the professors into a panic. But the flames obediently responded to Quill's wand, leaping into the sky in clusters before vanishing. After doing this, he winked at Hermione, who was crouching low, startling the young witch. At that moment, a huge cheer erupted from the students. Harry, back on his broom, had caught the golden snitch. Though a bit disheveled and nearly swallowing the snitch, Harry ultimately helped Gryffindor defeat Slytherin. Hagrid's hut. After the match, Harry brought Hermione and Ron here to have afternoon tea with Hagrid. Naturally, they also wanted to discuss their discoveries. Hagrid handed her a cup of strong tea and then asked in confusion, what did Professor Flitwick discover? He discovered Hermione casting a spell on Snape, Ron replied matter-of-factly. But why didn't the professor expose you? Hermione pondered while holding her teacup, but Hagrid became anxious. Why did Hermione cast a spell on Snape? How could you treat a professor like that? He looked at them with concern. He hadn't even noticed that Hermione had disappeared for a short while, let alone what happened in the staff box. Harry's broom's odd behavior is due to Snape casting a spell on it. Ron casually picked up a rock cake. I saw him chanting the incantation. Nonsense. By your logic, if Professor Flitwick could detect Hermione's spell, he must have noticed Snape casting one too. Hagrid slammed the teapot down heavily. Hermione's expression was conflicted as she tightly gripped her teacup, as if she wanted to crush it, her fingers turning white from the pressure. What if Professor Flitwick and Snape are in cahoots? Impossible. Harry immediately retorted, Professor Flitwick is such a good person while Snape is the complete opposite. How could they collude? Hermione relaxed her grip and gently placed her hand in the pocket of her robe where she kept the handkerchief the professor had given her. She also did not want to speculate about the professor without reason. But think about it, we encountered Professor Flitwick on the 4th floor before, and on Halloween Snape also tried to get through that three-headed dog. Wait, how do you know about the incident on the 4th floor with Fluffy? Fluffy. That's what I lent to Dumbledore to guard. Guard what? Harry asked eagerly. That has nothing to do with you. But Professor Flitwick and Snape want to steal that thing. Impossible. If Flitwick was in on it, why would he let Hermione disrupt Snape's spell? Ron scratched his chin while his other hand quietly put the rock cake back, as it had nearly knocked his teeth out. Is it possible that Professor Flitwick is a good person who doesn't want to harm Harry, but he still wants to steal that item? Hagrid shook his head in agitation. Impossible. Any decent person wouldn't want to steal from Nicholas Flamel. Harry's eyes lit up. Oh no. So that thing belongs to Nicholas Flamel, right? Hagrid became furious and kicked the three of them out of the hut. He decided to lock himself inside and sulk for the day. As they left the hut, Hermione was still troubled by the matter of Professor Flitwick. No, I have to ask the professor myself. Ron and Harry quickly stopped her. Are you crazy? Are you going to ask the professor? Excuse me, do you plan to steal something from the 4th floor? Ron mimicked Hermione's questioning pose and managed to quell her impulse. But what if the professor really wants to steal that thing? Hermione asked helplessly. Ron shrugged nonchalantly. Maybe we could help the professor instead. Hermione immediately burst into laughter. Professor Flitwick is only a suspect. Ron, don't you play wizard's chess with the professor every day? You could try to probe him. Harry suggested suddenly. Ron immediately shook his head and waved his hands. Forget it. I finally got the chance to get guidance from the professor, and I don't want to ruin it over a suspicion. Besides, you try facing the professor for an hour, his eyes seem to penetrate your very soul. I wouldn't dare to ask such a thing. Although George and the others say the professor is so knowledgeable that he can sense my thoughts at a glance, I still feel something is off. He imagined that scenario, instantly shivering, with his face showing refusal. Harry, who had never gone through such an experience, thought of facing Snape and immediately put himself in that position. Then let's forget it for now. We should first investigate Nicholas Flamel's matter. It wouldn't hurt to know what is hidden there before making a decision. The other two sighed in relief, as they also did not want to question Professor Flitwick. Wait, we have assumed Snape wants to steal something, right? Hermione pointed out a blind spot. Thinking of the differential treatment Snape had shown him, Harry exclaimed, compared to Professor Flitwick, I would believe Snape was up to no good. Meanwhile, Toole was still unaware that he had inherited Snape's misfortune, but even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. Because he truly intended to steal the Philosopher's Stone. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, Professor, is my magical talent really that poor? Neville said with a quivering voice. They were practicing stable magical output, but after failing for the 10th time, the confidence Neville had painstakingly built began to crumble. In the previous lessons, Toole had helped Neville learn to output magic successfully. But there was another problem when using spells like the levitation charm that needed to maintain effect. Neville's magical output would unconsciously break after a period of time. It was somewhat like the Marauder's map Toole had created, where the connection between the badge and the map would suddenly sever. This piqued his curiosity. Don't be discouraged, I can assure you that your magical talent is absolutely on par with any student in the castle. It's just that your foundation isn't solid enough, you need more practice. Be mentally prepared to practice twice as much as others. Only then did Neville sniff back the tears that were about to flow. I am not afraid of practicing more than others, I just feel like I'm wasting your time and guidance. How could that be? It is the teacher's duty to guide students. Now raise your wand again. This time your magical output should be slower. Better to slow down than to stop your output entirely. Neville was deeply moved, and the tears he had just held back began to flow freely. He now felt only one thing. If possible, he wanted to be the professor's student for life. He decisively wiped away his tears, tightly pursed his lips, his round little face filled with determination. I can't cry anymore, nor can I let the professor down. The wand pointed at the small ball on the ground. Wingardium Leviosa. The small ball slowly floated up to Neville's front. Very good, your spell is already much better than most of your classmates controlling the ball in the air, but don't stop outputting magic. Neville puffed out his cheeks, his gaze fixed on the small ball, watching it drift a bit unsteadily, and he quickly focused even more on outputting magic. So focused was he that he didn't realize this attempt lasted longer than ever before, not until his magic ran out. Sweat beaded on his forehead from the magical depletion, but Neville's eyes were filled with joy. Professor, I finally did it. His tears filled his eyes once more. No, I promise not to cry. Neville thought, desperately blinking his eyes, trying to hold back the tears. Toole had an odd expression, clapping his hands while tentatively asking, can you fail one more time? With the arrival of December, a heavy snowfall blanketed the land in silver, and the winter sun cast a golden glow over the ancient castle. Early in the morning, a few young wizards were having a snowball fight before the castle gates. Standing by the office window, Tuil spotted the familiar figures of the Weasley twins at a glance. The two were using magic to control a snowball, relentlessly chasing each other's heads. This was a new game evolved from the light ball game. After the students learned to detach the light from the Lumos charm, Tuil taught them to use the levitation charm to control the light ball and attack another. Of course, only third-year students could manage this so far. The other 2 grades were still playing the bi-weekly light ball game. To accommodate this, he had quietly expanded the area behind the classroom to allow multiple students to play simultaneously. With a smack, George's snowball hit Quirrell as he passed by, striking him squarely on the back of the head. This was the second time, and judging by Quirrell's expression, he would likely punish them severely again. "That fool won't live long," the ring said gloatingly. "What about your plan then? Your main body still needs him to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone. He won't be allowed to die so easily. Life isn't a matter of wanting or not. It's not like you. How can Quirrell forcibly prolong his life?" Tuil's gaze shifted toward the Forbidden Forest. "Unicorns, of course. The Forbidden Forest is full of treasures. That's too evil. If it were me, I'd rather die than touch unicorn blood. Stop pretending if it doesn't suit your character." "He'll act better next time," the ring said ingratiatingly. Tuil didn't believe a word from this ring. As a fragment of Voldemort's soul, it was constantly trying to drain his life force and tempt him into dark magic. All its flattery and friendliness were merely a disguise for its evil heart. However, the Forbidden Forest did pique his curiosity. The reason stemmed from Neville. Ever since he discovered Neville's magical flow would break, he had identified a problem. Was the output of magic a kite or a cannonball? The difference was that the former had a controllable magical thread attached, while the latter didn't. Once released, it was uncontrollable. According to conventional understanding, spells like the levitation charm, which could be controlled by the caster, were kites, while spells like the disarming charm were cannonballs. If not for Neville, Tuil would have held this belief forever. Indeed, everyone in the wizarding world shared this view. But Neville was different. His magic always trailed a thread. That meant Neville's kite didn't lose its string, yet it would suddenly fall. This suggested that the string controlling the kite might have another line. Coincidentally, Tuil had made breakthroughs in soul research, and combining the two led him to discover another line hidden beneath magic. Will. Through his recent study of Neville, he had deepened his understanding of magic and the soul. Every strand of magic carried a thread connecting to the caster's will. Even when casting a disarming charm, your will was present. It was just that no one had noticed this, causing such spells to seem uncontrollable. Of course, Tuil couldn't be sure he was the only one aware of this, but regardless, this discovery greatly enhanced his control over magic. However, probing the source of will was extremely taxing on his magic and spirit. Despite this, he was so excited that he stayed in his office all night, deliberately exhausting his magic to carefully examine the will source of every magical thread. The undetectable extension charm wallet, connected to his body, the books with protective enchantments, connected to an unreachable void, the shield charm badge from Dervish and Banges, connected to a small house in Hogsmeade, and the Hogwarts badge he had brought, connected to the depths of the Forbidden Forest. If the caster had died, it should logically lead to the void, likely the realm of the dead. But this badge led to the Forbidden Forest. Did this mean the badge's creator wasn't dead, but might be alive and well in the Forbidden Forest? This discovery sent chills down his spine. But after the initial panic, he considered another question. If the badge could help delay death, could its creator help him avoid death altogether? His body still trembled, but this time it wasn't from fear, it was from excitement. After a night of contemplation, he decided to venture into the Forbidden Forest to investigate. Fortunately, it was the weekend, giving him ample time to explore the forest's secrets. After some preparation and restoring his magic, Tuil avoided the students and headed toward the Forbidden Forest at noon. Having been at Hogwarts for 3 months, this was his first time entering it, but standing at its edge, he immediately sensed its eeriness. One word to describe it: vast. From the castle, looking down, the Forbidden Forest seemed like an ordinary forest, slightly larger than usual, about twice the size, with the distant peaks clearly visible. But standing at its edge, Tuil's perception told him the forest was far deeper than it appeared. This was bizarre. How could a forest of this size feel so much deeper? This discovery made him more cautious, and as soon as he reached the edge, he drew his wand. He left a magical marker at the edge to gauge his progress. Following a deliberately cleared path, Tuil stepped forward. This was likely Hagrid's trail used for patrolling the forest. The Forbidden Forest resembled an ordinary forest except for the sudden appearance of acromantulas. After dispatching another one, the trees grew denser, and only dappled dim light told him much time had passed. He pulled out his pocket watch. It was 6 in the evening, meaning he had walked for 5 hours. But having prepared to stay in the forest for 2 days, he rested briefly and continued inward. After another hour of travel, Tuil noticed the trees had become much denser, no longer leaving enough space between them to pitch a tent, and the undergrowth had thickened. This made the Forbidden Forest even more eerie. Normally, forests had gaps between trees as leaves needed sunlight for photosynthesis. Saplings shaded by the canopy couldn't grow, let alone sprout. Similarly, on the forest floor, without sunlight, flowers and grass struggled to thrive. Even in untouched primeval forests, animal trails created clearings. But here vegetation was far more dominant, while animal tracks were scarce. This gave Tuil an illusion. The forest felt unfathomable and endless. This discovery did not make Terwilliger retreat. On the contrary, a wide grin spread across his face. It was the happiest he had been since arriving at Hogwarts. For he had sensed the secret of the Forbidden Forest. This was an extension charm. Someone had cast an astonishing extension charm upon the Forbidden Forest. This spell was typically used on enclosed spaces, as only such areas could be expanded. Yet the caster of the Forbidden Forest had forcibly broadened this vast expanse of land. This was why the Forbidden Forest, though merely a visible stretch of woodland, exuded an unfathomable depth. Such immense power only deepened Terwilliger's curiosity. He pulled out his badge, sensing the will that guided him, which also helped him correct his direction. The path ahead was peculiar, with sparse and dense areas coexisting. One could see barren desert-like patches of sand, yet right beside them thrived lush flowers and grass. It was as if the creator were playing a game of creation, scattering seeds, and then removing the parts he disliked. Compared to the places he had just passed, this area was much livelier and more serene. Ordinary little animals darted about from time to time, and a small rabbit stared blankly at Terwilliger as if it had never seen a two-legged creature before. The air was filled with more birdsong and the chirping of insects, creating a harmonious and enchanting atmosphere that put Terwilliger entirely at ease. Suddenly an arrow shot fiercely toward him, embedding itself in the ground before him. The feather fletching at the arrow's tail quivered violently, revealing the immense force behind the shot. Dismissing the shield charm in his hand, Terwilliger turned toward the source of the chaotic, clattering footsteps. Before long, 2 horses appeared before his eyes, each bearing a rider. More precisely, they were beings with the lower bodies of horses fused with the upper bodies of humans. Their torsos were bare, with quivers slung across their backs and bows in their hands. Centaurs. Rumor had it that some had migrated into the Forbidden Forest. It seemed these were they. The centaur on the left, with a jet-black mane and a thick beard, looked wild and proud, and his temper was equally untamed. He glared furiously at Terwilliger. The centaur on the right was far more pleasing to the eye. He was handsome, with strikingly blue eyes and a shimmering platinum blonde mane. His human half was fine enough, but his lower body was a silvery white, complete with a silver tail, exuding an extraordinary elegance. Compared to the one beside him, one could not help but marvel at the disparity among centaurs. Terwilliger was the first to demand, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" The handsome centaur stepped forward. "Human wizard, this is centaur territory. Please leave at once." The ugly centaur with a foul temper barked, "Leave now, or my arrows will not." Terwilliger frowned and shot a glance at the ugly centaur, cutting him off. "I know nothing of centaur territory. This is Hogwarts grounds, and as a professor of the school, I have the right to walk in the Forbidden Forest." Yet judging by the arrow fired earlier, centaurs were not as feeble as rumored. On the contrary, the arrow was imbued with magical power, and the 2 before him might be stronger than many adult wizards. The handsome centaur glanced at his companion in surprise, realizing that this professor was far more formidable than expected. "Very well, Professor. My name is Firenze, and this is Bane. We mean you no offense, but we centaurs have an agreement with Hogwarts. Wizards are not permitted to enter our settlement without permission." Firenze declared to Terwilliger politely, yet firmly. "I am Terwilliger Foley, merely passing through. I have no interest in where you centaurs dwell." Terwilliger had no desire to provoke a conflict with the centaurs, as it did not suit his current persona. "No," Bane suddenly interjected. "I've seen plenty of wizards like you pretending to pass by while actually spying on us. Seen plenty. Aside from wizards with nowhere else to turn who would want to live in the Forbidden Forest. I'm curious, how many wizards have you actually seen?" Bane stammered, his face reddening beneath his beard. So he was just bluffing, Terwilliger thought to himself with amusement. "Since you know of Hogwarts, I assume you don't wish to conflict with us either. Besides, I truly am just passing through." Bane was speechless, but Firenze stepped forward, approaching Terwilliger slowly. "Professor Foley, I need to know your purpose for entering the Forbidden Forest. As far as I am aware, besides Hagrid and Professor Kettleburn, no other professor ventures into the forest lightly, especially not this deep." He maintained a gentle and amicable demeanor, but his gaze grew sharp. But Terwilliger suddenly realized something. The centaurs lived in the forest, perhaps they had already noticed its condition. So he decided to probe their attitude. "I came out of curiosity, to see who had the power to cast such profound magic on the Forbidden Forest." As expected, Bane's expression shifted abruptly, a complex mix of surprise, fear, and anger flashing across his face. Firenze, who had been smiling, furrowed his brow deeply. "Professor, since you can perceive the profound magic in the forest, why not leave now, lest you provoke that one?" "That one?" Terwilliger's eyes glimmered with a dark light, but his legitimacy failed. Firenze flew into a rage, knocking an arrow and preparing to attack Terwilliger. Behind him, Bane, though startled, did not hesitate, completing his attack preparations in an instant. "Oh, Terwilliger had not expected to be thwarted by centaurs. With a resigned flick of his wand, he uttered Imperio. The two centaurs froze on the spot, their eyes vacant. He knew that wizards who had mastered occlumency were difficult to read with legilimency. It was like a spear and a shield, but the battle was on the defender's side. Thus at the same level occlumency was superior to legilimency. Yet with his skill being blocked by two centaurs was quite unexpected. "Have you trained in occlumency?" Terwilliger asked bluntly. The two under the Imperieuse curse were sluggish, but shook their heads in unison. We don't even know what occlumency is. How could we have trained in it?" Terwilliger felt his mind boggling. Could even centaurs who had never heard of occlumency resist his legilimency now? Then who was that one you mentioned? Firenze's expression twisted as if struggling against the Imperieuse curse, but his mouth opened involuntarily. Helga Hufflepuff. After uttering this name, Firenze's expression twisted ferociously, yet a flicker of clarity gradually returned to his eyes. Tuwell hastily interjected, "Say no more." He deepened his control, calming the centaur. The control of the Imperieuse curse hinges on the abilities of both caster and target. Dumbledore could easily control Harry, but the reverse was impossible. However, there is an exception: one cannot severely violate the targets while less strong emotional fluctuations disrupt the curse. But this only applies under similar power levels. Harry, for instance, could never break free from his Imperieuse curse. Thus Tuwell was intrigued that a mere name could nearly enable Firenze to transcend a major gap in strength and escape his control. The name Helga Hufflepuff was known to anyone familiar with Hogwarts. Even if the given name was obscure, the surname was legendary in the wizarding world. The 4 houses of Hogwarts were named after the 4 founders. Hufflepuff House was named after this very lady, Helga Hufflepuff. As one of Hogwarts' founders, Helga was known for her modesty. Her most famous contribution was her food magic. The Hogwarts kitchens were her masterpiece. But few knew she was actually a master of herbology. Her food magic was likely just a pastime during her herbal research. After all, it was only natural for a herbology master to study the taste of herbs. Yet if Firenze's words held true, that the undetectable extension charm on the Forbidden Forest was cast by Helga Hufflepuff, then the one hidden deep within the forest was her. Was the badge also her creation? Could this millennium-old figure still be alive? Immortality was not unheard of in the wizarding world. The Philosopher's Stone and Horcruxes could achieve eternal life. For a founder's power, such a feat was not beyond imagination. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Tuwell carefully controlled Firenze, subtly coaxing him to reveal the story of Helga and the centaurs. 1,000 years ago, aided by wands, wizards grew immensely powerful and began encroaching upon the territories of other magical creatures. The centaurs who roamed the plains bore the brunt of this invasion. Though formidable, the centaurs were outmatched by the wizards' enhanced strength and greater numbers. Thus countless centaurs perished and vast swaths of their lands were seized. From then on, the centaurs were driven from one inhospitable place to another, displaced and living in fear. Fortunately, Helga Hufflepuff stepped in, halting the wizard persecution and leading the willing centaurs to this forest where they settled. At that time, the Forbidden Forest was merely a small grove. But through Helga's enchantments, it gradually expanded into the boundless expanse it is today. Most of the magical creatures within were brought here by Helga, who pitied them and offered her protection. Wait, lived together? Didn't Helga reside in the castle? Tuwell asked in confusion. The centaur's tone suggested not merely the creature's habitation, but also a dwelling for Helga herself. Firenze nodded. After a founder left the castle, a grieving Helga bequeathed her possessions to her descendants, and came to the Forbidden Forest, dwelling in its heart ever since. A fervent light ignited in Tuwell's eyes. He was certain now the badge was Helga's creation, and she likely resided in the forest's core. Then I beg you, lead me to the center of the Forbidden Forest, to Helga's abode. Impossible. Bane shook his head. The centaurs have searched for centuries, finding only endless woods, never a trace of Lady Helga's dwelling. Tuwell rolled his eyes. Then how can you be so sure she lives in the forest? Bane flushed, muttering obscure phrases like "since ancient times, so the legend says," and passed down through word of mouth. Firenze, however, told Tuwell that the magical creatures in the forest were shielded by Helga's protective magic, leading the centaurs to believe she still watched over them. Hearing this, Tuwell grew even more convinced of his theory. It mattered not that the centaurs knew not Helga's dwelling. Guided by the badge, he could find her himself. After erasing the 2 centaurs' memories of this conversation, he bade them farewell, gripped the badge anew, and ventured deeper into the forest. As if sensing Tuwell's anticipation, the guiding thread on the badge grew increasingly distinct. Even more striking were the creatures inhabiting this realm. In just brief encounters, he had already spotted unicorns, mooncalves, and diracrawls, beasts rarely seen in the outside world. Diracrawls in particular were known never to stay in one place, yet here he had seen no fewer than 3. Compared to the barren outskirts, this place was a veritable paradise, a miniature world created by a single witch. The more magical creatures he encountered, the more exhilarated Tuwell became. The badge in his hand grew slightly warm, its magic as restless as his own excitement. But this journey was far longer than before, spanning from dusk till dawn, a grueling 15 hours. He had to rest several times and eat a little to sustain his strength. The guiding thread pointed unwaveringly in one direction, yet seemed endless, testing Tuwell's patience, until he came upon a vertical golden thread before him. The thread was exceedingly thin, no larger than a doorknob floating in midair. Under the sunlight, it was nearly invisible without careful observation. Had the badge's magic not pulsed suddenly, alerting Tuwell, he would have missed it just as the centaurs had. Yes, he seemed to have discerned the secret of this golden thread. As Tuwell drew near, the thread emitted a faint golden glow, quivering in the air as if stirred by a breeze. He slowly reached out his hand. The moment he grasped the thread, the entire world seemed to flip, compressing and needing space itself. These sensations arose and vanished in an instant. Space opened like a door. Tuwell entered a new realm. A very plain room, so ordinary that were it not for the various herbs scattered about it, could have been mistaken for a Muggle farmer's chamber. But Tuwell paid no heed to the room's decor. His gaze was instantly captivated by the lady before him. She was a gentle, refined woman, a perpetual smile gracing her lips, her deep eyes radiating a calming power. She sat at a desk smiling at him. "Welcome, young one." Helga's voice was gentle, even more soothing than her smile and eyes. As she spoke, the herbs planted in the room seemed to come alive, gently swaying. "Greetings," Terwilliger said, bowing respectfully. He could not afford to be rude to such a figure. "You must be Lady Helga Hufflepuff." Helga tilted her head non-committally, which made her appear more lively. "And you, young visitor, could you tell me your name and how much time has passed?" "My mistake. I should have introduced myself first," Terwilliger said, lowering his head slightly. "You may call me Tivier Foley, currently the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. As for time, 1,000 years have passed." A flicker of fervor flashed in Terwilliger's eyes. This was truly Helga from 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years. Helga grew intrigued, studying him more closely this time. "After 1,000 years, are all the professors at the school as young as you?" In good spirits, Terwilliger's demeanor relaxed. "Only me, because I'm exceptionally outstanding." "Then can you tell me, you young and outstanding professor, how you found this place?" Helga asked with a light laugh. Turning to serious matters, Terwilliger's expression grew solemn and earnest. He raised the badge in his hand. It was the guidance of this badge. Helga's gaze sharpened, her warmth vanishing, replaced by a piercing intensity that revealed the aura of this legendary witch. "Could you give this badge to me?" This request puzzled Terwilliger. If Helga had created the badge, she should understand it better than he did, and not wear such an expression. It seemed events were heading in an unknown direction. He strode forward and placed the badge onto Helga's outstretched palm. He also took the opportunity to observe this figure from a millennium ago. Her hands were not elegant, somewhat coarse, marked by scratches from thorns and calluses from hard labor. Taking the badge, Helga first traced the animals of the 4 houses on it. The Hufflepuff badger seemed to respond to her touch, leaping joyfully. A look of recollection filled her eyes. With her fingers touched, the badge's magic was continuously unleashed, surging with waves of vitality. Standing nearby, Terwilliger felt like a sponge, absorbing this precious vitality with each breath. As if by instinct, he raised his right wrist. Under the relentless flow of absorbed vitality, the dark mark on it began to shrink. The serpent retracted, and the skull gradually dissolved and diminished. Finally, it was reduced to the size of a pinky finger. But this tiny remnant remained unmoved despite the torrent of vitality. After many futile attempts, the vitality ceased its wasteful expenditure and retreated back into Terwilliger's body. "This is a formidable curse," Helga said, ending her reverie with a puzzled tone. "What people commonly call curses are merely persistent, destructive magic, far from deserving the name curse. But the one on you is like an evil prophecy." Terwilliger finished her sentence. It was what the ring had said just before being sealed, and it was precisely because of those words that he had kept the ring with him, seeking a solution from them. Helga's expression lit up with understanding. "Yes, a prophecy. That's an apt description. Wizard's magic seems to have advanced greatly over the millennium. Can you help me remove this curse?" Terwilliger asked urgently. This was his primary purpose in coming here, to rid himself of this damned curse. But to his disappointment, Helga gently shook her head. "If you understand the nature of this curse, you would know it has become part of your destiny. Before you were tainted by it, you could have easily removed it. But once tainted, it becomes a thread in the fabric of your fate. Unless—" A glimmer of hope lit up Terwilliger's despondent eyes. "Unless what?" Helga pondered for a moment and raised the badge. "Unless you can find the maker of this badge. If I'm not mistaken, as a seer, she has the ability to bypass fate." "But wasn't the maker of this badge you?" "I followed the magic on it to find this place," Terwilliger asked, frowning. Helga shook her head, a playful smile curling on her lips. "Part of the magic does come from me. Specifically, the vitality-releasing aspect is indeed my magic. But this badge actually combines the magic of all 4 of us to form its entirety." "4 of you? The 4 founders?" Terwilliger's doubts deepened. What kind of person could accomplish such a feat? "It was her, of course," Helga said, pointing with a smile at the eagle on the badge. "Rowena Ravenclaw." Terwilliger's eyes widened in shock. When he had met Helga, he had vaguely wondered if all 4 founders were still alive. Is Lady Ravenclaw still alive too? As soon as he spoke as if he had told a very amusing joke, Helga laughed heartily, her laughter echoing distinctly in the small room. Alive? She chuckled. How could you have such an idea? Her eyes twinkled as she pointed at herself. You don't think I'm still alive, do you? Terwilliger then realized he might have been mistaken. He pursed his lips, focusing his gaze on Helga's form. She felt his gaze and met it openly, maintaining her smile. Can you see it now, eh? Terwilliger nodded helplessly. Your current state cannot truly be called living. To be precise, Helga's current state was more like a soul, more complete than a ghost, but still not qualifying as alive. Through my research on vitality, I successfully created an approximation of a soul, a me. Of course, the dissolution of the flesh was unavoidable. Helga pointed to a corner of the room. But I don't have a fondness for showing people my ashes, she said with a playful shrug. An approximation of a soul. Of course, this is merely a fragment of my will. The real me has long since embarked on a new journey. Terwilliger suddenly understood. Even with immense vitality, a legendary figure like Helga was not one to flee from death. For the strong, death is merely another great adventure. Having learned of Helga's condition, Tvir's heart relaxed. He certainly didn't want to have to deal with the 4 founders later on. In that case, where is Lady Ravenclaw? Helga tilted her head playfully again, looking like an elf darting through the forest if she were younger. Yes. She handed the badge back, hinting at Tvir. You mean the badge will show the locations of the other 3 founders? Tvir took the badge and examined it closely. Unlike the other 3 motionless animals, the badger representing Hufflepuff had become much more animated, its eyes even glimmering, as if it had truly come to life. But this time no threads of will were drawn forth. Even the Hufflepuff thread had vanished. Seeing Tvir's confused expression, Helga chuckled softly. You need to activate the magic within it to perceive the guiding threads. How do I activate the magic? Previously the badge activated on its own as I deepened my understanding of magic. Helga's expression turned peculiar, but her question was even stranger. Are you normal? A question mark seemed to materialize above Tvir's head. What do you mean? She looked even more puzzled than he did, and said slowly, from what I understand, relying solely on magical comprehension to activate this badge requires an immense leap in progress. If learning magic is like walking for a normal person, then you'd have to be flying through the sky, flying so fast you're barely a blur. Helga suddenly stood up, walked over to Tvir, and gazed at him with even greater intensity than before. Such speed is beyond what ordinary magic can achieve. It requires delving into dark magic, mastering it to an extreme degree to make such astonishing progress. Faced with her stare, Tvir averted his gaze and said flatly, if it were you, you would have made the same choice. She placed a hand on Tvir's shoulder. Don't dwell on it, child. In our time, studying dark magic was quite normal. But if you want to continue unlocking the badge's magic, you need to focus on other aspects. That's the proper way to use it. For instance, have you heard the legend of the 4 elements? Tvir's head shot up in shock, his eyes locked onto Helga's, searching for something within them. Seeing this, Helga said softly, the 4 elements are the key to awakening the badge. Once you grasp their essence, the badge will respond to you. But, Tvir hesitated before speaking. I've found several books, but they only describe the characteristics of the 4 elements. There's no method for learning them, and I have no clue how to comprehend them. Leaning in, Helga whispered into Tvir's ear, because this isn't something you can learn through study. Then with a force uncharacteristic of her demeanor, she gave him a sudden shove. Caught off guard, Tvir stumbled and fell straight backward. But the moment his back touched the ground, he felt as if he had sunk into the earth. He saw the world beneath the soil. Layers of black, brown, and white earth intertwined like tangled fabric. Tvir realized he was suspended in a void, and the world below the ground had been sliced open, forming a canvas laid out before him. Helga's figure appeared beside him, her expression now grave and solemn. Do you see it? This is the earth. When still it is like a giant. But when this giant awakens, she waved her hand, and the fabric seemed to ripple gently as if stirred by a breeze. Yet with that single motion the entire earth rolled with Helga's gesture, and Tvir felt the overwhelming force of mountains toppling and seas overturning. Layers of magic as dense as the earth surged toward him, washing over every cell of his being. Though he remained in place, surrounded by emptiness, he felt a suffocating weight. It was genuine suffocation. Tvir found it increasingly hard to breathe. Even with his mouth wide open, he couldn't draw in fresh air. He stared at Helga in shock. His own magic instinctively resisted the crushing pressure, and the two forces merged and were absorbed into his body. Now it was Helga's turn to be astonished. She never expected such a young man as Tvir to resist her magic in this situation. This was no ordinary space. It wasn't even a space at all, it was a construct of her consciousness. Everything that happened here was her way of manifesting her understanding of magic before Tvir. In other words, all of Tvir's sensations were under her control. After all, she was only a fragment of consciousness, and even pulling Tvir here relied on her home field advantage. Yet despite this, Tivier, through his magic and understanding of the sea of consciousness, gradually crushed and absorbed her magic into himself. Helga shook her head helplessly. I already knew you were extraordinary, but I never imagined you could go this far. Tivier then realized that Helga's actions were not hostile. She was using this method to help him comprehend the four elements. But he couldn't stop the spontaneous surge of his own magic, and could only watch as Helga's magic dwindled. What do we do now? Helga looked at him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. I didn't expect your resistance to be so strong. Forget it. Before Tivier could respond, she pushed his chest again. Just like when he entered, his vision spun, and he found himself lying in the real world. But he wasn't back in Helga's hut. The prickling sensation of grass against his back told him he was in the forbidden forest. Helga's voice echoed faintly from the air. Take your time to comprehend it. I need my remaining magic to tend to the forbidden forest. Honestly, who would have thought? Her complaining voice faded into silence. At that moment, a cute little rabbit appeared before Tivier. The rabbit smacked its lips, seeming to realize this two-legged creature wasn't edible, and hopped away in dissatisfaction. Glancing at the rabbit's tail, Tivier chuckled softly. It was said that a rabbit's tail wasn't as short as people imagined. If pulled out, it would defy common knowledge. In the past, he wouldn't have had the mood to ponder such trivial matters, but Tivier extended his right wrist. The curse still lingered, but now the life force within him had compressed it to a mere trace. Once he uncovered the secret of the badge, it would naturally be eradicated. Tivier lay spread-eagled on the ground, a broad smile spreading across his face. Warm sunlight spilled onto his face, shining upon this 18-year-old youth, radiant beyond measure. Lying on the grass, basking in the sunlight and savoring a moment of tranquility, Tivier had never felt his body so light and unburdened. Hey, where did you just go? The ring suddenly spoke. Realizing the space he had just been in was far from ordinary, even the ring he always carried could not as usual see his experiences. Tivier teased, a place that could destroy you. The ring instantly panicked. To put it bluntly, it had spent more days by Tevril's side than most people. In the past, Tevril's spirit had always been tense, carrying an air of urgency, but now he was completely relaxed, a state the ring had never witnessed before. You can't do this, Tivier, the ring said frantically. All these years I've been by your side, helping you learn dark magic. More importantly, you've gradually drawn out my soul, allowing me to mend what was missing. You can't bear to see your hard work destroyed. Normally Horcruxes, even Voldemort's own soul, were incomplete. But the ring had absorbed Tevril's life force, and with deliberate nurturing, its soul's integrity far surpassed that of other Horcruxes. This was why the ring seemed more intelligent, entirely thanks to Tevril's contribution. In a sense, the ring was now a fusion of his life force and Voldemort's soul. Relax, if I wanted to destroy it, I would have done so long ago, Tivier said, pulling out the ring and toying with it in his hand. I can't bear to let you be obliterated just like that. He still had means to destroy Horcruxes, but as the ring said, directly annihilating it would indeed waste his life force. Even a blade of grass or a flower had its use. The ring breathed a sigh of relief, but then noticed his right hand. Upon closer inspection, it saw a small mark on his wrist. Wait, did you actually resolve the curse? Of course not, I'm just temporarily not lacking life force, Tivier said, sensing his body. Probably won't run short for another 50 years. He bore 2 curses, this was merely a suppression. To fully resolve them, he would need to see Lady Ravenclaw. So are we still going to steal the Philosopher's Stone? Of course we will. With all the groundwork laid, it would be a waste not to. I'm a frugal man. Tivier paused. And even if I don't use it, someone else will need it. Who? The ring asked casually. It was now completely under Tevril's thumb, unable to harbor any other desires. You, of course. A hint of a smile curled at the corner of his lips, his eyes brimming with playful mockery. If one could see the soul of Voldemort within the ring, they would be astonished by his wide-eyed shock. You're not lying to me, are you? Wizards can't deceive wizards. Exactly. You don't have a high demand for the Philosopher's Stone anyway. What use would it be to you? Better to give it to me right. While my original self abandoned me in a rundown house, not caring at all. You're the best to me. From the moment you touched this ring, I knew you were a good person. Having inexplicably received a good person card, Tivier sharply tapped the black stone on the ring. Stop the theatrics. We agreed you'd act more convincingly. The ring finally quieted down. He took the opportunity to examine the resurrection stone on the ring. This angular black stone bore the Peveril coat of arms, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows, and was as deep and abyssal as a black hole. Every time he probed it with magical energy, it absorbed everything cleanly. Honestly, he dared not casually study this stone. Its contents diverged too greatly from the wizarding world. At least until his study of the soul reached a higher level, he would not waste time on this resurrection stone. Speaking of which, when he first realized it was the resurrection stone, the thought that crossed his mind was, if he summoned his own soul at the moment of death, what state would he be in? A superposition of being on the brink of death and not yet dead. After pondering for a while, a massive shadow suddenly blocked the sunlight on him, and before him appeared a large bearded face. Professor Flitwick. Hagrid said in confusion. What are you doing here? With no sunlight left, Tivier rose to his feet. But even at his height of 1.90 m, he was still dwarfed by the half-giant. This was their first formal meeting, so Hagrid began with an introduction. You might not know me well. I'm Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. How could I not know you? Someone like you is, well, quite memorable. Tivier then took a sweeping glance at his surroundings. This was already the edge of the Forbidden Forest, right between the snow-covered ground and the thicket. He hadn't expected Helga to be so thoughtful as to send him straight back. 5-star review. Hagrid scratched his head with his free hand. He often heard such remarks. But he held great respect for the professors, even the unreliable defense against the dark arts teachers treating them with the deference of a student. Though I don't know what you're doing here, Professor, it's best to stay away from the Forbidden Forest lately. Oh, has something happened in the Forbidden Forest? Tivier had a vague guess, especially seeing Hagrid's other hand holding a massive crossbow and a quiver full of bolts slung over his shoulder. I don't know who it was, but last night there were many disturbances in the forest. When I came out to check, I only saw a dark shadow. Hagrid glanced worriedly into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. I could clearly sense the animals were very uneasy. While patrolling inside just now, I even found some acromantula corpses. They were all killed very cleanly. I know you're powerful, Professor. He paused as if something had occurred to him, and gave Tivier a subtle once-over. But regardless, Professor, you'd better stay away from the Forbidden Forest to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. His tone grew a bit stiffer. Was he being suspected? Honestly, he meant no offense. Given Hagrid's behavior patterns, such little gestures were more obvious than most people's big actions. All right. Tivier nodded, looking toward the direction where a small rabbit had just hopped away. He didn't want to disturb Quirrell's feeding either. Let him live well so he could focus on his endeavors. I probably won't come to the Forbidden Forest again. He'll leave the little darlings here in your good care. But Hagrid clearly misinterpreted Tivier's meaning of little darlings. After all, to him, dragons were the cutest little creatures. Still, he gave a sympathetic smile and waved his large hand heartily, saying, "That's my duty, just like you teaching your classes, Professor." See, a professor with such a good reputation couldn't possibly be coveting the Philosopher's Stone. The students playing outside the castle felt immensely fortunate. Fortunate that they hadn't spent this Sunday afternoon cooped up in the common room wrestling with mountains of tedious homework. Instead, they were playing and strolling on the snow-covered grounds. For they had encountered a Professor Flitwick who was far friendlier than usual. It all began with a senior student. Spotting Professor Flitwick striding briskly toward the castle, she boldly guessed he was in excellent spirits. Encouraged by her friends, she mustered her courage and asked him a question that had long troubled her. "Professor, could you teach us a few spellcasting techniques?" "Even a teaching duel would do," she pleaded, clasping her hands to her chest. Tivier blinked, puzzled by the sudden appearance of this group of young witches. Yet his mood was indeed buoyant, so he paused in his steps. "It's Sunday. Don't you plan to savor this bit of leisure? The winter sun is a rare treasure." Seeing no outright refusal from the professor, the girl felt a thrill of excitement. "Rarer than your appearance, Professor. Lately you're nowhere to be seen except in class. You didn't show up at all yesterday." Her companion boldly chimed in. "What could be more perfect than receiving your guidance during such a lovely idle time?" Sensing the professor's softening stance, the witches showered him with compliments as if they cost nothing. Students farther away caught the unusual atmosphere and hurried over, gathering around to voice their modest hopes for the professor. Looking at their excited faces, Tivier smiled helplessly and raised a hand to halt their chatter. "All right, but no dueling. I'm afraid I might hurt you." His magical reserves were now so abundant, he felt as robust as a dragon. A single misstep with a pressure curse could prove fatal to a student. The young wizards burst into cheers, their faces beaming with happiness. Yes, such bliss. Since Professor Flitwick arrived at Hogwarts over 3 months ago, they had begged for this for 3 months, enduring Professor Quirrell for just as long. Now at last they could attend his lesson. Yet the first girl who asked felt a pang of displeasure. Damn it, why couldn't the sky have a ceiling? Soon word spread to every idle young wizard that Professor Flitwick would be tutoring senior students. To their regret, the class was limited to 4th years and above. Tivier feared that if too many students came, even he, with 3 of himself, couldn't manage. Could he actually have 3 of him? He gave the students 20 minutes to assemble and cleared a space on the snow. Once preparations were done, despite a few latecomers still hurrying over, Tivier officially began the lesson. With a wave of his wand, a golden barrier larger than ever before enclosed the designated students, separating them from the onlookers outside. Inside, cheers of triumph and relief erupted. Outside, only expressions of disappointment and regret. "I told you to come quickly, but you insisted on bringing books," Ron grumbled to his 2 companions. Hermione tossed her bag forward with exasperation. "Even if what'd come first, the professor's class is for older students, not us." She pulled out a tome thick enough to serve as a weapon. "Better to bring some relevant books. Maybe we can understand the professor's lesson for the seniors better." The surrounding young wizards brightened at the idea, but it was too late to dash back to the library. However, they had a walking library among them. Thus the younger students who missed out, along with older ones arriving late, clustered around Hermione and other studious peers. Small circles formed outside the golden barrier. Inside, of course, the students surrounded Terwell. He used the naming spell again, but with a slight twist. Each student's name still appeared above their head, but this time the golden light coalesced into tiny imps forming orderly ranks in the air. These were the very imps seen at Halloween. Stand under your own imp and form a formation, Terwell commanded, amplifying his voice by pressing his wand to his throat. Nearly 100 students stood puzzled, wondering how these gaudy-haired imps could identify them. Soon the imps provided the answer. Prefect, stop looking around. Your imp is right above your head. Flint, you idiot, him over here. A gruff imp roared, barely audible in the noise, yet the message reached Flint's mind clearly. Outside, Hermione let out a delighted cry. Remember the professor's naming spell? She flipped a book to a page on magical energy. I've suspected the golden light isn't the professor's magic. It's ours, the recipients, and... She frowned, hesitating to reveal further. Ron was utterly lost. His interest peaked only to hit a sudden dead end. Go on. Urged by the eager gazes around her, Hermione reluctantly said, it might also be connected to our souls. So those imps are made of our magic and souls still linked to us. A senior student grasped the implication. Does that mean Professor Flitwick could extract our souls and kill us? If he wanted to kill us, he wouldn't need such flashy magic, a young witch murmured. Toa was quite pleased with the spells of... He would never use such magic for attack. Even with his enhanced and ever-growing power, extracting souls was far less efficient than simply learning the killing curse from Voldemort. In truth, this spell subtly incorporated the concept of the Dark Mark, using soul-based communication to disseminate his messages. Soon, guided by their imps, the students formed a perfect 10 by 10 formation. Excellent, Terwell said, scanning their eager faces. Since there are many of you, the imps will offer some guidance today. You're all seniors with your own studies, so I won't cover textbook material. In other words, we'll go slightly beyond the syllabus today. The students suppressed a cheer, exchanging ecstatic glances. They would have been happy with a normal lesson, but what they truly craved were his extraordinary spells beyond the books. Before we begin, let me ask you, do you remember my evenly matched duel with Professor Flitwick? Every student both inside and outside the barrier shouted without hesitation yes. It was the first duel they'd witnessed in years. Its details might fade, but the dazzling magic lingered. Then do you recall Professor Flitwick's double spell? The students fixed their bright, intense gazes on the professor at the front. They seemed to guess his next words. Today I will teach you. Terwell paused, letting anticipation peak. To cast magic upon magic. As soon as the words fell, the students could no longer contain themselves, cheering loudly on the spot. Whether from excitement or the biting cold, their faces were all flushed bright red. However, forgive my frankness, your current abilities are far from achieving this. They felt as if drenched by the falling snow, their once exuberant spirits instantly dampened. Fortunately, Terwell offered an explanation. To reach Professor Flitwick's level, you need to deepen your understanding of spell incantations, gestures, and the release of magical power. This is not something you can accomplish, at least not yet. Seeing the students' discontent, Terwell smiled and posed a question. Very well, can any of you make a spell linger? Like this? He flicked his wand. Stupefied. A beam of red light shot forth, but to the students' astonishment, it did not surge forward. Instead, it hovered in the air like a tiny red snitch. This is the essence of magical control. Think of it as the light orb from the Lumos spell. The sole difference being that achieving this with other spells is far more difficult. At the very least, Terwell could only manage this with simpler magic. I don't get it, Ron grumbled. Doesn't Lumos just glow at the tip of the wand? What's this about a light orb? This time, even Hermione wasn't needed. Harry, having absorbed much through osmosis, could explain. The light from Lumos can detach from the wand tip and move to any visible spot at the caster's will. So that saves on electric lights, doesn't it? Ron exclaimed delightedly. The students in the classroom were equally baffled, albeit for different reasons. They secretly tried to imitate the feat, only to fail predictably. Even Percy, who had been dissecting spells recently, could only make a spell stutter briefly. Thus they had no choice but to grudgingly accept their own inadequacy. Don't worry, he encouraged them. I foresaw this, so will give you a little assistance. He waved his wand at the surrounding snowdrifts, which seethed as if boiling, sending nearly 100 fist-sized snowballs flying. They drifted to hover precisely over each student's head, stopping at exactly 2 feet 6 meters away. It was then they noticed a small opening in each snowball, revealing a hollow interior. See, Terwell lowered his wand, drawing the student's attention. Think of a spell you cast as a balloon. The magical effect is the outer skin, and the magic you channel is the air inside. Now I've prepared a tougher outer skin for you, so you don't have to worry about making the spell linger. Your task is to precisely release your magic into the snowball, filling it with an effective spell. Seeing the eager students, Terwell raised his voice to ensure clarity. Remember, maintain a steady and stable output of magic, or your spell will collapse. Too little, and it will dissipate from lack of power. Too much, and it will burst the original spell. Feel free to use any spell, but I suggest offensive ones you know best, like the stunning spell Disarming Charm or Petrificus Totalis. The amount of magic to channel is for you to gauge. The students paid little heed to the professor's advice. Upon learning the snowballs could contain spells, they were already itching to stuff them with the flashiest magic they knew. They wanted to show the professor that they as upper-year students were nothing like those little first years who only played with light orbs. While the students inside the golden barrier were ecstatic, those outside could only watch the top students hoping for some insight to satisfy their curiosity. This time Hermione could offer little, as she was only a first-year student. Even identifying a few spells was an exceptional feat. But Cedric beside her was different. Having taken private lessons with the professor for so long, secretly observed Percy's spell dissection, and backed by his own extensive knowledge. He cleared his throat, drawing the attention of those around him, especially a certain Ravenclaw Jr. Noticing this, he quickly averted his gaze and said smugly, "If you look closely at that golden barrier, it's actually an incredibly powerful shield charm." The students had already figured that out. Everyone knew it was a shield charm by now. Ignoring their disdainful looks, Cedric raised a finger and said mysteriously, "But there's something you definitely don't know." "What is it?" Cho Chang asked promptly. His cheeks flushed slightly, and he refrained from showing off further. "Actually, the snowball is also a shield charm. The professor seems to have modified it, making it gentle, yet sturdy, capable of blocking magic without dispelling it." "Impossible. The shield charm is meant to deflect magic, not let it persist." Cho Chang gaped in astonishment. "Who knows? After all these lessons, my biggest impression is that the professor has turned the shield charm into a work of art." Cedric shrugged. "I don't care about the shield charm. The thing is, we've got snow too, so why can't we play like them?" Ron gazed enviously at the students inside the golden barrier, who were having a blast. One by one, they fired multicolored beams at the snowballs above their heads, instantly forgetting Tool's advice about controlling magic and using well-practiced spells. Yet even so, few managed to hit the hollow openings on their first try. Not many even hit the snowballs at all. Of course, even if they did, it didn't matter. The specially reinforced shield charm was far beyond what students' spells could breach. As for the rest, their shots either missed entirely or veered off wildly in absurd directions. A few even hit classmates beside or in front of them. It was impossible to tell if it was due to personal grudges or sheer incompetence, especially since Tuil had deliberately placed the snowballs above their heads. Watching their flustered antics, the younger wizards outside let out envious laughter. They wanted to join in the fun too. Tuil, however, was at a loss between laughter and tears. After reviving several accidentally hit students, he had no choice but to wave his wand, injecting his magic into the little imps above the students' heads. Instantly, the imps seemed to come alive, their expressions growing vivid and movements more human-like. Of course, their words became even more realistic. "Oh, Flynn, are you a wizard or a troll? That's a wand in your hand meant for casting spells, not a club. Mr. Percy, Professor Flitwick asked me to tell you that you're doing the best here." Percy's face lit up with joy, only for the imp to continue. "But you're also the most off-topic. The professor told you to use offensive spells. Can't you hear? Miss Penelope, I hear you're a candidate for Ravenclaw prefect." Penelope beside him was taken aback, expecting the imp to scold her like the others. Instead, it was so friendly. "Yes," she lifted her chin with a smug smile. "Professor Flitwick has secretly told me." The imp shook its head. "Alas, it seems this batch of Ravenclaw students is quite lacking." "Penelope, the words spoken by these little spirits are not controlled by Tevil. Indeed, they are not. He merely infused the little spirits with magical energy along with the classroom standards, simultaneously stimulating their connection with their main body. In reality, the words of the little spirits are akin to soul artifacts, probing into the main body's inner thoughts and worries, then revealing them, thus achieving the effect of assisting students in class. After all, honest advice can be hard to hear. Under the little spirits' reverse cold, ear-mocking, sincere, heated words, irony, the students gradually corrected their erroneous behaviors, adhering to the classroom standards. After all, they are senior students, and even a stationary target can be hit by a giant beast, let alone them. Therefore, within half an hour, all the students were able to accurately strike the snowballs. However, they soon faced a new problem. The magic contained within the snowballs could not be preserved for long. Some managed to hold on for a while, but the magic dissipated in an instant. The others, unprepared, had their snowballs explode in the shock of their gazes. "You are the most impressive little wizard I have ever seen," one little spirit said with admiration. "Oh, it's nothing special." The student waved their hand with a mix of pride and shyness. "Absolutely, you can't maintain stable magical energy at all. No one is better than you in this regard." This time the little spirit's cold mockery was not enough to help the little wizards break through, as maintaining magical output was something the students had never tried before. For them, magic was merely about gathering a ball of magical energy and releasing it with incantations and gestures. As for after releasing it, they never thought about controlling it. Who could sustain a beam like a laser in that way? So it was up to Tevil to step in. He waved his wand above their heads, controlling the jurisdiction of the little spirits in his hands, while transmitting his words through this method. "This technique is actually not unfamiliar to you," he said aloud. "It is similar to the levitation spell, constantly maintaining control. However, this time you need to control the magical energy, so don't rush. You first slowly perceive the output of the magical energy, then attempt to control it. After finishing, Tevier infused the little spirits with new teaching concepts, severing the connection and allowing the students to explore on their own. It was exhausting. Communicating with over 100 souls took more mental energy than he had imagined. Moreover, he had not rested much in the past 2 days. If he continued like this, he might just collapse on the ground and sleep. And that's how an advanced class works. Ultimately, it relies on the students' self-realization. If they could learn just by following the routine in class, it would have long been written into textbooks. So after Tevier's guidance ended, the students blushed one by one, struggling with their magical energy. However, to the onlookers surrounding them, it seemed more like they were trying to fart, yet were unable to do so. What does this mean? Qiu Zhang cast a pleading glance at Cedric. Under such scrutiny, Cedric didn't know how to place his hands and feet. I don't know either. The professor never told us this. He stammered, his face as red as those inside. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out from the edge of their little circle. I know. Everyone turned to see an unexpected person. Longbatten. Malfoy, who had been eavesdropping outside the circle, chuckled. I guess you know how to turn red like them. The crowd laughed, their teasing gazes directed at Neville. His round face turned crimson, and the excitement was replaced by shyness and timidity. He let out a small whimper and lowered his head. Don't mind him, Neville. He's just a coward. Harry stepped forward, glaring at Malfoy. Neville. Although Harry's comforting words sounded a bit strange, recalling Professor Flitwick's encouragement, he summoned his courage and quietly said, the professor taught me this. He said it's an obscure technique, but some advanced applications of magic require such continuous magical output, especially in advanced transfiguration. It's different from our usual transfiguration. Some powerful transfiguration spells are in a constant state of transformation. To reach this level requires a continuous output of magical energy. The more balanced it is, the higher the stability. Can you do this? Harry asked excitedly. Do I look like someone who can learn? Neville retorted firmly. I can only manage continuous magical output. To put it in the professor's words, he could splash water more steadily than my magical output. The little spirits seemed to hear Neville's words and instantly began a new round of encouragement. Of course, after hearing such things, often the students had developed some resistance. If your magical output were as straightforward as your thick-headedness, you could do it in 3 seconds. The little spirit said with a cold smile. However, the little wizard returned a gentle smile. I'm really sorry, one of my brain's connections is broken. Let's learn something else, like your incessantly chatterbox. This technique, as Neville said, was indeed an essential skill for becoming a powerful wizard, but it was not so easy to achieve. Thus, Tevier did not set high expectations for the students merely to maintain a spell within the snowball. Moreover, the iron armor spell within the snowball would help them balance their magical energy to some extent. Professor, did I succeed? Percy exclaimed joyfully. However, due to his excitement, the magic within the snowball dissipated again. Tevier shot a glance. Well done. If this were a formal class, I would give you extra points. But now you must ensure the success rate and complete it as quickly and well as possible. Not only Percy, but soon many top students and exceptionally gifted ones mastered this technique. They carefully guided their classmates, especially when facing their admired ones. One could almost say their attention to detail was exhaustive, almost holding hands to teach. The students progressed at varying speeds, but ultimately, they all mastered it an hour before dinner. Tevier was quite satisfied with this progress, or rather he was somewhat surprised by the students' enthusiasm in guiding their peers. Christmas was approaching. Who knows how many couples would emerge. You did great. To be honest, I would be satisfied if half of you could achieve this, as it was within my expectations. Since that's the case, the next steps will be much simpler. Apply the levitation spell to your snowballs. Oh, I don't need to elaborate on this, do I? The students burst into proud laughter. However, Tevier still needed to seal the snowballs for them, as the students could not yet cast 2 spells simultaneously. He controlled the nearby snow pile, launching small snowballs, and after replenishing each one, he let them drop to the ground for the students to cast. Come on, this should be your first experience with advanced magical applications, so please take it seriously. Even using the levitation spell will give you a different feeling. But be careful, this snowball contains a spell, so control it carefully. The students froze for a moment. Wasn't it just levitating a snowball? How could it be advanced? To be honest, they were a bit disappointed, feeling that what they were doing now did not quite match the flashy applications the professor mentioned. However, a minute later their disappointment vanished. It was not simply levitating a snowball. After they released the levitation spell, they sensed something was off. It felt too light, as if it had no weight at all, and many inadvertently lifted the snowballs high into the sky. Not only the weight, but the sensation feedback from the levitation spell was also different. It felt like 2 spells had fused together, creating a new spell. This spell was something they had created themselves. They looked at Tevier in surprise, and that sense of accomplishment left them so excited that they could hardly speak. Tevier returned their smiles. When he first learned the fire shield spell under his teacher's guidance, he felt the same way. Speaking of teachers, with the Christmas holiday approaching, why not go back for a visit? He was already looking forward to seeing his teacher's eternally proud and confident face express surprise. I hope you all gained something from this class, Tevel said with a beaming smile to the students. But do you remember that there is an offensive spell inside the snowball? So next we have an hour left to have a snowball fight together. After Treywell finished speaking amid the students' puzzled gazes, he divided them into two groups, each comprising students from different houses precisely to test the possibility of cross-house collaboration. A waist-high fence ran down the middle, forming a narrow path and separating them. Then he strode onto the path, speaking as he walked. You will be split into left and right teams for a snowball game. Each of you will have only one snowball controlled by your own levitation charm. But don't worry about replenishment. When an old snowball breaks, a new one will appear. Your movement is confined within the golden membrane and the fences. Your goal is to attack everyone on the opposing side while ensuring you are not hit yourself. Once struck, your snowball will shatter completely, meaning you are eliminated and must retreat to the sidelines. By then, Treywell had crossed the path to the other side of the golden membrane, giving them a moment to digest the rules. A reminder, though the offensive spells within the snowballs are weakened, they are still no pleasant experience. So, please give it your all. Seeing the fierce determination on the students' faces, Treywell nodded in satisfaction. When he first arrived, he had worried that Hogwarts students might be too pampered. But now it seemed that students of every year lacked no courage for battle. It was just that few had ever stirred this side of them. He waved his wand at the sky, and a golden orb soared above the students' heads, glaringly bright against the dimming sky. The battle ends when all opponents are eliminated or when dinner begins. The side with the most survivors wins, and they will receive, well, the Christmas gifts I've prepared for you. So are you ready? The students, eager and impatient, shouted back in a chaotic jumble of voices. Yet they all conveyed the same message: we're ready. Good. Then listen to my command. The students gradually fell silent, their expressions more serious and solemn than ever. 3. They took a deep breath, raising their wands to chest level. 2. Their hands, itching to begin, already had the snowballs under control, their eyes locked onto their targets. The professor's gift. It was finally their turn. 1. The golden orb in the air burst open, radiating a brilliant light that illuminated the area without being harsh. At least the students could now clearly see their opponents. In that instant, dozens of snowballs flew like cannonballs toward the other side, instantly striking many students. But as numbers dwindled, the students unanimously noticed a problem. Why is it so hard to control? Percy watched his snowball miss again, while the little imp above him promptly supplied a new one. The levitation charm, such a simple spell. He had mastered it in his first year, and it was the first spell he had ever cast non-verbally. Yet once the snowball flew to the opposite side, controlling it became immensely difficult, as if he were a complete beginner. Mixed magic isn't so easy to learn, sneered Flint nearby. This is practically a new advanced spell, far beyond what you fifth years can handle. Before Percy could retort, even the imp above him couldn't stand it. A sixth year who can't even cast a proper levitation charm, and you're proud. The imp smacked Flint hard on the head. And you dare mock others. You're already eliminated. Flint then realized he had been hit by a snowball frozen stiff with cold, but the imp's smack thawed him. Across the field, Penelope waved apologetically at the shivering Flint and shouted, sorry. I was aiming at Percy. As time passed, more students gathered at the sidelines, loudly complaining to Treywell about the spell's difficulty, and, Professor, I was hit by a teammate's snowball. Can you give me another chance? This is nothing. You don't know how bad it was for me. I was in the front row, caught in a crossfire from both sides, hit by at least 5 snowballs. 3 from behind. Treywell had anticipated this. They had only practiced the spell for one afternoon, and their performance already pleasantly surprised him. With more time to adapt, such blunders would diminish. Ahem, he interrupted their complaints. This also teaches you that on a real battlefield, inaccurate spellcasting can easily harm your allies. That's why large-scale wizard battles either take place in open areas or avoid using mass-destructive spells. Most spells lack friend or foe identification. To imbue spells with such recognition was simple. Just add a touch of soul magic. Professor, will we have more classes like this? A young witch asked timidly. The question silenced the crowd instantly, as everyone looked at Treywell expectantly. Their previous anticipation for Professor Treywell's class had stemmed solely from Professor Quirrell's incompetence. They just wanted a normal professor. But after this unique lesson, they had only one thought: Professor, please get rid of Quirrell. Yet Treywell shook his head. This was decided before the term began. Your regular classes will be taught by Professor Quirrell. In fact, today's session already violates school rules. Seeing the disappointment in their eyes, with some young witches even sobbing softly, he found their acting impressive. Amused, he made a compromise. Don't worry. The venue here will be preserved until the Christmas holidays, and you can play snowball fights here anytime. The young witches instantly looked up, beaming with no trace of tears. And will there be those special snowballs? Of course. The imps will hand them out, but they consume a lot of magic, so take care of yourselves. The topic quickly shifted to the imps whom the students both loved and hated. Professor, will this imp stay on my head forever? They're so cute. Is the Christmas gift one of these imps? I really want one. If only he weren't so blunt. The young wizards fell silent, their expressions complex. The imps only appear when you enter this area, and they drain your magic significantly, so they can't stay permanently. In truth, they consumed not only magic, but also energy and spirit. Treywell noticed several young wizards yawning. This afternoon had been like an all-nighter for them, so he dared not prolong it. Otherwise the hospital wing would be filled with exhausted students. Just then cheers erupted from the snowball battle arena. The fight was over. Treywell looked up. A few students remained inside, mostly 6th and 7th years, with 5th year Percy standing out prominently. Yet he held his head high with pride. He had struck several older students and dodged over a dozen snowballs. He was a key contributor to his team's victory. Treywell waved his wand, and the imps above the students turned back into golden light, flying to the parchment in his hand, forming 2 lists. Excellent. I've recorded your names. Expect your gifts at Christmas. He turned to the other side. As for those who lost, don't be discouraged. Reflect on today's lesson. It will benefit all of you. Now this class is over. Dismissed. There was still some time before dinner, but winter nights in England always fell exceptionally early. Before 5 o'clock, without a lamp, one could no longer see the path ahead. Thus Tver cast a luminous guiding charm, urging the reluctant students to hurry back to the castle. He then made a few minor alterations to the area, shrinking the field by half, and conjuring a minor impish magic. Having done all this, he leisurely strolled back toward the brightly lit castle. However, upon entering the castle gates, he encountered an unexpected person, or rather someone deliberately waiting for him. Well, if it isn't our beloved Professor Flitwick. Snape stood sideways in the dim doorway, half his body shrouded in shadow, revealing only his face with a sneering smile and those icy eyes. Tver was startled. Such a sinister voice suddenly emerging nearly made him draw his wand. Beloved, I dare not claim, but at least I'm busier than Professor Snape, who lounges so comfortably here, he said, tucking his wand back into his robe pocket. Then he straightened his robes and smiled at the other man. Snape gave a cold smirk, choosing not to acknowledge Tver's taunt. I'm curious. Teaching only 3 grades, why is Professor Flitwick so busy that he vanished since yesterday morning and only now reappears? His lips still bore a smile, but his eyes held a hint of viciousness, as if he would draw his wand the next second should Tver's answer fail to satisfy him. Tver glanced at Snape in surprise, not expecting to have landed on his list of suspects. Could it be that fool Quirrell led him here? Unlike potions, class defense against the dark arts always requires preparing animals for teaching. So I went to the Forbidden Forest to search for some. Any problem? Snape scanned Tver from head to toe, finally fixing his gaze on his empty hands. And the animals? They died, Tver replied with a matter-of-fact smile which under the torchlight appeared somewhat eerie. Snape's smile vanished instantly. His eyes narrowed slightly as he took a small step forward, positioning himself in the light, but casting his shadow over Tver's face. I think you know your identity, so refrain from doing anything suspicious. Thanks for the reminder. I believe compared to you, Professor Snape, am not quite as out of line, am I? His eyes were no longer cold, but filled with amusement. Leaning in, he whispered, I don't know what you're up to, nor do I care about your collusion with Quirrell. But if I ever learn you have ulterior motives, I wouldn't mind adding a dose of Veritaserum to your dinner. Just as well I'd like to taste what Veritaserum is like, Tver replied lightly, his voice low. But you'd best be careful. I fear I might reveal things the students couldn't handle. For instance, about you and the Dark Lord. Snape's gaze hardened. With Dumbledore's guarantee, he naturally feared no exposure of his past. But his actions at the school would certainly be constrained, and if that jeopardized the mission he must execute, it would be unacceptable. Thus he glared fiercely at Tver, raising his voice slightly. I don't care what you know. If you dare defy. But at that moment his head snapped toward the corridor corner. Who's there? Barely a second later 3 small figures emerged from the corner. Harry stammered. Professors, we just finished dinner and came over here to digest. Ron declared loudly, nodding with confidence and patting his round little belly as if to lend credibility to his words. Hermione couldn't bear it anymore and tugged at the back of his robe. Stop it, Snape's eyes could kill you. If no one has taught you manners, you might consult the troll from Halloween. He has much to teach you. Snape said darkly. 5 points off. Each. With a final glance at Tver, he stormed away. Harry and the other 2 sighed in relief. They were used to losing points, and though this time was a bit much, 15 points didn't make much difference. 3 exam papers, Tver said, smiling at them. Suddenly he added, 3 papers each. Complete them before the end of next week, or your Christmas gifts will be a full set of papers, enough to last you until the end of the term. Not only Snape, but he himself had been careless. Though partly due to physical fatigue, the recent increase in power had made him a bit overconfident. As someone who held himself to high standards, he wouldn't tolerate such a foolish mistake. Handing out the 9 papers, he left as well. He had been thinking of dinner, but now he decided to just go to sleep. However, this left Harry and the others with grim faces. Hermione flipped through the papers. The content wasn't simple, with many essay questions. She didn't mind, even hoping to receive the professor's Christmas gift. But Harry and Ron were appalled. 3 papers. That's too many. As soon as Tver left, Harry complained, staring at the sheets in his hands. Ron sighed. Forget it, we can each do one. Professor Flitwick looked so fierce just now I didn't dare plead. This is the first time I've heard of homework papers after class. The professor must have left us no loopholes. Hermione shook her head, showing them the questions. Also, she glanced cautiously in the direction the professor had gone. This is the first time I've seen him so angry. Were they discussing something important here? Obviously, Ron declared indignantly. Snape must be forcing the professor to steal that thing, that's why he's been gone all day. Harry nodded in agreement. Exactly, Snape warned him to watch his identity. Maybe the professor has some leverage Snape's using. Hermione looked dubiously at her two indignant friends. The professor's attitude just now clearly didn't seem like he was being threatened. How could they conjure up so much in their heads? But lacking a better explanation, she could only say non-committally. Then our top priority is to find out who Nicholas Flamel is. And what's going on with Professor Flitwick? Ron emphasized solemnly. Fine, if possible, also look into the professor's leverage, Hermione said helplessly. Then help him get rid of it. With only 1 week remaining until the Christmas holidays, the students had grown distracted in class. Yet it was not the anticipation of the approaching vacation that consumed their thoughts, but rather the fervent hope of securing a chance to spend some time at the snowball fight arena, which had been reduced to half its original size. Indeed, one now had to vie for the opportunity to play there. At first, only the 100 senior students who had attended the lesson could enjoy a relaxed and unrestrained snowball fight. However, it wasn't long before other senior students who had initially only observed also grasped the technique of magical snowballs. After several days of practice, they finally caught up with the main group. Similarly, the junior students discovered they too could go and try their luck for half an hour. Although few could master the standard of a magical snowball, even just chatting with the little imps was immensely entertaining. Consequently, almost every student in the castle utilized their free time each day to queue up at the snowball arena. Neither the biting cold nor the encroaching darkness could dampen the students' enthusiasm. Fortunately, too well considering the students' welfare imposed a daily limit of half an hour per person, preventing them from crowding the place all day long. Nevertheless, Filch later caught several students who, in their eagerness to be the first to play with the magical snowballs, sneaked out of the castle late at night waiting for midnight to strike, so they could rush in and start their snowball fight. These were the ones caught later. Those who escaped detection in the beginning were likely even more numerous. Too-well was forced to decree that the little imps would not be available to students after dark, thus curbing this trend. Otherwise, Filch, that old squib, would have ended up lurking outside in the freezing snow all night, eventually becoming the school's second ghostly staff member. The closer the holidays drew, the more the students regretted not having signed the stay-behind notice the previous week. Malfoy in particular had intended to taunt Harry and the others about not being able to go home for Christmas, only to suddenly discover that he was the one who had drawn the short straw. He thought about seeking out Snape to re-register, but upon seeing his head of house's recent murderous expression, he decided to abandon the idea after a mere half-second of consideration. The game was fun, but preserving one's own life was far more important. As for Harry and Ron, who were planning to stay at Hogwarts, they were far more carefree. On the very first day of the holidays, they rose early and cheerfully played a game of wizard's chess in the common room, while chatting about their vacation plans. George and them said, "We can go over to the snowball arena openly today. If we go with them, maybe we can learn how to do it," Ron said with anticipation. Harry couldn't help but reveal a similar smile. "I wonder if we'll be able to learn. It looks really difficult." "Don't worry. If those two dimwits George and Fred can learn, there's no reason we can't," Ron declared confidently. "Are you two still at it?" Hermione said, appearing beside them out of nowhere, looking at them with exasperation. "Can't you do something productive?" "Productive? Ron blinked in confusion. "Nicholas Flamel," Hermione reminded him loudly. Harry scratched his head awkwardly. He really had forgotten about that, spending all his time thinking about the snowballs. Ron let out a belated "oh" and said brazenly, "I've been so busy writing essays lately that I almost forgot. But you've been reading all this time, haven't you? Found any clues?" "No," Hermione said, sitting down dejectedly. But in a moment she perked up again, quickly glancing left and right before whispering, "There's one place in the library we haven't explored yet." Ron stared at her in shock, as if she had been replaced by someone else. "You mean the restricted section in the library?" "Yes," Hermione said, lifting her chin confidently. "That's the one area we haven't been able to search. Then I might as well try to find Professor Flitwick's office to see if he has any dirt on Snape," Ron said with a grimace. Harry nodded in agreement, but Hermione was displeased. "Professor Flitwick has been staying in his office a lot lately. If you dare go near, you'll be caught immediately. Don't you worry about that. He said he won't be at school during the Christmas holidays. He's going to visit an elder relative," Ron said, shaking his head smugly, and added pointedly, "He mentioned it casually last night while we were playing wizard's chess." Even though he harbored some suspicion towards the professor, he wouldn't give up the chance to chat with him every day. Harry also yearned to play chess and chat with the professor to talk about the wondrous magic that existed only in Hermione's books. However, his wizard's chess skills were so poor that he couldn't even beat Seamus, so he could only envy Ron in his heart. Hermione was so envious, she felt sour, thinking for the umpteenth time that not knowing how to play wizard's chess was an unforgivable mistake. "You can't even beat the professor anymore, and Anyway, you two need to hurry up and search for information on Nicholas Flamel. Having said that, and to prevent Ron from saying anything that would make her feel worse, she simply grabbed her luggage and left. Today was the first day of the holidays. As a student not staying behind, she could only reluctantly say goodbye to the snowball fight. By the time they returned, it would be gone. Ron pouted at Hermione's retreating figure and said indignantly, "It took me a month before the professor surpassed me. That's much better than Percy and them. Tell me about last night. You went straight to sleep when you got back and haven't told me about the private lesson yet." Harry looked at Ron expectantly. Harry's daily anticipation was listening to Ron talk about the professor, which he euphemistically called gaining a better understanding of the professor to uncover the truth behind everything. Hermione scoffed at this excuse, but she would also pull up a little stool every time to listen to Ron's bragging. Ron immediately puffed out his chest with pride. The wizard's chess match with the professor last night was absolutely brilliant. All the wisdom in my head was completely drained. Even though I lost in the end, it was the most spectacular game of my life. More importantly, at the end of the class, the professor gave George and Fred these special badges, saying it was to thank them for their special contribution. Badges? Harry asked, puzzled, pulling out the badge he had gotten at Halloween. What's so special about them? Ron looked enviously at the badge. He had one too, but it could only be used twice, unlike Harry's, which could be recharged. Their badges are a bit bigger and consume a bit more magical energy, but they can be worn anywhere on the body. You can display them right on your chest. Harry didn't see what the big deal was. Unlike Ron, he was fine wearing it on his waist or his chest. But when the twins walked over with their heads held high, he could see what was special. Why do your badges have two different colors, red and blue? Upon hearing this, George pointed happily at the red badge on his chest. The professor said that when we're together, the two badges can alternate their effects to avoid consuming too much magical energy. And when hit with a powerful spell, they can work together to form a strong shield charm. Fred added excitedly. Ron pouted in displeasure. My single badge can match the power of both of yours combined. Oh, give it a rest, George said dismissively, waving his hand. We're going to have a snowball fight, a really good one. You guys want to come? Harry and Ron pushed the wizard's chess set aside in unison. Of course. Tivier now indeed possessed the strength to break through the chessboard's confines. However, he had no intention of stealing the Philosopher's Stone just yet. For one, Quirrell was in such poor health that he couldn't even serve as a vanguard. For another, he still needed to comprehend and digest the magical power that Helga had left behind. Thus, during the week before the holiday, he canceled all unnecessary activities, focusing entirely on reflecting upon his experiences in the Forbidden Forest. Through this period of digestion, his understanding of magical power finally ascended to a higher plane. For a wizard of his caliber, achieving such significant progress was already an astonishing feat. Moreover, the enhancement was in magical power itself. Now he could even crush a man to death with a simple pressure curse. By his estimation, purely in terms of magical power, he could already rival Dumbledore wielding the Elder Wand. Of course, even so, he would not miss their weekly transfiguration research sessions with Dumbledore. After all, the gap in magical philosophy could not be bridged by power alone. Magic was not a gun, its greatest trait lay in its myriad of bizarre effects far beyond mere might. On the first day of the holiday, Tivier did not leave the school with the students, but arrived at the headmaster's office as promised. Dumbledore sat in his usual seat, fiddling with something in his hands with keen interest, clearly having waited for some time. Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore, Tivier greeted. My apologies for keeping you waiting. I didn't expect to have so much luggage to pack after being at school for less than 4 months. He sat down familiarly in the chair, but his attention was caught by what Dumbledore had been studying. The Philosopher's Stone. A genuine Philosopher's Stone. Tivier didn't even need to probe it. The waves of magical power emanating from it were unmistakable. The sheer life force seeping out made him feel refreshed and invigorated in body and mind. His eyes narrowed and his movements stiffened for a moment, but only for an instant before he regained his composure. However, Dumbledore noticed his peculiarity. Good evening, Dumbledore said, raising the Philosopher's Stone. I believe you recognize what this is. Though phrased as a question, his tone was resolute. Through his half-moon spectacles, Tivier met Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes. He offered a composed smile. In the magical world, the only thing brimming with such abundant magical power is the legendary Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore's eyes lingered on him for a moment, as if searching for something in his expression before he let out a hearty laugh. Truly worthy of you. I was worried a young wizard might not recognize such an ancient artifact. Though his face remained calm, Tivier's heart tensed. Snape must have told Dumbledore about his suspicions. Of course, Snape wouldn't keep such important information to himself and investigate alone. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go, Tivier said calmly, meeting Dumbledore's gaze. At worst, he could use his teacher as a shield. He doubted Dumbledore would actually act against him directly. So his teacher had become a trump card against Dumbledore. Seeming to sense Tivier's composure, Dumbledore withdrew his probing gaze. No, I mean it's rare for a young person to know where the Philosopher's Stone is and not be tempted by it. Oh, you mean someone is coveting this stone? Tivier put on a surprised expression. Yes, I deliberately tested it over the summer, and sure enough someone tried to get their hands on the stone, Dumbledore said with a wink. Tivier understood in his heart. The fake stone over the summer was Dumbledore's test, likely what prompted him to set a trap for a fishing game. But in my view, as long as you keep the stone on your person, I dare say no one would dare to target it. Even someone as audacious as Voldemort wouldn't dare to outright steal something from Dumbledore at Hogwarts. You are making me blush, Dumbledore said, personally pouring for a glass of pumpkin juice. But I'm an old man. I can't keep an eye on this stone day and night. Do you have any suggestions? Old man, with your vitality, if not for some curse you could live another 50 years. Tivier grumbled inwardly before tentatively asking how about storing it somewhere and guarding it heavily. Excellent idea. Dumbledore exclaimed excitedly. I was thinking the same, but am undecided on the best way to secure it. Can you help me think of a good method? Tivier was at a loss for words. Well, how about adding a bit of mental testing to the protection? If someone is a thief, they would surely be desperate to obtain the stone. You could use that. Only those who desire it not can truly claim it. Dumbledore clapped his hands in admiration. What a clever design. It seems I asked the right person tonight. I plan to set it up around Christmas. Would you have time to help me? I'm sorry, but over the Christmas holiday, I need to visit a very important. Elder Tivier paused. So I won't be able to stay and help you. Besides, with your strength you hardly need me meddling, do you? He didn't believe Dumbledore was simply discussing the stone with him, it was a test to see if he coveted it. Had he shown even a hint of desire, he would have fallen under the close scrutiny of both Snape and Dumbledore until Quirrell drew their attention. The discussion of the Philosopher's Stone ended there, and afterward neither of them mentioned it again. Even though it lay on the table, they didn't spare it another glance, as if it were just an ordinary stone. After finishing the Transfiguration research with Dumbledore, Tivier left the headmaster's office, but didn't immediately leave the 7th floor. Instead, he searched every tapestry on that floor, pacing back and forth in front of them. He was looking for the Room of Requirement. If there truly was a Ravenclaw chamber, it was hard not to think of the Room of Requirement. But in his past life, he had never paid attention to the Room of Requirement's location. Compared to the famous method of concentrating on the need and passing by 3 times its entrance, location had never been stored in his memory. After all, he had never imagined he would transmigrate, let alone into the world of Harry Potter. So if anyone came to the 7th floor, they would witness a scene shocking enough to drop their jaws. Professor Flitwick, always presenting an elegant image, was pacing back and forth like a headless chicken. In the end, this headless chicken discovered to his astonishment that the Room of Requirement had vanished. He was certain he had traversed every corridor on the 7th floor and examined every tapestry, even blocking the view of many portraits. But the Room of Requirement had not appeared. As Tivier frowned in thought, a loud rumbling sound came from across the way. He quickly dodged into a corner, hiding behind a tapestry depicting Barnabas the Barmy being beaten by trolls. Because the opposite wall had transformed into a door, and as it opened, a drunken professor staggered out. Sybil Trelawney, the divination professor, and one of the few remaining seers in the magical world. But her current state was far from good. She was thin, her green robes hanging loosely on her frame. Her glasses were askew, her hair disheveled, and she looked utterly slovenly. Even from a distance, Tivier could smell the sour odor of alcohol emanating from her, and she swayed as she walked. He had been searching for nearly an hour, which meant the professor had been inside for at least that long. No wonder he couldn't find the Room of Requirement. However, Tivier had no intention of greeting her. Due to his Bodhi's curse, he always held a certain reverence for prophecies. Unlike others, he knew this professor genuinely possessed prophetic abilities. But according to ancient legends, all seers suffer a curse. Their words are rarely believed by others. It was a frustrating and painful fate. They foresaw the impending truth, yet due to the curse's coincidences, they could never prevent the disaster from arriving. Thus this seer, who should have been respected, was instead plagued by self-doubt, drowning her sorrows in drink on the divination tower of Hogwarts. After Professor Trelawney stumbled away, leaning against the wall, Tivier approached the wall. It was an ordinary stone wall, thick and unremarkable. Even when he placed his hand on it, he couldn't sense any magical feedback. If he hadn't seen the door split open with his own eyes, he would never have guessed this was the location of the magical Room of Requirement. So what kind of room should he enter? Snape's changing room. Dumbledore's bathroom. Rumble. An exquisite, luxurious door appeared before Tivier, complete with a thoughtful men's sign. What kind of usage was this? He quickly shook the chaotic thoughts from his mind and began focusing on Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw's chamber. Ravenclaw's library. A study. After trying several times, the Room of Requirement gave no response, still presenting him with the bathroom door. Seeing that it was getting late, Tivier stopped trying and simply pushed open the door. Inside was a very luxurious bathroom lined with all sorts of exquisite chamber pots. But his attention wasn't on those pots. While he was momentarily stunned by their craftsmanship. Alright, he was also curious which one Dumbledore might have used. After discarding those absurd curiosities, Tivier began to probe the magical source of this room. He couldn't trace the magical signature of the crest, but he could certainly trace the magic of the Room of Requirement. As his magic surged forth from his body, the room's magical structure began to unfold before his eyes. But Tivier wished he hadn't seen it. Too many Countless fine threads interwove within the room. Every inch of the floor had 5 or 6 strands of will lines extending out leading to different walls or the ceiling. It was as if the entire room was constructed of magic. But the problem was, where was the terminus of these wills? Could the room of requirement possibly be the combined creation of thousands of wizards? Wait, he realized something. The room of requirement had a storage room for miscellaneous items. So were these will lines emanating from those magical objects? Thor didn't delve further. Earlier, investigating a dozen or so items had left him dizzy, and now there were tens of thousands of lines draining his magic in no time. However, he had confirmed that he couldn't search for Ravenclaw's chamber using will lines like Helga had. As for the Horcrux in the storage room, he would come back for it later. For now, dealing with the ring and Quirrell was enough. On Christmas Eve, a 3-story house beside the University of Vienna in Austria. The house appeared unremarkable, indistinguishable in style from the others in the neighborhood. Yet the snow lay perfectly smooth on the sky-blue roof, neither too heavy nor too sparse, and the snow at the doorstep was neatly swept to one side. It looked more like a meticulously arranged building block by someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder than snowflakes randomly fallen from nature. This impeccable aesthetic hinted at the house owner's extraordinary nature. The next second, a graceful figure suddenly materialized on the empty street. In such a frigid winter, she wore only a woolen coat over a seemingly thin lady's suit. The dark red attire perfectly complemented her slender, elegant figure, exuding competence and an ageless grace. Her neck, straight as a swan's, supported a soft, delicate face. Her black hair was coiled up, making her appear more like a traditional Eastern woman than a Slav. Cynthia Vasica was the name of this elegant young lady. She found the snow on the roof amusing, as smooth as if leveled with a shovel. No muggle would do this, she muttered helplessly. Your teacher really is a handful. Then she strode forward unhurriedly. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of her high heels was faint on the street, as unnoticed as her sudden appearance. But as she approached the house, the door swung open, as if sensing her arrival, revealing the dim hallway within. Cynthia was unsurprised and stepped inside with familiarity. As if entering her own home, she navigated to the kitchen, even without the lights on. She casually tossed her coat onto a chair, turned on the kitchen light, and cheerfully retrieved the food she had prepared for tonight from her small purse. Roast turkey, roast chicken, steak, various vegetables, and of course an assortment of rich desserts and candies. It's really something that you went to all this trouble, knowing I love sweets, an aged voice teased. Without turning around, Cynthia replied, it's not for you. Better not eat it all like last time. The old man shrugged nonchalantly and examined the candies. On my favorite lemon sherbet, he said with delight, popping one into his mouth, his eyes narrowing with pleasure. But I'll thank Tuil on your behalf first. Hearing that name, Cynthia finally turned to look at the old man, who was savoring each dessert. His once frail body had grown sturdier after years of care, barely filling out his dark green pajamas. Yet time had left indelible marks on his face, though only his eyes remained calm and composed. Having hidden his past, nothing seemed able to surprise him anymore. Professor Grindelwald, I've told you many times, Cynthia said, placing the last dish on the table, don't just eat desserts. They're bad for you. The old man hesitated for a moment, deciding to leave one lemon pudding for his only student. The rest, of course, belonged to him. Yes, I'll leave some for Tuil. Cynthia's face flushed, and her movements grew flustered. Grindelwald glanced at her outfit with a smile, and teased, he likes elegant attire, but you're only 18. You can't even walk in high heels properly. This doesn't suit your temperament. Exposed, Cynthia glared at the old man, her cheeks reddening. I'm just trying this occasionally. Unlike you, who refuses to try anything. No wonder Tuil despises your outdated ideas. Grindelwald sat unconcernedly at the head of the table, savoring candies, as he said, if I truly didn't care about what he said, why would I have come to live in this muggle neighborhood? Oh. Cynthia looked at him in surprise, having thought it was just his eccentricity to live in a muggle house devoid of magic. Don't think of me as so antiquated. Before your parents were even born, we held the most radical ideas in the world. I suppose you haven't noticed there's a muggle university nearby. Grindelwald mused. It's the most famous university in this country. I go there every day to observe the muggle students, their professors and scholars. At first I scoffed at their research. After all, magic is a miracle far beyond them. But since Tuil took me to the deepest research facility, I realized. He clenched his fist involuntarily, a flicker of ruthlessness in his eyes. The muggles' progress is faster than any of us anticipated. Within a century, their technology will rival magic. What's more terrifying is that they maintain an accelerating pace of advancement. Cynthia was unsurprised by this. In fact, she had long admired Tuil for similar reasons. So she emphasized one point. Tuil foresaw this. Grindelwald laughed heartily. This student was the last achievement of his life. Yes, he predicted this trend more clearly than anyone. That's why I moved out of Nurmengard. I want to witness with my own eyes how he accomplishes what I failed to do. At this, the old man's expression turned sorrowful as he murmured, if only I had chosen a better approach like Tuil, would everything have been different? Seeing him sink into melancholy, Cynthia quickly changed the subject. Speaking of Tuil, why isn't he here yet? Could he have been delayed? The girl's clumsy diversion made Grindelwald chuckle, and he set aside his memories. Don't worry. With his abilities, few could delay him. He just said he needed to have an early dinner with his family before coming over. Cynthia pouted in disappointment and snatched the small cake Grindelwald was about to take. Wait until Tuil arrives to eat. She had put so much effort into tonight's gathering mostly for Tuil's sake. She couldn't let it all be devoured carelessly, not even by Tuil's teacher. The doorbell chimed. Moments later, a handsome figure the girl had been eagerly awaiting appeared in the kitchen. Tuil smiled at them both. Sorry I took a while preparing gifts for my students. Cynthia cheerfully came behind Tuil and helped him take off his coat. Thank you, he said, still surprised by her thoughtfulness no matter how many times it happened. You don't have to do this every time. Ignoring his words, she hung up the coat and gently pushed his back with both hands. Come and see, the girl exclaimed excitedly. I've prepared a lot of delicious food for you. Tuil was guided to the dining table and was genuinely amazed by the sumptuous dinner. I know you've already had dinner, so the roast turkey is for the teacher and the desserts are for. Why is there only one pudding left? Cynthia immediately cast a suspicious glance at the prime suspect. Don't just stand there, Grindelwald said, pretending not to have heard, waving Tuil over. Are you enjoying being a professor so much that you're preparing gifts for students? Tuil smiled and pulled the pouting girl to sit down with him before turning to his teacher. I played a game and promised the winning students Christmas gifts. Cynthia placed the last pudding in front of him and asked with keen interest, what kind of game? Grindelwald also looked at him with a hint of curiosity. Thank you. Tuil then explained the game to them. It was actually a simple snowball fight mainly to cultivate the students' understanding of advanced magic. After all, the sooner one starts the better. Grindelwald showed an expression of understanding. This was how he had taught Tuil back then. After mastering the shield charm and fiend fire, he had him attempt the fire shield. Initially, it was merely to let him experience the fusion of different magics and deepen his comprehension of spells. Unexpectedly, Tuil had only spent an afternoon to preliminarily master the fire shield, a spell Grindelwald prided himself on. That was the first time he strongly realized that Tuil was not a lucky boy who stumbled into Nurmengard by chance, but an heir bestowed upon him by the heavens. Planning to cultivate your confidence from among the Hogwarts students? Not necessarily. Hogwarts students are weaker in combat compared to those from Durmstrang, but they delve deeper into other branches of magic. Tuil took a bite of the pudding and the rich lemon fragrance burst in his mouth, making his eyes narrow slightly, with a look of utter satisfaction. Grindelwald remained noncommittal. He excelled at dark magic and transfiguration, but did not discriminate against white magic, especially since someone had once defeated him using it. Cynthia, however, was delighted not only because Tuil enjoyed the pudding, but also because of his interest in white magic. Ever since they met in their first year, Tuil had been researching all kinds of magic, most of which were exceedingly sinister dark magic. Even at Durmstrang, no student would engage in such studies in their first year. Fortunately, every time after his dark magic research, he would come and talk to her, allowing her to see that his heart remained uncorrupted by the dark arts, which gradually put her at ease. Still, one should not delve too deeply into dark magic. Even Durmstrang dared not touch upon the most extreme forms. Thinking of this, Cynthia glared indignantly at a certain senior alumnus who had been expelled during his school years for researching overly evil dark magic. If you don't teach Tuil those dark arts, he'll make you lemon-flavored pastries every day. By the way, Tuil suddenly said, I noticed some of the students there are quite unique. Some have weak willpower in casting spells due to memory loss, while others, being twins, share a faint connection in their will. The souls of these individuals are very intriguing. Studying them could allow me to clatter. What's wrong? Nothing, just slipped. Cynthia quickly picked up her knife and fork. Grindelwald's eyes gleamed with pride. When it came to soul research, this student had long surpassed him. As for the matter of evil, wasn't that exactly what suited him? Hogwarts has a relatively larger number of students and is more inclusive. I believe you could achieve a subtle influence through Muggle-born students. Tuil was somewhat surprised. His teacher had always harbored a natural faint hostility toward Muggles, yet now he was offering such a suggestion. Your idea is excellent. I also think we need to win over the moderates between Muggles and wizards. They will be our greatest supporters. It's yours, Grindelwald said with a relieved smile. This era will ultimately belong to you, Tuil. Not just you, Cynthia emphasized earnestly. It's us, Tuil and me. With that, everyone burst into joyful laughter before continuing to enjoy the lavish dinner. To be honest, Cynthia's cooking fell short of Tuil's father's, but was far better than his mother's. Remembering the ramora fish soup he had before coming here, his desire to even taste the cake diminished. What's wrong? Does it not suit your taste? Cynthia asked with immediate concern. No, Tuil replied with a smile. I was just thinking that with so much food here we might be eating until Christmas arrives. Cynthia's eyebrows lifted with excitement. Why don't you stay the night? I can tidy up a room for you. Before he could respond, she darted upstairs like a busy little bee. Your holiday should be quite long. Why not stay here and chat with me? Grindelwald also suggested. Of course, Tuil readily agreed. I actually have a question I wish to ask you, teacher. Oh, the old man put down his knife and fork in surprise. Since last year, Tuil had not needed to ask him any questions. What problem could stump you? Tell me, and we'll study it together. It's about a soul. If I grant it life force and help construct a body, how can I fully control it? A body built from life force. Grindelwald pondered for a moment. Such a body relies heavily on a continuous supply of life force. Can't you control him by mastering the source of that life? He is also adept at absorbing life force. Once released, he could seek out wizards to supply him with it. Grindelwald realized what Soul Tuil was referring to. He gave a contemptuous smile, his tone laced with a hint of ruthlessness, faintly echoing the shadow of the Dark Lord who had once terrified the world. You know about the unbreakable vow, don't you? Bind his soul in a similar way. If he defies, you will destroy him. I recall this method causes significant damage to the soul, doesn't it? Tuil hesitated. He had learned from his teacher how to brand a soul, but that was for the living. He dared not guarantee that doing so to an unprotected soul wouldn't lead to accidents. Grindelwald shrugged indifferently, even scornfully. Didn't you say that powerful fool had several soul fragments? Just use whichever one survives. After discussing Voldemort with Grindelwald for a while, Treville realized that Cynthia had yet to come downstairs. Does tidying a room take this long? Cynthia may not be a house elf, but she wouldn't spend half a day on cleaning. Grindelwald was also puzzled. Why don't you go check on her? Treville immediately set down his knife and fork. Although Cynthia's strength fell short of his, she had consistently held the second place at Durmstrang. Even if she encountered danger, she would not have vanished without a sound. Thus a flicker of concern stirred within him. The lights on the second floor were not turned on, with only faint moonlight seeping through the windows. However, just as he approached the last step of the staircase, he vaguely heard a sound. Someone was weeping in the room. Cynthia. Pushing the door open forcefully, Treville sent a luminous orb speeding inside, illuminating the scene within. Cynthia knelt by the doorway, sobbing, her wand clutched in her hand, her entire body trembling. Lying sprawled on the carpet was none other than Treville. But this version of him had an ashen face with dried blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, clearly dead. The next second, Cynthia sniffled and waved her wand at him. Ridiculous. Then Treville sprang to life, standing before her in an elaborate formal robe, a bouquet of roses in hand. Sorry. She swiftly waved her wand again, and the figure dissolved into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing from the room. Along with it, Treville's Lumos spell faded, plunging the room back into dimness. Only the moonlight outside allowed a glimpse of the girl's vulnerable side. This was the first time Treville had seen her like this. Usually, even in the face of immense challenges, Cynthia always maintained a confident demeanor. Of course, given her strength and talent, few obstacles could truly daunt her. Glancing around, Treville helped Cynthia to her feet. No matter how beautiful a girl might be, when her face is streaked with tears and snot nearly drips into her mouth, she can hardly look appealing. Slurp. The snot didn't go back up. Amused by her adorable clumsiness, Treville shook his head with a soft laugh. In the dim room, Cynthia could only make out Treville's silhouette, but in her eyes that silhouette grew increasingly distinct. Because Treville was silently drawing closer to her, nearer and nearer, until she could feel his breath and the faint scent of his presence. Thump. The girl's back gently pressed against the wall. Cynthia's heart raced faster and faster, especially when Treville propped his left hand against the wall and leaned his head toward her small face. Her heart felt as if it might leap out of her throat. Let's do something that requires the lights off, Treville whispered softly in her ear. Didio? Do what? Cynthia stammered, her hands gripping the hem of her clothes tightly, her face burning as if it might explode. Whether from fear or anticipation, the girl squeezed her eyes shut, yet her eyelids quivered, betraying her turbulent emotions. Turn on the lights. Treville chuckled and pressed the switch on the wall. With a click, the entire room brightened. He then turned to survey the room. It was a very simple design with only a basic bed and table and chairs, but that was sufficient. For him, refinement and luxury were not necessities. Cynthia finally snapped back to reality, wiped the tears from her face, and blushed as she approached Treville, hesitantly asking, "Was I embarrassing just now?" "Of course not. On the contrary, I appreciate your concern," Treville said, waving his wand to erase all traces of magic in the room. "I recall this is a muggle house. How did a boggart end up here?" At the mention of business, Cynthia regained her usual composure. Actually, a long time ago, this was the home of an old wizard. After his passing, all the protective enchantments in this room gradually dissipated, and it was eventually bought by a muggle family. However, lingering traces of magic caused the family to move out after 2 years, and finally Mr. Grindelwald purchased it. Treville nodded in approval. What he appreciated most about Cynthia was that whenever he faced everyday problems, she could always provide detailed answers. And what has the professor been up to during this time? He wasn't spying on his mentor, but rather worried that his emergence from Nurmengard might attract the attention of the Austrian Ministry of Magic, or even the International Confederation of Wizards. Though Nurmengard was nearly a mere formality, and the professor's existence had gradually been dismissed by the magical world, some old wizards still held deep fear for the name Grindelwald. After all, the professor had not conquered Europe with mere words back in the day. Cynthia recalled the past half year, and spoke swiftly but clearly. He pretends to be a normal old muggle. At first he made a fool of himself due to unfamiliarity, but by the second day, he was already greeting and chatting with muggles like an old hand. According to Mr. Grindelwald, he spends his days wandering around nearby schools learning about muggle technology and ideas. At night, he mostly stays in his room. I tried to probe a few times. He was either flipping through photo albums or practicing transfiguration, but I think he noticed me. The girl's face was etched with guilt. Treville wore an expression of expected inevitability. I never intended to hide it from the professor. But since he hasn't objected, don't make any more probing moves. By the way, did you mention preparing a wand for him? Cynthia's spirits sank. I brought it up a few times, but he always said he was a failure and had no need to reappear. Treville nodded. He had hoped the professor might step in at the right moment to help him handle some troubles. Yet he hadn't expected that past failure had nearly sealed off the professor's heart. It seemed the knot must be untied by the one who tied it. However, who was the naughtier and who was the no-tuntier was far from certain. Perhaps in the future convincing Dumbledore would also require the professor's intervention. You've worked hard during this time, Treville said, withdrawing his wand and turning to face Cynthia. But I have one last question. Are you truly willing to follow me in pursuing that nearly impossible ideal, even if I become a leisurely professor at Hogwarts? He had only shared his greatest vision upon arriving in this world with Grindelwald and Cynthia. For now he was still struggling for survival, focusing on unraveling the secrets of the emblem. His strength was insufficient to contend with the deep-rooted ideologies of the magical world. At the very least, he would need to surpass Dumbledore to qualify. Sensing the solemnity in Treville's tone, Cynthia's expression also grew serious. She met his gaze with resolute eyes, a flush of excitement coloring her cheeks. I am willing to follow you for a lifetime, she declared firmly, her voice brimming with boundless strength. Even if the world stands against us. The thought of overthrowing the statute of secrecy alone filled her with exhilarating fervor. When Tuel woke up the next day, he was startled by the mountain of gifts piled before him. Exquisitely wrapped packages of various sizes filled the entire living room, with some even lining the hallway entrance. Cynthia was holding her wand, inspecting each package one by one to ensure none contained dark magic or malevolent enchanted items. Owls have been flying in with gifts since last night. There are still a dozen resting in the yard. They look utterly exhausted. Tuel glanced out the window where the owls stood orderly on a perch with some dried fruit placed before them as food. But the pedestrians on the street remained indifferent, as if the owls didn't exist. This house originally hadn't been heavily enchanted. It seemed Cynthia had made special arrangements, temporarily casting spells like the Confundus charm. Thank you for your hard work. He casually opened a gift only to find a doll resembling him inside. A letter revealed it was from a senior student. Most of these are from your students, Cynthia pointed to the largest pile. But there's one gift I'm unsure whether to show you. She picked up the smallest, yet most meticulously wrapped package. It has a sticking charm, but once opened its contents will cling to you. Yet I sense no malice or anything improper. Curious, Tuel took it. On the outer wrapping was a sticky note reading, "A gift from George Fred." Knowing the Weasley twin style, he realized this was likely a harmless prank. He chuckled lightly and opened the box without hesitation. The twins loved mischief, but always kept it within bounds, never causing harm. Even if there were danger, it couldn't hurt him. Yet what lay inside surprised Tuel, a small badge. The badge bore the twins' portraits facing each other left and right, their mouths open as if about to speak. Before Tuel could ponder its purpose, it revealed itself. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. The two faces sang loudly and merrily, one line each, belting out this Christmas carol. The singing, well, it was certainly heartfelt. The badge subtly struggled, trying to slip from his hand. Sensing no ill intent, Tuel let it go, allowing it to attach itself to his chest. He tried twice to remove it, but failed, and the song repeated endlessly with no sign of stopping. He felt no anger, only amusement. If those two channeled their pranking talent into magical studies, I'd bet they'd become some of the greatest wizards in the world. Cynthia, seeing his smile, understood his meaning perfectly. But interest is their greatest teacher. Perhaps if they turned elsewhere, they wouldn't excel as much. She then handed Tuel another box. This one is marked with the name Albus Dumbledore. Is it a gift from the headmaster? The box was small, about the size of a few books, and indeed bore Dumbledore's name. Probably. I didn't expect him to send a gift. Luckily, I prepared plenty of candy for him. Inside was indeed a book, the very one he had left with Dumbledore, the 4 Elements of Magic. What did this mean? Returning my own book as a Christmas gift. He opened it curiously and found it was far from simple. Dumbledore had filled it with annotations recording his understanding of the 4 elements. At the book's end he had left a line. These are my humble insights, who I hope they may aid you. Albus Dumbledore. This gift carried profound weight. The annotations reflected Dumbledore's years of accumulated wisdom. Even a brief glance offered Tuel many insights. Truly, this headmaster was thoughtful. Can't you make that blasted badge stop? Grindelwald appeared from nowhere, leaning on a cane at the door like an ordinary Muggle elder. I could hear it from out. The house was warded with imperturbable charms. There was no way he could hear it. And even if he could, it wasn't the song, but a certain name. Tuil silently grumbled, then gathered his magic to silence the badge's song though he didn't remove it. Would you like to take a look at this book? He teased his teacher, holding it up. The content is quite fascinating. Grindelwald shot a glare at his most prized student, snatched the book, and said, I'm going to rest. Don't disturb me unless it's important. With that he strode briskly toward the second-floor, book in hand, moving with surprising agility. Meanwhile, Cynthia finished inspecting all the gifts and thoughtfully sorted them by the sender's identities. The largest pile came from Hogwarts students, followed by friends from Durmstrang, with the rest from colleagues and family. How do you know who these people are? Tuil casually opened a box from the family and friends pile. There were so many that unwrapping them all would take an entire morning. I cross-checked with the Hogwarts staff list, Cynthia said proudly. Aside from them and the Durmstrang students, I know the rest must be Hogwarts students. In a way, Cynthia was perhaps the person who understood him best. Oh, Tuil stared in surprise at the scarf in his hands. He had opened several gifts, all books of various types, even multiple copies of the same one. This was the first non-book gift apart from the student's presence. It was a unique gradient scarf shifting from dark red to light red, a rarity in 1991 Britain, even in the magical world where creating such a scarf wasn't easy. Seeing Cynthia's expectant expression, Tuil immediately guessed the answer. Is this from you? Yes. I figured you'd received enough books, so I wanted to give you something different, Cynthia said, beaming. And I really love the badge you gave me. She pointed to the dark gold badge already pinned to her chest, featuring two merging ellipses resembling a taiji yin-yang symbol. This badge was crafted by Davies based on Tuil's design, borrowing the concept of the two-way mirror to enable remote communication between two badges. However, production was still difficult for his followers to each have one. In the future, the Davies brothers would need to refine their skills. Tuil casually draped the scarf over himself, enhancing his gentle and refined demeanor. A wonderful gift. Because of the students' presence, Tuil received more gifts this year than ever before, nearly stuffing his wallet to the brim. Among them, the most abundant were Christmas chocolates in every imaginable flavor, and some even had love potions mixed in by a certain little witch, which were promptly destroyed. Next came books, as everyone seemed to think he was a bookish person. That wasn't entirely wrong, but Tuil had already read most of the useful books available in bookstores. What he truly lacked were those obscure, even forbidden texts. So he kept only a few interesting ones and left the rest with his teacher. Even so, this Christmas holiday felt more relaxing than ever. In the past, he only rested on Christmas Eve, but now he had learned to savor such leisurely moments. With Cynthia's meticulous care, his teacher also took this opportunity to discuss many things with him: magic, past events, and the art of manipulation. It wasn't just him who felt at ease, Grindelwald did too. After spending over half a year navigating the Muggle world, the first Dark Lord seemed to see his past experiences more clearly. Only by learning to enjoy life can you find the motivation to move forward, Grindelwald remarked with a sigh. On the morning of the last day of the holiday, after breakfast, Tuil and his teacher strolled around the University of Vienna. Since it was Christmas, there were few students on campus. Most of those walking about were elderly professors. That one over there is an astrophysicist. He's always carrying star charts I can't decipher. Honestly, I couldn't even tell they were star charts, Grindelwald remarked, pointing to an old man who walked briskly, lost in thought, even during his leisurely stroll. Modern star charts were indeed different from what wizards used, or rather they operated on a different level. Wizards studied the stars only within the solar system, focusing on the objective laws of those planets. But Muggles, aided by various instruments, had long surpassed the solar system, delving into the mysteries of the universe. Every time Tuil walked through Muggle society, he marveled at their progress. He vividly remembered how advanced the Muggle world would become 2 decades later. To wizards, it would be no less than another form of magic. The wizarding world's overall progress is too slow and inefficient. In a few years, wizards will realize that learning science is more beneficial than magic. At least science helps you survive in a broader world. Tuil sighed, shaking his head. If he had a choice, and if this were the world 20 years from now, he would have little interest in becoming a wizard compared to integrating into Muggle society. That one is a philosophy professor, Grindelwald said, pointing to an elderly scholar with a bookish air. He once said something profound. Development progresses in a spiral. So don't be too impatient. Slow down, prepare thoroughly before acting. After all, time is no longer a constraint for you, is it? Tuil smiled faintly. They had discussed the curse the previous night, and his teacher was astonished to learn that Tuil had encountered Helga's will at Hogwarts. Of course, after the initial surprise, his teacher was more delighted that the curse had weakened. So I need your help, Tuil said. I'm just an old man wanting to rest, Grindelwald replied with a puzzled look. How can I possibly help you? Of course, concerning Headmaster Dumbledore. You wouldn't want us to fight to the death, would you? We'll see. The old man's expression darkened as he shook his head gently. Seeing this, Tuil dared not press further. The two would have to resolve their own issues. It wasn't something a junior like him could meddle in. So do you plan to stay here permanently? He asked casually. His teacher clearly wanted to relax and recuperate, and as his student, Tuil naturally supported this decision. But his teacher still needed someone to care for him, and Cynthia now had new tasks that prevented her from staying. Seeming to sense his student's concern, Grindelwald smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. I'm fine living here alone. My strength has largely recovered now. Even if my identity is exposed, they can't touch me. He thumped his cane heavily, as if crushing the aurors from various countries who might try to harm him beneath his feet. Duel then noticed the cane's uniqueness. No wonder his teacher had refused his offer of a wand. He had already prepared one for himself. This is the first time I've seen a wand embedded in a cane. Did you make it yourself? This? Grindelwald smiled enigmatically. I had it custom made by Gregorovitch. We go way back. Besides, an old man like me using a cane is perfectly normal, isn't it? He subtly pulled at the cane's head, which seemed to conceal something else. Duel suddenly understood and laughed along. This design could achieve a surprising effect. If an elderly man like his teacher suddenly drew a wand, most people would be caught off guard. It seemed his teacher's safety was not something he needed to worry about. Thus, the last matter of the Christmas holiday was finally settled. They strolled around until noon before returning. They had spent enough time chatting over the past few days. However, to Duel's surprise, his teacher's understanding of the four elements was no less profound than Headmaster Dumbledore's. In fact, he seemed almost competitive, constantly nitpicking Dumbledore's annotations and offering his own insights. For Duel, both perspectives were invaluable. Compared to his initial expectation of having to figure everything out on his own, this was far better. This was his greatest gain from this Christmas. Back at the house, Cynthia had already prepared a lavish lunch, their last meal together in that home. I just received a letter from the International Magical Cooperation Department. I can report for duty anytime this week, Cynthia said, eagerly showing the parchment from the British Ministry of Magic. Duel nodded approvingly. Even for someone of Cynthia's abilities, being accepted so quickly must have required considerable effort. In that case, I'll leave you to handle things there. This department was responsible for communication between the British Ministry and foreign ministries dealing with magical governments worldwide. More importantly, it housed the British branch of the International Confederation of Wizards. And the International Confederation of Wizards was the very institution that enforced the statute of secrecy. After lunch, Duel and Cynthia bid farewell to Grindelwald, leaving the house they had inhabited for over a week. Cynthia headed to the Ministry of Magic while he returned to Hogwarts to resume his life as a professor. As the Christmas holiday came to an end, the students who had been away gradually returned, and the castle once again buzzed with life. Most students were making the most of the final moments of their break, playing and frolicking on the snowball battlefield. However, this also led to a rumor spreading like wildfire across the entire school. The famous first-year Harry Potter and his Weasley friend had attempted to break into a professor's office late at night. They were caught by the professor's protective enchantments and trapped there the whole night. Inevitably, they were discovered by Professor McGonagall early the next morning, and each was docked a hefty 50 points, causing Gryffindor's hard-earned lead to plummet dramatically. As for the professor whose office they nearly breached, it was none other than the well-regarded Professor Flitwick. Neville stared at his office door with a peculiar expression. The protective magic he had placed there had already been dispelled by Professor McGonagall, who otherwise they would never have been able to leave. I found them this morning when I came by. They were shivering, they're frozen all night, Professor McGonagall said helplessly. It was one thing for two Gryffindor students to be out after hours, but attempting to force their way into a professor's office was something she had never heard of before. Especially for a professor like Neville who came from another school. It was a disgrace to Hogwarts. Did you ask Harry and Ron why they wanted to break into my office? Neville asked, puzzled. He had indeed paid less attention to Harry lately, as according to the plot, they should be investigating Nicholas Flamel. But why would they want to break into an office, and specifically his? Professor McGonagall shook her head. They claimed they were curious about your magic and wanted to take a look, but even Filch could tell they weren't telling the truth. Neville nodded, a hint of lingering fear in his voice. It's a good thing you came by in the morning. The enchantments I set here were designed for adult wizards. If you had arrived any later, the magic would have grown stronger, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Professor McGonagall's stern face twitched. Did he think he needed such enchantments in Hogwarts, as if their own protections were insufficient? Hogwarts was the safest place in the world. While it's normal to use protective magic on your office, I must remind you not to employ spells of excessive power. Professor McGonagall paused, pressing her lips together. And regarding that little imp's magic, though it can't be called dark, you must consider the student's physical well-being and not use it on them too frequently. Neville pondered the little imp's magic. It did drain a small portion of a student's will, but it would be replenished when the effect faded. The only real issue was that the students had too little magical energy to sustain such an advanced spell. Rest assured, even if the students wanted to use it constantly, I wouldn't have the time to cast it for them. Satisfied with his assurance, Professor McGonagall gave a nod of approval. I'm not questioning you. In fact, the badges you made for the students are quite interesting. The school has approved your funding application, and the funds will be released soon. She had worried that Neville as a new professor might lack judgment and cause student injuries. But now it seemed Neville was far more competent than she had imagined. Even more suited to teaching than some veteran professors. Hearing about the funding, Neville broke into a cheerful smile. There would be many expenses ahead, and he couldn't keep paying out of his own pocket, could he? Thank you so much. I was worried about how to conduct future lessons. It's the school's duty, but as you know the Board of Governors controls the funding review, so it tends to be slow. Seeing the corridor growing crowded, Professor McGonagall prepared to leave. They'll leave you to it. Once she had gone, the smile on Teville's face instantly vanished. Those two were supposed to be investigating Quirrell, yet they had started looking into him instead. With a swift motion he entered his office and set up a more stringent protective enchantment before sitting down and producing the Marauder's map. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The map unfurled before him. Over the Christmas holiday alone, the Weasley twins had helped him unlock numerous secret passages, though they hadn't used them to leave Hogwarts, only to explore. But that wasn't the focus today. He drew his wand and located Harry's name, and a voice emerged with a flash of golden light. "Are you two mad?" Hermione's furious voice echoed in that corner. Harry and Ron shrank back, exchanging timid glances. Hermione's anger did not subside with their cowardly behavior, instead it intensified. "Instead of investigating Nicholas Flamel, you try to break into Professor Flitwick's office. I can't fathom what you were thinking. If you had the chance, would you break into Snape's office instead, eh? Snape's been watching us." Ron said timidly. "You actually considered that?" Harry quickly explained. "That night, I took Ron to see the mirror, but Snape caught on when we were coming back, so we tried to hide." "That still doesn't justify going to a professor's office." Hermione frowned. "And what mirror is this? Couldn't you go during the day?" "The mirror of Ariste." Ron excitedly blurted out, sensing Hermione's softening stance. "It's a mirror that shows your future. It shows your deepest desires according to Dumbledore," Harry corrected. "Fine desires. But regardless, you won't see that mirror again. It's being moved also according to Dumbledore," Ron said smugly. Hermione shot them a glare. "I don't care about the mirror. The problem is you've not only lost 100 points, but also earned detention. Now tell me, what drove you to break into a professor's office?" Harry and Ron hesitated, pushing each other, before Harry finally decided to tell the truth. "We wanted to see if the professor had any secrets, so we thought we'd take a look inside. And Snape was chasing us. We were panicking," Ron emphasized, as if that could lessen their mistake. But Hermione immediately spotted the flaw in their story. "If you could avoid being caught at first, why didn't you use a safer way to escape, eh?" The two refused to admit it was sheer curiosity that drove them to see what fun things were in the professor's office. The silence hung heavy. Seeing them bury their heads like ostriches, Hermione was at a loss. Come to think of it, if she had been there, would she have entered the professor's office too? "By the way, did you see anything in there?" she asked, embarrassed. Catching her meaning, Ron eagerly raised his head. "We almost got the door open, but the doorknob coiled around us like chains and hung us up. But it also helped us avoid Snape. You should have seen it, he walked right beneath us." Harry also smiled with delight, or it had indeed given him quite a scare. Hermione immediately lost interest. "You'd better focus on your detention." Teville put away the map with a wry smile. So the trio thought he was being threatened by Snape into stealing the Philosopher's Stone. But he realized another issue. The mirror of Ariste was the final barrier guarding the stone. How could he retrieve it? Simple occlumency wouldn't fool the mirror. Even Quirrell, with his considerable skill, had failed to obtain the stone. So he still needed Harry and the others to go there and help Quirrell get it. Now he just needed to give them a little push. As the holiday ended, the students' faces still bore traces of lingering excitement, along with anticipation for the new class. Professor Foley had promised they would try something different this semester. However, after experiencing the new lesson, their smiles vanished. "What were we even expecting?" George grumbled, pressing a hot water bottle against his foot, which was visibly swollen. With his other hand, he bitterly stuffed a piece of chocolate into his mouth. Hearing this, the other third-year students in the lounge wore matching grim expressions. They had thought there would be a new fun game. After all, they were tired of the orb game, their scores fluctuating by only a point or two, stripping away the joy of progress. The new game was indeed novel, but it was also torturous. "What exactly did you do to end up like this in such a small classroom?" Ron asked with schadenfreude. George couldn't even muster the energy to retort, offering only a resigned smile. "It's still the orb game, but with added movement." Fred, feeling better after the chocolate eased his swelling, regained some energy, and explained to the still puzzled trio. "We have to stand in the center of a 9-square grid, then move to the correct square every 2 seconds. Then return to the center after the next 2 seconds, repeating the cycle, all while keeping our hands moving with the orb game. Stepping on the right square doesn't earn points, but stepping wrong deducts them." Hermione was puzzled. "Isn't that good? It trains our mobility." George let out a cold laugh. "It would be great if there weren't sudden traps for mistakes. Especially with 8 squares, only 2 are correct each time. If they're both behind you, your ankle gets caught for sure." It was hard enough, but with everyone's feet aching from the traps, our scores kept dropping. After 2 minutes, we had less than half our usual score. George showed them his swollen ankle marked with a faint, jagged imprint. As the chocolate's healing effect took hold, the mark and swelling faded visibly. Ron pushed away his smelly foot, but grasped the seriousness. "We can't grow eyes on the back of our heads." George and Fred, recalling the class agonies, sniffled in unison. "The professor said enemy spells don't have eyes either. Only by mastering movement in all directions can we dodge spells and survive in battle." So how do we dodge spells from behind? Harry asked eagerly. Just then Percy arrived with 2 potion bottles, clearing up their doubts. Sensing. Every spell has magical fluctuations. By enhancing your sensing ability, you can detect spells from any direction and discern their power and nature. Also, in a magic-filled environment, you can judge which spells are harmful. Here, I got these potions from Madame Pomfrey. Drink up. He thrust the potions into the twins' hands without room for refusal. George and Fred grimaced. The potion's smell alone was foul. We slaved away making Christmas badges for the professor, and this is how he treats us. Decision made: remove Professor Foley from our idol list for a month. They exchanged glances. Make it a week. Pinching their noses, they downed the potion. Percy nodded in satisfaction. In that case, hand the professor over to us, and let Professor Quirrell teach you little brats. Dream on. Just because you got a Christmas gift, you dare covet our professor. You didn't even get to sing him a carol. Go hang out with your garlic-loving professor. George and Fred tossed aside the empty cups, and the 3 began roughhousing in the lounge, leaving Hermione unable to ask her question. Tell me first, what was the professor's Christmas gift? She pouted. She had given the professor a book, but received no gift in return. Harry smiled at their antics, but explained to Hermione. It was a chocolate in the shape of a little imp, just like the ones on their heads. It supposedly contains a happiness potion, but Percy can't bear to eat it, so we don't know for sure. I'd say just getting the professor's chocolate is enough to make anyone happy, unlike us who only got chocolate frogs. Ron held up a chocolate frog box, enviously a return gift for the twins' Christmas present. As he started to open it, Hermione snatched it away. You wanna? He was cut off by her action. I found Nicholas Flamel. It's right here. Harry turned and spotted the text immediately. And partner Nicholas Flamel, renowned for achievements in alchemy. Yes. He looked excitedly at Hermione. If he's close to Dumbledore, it must be this Nicholas Flamel. Ron pushed Harry's head aside, having seen nothing. What are you talking about? Hermione dashed back to the dormitory for a book, while Harry showed Ron the Dumbledore wizard card. Ron realized the name they'd searched for so tirelessly was right under their noses. I have 1,000 Dumbledore cards. Ron smacked his forehead in frustration. And I never noticed Nicholas Flamel's name on it. Just then Hermione rushed back, clutching a thick book that could knock Harry and Ron out. With a thud, she laid the book on the table. I should have known such a famous figure would be in a book, she said, flipping through. Look here, she whispered excitedly. Nicholas Flamel is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. Sorry, but considering our situation, what's the Philosopher's Stone? Ron scratched his head awkwardly. Hermione rolled her eyes. The Philosopher's Stone can turn any metal into pure gold and produce the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who drink it. Pure gold. Ron's eyes widened. Immortality. Harry gasped in amazement. She glanced around cautiously. Fortunately, Harry and Ron were isolated by the house, with few students willing to approach them. Unbeknownst to her, a glint flashed from the badge Harry had placed on the table. That means Nicholas Flamel asked Dumbledore to protect the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape is pressuring Professor Foley to steal it. Having successfully helped the trio obtain information about the Philosopher's Stone, too well also began his plan to steal it. However, before that, he came to the chessboard for the 3rd time. Compared to his previous crushing defeats, he now handled the board with ease, decisively defeating the black pieces, and the door to the next level finally swung open for him. After scanning and detecting no perception magic, he didn't spare a glance at the chess pieces scattered on the floor. Too well strode directly into the next chamber. Before his eyes could adjust to the sudden light, a massive wooden club came crashing down toward him. Accompanying the whoosh of the club was a nauseating stench that assaulted his nostrils, even causing tears to stream from his eyes. He had been careless again, assuming he would first encounter Snape's chamber with the troll lying further ahead. Without even needing to draw his wand, Too well cast an enraged freezing charm, immobilizing the troll. At the same time, a large bubble sealed the creature's foul odor within. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. This troll was even more massive than the one on Halloween. If that one was meant for lessons below the 3rd year, this one was a challenge for upper year students. It was as if the stench itself was its most formidable weapon, emanating a putridity several times more potent. Having dealt with the troll, Too well fled, as if escaping into the next room. This chamber was simple, with only a table upon which 7 bottles of various shapes were arranged. As he crossed the threshold, purple flames erupted behind him, sealing the entrance. Simultaneously, black flames sprang up before the next door, blocking his path forward. Too well eyed the flames with keen interest. They burned with intense heat, bearing a destructive force unique to magic, suggesting they possessed special effects. The way through was to solve the riddle left by Snape. But for him, such complexity was unnecessary. He drew his wand and traced a circle around himself. Protego Maxima. A fierce ring of blue-purple flame snarled to life around him, conjured by the wand's motion. The flames were not overly hot, nor were they vast in scope. But that was enough. Protected by the purple fire, the black flames ahead parted like obedient servants, clearing a path for him with ease. Next came the final chamber. This room was smaller than the others, yet more exquisitely adorned. Torches on the walls cast a bright glow, making the large mirror at the center sparkle brilliantly. It gleamed like a gem beckoning Tivier forward. Nevertheless, he cautiously inspected the room. If Dumbledore had left a detection spell broadcasting his presence here live, that would be troublesome. Surprisingly, there was none. He had great confidence in his abilities in this regard. Although he was not yet powerful enough to defeat Dumbledore wielding the Elder Wand, no one in this world could conceal a perception magic from his sight. Slowly approaching the mirror of Ariste, Tivier wondered what his deepest desire might be. Sometimes people don't even know what they truly want. The more they grow, the more lost they become. He felt his memories being stirred, and he did not resist, nor could he. This mirror perceived not only memories, but seemed to probe the very soul, seeing him with utter clarity. Yet it still showed only him standing alone, as if it were an ordinary mirror. No, the figure in the mirror was aging. In the reflection, his hair gradually turned white, wrinkles etched across his face, and his frame became somewhat stooped. But he was still handsome. Tivier gazed narcissistically at his older self, vaguely guessing what he yearned for. However, the mirror also sensed his desire for the Philosopher's Stone, manifesting it beside his head. The mirror self merely glanced at it before looking away. Tivier reached out and touched the mirror, suddenly realizing a problem. The Philosopher's Stone was stored inside using a spell akin to the undetectable extension charm. If he destroyed the mirror now, would the stone vanish forever with the collapse of the space, or would it be expelled like the contents of an expanded space? But he dared not gamble on that possibility. After some exploration, he sensed that Dumbledore's magic had perfectly fused with the mirror of Ariste. This perfection was beyond his ability to shatter now. So without any lingering attachment, he left the room. At the doorway, however, he encountered someone unexpected yet entirely logical. Foley. Quirrell glanced around in panic. What are you doing here? The same as you, Tivier replied, sizing up Quirrell's face. It was far paler than before, a complexion no living person should possess. This caught him off guard. Logically, Quirrell shouldn't have deteriorated so quickly. In the story, even after drinking unicorn blood, Quirrell remained vigorous until he turned to ash. Tisk, it seemed he would need to accelerate his plans. Tivier calculated inwardly, but his expression remained largely unchanged. Yet upon hearing his words, Quirrell's eyes blazed with anger. You want to take the Philosopher's Stone and then sneak away? Silence. A deathly silence. Tivier didn't even know what expression to wear facing Quirrell. Was this man influenced by Voldemort, or had he truly lost his mind? Ahem, Quirrell realized his slip and quickly amended. I already know Snape's arrangements. Now I just need your, shut up. Tivier silenced Quirrell with a single glare. Before they could hide, another hurried figure appeared around the corner. The flowing hair alone was enough to identify him. Professor Snape, so free at this hour. This time Tivier struck first. Out for a late-night run. Trying to lose weight. Snape's face twitched as he glared at Tivier with murderous eyes. Drawing a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Better than the two of you wandering the fourth-floor corridor so late. I doubt the three-headed dog inside would appreciate your company. His gaze flickered between Quirrell and Tivier, as if seeking something unusual on their faces. But the moment Snape appeared, Quirrell reverted to his usual trembling demeanor, his eyes darting away as if Snape had wronged him. Tivier, in contrast, returned a playful look. He was certain he hadn't triggered any detection magic inside. Yet he was equally sure Snape wasn't wandering around at night out of boredom. So there was some other means inside that he didn't know about. Oh, so there's a three-headed dog in there. I had no idea. Tivier feigned surprise, but his acting was so forced that even Quirrell wanted to roll his eyes. Isn't it dangerous to keep such a creature here lest students wander in? Why would students be interested in what's inside? Snape countered. How should I know? Tivier replied with a smile. Maybe some disobedient students might sneak in. You know how some Hogwarts students love adventures. Snape's face darkened instantly. Are you threatening me? Tivier maintained his cheerful grin, walking up to Snape and gently patting his arm. How could I be threatening you? I'm just reminding you to pay more attention to student safety. With that, Tivier glanced back at Quirrell, who was putting on a convincing act, and left the scene first. Staying up so late without sleeping, what a madness. He had changed. The benevolent professor had transformed. This was the prevailing thought among third-year students and below. The professor still wore that gentle scholarly guise, but hidden beneath that handsome countenance was a truly wicked heart. After returning from Christmas break, Tivier had successfully introduced an advanced version of the light orb game across 3 grades, earning unanimous praise from the students. Of course, the difficulty varied by grade. For the third years, only 2 squares were correct at a time, for the second years there were 4, and for the first years 6. As these correct squares lit up, they also emitted magical fluctuations of varying levels, allowing students to identify the right ones by sensing the magic, so they wouldn't have to keep looking down. The one constant was the instantaneous invisible clamp that appeared whenever they guessed a wrong square. Getting clamped once wasn't too bad. It lasted only a second like a firm pinch, but it was the frequency that hurt. After being clamped on the ankle 5 or 6 times, the pain would set in. After 10 times it would definitely swell up. The worse the pain in their feet, the more mistakes they made, and the more they got clamped, trapping them in a vicious cycle. Most crucially, the professor's chocolate was so effective. one piece, and their ankles would be completely healed before the next class even started. Of course, their complaints were seen as boasting by the older students. After experiencing the class before Christmas, their affection for the benevolent professor had only grown. During the Christmas reunion, students from wizarding families took the chance to ask their parents and relatives about the professor's magic. To their surprise, everyone praised the snowball game and held the professor in the highest regard. Most adult wizards in particular couldn't even manage to briefly suspend magic, let alone perform fusion magic. This made the students realize the value of that lesson. It was likely the most valuable course they would ever learn at school, unless the professor could give them another lesson. It was said that Harry and Ron were now despised by the entire student body, mainly because they had tried to break into Professor Tewell's office, and they hadn't even succeeded. But after their story got out, several other reckless students attempted to crack the professor's magic and uncover the secrets within his office. As expected, they were all suspended from the ceiling for a night, and the points from all four houses magically dropped to the same level. This left the furious Gryffindors both amused and exasperated, and their resentment toward Harry and Ron lessened somewhat. But the trio didn't feel much happier even after discovering information about the Philosopher's Stone. With the introduction of footwork, Hermione's weakness in practical combat became apparent. Though her grades were still top-notch, she was surpassed by Malfoy and a few other talented students. Now she was consumed with anxiety about improving her skills and had borrowed a huge stack of books. Ron, on the other hand, had made some progress. Tewell's month of private lessons hadn't been for nothing, but his wand was still holding him back, so his performance was mediocre. Harry was the most exhausted of the three. Not only did he have to attend classes, but he also had to balance Quidditch training. "Can't you just tell when your ankle hurts and ask for the day off?" Ron suggested. Harry had just returned from practice drenched in sweat and collapsed into a chair too drained to even pour himself a drink. Hermione put down her thick book and thoughtfully poured him a glass of pumpkin juice. Ever since they learned the professor liked it, they always kept some on hand. "Thanks," Harry said, taking a big gulp before finally recovering. The thing is, George and the others already used that excuse, but would said once you're on the broom, you don't need your feet. Unless one of us splits our arse open, we all have to train. Then I'd rather your arse split open, honestly. George suddenly walked over drenched alongside Fred, but their grim expressions drew everyone's attention even more. "What do you mean?" Harry asked, forgetting his pumpkin juice as he stared at them in confusion. "It's Snape. He's going to be the referee for our match against Hufflepuff." The twins looked at each other in despair as they poured themselves pumpkin juice. Only this could soothe their hearts now. But does Snape even know the rules of Quidditch? Ron's eyes widened in shock, and the quill he was holding dropped. Hearing this, Harry said helplessly, "He doesn't need to know the rules. He just needs to keep penalizing us." They all sighed for a while. After the twins finished their juice and left to shower, Hermione looked at Harry with concern. More than the match score, she worried about his safety. "Snape tried to kill you last time. Now that he's the referee, won't it be even easier for him to strike? How about we say Harry's arse is split, and he can't play?" Ron suggested a terrible idea. "Then you might as well actually split Harry's arse," Hermione retorted irritably. Ron's eyes lit up. "That's not a bad idea either." Harry shook his head firmly. This was his second match. He couldn't back down over something that hadn't happened yet. "Don't even think about it. Snape might not be able to hurt me, but if I don't play, we'll definitely lose." Hermione fell silent, thinking, and then a thought struck her. "Professor Tewell. What about the professor?" Ron asked. "The professor definitely doesn't want Harry to get hurt. We can ask him to cast a counter curse on Snape's magic, can't we?" "No." Harry frowned in protest. "We shouldn't know about the professor and Snape's business, and we should even pretend not to know about the Philosopher's Stone. If we drag the professor into this, he might get hurt by Snape." Hermione and Ron also considered this possibility. They would rather Harry get hurt than see the professor in trouble. The three exchanged glances, guessing each other's thoughts, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, Ron laughed so hard he hiccuped, slapping Harry on the shoulder. "I'm not saying I hate you, mate, but at least we shouldn't drag the professor into our mess, right? Harry might not even get hurt." Hermione laughed as she countered. "And we can secretly cast spells on Snape, just like last time." She grew more excited as she spoke, picking up the thick book she had been reading and starting to recite spells that might come in handy. Tickling Charm, Leg Locker, Curse, Dancing Feet spell. But she didn't get far before Neville walked over and interrupted her. "Harry and Ron, Professor McGonagall asked me to give you these." He handed each of them a note. Harry unfolded his. "Your detention starts tonight at 11. Find Mr. Filch in the entrance hall." "Professor McGonagall. I almost forgot about this," Ron grumbled discontentedly. "I'd rather be hung from the ceiling by Professor Tewell than spend detention with Filch." Hermione sighed and closed her book, offering a word of comfort. "At least after tonight you won't have to worry about detention anymore." Tivier was well aware that the students currently felt a mix of love and hate toward him. In truth, they merely grumbled verbally, when it came to the orb game, they still participated eagerly. Moreover, he had a more troubling issue to contend with. From his encounter that night, either Snape or Dumbledore, or perhaps both, possessed a unique skill to detect anomalies on the fourth floor. If he managed to steal the Sorcerer's Stone, the outside would likely be swarming with Dumbledores. Fortunately, he still had his dear Quirrell. After nightfall, the castle returned to a tranquil state. All is vanity. Tivier tucked away the Marauder's map. As agreed with Quirrell, he slipped into the Forbidden Forest under the cover of darkness. This was his second time here. Whether due to Helga's lingering magic, he felt an inexplicable affinity with the forest, which also clearly guided him to Quirrell's location. Tracking him down, he found Quirrell chasing a unicorn. The poor creature fled in panic, its wounds bleeding profusely, yet Quirrell toyed with it, using various spells to block its escape routes. Once all paths were sealed, the unicorn realized it had nowhere to run, forced to face Quirrell. Tears of sorrow streamed from its eyes as it glared at the wizard who sought to harm it. "Poor little thing, next life stay far from me," Quirrell said, twirling his wand. Avada Kedavra. A green flash shot forth. The unicorn closed its eyes in resignation, but after seconds it felt no pain. Opening its eyes, it saw a golden, shimmering shield fading before it. "Don't be so hasty. Weren't we supposed to act tonight?" Tivier stepped out from the shadows, grinning at Quirrell. "I've heard killing brings misfortune to one's next moves." The unicorn blinked, bewildered, but realizing it had survived, it fled into the pitch-black depths of the forest. "So before we even begin, you're trying to weaken my strength." Quirrell's pale face twisted, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes, his wand never lowering. Tivier ignored him calmly, extending his hand to cast a shielding charm around them, as if they were the closest of allies. After finishing, Tivier walked over to Quirrell with a smile. "It seems your master is harsh on you, forcing you to drain unicorn blood daily to survive," he said, hands open to show no hostility. "Don't rush. Shall we discuss tonight's plan?" Quirrell's eye twitched. After a long stare, he said grimly, 10 minutes ago Dumbledore received a letter from the Ministry of Magic and left Hogwarts." "Good. What about the other professors in the castle?" "That's your responsibility. Sorry, being a professor so long makes me prone to asking questions." Tivier smirked. "He'll stay here pretending to harm Harry Potter during his detention, causing a commotion. Everyone's attention will be on the forest." Now it was Quirrell's turn to nod in satisfaction. "Excellent. Once we have the stone, we'll use the secret passage to Hogsmeade and get far away." "Yes, far away." They exchanged insincere laughs. Unbeknownst to them, behind a nearby tree, Harry and Ron stood pale and breathless, trembling and unable to speak until the two left. Only then did they exhale. "Hurt us," Ron stammered, teeth chattering. "Professor Flitwick wouldn't do that, would he? Didn't you hear? It's pretend. Hell, fake harming us to lure the professors away so Snape can steal the stone." Harry was terrified but forced calm. Ron urged, "Should we warn the other professors?" The idea lingered a second before Harry dismissed it. "No, Flitwick's watching. If we go openly, our word won't hold against his. Would fail to warn them and expose. Think, what should we do? If only Hermione were here. She's so clever." He paced frantically, tapping his head as if to jolt out a solution. Surprisingly, Ron stayed calm, patting Harry. "Why not just go find Hermione?" They exchanged a glance. After an awkward pause, they bolted back the way they came. No sooner had they left the forest than a thunderous boom erupted behind them. Though no flames were visible, their hearts shuddered. The professors started. "We must hurry." In that tense moment, Harry grew eerily composed. Inspired, Ron nodded firmly. Strangely, they saw no one. No curious students, no professors emerging. But they pressed on. Reaching the common room, another deafening blast shook the castle. Through the window, Harry saw birds flee their nests in panic, mirroring his turmoil. A few students in the common room stood in surprise, peering outside. Some tried to leave and investigate. Percy blocked the door, restraining eager students, especially his twin brothers. "It's curfew. You can't go out." Harry and Ron exchanged looks, realizing the plan was underway. They rushed to Hermione, who watched with concern. "What happened?" The sharp witch read their grim faces. "Our detention was in the forest searching for an injured unicorn." Harry quickly recounted their ordeal. Hearing that Flitwick and Snape planned to steal the stone tonight, Hermione trembled. "But the stone's guarded by a 3-headed dog." "I hate Snape," Harry sighed. "But he has 1,000 ways to make that beast docile as a puppy." "So what do we do?" Ron clenched his fists. "Dumbledore's away. We should tell the professors. They won't let Snape get the stone." Hermione hesitated. Ron shook his head. "I bet all the professors are in the forest now. By the time we find them, Snape will have piles of gold." Harry felt a sudden calm, his gaze firm. "So we'll stop Snape ourselves." "So we must stop Snape." Duel folded the parchment with satisfaction. In truth, he had remained in his office all along. The meetings with Quirrell and the commotion in the Forbidden Forest were all orchestrated by decoys he had crafted. With his solid alibi, he merely waited for the obliging Quirrell to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone for him. Casting a disillusionment charm upon himself, Duel leisurely left his office and made his way to the 4th floor. When he reached the corridor, the harp Quirrell had set up had fallen silent, and the 3-headed dog was approaching him, guided by its keen sense of smell. This would not do. What would happen when Harry and the others arrived? Waving his wand, he resumed the harp's melody, ensuring it would play until the following night, long enough to lull the beast into a deep slumber. Having done this, the trio, cloaked in their invisibility cloak, arrived in haste. Tuil found it intriguing to observe from the sidelines. At the start of the term, he had assumed Harry and Ron were among the less academically gifted students. But after half a year of teaching, he realized this impression was mistaken. They simply disliked previewing lessons and rarely reviewed theoretical content after class. Yet they listened attentively and took diligent notes, earning results that, while not as brilliant as Hermione's, placed Harry firmly in the upper middle range. Ron was slightly behind, but far from poor. His performance wavered between exceeds expectations and acceptable. In practical challenges, all three contributed in varying degrees when navigating the professor's obstacles. Ron's chess game was nothing short of exquisite. Ensuring Hermione and Harry's safety, he bravely sacrificed himself as bait to defeat the black pieces. Even Tuil himself might not have executed it so flawlessly. Of course, those pieces could not harm him. Hermione's knowledge and logical reasoning were commendable, though her role was slightly less pivotal than Ron's. Reaching the final chamber, Harry clutched the potion vial tightly and took a deep breath. Go back to Ron, take him out, and send Hedwig to deliver a message to Dumbledore. If you encounter any other professor, tell them to. Even Professor Flitwick, all right. But you're going to face Snape alone. Hermione gripped Harry's arm anxiously. I shouldn't have let you come here. Leave the stone to Snape. How can you say that? Harry was puzzled by her hesitation. I've been thinking about something all this time. Why would Snape want to steal the stone, eh? For gold or immortality? I thought so too until tonight, Hermione said, a shrewd look crossing her face. You mentioned Professor Flitwick spoke of a master who needs unicorn blood to survive. In the wizarding world, who fits that description? Harry swallowed hard, voicing the name he dreaded. You mean Voldemort? Yes. Only he would want the stone to regain his body. But isn't he dead? Hermione shook her head slowly. I don't know. But regardless, I can't let you take that risk. Harry smiled lightly. If it really is Voldemort, shouldn't I go and stop him? Seeing Harry's resolve, Hermione found herself unable to dissuade him. Very well. If you must go, take these. She pressed 2 badges into his hand. What are these? Shield charm badges from Ron and me. We're yours too. While powerful spells can break through a shield charm, if I'm not mistaken, all 3 badges will activate when you're in danger, especially Ron's. Harry stared at the badges in his hand. Why didn't Ron use these during the chess game? Hermione's eyes glistened. He said only a hero like you deserves them. When you go back, tell him for me, loudly, that he's more of a hero than anyone I've ever known, Harry said, sniffling firmly. Tears streamed down Hermione's face as she hugged him tightly. And you're the bravest person I know. But that, you'll have to tell him yourself. With that, they parted ways, heading to opposite ends of the room. Tuil watched, his mouth twitching. Such a dramatic farewell, as if they were parting forever. He wanted to tap Hermione's head. Don't go setting off such flags. Still, he hadn't expected his single remark to spark such deductions from her. Truly the brains of the trio. As Harry entered the next room, Tuil swiftly cast a nearly invisible red beam, striking Hermione and rendering her unconscious. Can't have you leaving so soon. He lifted her onto a table and rekindled flames at both doorways. This time, however, he used his own fire, enhanced fiend fire. Only then did he suppress his excitement and step inside. Though the Philosopher's Stone could no longer slow his curse for the fragment of Voldemort's soul within the Horcrux, it could forge a temporary body. Imagining a Dark Lord as his subordinate thrilled Tuil. The same chamber, but now the protagonists were Quirrell and Harry, and Voldemort. Quirrell, agitated, began to rant. Snape, he scoffed. That fool was toyed with by Flitwick and me. And Flitwick is a fool too. Harry, wearing the 3 badges, stood undaunted. Don't you dare speak of Professor Flitwick that way. Ha, so he has a little fan, Quirrell sneered, turning to the mirror of Ariste. But he can't save you now. Without his help, I wouldn't have made it this far. Yet he said this mirror holds the stone, but didn't reveal how to retrieve it. I see the stone in my hand, but it's only in the mirror. Damn it. If I can't have it, neither will he. Quirrell muttered to himself, groping at the mirror, his face growing more frantic. According to plan, he should have already taken the stone and escaped Hogwarts through a secret passage with his master. The longer this dragged on, the sooner Dumbledore would return, let alone Tuil. Use the boy. A spectral voice echoed from above. The sound chilled Harry, and he realized where the Voldemort Hermione spoke of was. But his body was pulled uncontrollably before Quirrell in front of the mirror. Look into the mirror and tell me, where's the stone? Quirrell's face twisted, his wand sparking with impatience. I don't know, Harry said, feeling a weight in his pocket sink his heart. I only see us winning the House Cup and Professor Flitwick praising me, saying I did well. He's lying. Voldemort suddenly roared. The stone is in his pocket. Kill him now. Quirrell's expression shifted instantly, but it was already too late to draw his wand. Quirrell stood far too close to Harry. Avada Kedavra. A flash of emerald light shot forth, striking Harry's face in an instant. Frozen in place, Harry could only watch helplessly as the curse shattered the first 2 layers of iron shield charms that had sprung into existence, and then struck the final golden membrane with a sharp ringing chime. The light and membrane dissolved together in silence. After enduring this single assault, one of the 3 badges pinned to Harry's chest dimmed markedly. The other 2 flickered faintly as well. Folly's boy possesses quite the inventive mind, but mere trinkets won't save you. Quirrell grinned cruelly at Harry, his wand already arcing through the air to unleash a second killing curse without pause. Shrouded beneath death's chilling shadow, Harry trembled violently. Twice he fumbled for his wand before finally drawing it, only to watch powerless as the iron shield charms guarding him splintered one by one. Wingardium Leviosa. My. Quirrell tilted his head, intrigued by the subtle pressure settling over his limbs, a gentle yet pervasive resistance that slowed even the motion of his wand arm. So Folly taught you more than I imagined. Professor Folly is 10,000 times better than you. A sudden crimson flash erupted from Harry's wand, striking Quirrell squarely in the eyes. The blinding burst seared his vision. He clutched his face with a cry of agony. Alas, it lasted no longer than a fleeting spark. Bombarda. The staircase beneath them detonated violently. Harry, attempting to flee, was hurled backward by the blast, tumbling high into the air, dazed and disoriented, until gravity slowly reclaimed him. Why am I still floating? He murmured, puzzled, gazing down at the floor several feet below. Then, drifting gently toward the doorway, he saw Professor Folly standing there, wand raised, hands clasped before him, smiling warmly. You've done splendidly. Now leave the rest to me. Relief flooded Harry's face, but before he could utter a word, consciousness slipped away, and he drifted outward, limp and unconscious. Quirrell made no move to stop him. Instead, he watched as Quirrell drew the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket and slipped it smoothly into his own. Must we truly go to such lengths? Even villains ought to possess some measure of principle, Quirrell said gravely. The stone rests in his pocket. Why not simply take it? Principle? Quirrell sneered. My sole principle is my master's command. At those words, Quirrell's lips curved into an enigmatic smile, one that left Quirrell deeply unsettled. This constant master. It does rather invite speculation about the nature of your relationship. Quirrell frowned, pondering the remark, but found no answer. Enough talk. Hand over the stone, or die in that boy's stead. Quirrell's smile vanished. Without shifting his stance, he radiated an overwhelming pressure that pressed upon Quirrell like stone. Are you certain? I am certain. Yet the voice belonged not to Quirrell, but to the dark presence coiled behind his skull. A master, A.H. Before the name could fully escape his lips, Quirrell's face began to warp and melt, twisting grotesquely as agonized shrieks tore from his throat. He collapsed onto the floor, convulsing violently. The sound sent shivers down Quirrell's spine. Soon the screams ceased. Quirrell rose again, but he was no. Quirrell studied the transformed visage, a second face overlaid upon the first, layered like wax over bone. So, you siphoned Quirrell's life force for months, all to seize his body on this very day. Quirrell, no now. Voldemort stretched his jaw wide, fingers twitching instinctively, as if testing the unfamiliar muscles of his new form. Quirrell was always destined to die? Wasn't it generous to grant him purpose, to serve me in sacrifice? Voldemort spread his arms, wand idly twirled between his fingers. Yet what precisely do you hope to gain? Quirrell cocked his head, studying the unstable vessel before him, skin already flaking, joints subtly misaligned. To kill me and seize the stone, but this body will crumble long before you can escape, leaving the stone behind just as before. No, Voldemort replied, smirking. The moment I realized Dumbledore watched this place constantly, I knew neither you nor Quirrell would ever carry it away. Quirrell's expression hardened. Dumbledore, the single greatest variable in his entire design. You still don't know what enchantment Dumbledore cast here, do you? Voldemort gestured toward the torches lining the chamber. He needed no detection spells, only the innate magic of these enchanted flames which ignite at the presence of any living being. They are his silent sentinels. Quirrell exhaled softly, almost wryly. Truly, Dumbledore never failed to astonish. With quiet ingenuity, he transformed the mundane into the miraculous, elevating simplicity to sublime mastery. Then why linger? Shouldn't you flee before Dumbledore arrives? Voldemort gave a playful shrug and a faint, eerie grin. For him, even amusement wore the mask of the uncanny. I cannot die. The one who should fear is you. What do you mean? Everything I've done was for you, Tivier Foley. He stepped forward, eyes gleaming with predatory admiration. Never have I encountered a youth so gifted. Join me, and with your brilliance I shall rise, effortlessly crushing every rebel, forging an era shaped solely by our will. His fervor mounted, yet his pallid face remained bloodless, lending his passion a ghastly, unnatural edge. Quirrell felt nothing, not even amusement, only weary detachment. And now, having wasted so much of my time, how exactly do I evade Dumbledore when I step outside? Hogwarts teams with students. We'll seize one or two, then slip away unchallenged. Quirrell sighed, disappointment heavy in his breath. Years of wandering haven't taught you that true artistry lies in refinement, not brute coercion. Voldemort blinked, bewildered. Why refine cruelty? Therein lies our difference. I disdain base tactics, not because I lack means, but because I surpass you in intellect. He shook his head, feigning sorrow. Sensing mockery, Voldemort narrowed his eyes. Then let this base wizard teach you humility. Ah, denied so you destroy. Quirrell teased. Precisely. My plan is elegant: refuse your allegiance, and instead let Dumbledore eliminate you. Tell me, is that not sophisticated strategy? He bowed with theatrical grace. Quirrell returned the gesture flawlessly, then remarked amused, but how long truly can this delay last? Before he finished speaking, Voldemort launched a killing curse, swiftly evaded. Quirrell retaliated, not once but thrice with identical curses. Simultaneously, the flagstones beneath Voldemort liquefied into viscous, sucking mud. His boots sank instantly, yet with a flick of his wand, 3 serpentine shadows coiled upward, intercepting each curse mid-flight. Another wave of magic summoned a serpent-shaped mound of earth, lifting him clear of the mire, only for Quirrell to shatter it, instantly splattering Voldemort with thick, cold sludge. My sincerest apologies for reducing you to such a state. Voldemort glanced down at the muck clinging to his robes, though not his flesh. Pride burned fiercely within him. I meant only to stall, until you. Clang. He deflected Quirrell's next spell with his wand. Even apprentices know speak little in battle. Did no mentor teach you that? Even while speaking, Quirrell continued casting spells, raining down relentlessly. You wretched fool. Voldemort fired back a killing curse, his cheeks flushing with rage, making his pallor all the more unsettling. Quirrell parried calmly. Composure, Tom. This duel is rare. It offers lessons worth remembering. How dare you? For the first time, Voldemort loathed another's tongue more than their magic. Let emotion guide your wand, and you surrender your greatest weapon, calm reason. Consider this Professor Foley's private tutorial. You filthy. All pretense of delay abandoned, Voldemort poured his last reserves of life force and magic into a single cataclysmic incantation. The chamber walls exploded inward, debris swirling violently. From the chaos rose a colossal spiraling vortex of earth and dust, roaring toward Quirrell with thunderous momentum. Boom! It slammed into his position, unleashing a storm of choking smoke that obscured everything beyond its radius. Moments later, the smoke coalesced, as though drawn by an invisible vacuum. A gentle reminder: size does not equal strength. Diffused magic weakens precision, especially in singular combat. Quirrell emerged from the clearing, mist wand raised toward the churning vortex above him. Also, refrain from environmental desecration. This room's particulate levels are already catastrophic. As he spoke, the vortex softened, transforming into a broad, languid wind that drifted inexorably toward Voldemort. Trapped in this non-apparition zone, he had nowhere to flee, only to endure the slow, suffocating embrace of his own creation. Grit and grit-laden gusts scoured his skin like blades, rending flesh, tearing muscle. Worse still, though not his body, Voldemort endured soul-deep agony, raw, unfiltered, excruciating. Like parchment torn apart, he fled, shredding free from Quirrell's ruined shell as a wisp of black smoke darting desperately toward the exit. Behind him, Quirrell's final words trailed like frost on glass. Tom, remember this final lesson: immortality of soul grants no immunity to pain. Rather, it renders suffering infinitely sharper. Watching Voldemort vanish, Quirrell sighed, wondering whether the student had absorbed a single word. Yet after only half a year as professor, he'd already grown accustomed to instructing others. Dumbledore, sensing intent to steal the Philosopher's Stone, tested suspicions via Gringotts, then laid this trap, monitoring the chamber continuously through enchanted torches. Quirrell manipulated Quirrell, intending to aid him in seizing the stone, then betraying him beyond Hogwarts walls. With Quirrell erased, no witness remained of Voldemort would never confide in Dumbledore over afternoon tea, and Quirrell retained perfect alibi as coerced accomplice. Voldemort initially recognized the trap, using Quirrell as disposable cover. But upon confirming Dumbledore's vigilance over the stone, he abandoned theft entirely, redirecting focus to sabotage Quirrell's ascension, preventing future confrontation with both Dumbledore and Quirrell united. Only Quirrell pursued his mission earnestly, blissfully unaware he was merely a pawn manipulated by both Voldemort and Quirrell, believing himself destined to claim the stone unchallenged. May I ask, when will Professor Welfare grace an old man like me with a lesson? Neville looked helplessly at Dumbledore, who stood above him. The headmaster had shed his usual amiable demeanor, his expression cold and detached as he gazed down. His hands hung loosely at his sides, his wand tapping rhythmically against his leg, and a faint scent of smoke and ash clung to him. This seemingly effortless posture exuded immense pressure. Yet a flicker of pride stirred within Neville. The foremost white wizard regarded him with such gravity, nearly poised for combat. He calmly stowed his wand. It wasn't that he could defeat Dumbledore now. Even if he could, he wouldn't dare. As if resuming his earlier transfiguration studies, Neville waved casually at the old man. Good evening, Headmaster Dumbledore. Then step by step he ascended until he stood before him. By then Dumbledore's coldness had softened into curiosity, his azure eyes fixed on Teville's, measuring him. Elsewhere I wouldn't mind a long chat with you, but here I believe you owe me an explanation. An explanation? Teville's eyes darted. What if I said I came to save Harry, stop Quirrell, and Voldemort? Would you believe me? Dumbledore let out a dry chuckle. Believe you? Of course. Harry and the others are safe. Quirrell is dead at your hands and Voldemort has been driven off. You've certainly done a great deed. If it weren't for the Philosopher's Stone in your pocket, I'd be nominating you for an Order of Merlin. His smile faded. He stepped forward, tilting his head, slightly scrutinizing Tevier with a mix of doubt and disappointment. I've been watching you since the day you entered this school. I have great hopes for you, Tevier. As Voldemort once said, you are the most gifted young man I've ever seen. More brilliant than even myself. In a decade you could surpass me and become the most powerful wizard in the world. But please do not stray down the wrong path as I once did. Dumbledore paused, his voice heavy. That is a mistake you could never afford. Finally he spoke earnestly. Give me the stone. We can pretend none of this happened. You can remain the most beloved teacher at Hogwarts. Deal? To his deep disappointment, Tevier shook his head gently. I must have the STO. Before he could finish, Dumbledore cut him off, his tone sharp with frustration. For immortality. You're young. When you're old you'll realize eternal life is the greatest curse. Or for gold. Your family's wealth could last a lifetime, and with your talents you could amass even more. Truth be told, Tevier was moved by Dumbledore's words. He had gained another elder who cared for him. But he couldn't very well say he needed the stone to revive Voldemort's soul from the Horcrux. Fortunately, he had a secret weapon. You say I could succeed you in 10 years. But what if I won't live that long? With that he raised his right hand. His robe fell back under gravity, revealing a dark mark on his wrist. It was small, but Dumbledore caught it instantly. He lunged forward, gripping Teville's forearm, tightly pulling the mark close to his eyes. So close, a mere inches away, Tevier could feel the heat of Dumbledore's intense focus. His other hand brushed the mark, and a wisp of black smoke curled out, dissipating into the air. Yet the mark showed no sign of weakening. Instead it churned violently at Dumbledore's touch. Tevier subtly channeled his magic to suppress it again. Don't meddle if you don't know what you're doing. I just lost another day of my 50-year lifespan. He grumbled inwardly, but kept a polite smile on his face. It's a curse, almost certainly fatal. Then how have you survived? Dumbledore asked, his tone regretful. By studying the dark arts to suppress it. Of course my teacher has been helping me. Teville's lips curled up. He couldn't wait to see Dumbledore's expression next. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. The curse is contained, but it's steadily eroding your life force. Only something as miraculous as the Philosopher's Stone could sustain your vitality. Still, such a mastery of dark magic is rare. I can't recall many wizards capable of this. Who is your teacher? It wouldn't be Voldemort, would it? Tevier couldn't help but grin, his eyes crinkling with amusement. You know him well, he said softly. Gellert Grindelwald. Dumbledore's face visibly stiffened for a moment, then relaxed, though his voice turned rigid. Hasn't he been locked up in Nurmengard all this time? Being in Nurmengard doesn't stop him from teaching me magic or helping with the curse. So it was his idea to steal the stone. That wasn't entirely true. Though Grindelwald knew of Nicholas Flamel's stone, he was too isolated to know it had been moved to Dumbledore. But his teacher had indeed suggested Tevier seek out Flamel, which inspired him to come to Hogwarts and execute this plan. Of course not, Tevier said firmly, taking the blame to protect his teacher's image. He's much kinder now. The sneaking around was all my idea. Dumbledore scoffed. Kindness. That word has never belonged to Grindelwald. It's true, Tevier insisted, looking at Dumbledore with feigned seriousness. You can talk to him yourself. He's really changed. He doubted Dumbledore would ever seek that out. According to his teacher's rare mentions, the two hadn't met since his imprisonment. Dumbledore ignored Teville's last remark, glancing at him before pacing back and forth deep in thought. Since the stone can save your life, I can grant it to you. But as Grindelwald's student, I must ensure you haven't been corrupted by dark magic or any unworthy ideology. So you're expelling me from Hogwarts? Tevier asked, feigning surprise. Quite the opposite. Even if you wanted to leave, you can't. Until I'm certain you'll come to me every week. Dumbledore declared sternly, his voice rising. But he didn't mention any restrictions on Tevier turning to leave. Tevier was taken aback. Was this to be ideological education? He quickly pressed, what about holidays? I can't spend summer break with you too, can I? Holidays are for vacation. Dumbledore's voice echoed from afar. News that Harry and the other two had been carried into the school hospital wing spread like wildfire. Yet what stunned the students even more was that they had been injured while attempting to stop Professor Quirrell and protect the school's treasure. Within a single day, no fewer than 10 conjectures about the incident had already emerged, with the version involving Professor Flitwick being the most widely circulated. It was said that Professor Quirrell, dissatisfied with Flitwick's superior teaching skills and far greater popularity among students, conceived a peculiar scheme to steal the professor's lesson plans. Upon detecting Quirrell's nefarious plot, the trio bravely stepped forward, risking injury to protect the professor's lesson plans. Consequently, the students' goodwill toward them surged dramatically, and gifts piled up around their hospital beds. By the time Treywell came to visit, the gifts had already overflowed the space. I just ran into George and the others in the corridor. They were holding 3 toilet seats apparently meant for you. After searching in vain for an empty spot, Treywell simply handed out his little monster chocolates to each of the trio. Of course, there was also a new badge for Ron. What's this? Ron's mouth fell open in astonishment. Treywell winked. This is a badge for our hero. Upon hearing this, Ron's eyes grew slightly moist. His right hand unconsciously tightened, clutching the badge as its edges dug into his flesh. Yet his heart felt no pain, as if it were filled with boundless strength. Harry grinned foolishly as he unwrapped the chocolate, and shared half with Ron, who, as if infected by the same silliness, grinned back. However, unlike the carefree Harry and Ron munching on chocolate, Hermione stared blankly at the chocolate in her hand, lost in thought. Professor, may I ask you a question? She said suddenly. Treywell turned to look at her with surprise. What's the matter? Hermione hesitated for a long moment before lifting her head with determination and asking in a firm tone, the one who truly wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone was you, wasn't it? Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron simultaneously paused their actions, their mouths full of chocolate, staring in shock at the two. Treywell smiled easily. May I ask how you figured it out? Hermione promptly laid out all her deductions with clarity. By reasoning backward from the outcome, many details become apparent. First, when Quirrell spoke with you, there was no sign of coercion. Rather, it seemed as though he was the one being coerced, filled with wariness toward you. You just used the word hero, and you ultimately saved Harry, which suggests you had control over the situation. Perhaps you were there all along, waiting for Quirrell to retrieve the stone for you. Most crucially, last night Harry and the others heard two loud noises, but I could only hear the second. That indicates the sound resonated within their minds, much like a spell you've used before, meant to panic them without allowing them to alert the other professors. Don't try to deny it, Hermione interjected, her face suddenly flushing. I know every spell you've ever used. Treywell patted her shoulder reassuringly. Brilliant. I thought my meticulous plan was flawless, yet you saw through so many of its flaws. I must say you are the brightest young witch I've ever met, Hermione. Hermione's face turned crimson, and she stammered, Please don't say that. I just enjoy reading books, am nowhere near as brave as Ron and Harry. On the contrary, if you hadn't saved Harry in the end, I wouldn't have pieced it together. Harry and Ron were left speechless as the two exchanged compliments, but what they really wanted to hear was Professor Flitwick's plan. Professor, why did you want to steal the Philosopher's Stone? For immortality? Harry asked. Or for gold? Ron chimed in. Neither, Treywell replied with a gentle shake of his head. That's not something you need to concern yourselves with. Just know that I did intend to obtain the stone. But, Harry said, cautiously scanning the ward before lowering his voice, under these circumstances, can you still get the stone? Do you need our help? I'm quite fast at clearing chessboards. Ron added in a conspiratorial whisper. Hermione rolled her eyes at the two jokers. Since the professor is openly here, it means Headmaster Dumbledore already knows about this. Nodding, Treywell wore a gratified expression. Yes, so I appreciate your willingness to help, but I must remind you it's best to avoid breaking school rules too often. Moreover, Headmaster Dumbledore has already given me the stone. He pulled the red stone from his pocket. No need to steal it anymore. What about Nicholas Flamel? Can you brew the elixir of life? Or turn it into gold? The three stared in amazement at the stones springing up from their beds to ask questions tinged with their individual personalities. As for Nicholas Flamel, Headmaster Dumbledore will explain that to you. As for the stone, I haven't learned how to use it, and I don't desire immortality or gold. According to the badge's feedback, even with the curse's erosion, as long as he could find all four founders, he could live at least 200 years. By then he would already be an old man with teeth falling out, long weary of life. Harry and Ron sank back disappointedly while Hermione lowered her head in sorrow. She had already realized the fate awaiting the Flamels. For some, death is more like a peaceful slumber. What we owe them is respect. Treywell whispered in her ear. Now eat your chocolate. Both you and Harry were hit by my stunning spell. Though I controlled it well, please forgive my arrogance. My magic seems to have been a bit too potent. As he finished speaking, Harry and Hermione, as if under a spell, let out huge yawns. Normally a stunning spell is simple, applying the counterspell would wake one up. However, Treywell's spell was too powerful, and their magical resistance too weak, leaving them with a lingering side effect of drowsiness. All things considered, after this ordeal, Ron was the most seriously injured. Yet he had no side effects and could basically be discharged after a day's rest. Just then a commotion erupted from outside the door. Let us in, Percy. I know they're awake. The problem is, put down those filthy toilet seats. Percy's roar easily drowned out the twins' protests, audible even to those inside the ward. A minute later, the three of them entered in a tussle, the twins' hands now empty. A professor? Percy immediately switched to a serious mode, not even flinching when the twins pinched his cheek. We didn't know you were here. No need to be formal. But it's time for me to leave. Percy suddenly called out, Professor, wait. What's the matter? Treywell looked at him curiously. Did young wizards have so many questions these days? It's just that our previous defense against the dark arts professors only taught for about a year. So what are your plans going forward? Unlike the somewhat bewildered first-year trio, Percy and the others were already aware of the course's peculiarity, and they looked at Treywell with reluctance. Don't worry. At least for a few years I have no plans to leave Hogwarts, Treywell replied with a smile. Wow. The twins let out a cheer that echoed through the entire hospital wing, even drawing Madame Pomfrey's attention. This is the hospital wing. Please keep it down. Percy seized the opportunity to press down on the twins' heads. Sorry, well, be careful. Once Madame Pomfrey had left, he turned back to Treywell. Professor, do you know what happened to Professor Quirrell? Quirrell? Well, at the very least, he won't be teaching you anymore. Reduced to that state, even Treywell couldn't gather the materials to piece him back together. Though he often joked that having Quirrell was like having no professor at all now that they truly had no teacher, Percy sighed. Alright, so will we be self-studying like in previous years? Not at all. He'll temporarily take over Quirrell's duties, handling all the school's defense. Wahoo. Before Treywell could finish his sentence, Percy burst out cheering, just like the twins. I have to tell everyone about this. Exuberant, he cheered and dashed toward the door. Wait, Percy. Weren't we supposed to visit little Ronnie? George shouted. To hell with that. It was said that shortly after Tivier left the school hospital, Dumbledore also arrived and chatted with the trio for a while. However, that was none of his concern, as news of his appointment to replace Quirrell had already spread throughout the castle. Percy, leveraging his network as a prefect, had notified all the senior students in just one night. Thus, from early morning, the students about to attend class stared at Professor Foley with knowing eyes, their lips perpetually curled into smiles. Tivier could even detect a glimmer of drool among them. So when he arrived at the classroom, it was naturally packed with fifth years, brimming with excitement. This was also their first time in this bright, clean, and spacious room, which carried a faint scent of lemon. Previously, the senior students had held classes on the fourth floor, where the air was thick with the pungent smell of garlic. Comparing the two, the students felt as if they had been hit with a forgetfulness charm, instantly forgetting the name of their previous professor. I suppose you already know that he'll be taking over the course for the second half of the year, Tivier said, carrying a large bundle of exam papers as he entered. I must say I'm delighted to see such enthusiasm from you. The students puffed out their chests and raised their heads proudly. This was the professor's first lesson with them, and they couldn't let the younger students look down on them. Professor, what about next year's course? Percy asked boldly, relying on their familiarity. That would depend on the school's arrangements, but I hope another professor will join to share the teaching load. After all, teaching you lot is quite taxing, and I have to be careful that my lesson plans don't get stolen. The students burst into laughter. After 2 days of discussion and the partial truth leaked by Ron, everyone realized how absurd the version about the lesson plans was. However, Tivier raised his voice to drown out their laughter. I believe you also know that as fifth years, your biggest task this year is the O.W.L.S. Given that my predecessor didn't do very well, I'll focus on reviewing the exam content with you over the next few months. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. I hope you can all stay alert. I'd like to see you in the 6th year advanced class next school year, alright? Yes, the students roared with full vigor. Though they were tempted to skip review and continue with the fun lessons from the first half of the year, a quick calculation showed it wasn't worthwhile. Better to work hard this half year, get into the advanced class, and enjoy the professor's lessons for another 2 years. Comparing the two, they knew which was more important. Did they really think we were those little silly lions-eagles only capable of causing trouble studying mechanically? The students from the two houses exchanged glances, both wearing smug smiles. Tivier was very pleased with the students' cooperation and waved his hand grandly. Excellent. Since that's settled, put away your wands and start on the exam papers. The thick stack of papers he had brought flew onto the students' desks. You have 2.5 hours. Do as much as you can, give up on what you don't know, and fill in whatever you can. Unlike the papers for the younger students, there's covered content from the past 5 years. Of course, the focus was on the O.W.L. exam material. This was primarily a diagnostic test to gauge their mastery of the subjects. In truth, these were questions Tivier had compiled while preparing the 5th year curriculum. Though he had taken similar exams, he hadn't specifically prepared for this. After all, exams were something one could pass with just a bit of effort, weren't they? Quirrell had no hands anymore. No wonder his students performed so poorly. 2.5 hours later, Tivier glanced at the first paper and spotted numerous errors. And these were from the lower year content. In the O.W.L.S., the theory exam for any subject takes a whole morning, while the practical exam is in the afternoon. So can anyone tell me what that implies? Percy raised his hand this time. Professor, it means the theory exam is as important as the practical one. Yes, equally important. Tivier waved his wand, and a wisp of white light emerged from its tip, vaguely forming a chubby shape. This is the Patronus charm, which can help you earn extra points on the practical exam. But if your theory exam is poor, those extra points become meaningless. From my observation, most students don't differ much in practical scores. The gap is made in theory. So you must take it seriously. The students' eager expressions deflated instantly. The earlier exam had dealt a heavy blow to their confidence. The paper wasn't difficult, but it covered a wide range, so few could finish it all, and those who did had to guess their way through. Don't be discouraged. There are about 4 months until the exam. He'll make sure you use class time efficiently to get good grades without neglecting other courses. Tivier comforted them. Even if we neglect them, it doesn't matter as long as we get into the professor's advanced class, a boy shouted. The students joined in the teasing, looking at Tivier merrily, causing him to blush for half a second. The other professors shouldn't hear that. Once the students quieted down, he continued. All right, in future classes, we'll spend 1 hour on quizzes and 1 hour on theory exam points. As for the remaining hour, we'll practice practical content. So the question is, what spells do we need to practice in the practical part of defense against the dark arts? This time a boy with glasses raised his hand. Go ahead, Mr. Mig. Based on my summary of past exams, it mainly includes counter curses, defensive charms, and protective spells against magical creatures. Of course, there's also the bonus charm you mentioned, which depends on the examiner's preference. Excellent summary, 5 points for Ravenclaw, he said, looking at the students in surprise. What are you waiting for? Write it down in your notebooks. After a rustling of papers, Tivier continued. Among these spells, some are easy and some are hard. The simplest are the defensive charms. If you can cast the shield charm, you'll score high. The otherwise spells like Salvio Hushia or Protego Totalum can earn you points too. The only challenging ones are the other two categories. So we'll spend about a month and a half, roughly 6 lessons, reviewing the magical creatures course. You can prepare in advance, but don't forget to keep reviewing the theory content. Just then the bell rang, and the students breathed a collective sigh of relief. They had expected thrilling duels or spellcasting sessions, but it turned out to be a theory class. Though it was Professor Foley's lesson, they still felt a slight letdown. Wait a moment. Each of you take a set of papers before you leave. Tivier pulled an even larger bundle of papers from his wallet. The students, since they had to prepare for the N.E.W.T.S., the same steps were repeated in the 7th-year classes. However, there were relatively fewer 7th-year students, and those who could attend the advanced classes were not poor in their grades, so it was much easier. But the 4th and 6th years were far more interesting. Quill, as usual, brought them the orb game, albeit an advanced version. Not only had the orb's movement speed increased, but the students were also required to use magic to attack them. Of course, unlike his previous demonstration, the students only needed to master the stunning spell, the impediment jinx, and the disarming charm. Otherwise, given their knowledge base, few would be able to play the game well. Apart from the regular class content, Quill also brought a few small creatures he had raised to the classroom, teaching the students how to deal with low-risk creatures like Grindylows Kappas and Redcaps. Compared to Quirrell's tedious lessons, the students immediately realized that the difference between professors might be even greater than the difference between them and pigs. After finishing the weekly installment of Dumbledore's ideological education class, Quill spent some extra time retrieving the treasures from the Room of Requirement. Having done all this, he leisurely walked toward his office. To be honest, he somewhat regretted agreeing to Dumbledore to take over the classes for all 7 years. Now he had to spend at least 7 hours a day teaching students, and after deducting rest time, he had little time left to study the Philosopher's Stone and the Horcruxes. Next school year, he definitely had to ask the headmaster to find another defense against the dark arts professor to share the workload. Otherwise, even the Dark Lord would be too exhausted to think about conquering the world. Complaining loudly in his mind, Quill entered the brightly lit office, which was filled with the rustling sound of rapid writing. These sounds came from the quills held by 2 crude, faceless mannequins sitting in the corner of the room, constantly grading exam papers. However, they only graded multiple choice and true or false questions. The open-ended questions still required Quill's personal attention, because discerning the text content was much harder than he had imagined. After all, the mannequins lacked true intelligence and could only recognize the meaning of a complete sentence. If a word were changed, they could not tell the difference, unless he personally manipulated them, focusing his mind entirely on controlling them. But then what difference would that make from grading the papers himself? Tossing the diadem onto the desk, Quill checked the papers graded by the mannequins for a while. Confirming there were no mistakes, he then focused his attention on dealing with the Horcrux. He decided to follow his mentor's advice and adopt a survival-off-thefitist approach, keeping only those Horcruxes that he could control. Before him now lay 3 magical items: the diadem, the ring, and the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone faintly emanated a trace of life force, bringing a bit of vitality to the several evil souls in the office. The diadem appeared old and antique. If not for sensing it absorbing life force, one would think it was just an ordinary crown. But the ring was different. Seeming to sense the aura of the Philosopher's Stone, it could not help but jump out. Quill, my good friend, I knew you wouldn't forget me, the ring said sickeningly. Actually, there's no need to be so hasty. You've been so busy lately, I can wait until you have some free time. You're right. Quill, with a sudden look of realization, picked up the ring and tossed it into a drawer. Then I'll deal with you when I have free time, Quill. Closing the drawer, the world returned to peace. Quill then picked up the diadem and examined it closely. The most striking feature was the green gem set in the center, nestled in an eagle's embrace, like an eye that saw into the soul. The once brilliant gold of the diadem seemed oxidized, becoming dull and lusterless. Yet what remained unchanged was the famous motto of Ravenclaw inscribed on the rim: "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." The decay on the diadem was not the mark of time, but the erosion of dark magic left behind when Voldemort created the Horcrux. Legend had it that Ravenclaw had enchanted it to enhance the wearer's wisdom. Perhaps it was due to the Horcrux, but Quill could not sense a single positive magic from it. Or maybe one had to wear it to feel it. Gently Tuwell placed the diadem on his head. Full of anticipation, the smile faded. His face went blank. I can't believe I fell for that. 10 minutes later, he snatched the diadem off his head and threw it onto the table, where it bounced twice. Associating too much with a Horcrux made him feel his own intelligence was declining. How terrifying. But this toss angered Voldemort's soul within the diadem. Child, put me on your head again. This time I will let you experience the feeling of increased wisdom. Tuwell solemnly placed the diadem before him and then drew his wand. I heard that 7 years ago. Next time try to think of something more original. Heard it. Tuwell did not answer but pressed his wand against the diadem's green gem. Wait, what are you doing? Ah. As magical power surged from the wand's tip, a wisp of Voldemort's soul was extracted, floating in the air like a black thread. With the already broken soul being torn apart again, the diadem emitted a piercing scream accompanied by traces of dark magic attempting to influence Tuwell's mind. And indeed, he was affected. Let your little friend teach you what Professor Follis rules are. Stuffing the diadem into the drawer, Tuwell focused on dealing with this fragment of the soul. As if he had done it countless times before, he skillfully took out a small dish, filled it with magical power to create a hollow environment, and then placed the soul fragment inside. Immediately, Voldemort's face appeared in the dish. It was more mature and sinister than the one in the ring, lacking the ring's scholarly air and already showing faint signs of the madness caused by the soul's fragmentation. Boy, I never thought you'd dare to study the soul. Voldemort's voice was somewhat distorted. With too few soul fragments, it could not think independently like a complete Horcrux. It was somewhat like a portrait in a frame, only capable of repeating the words already stored in its memory. Thus Tuwell had heard such words countless times. Yes, yes, my lord, Dark Lord, I have no interest in delving deeper into the dark arts or splitting my soul to achieve immortality. Tuwell replied nonchalantly even before Voldemort had asked. Then, as the soul fragment fell into a memory-disordered state of confusion, he dipped his finger into it, stirring it together with the soul. Mr. Tom Riddle, a wisp of blue-purple flame flickered on his fingertip. Would you be willing to pledge your loyalty to me? Voldemort's soul immediately churned. Though the flame kept sending him searing, stinging sensations, he still mustered all his strength and roared, "Pre-sump!" Splat. Tuwell squashed it flat. Shaking his hand with some disgust, he had expected this. Voldemort was so arrogant that he would not yield easily. But it did not matter, he had plenty of time to experiment slowly. Just as Treywell was about to continue his research on the Horcruxes, a sudden knock echoed from the door. "Professor, I have some doubts I'd like to consult with you. Are you in?" It was Percy's voice, though tinged with a hint of confusion. But wasn't this a perfect opportunity knocking at his door? Treywell eagerly stowed away his belongings, though the dark magical aura of the Horcrux still lingered, making it difficult to tidy up entirely. After a hasty cleanup, he personally went to open the door. "Come in," he said, patting Percy on the shoulder and guiding him to a seat. "Tea or pumpkin juice?" "Pumpkin juice, please." The professor's fondness for pumpkin juice had become an open secret in the Gryffindor common room. Many students preparing for exams would drink it, as if it could grant them strength. Percy, of course, didn't believe in such superstitions, but since he was here, he saw no harm in indulging the professor's taste. The professor seemed genuinely delighted, even pouring him a full glass of pumpkin juice himself. "Thank you." After Percy took a small sip, Treywell began with pleasantries. "So how have you been finding the classes lately?" Percy immediately recalled the terror of being dominated by exam papers. Although the homework assignments could be completed at a leisurely pace, they were incredibly difficult. The same key point could spawn over a dozen different questions, each riddled with various traps. However, the practical exercises went much more smoothly. Swallowing nervously, he said, "My mastery of magic has improved significantly. I can dismantle spells much faster now, and I've grasped several nonverbal incantations." Treywell nodded with satisfaction. Even though Percy had chosen all 12 subjects, he still managed to top the year, making him the most outstanding student of this cohort. Nonverbal spells are 6th-year material. If you can use them in your exams, you'll astonish all the examiners and easily secure the highest O grade. Percy wore a proud yet restrained smile. "I owe that to your guidance. But can your body handle it? I heard you're aiming for 12O. W.L.S. That's no easy feat." Treywell offered him a piece of chocolate. "Honestly, I find it hard to understand this approach. In my view, choosing the subjects that best serve your goals is the wisest path." Percy held the chocolate, his fingers tracing the wrapper, producing a crisp rustling sound. "Because I don't know what my goal is," he said weakly. Oh, so uncertain of his post-graduation ambitions, he had chosen all subjects to avoid missing anything. Was this the brilliant student he had so admired? Treywell's curiosity was piqued. "I recall Professor McGonagall gave you career guidance, didn't she? Or have you not yet made up your mind?" Percy nodded, then shook his head, saying with confusion, "I told Professor McGonagall I wanted to work at the Ministry of Magic. She gave me a lot of practical advice. But now I increasingly feel that even the ministry can't solve my troubles. It must be quite a dilemma to leave you this lost. Would you mind sharing what it is?" "It's about my family," Percy said, his tone complex. You might know from Ron that we're not well off. My father works so hard. Well, maybe he's a bit of a slacker, but he genuinely loves his job. And my mother, she works tirelessly to take care of us 7 children. Yet despite all their efforts, they have to worry about Ron's wand and fret over the school fees for my sister, who's about to start Hogwarts. As his emotions surged, Percy's face flushed crimson and his hands clenched into tight fists. I don't understand. Why can those pure-blood families who seem so wicked to me enjoy wealth I could never accumulate in a lifetime and move within the highest echelons of this country's power? Yet my 2 brilliant and capable brothers are stuck at the fringes of the magical world doing thankless jobs for meager pay. My father has put in so much effort only to remain at the very bottom of the ministry. It's not fair. Do I have to climb to the highest ranks of power to escape this fate? He slammed the desk hard, producing a deafening crash that sent the full glass of pumpkin juice splashing everywhere. Percy was startled by his own rude outburst. I'm sorry, Professor. I got carried away. He moved to wipe up the pumpkin juice, but Quirrell stopped him and used magic to clean the mess. I understand your feelings. To be honest, I'm also puzzled by what's happening in the wizarding world. The wizarding world? Percy was a bit confused. He had only been thinking about his own family, not the entire magical society. Yes, the wizarding world. Quirrell looked deep into his eyes, his gaze meaningful. If a society fails to reward hard work with due wealth, the problem lies not with the hard workers, but with the society itself. Percy was intimidated by the eye contact and blinked nervously. But my father isn't that diligent. He doesn't work hard. He's always tinkering with muggle gadgets, playing with rubber ducks modify. But what about your brothers? Even though I've never met them, I've heard that their performance at school was no less impressive than yours. Quirrell leaned forward, his expression growing increasingly stern, his gaze sharp as needles, making Percy unable to meet his eyes. Or do you want to end up like your brothers, brilliant students yet reduced to nobodies, bossed around by the ignorant and incompetent? Percy, the wizarding world is broken. Hard work alone won't change it. As you said, I'm a pure-blood heir. I didn't mean you. Percy said weakly. No, you did mean me. I can just lie back and enjoy wealth that would last several lifetimes, and it's still growing. There's more to come. But what about you? You have to work yourselves to the bone for the few galleons I might toss your way. Quirrell straightened Percy's head, forcing their eyes to meet. The wizarding world is sick, Percy. What it needs isn't hard work anymore. It needs a doctor's medicine. Led by the nose, Percy muttered. But where is the doctor? Right here, Percy. Right in this office. Quirrell said softly, a seductive smile playing on his lips. We are the pioneers who first recognized this problem. The wizarding world is waiting for us to change it, to make it healthier, more beautiful. The sheer volume of information in Quirrell's words left Percy's mind in a daze, and he didn't snap out of it until the dummies' exam papers had all been graded. But even if we realize this problem, what can we do? We can't just plunder the wealth of the rich, can we? Percy stared at Quirrell solemnly, not even noticing that subconsciously he had already grouped himself with Quirrell. Of course not, Quirrell laughed cheerfully. Even if you wanted to, I wouldn't allow it, since I myself am a wealthy man. The problem in the magical world isn't about existing wealth, it's that there are too few channels for creating it. Or rather, they're too closed off. Closed off. Having grown up in the magical world, Percy couldn't understand why a wizard would speak of being closed off. Yes, closed off, Quirrell mused. Do you know when the last entirely new spell appeared in the magical world? I don't know. Quirrell chuckled softly. Exactly, I don't know either. It could have been a second ago, or 10 years ago. Then let me ask you this, do you see any difference between life 10 years ago and your life now? Percy frowned, trying to recall. He had been only 10 years ago. His memories weren't entirely gone, but they weren't clear either. After a moment, he said uncertainly, a new broomstick came out. Quirrell gave a non-committal nod. Anything else? Percy fell into deep thought again, but this time he came up with nothing. I don't know. It feels like it's always been this way. Maybe the books Mom likes to read changed. Or maybe what your father collects changed. Quirrell offered a hint. Right? Percy exclaimed excitedly. The radios Dad collects changed. They got smaller and more refined. Seeing that Percy was completely drawn into his line of thought, Quirrell's expression grew solemn. Do you see, Percy? We wizards are essentially stagnant. All the changes we have rely on muggles. In just a few years, they made radios compact and miniature. What have we been doing in all that time? Inventing a new broomstick. But how many people can afford that broomstick? Radios are different. Even your father can be their customer. This is why the magical world is so backward. The stage is too small to hold a great actor. Quirrell strode over to Percy, pulled him up, and gripped his arms tightly. You are a wizard of immense talent. Every wizard like you deserves to be seen by more people, not buried in a corner of the magical world. You deserve a better life, Percy. Don't waste your brilliance. As if a chord had been struck in his heart, all of Percy's grievances were laid bare. His complaints, his resentment. They all stemmed from the bitter pain of his talent lacking a stage to shine upon, or rather that no one in his family had the stage they deserved. If he could command tens of thousands of people, wouldn't his authority surpass even that of the Minister of Magic? Yet in a Muggle city, tens of thousands were nothing but a tiny population. But after the excitement, a fatal question suddenly struck Percy. But Professor, we can't show magic to Muggles, can we? Muggles aren't supposed to see magic, they shouldn't. No, to be precise, we haven't been able to do so for the last 300 years. Quirrell's lips curled into a smile. Your history of magic grades are excellent. You should remember what happened in the magical world exactly 300 years ago. Percy's eyes widened in shock. You mean? The enactment of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy. Yes. Once that law ceases to exist, we can live easily in this world without having to hide like rats. The clever Percy instantly grasped Quirrell's intent and angrily shook off his hands. I won't allow you to have such thoughts, he said, unable to meet Quirrell's gaze, turning his eyes away. We cannot use magic to enslave anyone, not even Muggles. Having grown up in the magical world, especially as the child of Order of the Phoenix members, he was all too familiar with, and loathed, Voldemort's doctrine of enslaving Muggles and half-bloods. At the same time, he felt a bitter disappointment in Quirrell. Yet Quirrell was quite satisfied with Percy's anger. A ready agreement would have made him question Percy's character. How could you think that? I have never regarded Muggles as slaves. On the contrary, I see them as friends to play with. What's wrong with showing friends the wonders of magic while they show us the marvels of technology? He spread his hands amicably, his tone as light as if he were on a picnic with friends rather than discussing the reformation of the magical world. Percy turned back, his mouth opening and closing several times in shock, unable to speak. You mean? Cooperation. But Muggle electronic devices are disrupted by magic. It seemed his mental defenses were nearly shattered. Quirrell thought, with smug satisfaction. And do you know why? Percy shook his head numbly. I don't know either. But if we never study, it will never uncover the secrets between magic and technology in this lifetime. But I'm just an ordinary student, maybe with decent grades. How could I possibly research such a grand topic? Just one final push was needed, Quirrell mused. We won't lack researchers, he whispered softly in Percy's ear. What we lack are reformers. Once we break down the barriers between wizards and Muggles and become close allies, countless people will help us uncover the secrets of magic and technology. And that hammer lies in our hands. Quirrell straightened up and extended his hand temptingly to Percy. Are you willing to stand with me and be the one to swing it? Percy's heart pounded violently. He could see how beautiful the future Quirrell described was, and he couldn't wait to witness it. His trembling hand, though shaking with excitement, gripped firmly. By the time Percy left the office, his head was still spinning. After shaking the professor's hand, he had been so thrilled he nearly hyperventilated, and they had discussed many issues and plans about the magical world, forcing his mind to work at full capacity just to keep up with the professor's thoughts. A blast of cold air in the corridor brought him back to his senses. He also recalled the final words Professor Flitwick had left him. This is a long-term goal, and the Ministry of Magic will be our biggest obstacle for now. So I hope you will work there after graduation. Until then, you must keep this secret. After standing still for a moment to think, he resolutely walked back to the common room. Little did he know that Quirrell was watching him intently from behind a seemingly transparent door. What a naive child, the ring remarked. Aren't you afraid he'll report you to Dumbledore? I see his heart clearly, Quirrell said calmly, his face hidden in the shadows. It's so pure that I can grasp it with the lightest touch. The ring, of course, would not refute Quirrell's words. It could see the purity within Percy's heart. To be honest, I dislike using such means to recruit subordinates. In today's wizarding world, who would still discuss ideals with you? Quirrell said mockingly, his fingers tracing the ring. Ideals and interests are not necessarily contradictory. Moreover, only those who harbor great ideals can unleash formidable power. But he is still a student. No matter how excellent his grades, can he compare to Cynthia? Contributions are not measured by size. Quirrell did not elaborate further. In his plan, Percy was not only destined to become Cynthia's ally within the Ministry of Magic, but also a representative to sway the benevolent pureblood families. But that was a matter for after Percy's graduation. In truth, tonight's endeavor was largely a whim, a test of his ability to win over subordinates. Recruiting Cynthia had been far too easy. The moment he outlined his vision for the future, she was ready to draw her wand and charge into battle against the International Confederation of Wizards. Only Percy's struggle and anger gave him a taste of the pleasure in manipulating hearts. According to his mentor, had he finally grasped the basics. The ring could not comprehend such thinking. To it, there were only useful servants and useless enemies. Why bother winning over this insignificant boy when he wasn't aiming to conquer the world? Yet it would not warn Quirrell. In fact, it secretly hoped he would continue gathering such useless subordinates, leading his plans to fail and ultimately freeing it from his torment. Tonight's research filled it with an unprecedented dread more alarming than anything before. So you intend to make Hogwarts your stronghold and beguile all the students into becoming your followers? The ring probed. Quirrell chuckled softly. You know these students lack power, so why would I do that? He walked back to his desk. Instead of pondering that, why not think about how to assist me with the research? The ring. And so studying Voldemort's soul became Quirrell's daily routine. Of course, to enhance Percy's usefulness, he also provided additional tutoring. Primarily, he taught Percy occlumency to prevent his thoughts from being read as soon as he entered the Ministry of Magic. However, Percy's learning speed exceeded Twill's expectations. Without slacking in his regular studies, he mastered occlumency swiftly during his spare time. This gave Twill a sense of nurturing a protege, greatly increasing his interest in teaching Percy. With his growing strength and evolving mindset, Percy's demeanor matured. Yet on Twill's advice, he maintained an outwardly cheerful and energetic facade. Twill now watched him with a peculiar feeling. It seemed Percy was imitating him, hiding inner desires beneath a gentle exterior. Even the Weasleys, who knew him best, merely envied his private lessons, with the professor utterly unaware of his transformation. But compared to Percy's progress, Twill's research on Horcruxes advanced far too slowly. Yet he could not afford to be impatient. After all, only 7 Horcruxes existed, and he had only obtained the diadem and the ring. If he ruined them, he would have nothing left to study. Moreover, he was a professor responsible for teaching 7 grades. In the third-year classroom. I believe you've guessed, Twill said, carrying a cage into the room. Our class will soon feature some. He grinned. Interesting creatures. Bang, thump. As if in reply, a sudden crash came from the cage, startling the students. However, he did not immediately unveil the cage. Instead, he announced some news. After discussion, Headmaster Dumbledore has agreed to my proposal to reform the defense against the dark arts final exam. To help you prepare for your O.W.L.S. in 2 years, the exam will be divided into a theoretical section and a practical section. Oh no, George shouted in panic. The students chimed in the classroom, instantly erupting into chaos, much like when Twill had first taught them. They had seen how the 5th years were faring, constantly clutching exam papers, muttering things like, "This is a giveaway, question memorize it," looking utterly neurotic. Some students had even turned superstitious, praying to gods and muttering incantations. They did not want to end up like that. But Twill dashed their hopes. What are you thinking? With your current magical reserves, you don't even have the chance to be like the 5th years. The students fumed in silence, itching to demonstrate their utter laziness. Professor, why didn't you say so earlier? You had us so worried, George said with an awkward laugh. You didn't listen carefully? In this year's final exam, theory and practice are equally important. Fail the theory, and you'll be stuck with summer homework. And what about the practical part? Roger Davies pressed. Twill did not answer. Instead, he gave them a meaningful smile that sent a chill down their spines. As usual, he led the students to the open area at the back of the classroom, faced them, and placed the cage on the ground. Back to the topic. Today's lesson is to get to know the little darling in this cage, Twill said, pulling off the black cloth. So does anyone know what this is? Inside the cage was a jet-black cat-like creature. Its hairless body was rather unsightly, but paired with its pupilless pure white eyes, most students lost the courage to mock it. Is that a Madagot? Davis guessed. Honestly, it looks a bit like our pet rat Scabbers, George joked. Fred chimed in immediately, hairless, ugly with odd eyes. It might just become the second ugliest creature at Hogwarts. Davis was taken aback. What's the first? Why, Filch, of course, the twins roared with laughter. The students couldn't help but join in the laughter. Twill grinned broadly, enjoying their amusement. That's right, it's a Madagot, also known as a magician cat. They usually don't attack unprovoked. He opened the cage, and the Madagot leaped out, landing right in front of the students. Unless you provoke it. Seemingly hearing Teville's words, the liberated spirit cat bared its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, in a menacing manner. Yet to the students, the mere sight of the spirit cat was enough to instill fear. Its forepaws were equipped with long claws. It radiated a ghostly glow, unabashedly displaying itself before them, as if it could tear their throats apart at any moment. The spirit cat stood at the periphery, eyeing the students with a predatory gaze, encircling them single-handedly. Now let us invite 3 students to demonstrate how to deal with the spirit cat. As soon as the words left his mouth, the students took a sudden step back, nearly crushing Davis and the Weasley twins, who were hiding at the back. Arkingu. Before he could finish, Davis suddenly realized that there was no one in front of them, leaving them exposed in the spirit cat's line of sight. Fred, why do I feel like we are moving forward? You are not mistaken. The 3 of them were directly pushed to the front by their good friend, watching as the spirit cat approached them step by step. Then you 3 can deal with the spirit cat. Be careful, its claws are very sharp. Teville grinned wickedly at the 3. They hurriedly took out their badges and strapped them to their waists, then drew their wands, standing ready. Having experienced private lessons, the 3 knew the professor's characteristics well. While he wouldn't seriously injure them, they were bound to face some hardships. The spirit cat possessed the traits of an ordinary cat, walking gracefully rather than quickly. However, when it was time to hunt, its movements became incredibly agile. Whoosh! A shadow flashed by, and the spirit cat lunged, instantly reaching George. Stupefied, Fred was the first to react, pointing his wand as a red light accurately struck the spirit cat that had just landed. All those small lessons were not in vain. Hitting a spirit cat in rapid motion with just this spell was already better than many senior students. Unfortunately, the spirit cat not only did not suffer any magical effects, but also split into 3. Triple the trouble. Tevier held his wand ready to rescue them, but did not forget to teach the students. Do not be deceived by the spirit cat's lack of fur. Its magical resistance is exceptionally strong. What's even more terrifying is that once attacked it can transform from 1 into 3. He added, thus if you do not possess the ability to kill the spirit cat outright, do not foolishly use stunning spells like Fred did. The students keen to watch the spectacle laughed, and hid in the back as compared to the flustered trio. Then you need to tell us how to deal with it. Davis shouted, disregarding his image and fleeing in all directions. One spirit cat was enough to throw them into a panic. Now that it had become 3, had it not been for the shield charm from their badges blocking 2 attacks, they would have been injured all over. Moreover, with Fred's experience, they didn't dare to fight back. Their wands felt less useful than fire pokers. Tisk tisk tsk. Tevier shook his head with feigned disappointment. Didn't you hear what I just said? The spirit cat has strong magical resistance, but that does not mean its physical resistance is equally strong. In fact, in the magical realm, creatures that are agile usually have weaker physical resistance, like the cage I just carried. Oh, without applying any magic it could still contain the spirit cat. Therefore you all need to think creatively about how to use physical means to confront an opponent with strong magical resistance. I'll give you a hint: the giant troll from Halloween. Other students were still recalling that class from Halloween, but George, who had experienced it firsthand, immediately caught on. A red light flashed in the spirit cat's eyes and Fred seized the opportunity to cast a weight spell, pinning the cat firmly to the ground. Davis, confused, scratched his head with his wand and asked, what should I do? Summon a stick to knock it out. After being tied up so many times, shouldn't you have learned some lessons by now? Tevier nearly wanted to smack his head. Oh. Amid the laughter of their classmates, Davis finally belatedly conjured a rope from the tip of his wand to bind the spirit cat. In the time he wasted, the spirit cat attacked them several more times. However, they had now mastered the experience. One would stun, another would use the weight spell to restrict its movement, while the last one would bind it. In this regard, Davis seemed to excel more than any other student. One could only wonder what he practiced on a regular basis. Finally, before the magic of the badge ran out, they successfully subdued the 3 spirit cats. Of course, fundamentally, it could be counted as 1, but this way it was more convenient for the students to practice. Tevier summoned the 3 spirit cats to his side. Very good. Gryffindor gets 4 points, Ravenclaw 2 points. He continued. Their movements were actually the embryonic form of teamwork, each fulfilling their role and trusting their teammates. But we do not trust each other, George muttered. So in today's class you will not only learn how to deal with spirit cats, but also think about how to confront creatures with strong magical resistance and practice how to complement each other with your partners, attempting to coordinate together. These are all techniques you can utilize when facing powerful magical creatures. He added, now form your own teams. You can group into 3s or 4s. Just a reminder, more people means greater strength, but higher difficulty in coordination, so everyone needs to weigh this carefully. After they hurriedly formed their teams, Tevier released the 3 spirit cats, one group, to deal with one. However, this time the students basically had no protection from the iron armor charm, making it easy for them to get hurt, so Tevier had to keep an eye on them. After all, injuries like a pierced heart, even he could not save. Clever concepts. Traps are also a good method to deal with spirit cats. However, be cautious. They are very agile, and do not end up stepping into your own trap while they remain unharmed. Tevier rescued a girl from a trap they had set. Professor, what if we face a flying fire dragon? Should we use binding spells or traps? A student inquired. No, Tevier glanced at her. What you should use is your legs. Kick! The girl exclaimed in surprise. It means you should run. After dealing with the chaotic practical teaching, Tevier sighed. This was their second practical exercise. The last one dated back to the first class where students had no ability to fight back. So compared to before, they had progressed significantly. However, in practical situations they still easily found themselves flustered. To be honest, I am quite glad that over the past 6 months you have learned so many combat skills and spells. However, you still lack considerable experience in practical combat. Therefore, for the remainder of this semester, we will focus on practical exercises. He concluded. Now take your assignments and reflect thoroughly on the 3 aspects learned in this class. Tevier produced a large stack of assignments from their astonished expressions. The review of theory cannot stop. After Quirrell distributed the review test papers to students below the 3rd year, the castle was immersed in an atmosphere of tense study. The other professors experienced in such matters also devised review plans for the students. Except for Quirrell, no instructor was teaching new content any longer. Of course, this did not mean Quirrell had relaxed the students' review efforts. In fact, he had already observed that many students were showing signs of emotional breakdown, with some even engaging in the most bizarre behaviors. Particularly among the 5th and 7th years, the students' mental states were becoming unhinged due to exam preparation. According to Percy, he had already uncovered several incidents involving the sale of inferior potions, protective charms, and cheating tools. Despite repeated warnings from the professor, students were still being sent to the hospital wing from time to time after consuming potions that had severe side effects or were inherently flawed. Therefore, Quirrell did not pile on the pressure. Instead, he used a blend of education and entertainment to ease the students' burdens, at least making their test-taking a bit more pleasant. Thinking about it this way, he truly was a good teacher. Headmaster, I demand a raise. Quill pushed open the door to the headmaster's office and sat down opposite Dumbledore with practiced ease. Dumbledore gave a resigned smile and silently poured himself a cup of tea, leaving Quill to help himself to his pumpkin juice. He was already beginning to regret their weekly sessions of transfiguration research and discussions on the magical world situation. The transfiguration research was manageable enough. Although it had delved into the unimaginable realms of magical and soul transformations, Quill had always behaved himself. Even his explorations into the soul were cursory and conducted with positive intentions, far better than his own teacher had been. However, the discussions on the magical world gave him far more headaches. As the foremost wizard of the age, Dumbledore, even while residing at Hogwarts, maintained contact with many prominent wizards internationally. He was always well informed about the latest magical research. Though he disagreed with Quill's implicit suggestion that the magical world was backward, he had become aware that wizards were growing accustomed to Muggles' technology. Consequently, after every discussion with Quill, he had to spend a great deal of time contemplating the current state of the magical world. It was even more arduous than trying to re-educate the young man. You've already taken half of the school's budget for next year. If I give you another raise, how are we supposed to find new professors? Watching Quill unabashedly pour himself a large glass of pumpkin juice, Dumbledore rapped the table in exasperation. Quill paid it no mind. Over the past few months, their discussions had been fraught with arguments, and Dumbledore had been far angrier on other occasions. He took a sip of pumpkin juice before speaking slowly. There's a big plan for next year's defense against the dark arts course, isn't there? The funds weren't embezzled by me. It's all for the students' benefit in the end. Wait, he set down his cup in surprise. You've already found a new professor. For the first time, taking charge of all 7 grades at once meant he was constantly on the go, with little time left for his own research. No wonder the professors at school showed so little improvement in their abilities. With such a busy schedule, when could they possibly research magic? However, Quill suddenly recalled the professor from the storyline. As he looked back in memory, Dumbledore slid a newspaper across the desk. On the front page was the very man he remembered, Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart was dressed in splendid robes with an elegant cape draped behind him, flashing a smile that revealed 8 perfectly white teeth. Even in the photograph, his teeth seemed to gleam. Judging by the photo, he looked less like a powerful wizard and more like a model in a toothpaste advertisement. At least far more dazzling than the shampoo bottle he was holding. I don't like to disparage others, Quill said, tapping the photo with a finger and wearing an expression that words could hardly describe. But this man's face seems far more formidable than his magic. He emphasized this point. Dumbledore sighed and pulled out a book. Magical Me. You might take a look at some of his works. The content within is quite splendid. If he could demonstrate even a third of what he writes, the students would have a decent professor. Quill had no interest whatsoever in touching the book. And if he can't demonstrate even a third, then he'd still be better than Quirrell, wouldn't he? Dumbledore sighed again. Besides, Lockhart has won numerous awards, including an Order of Merlin 3rd class. He's highly renowned internationally. There aren't many people willing to take the defense against the dark arts post. Perhaps he's just a highly skilled wizard who likes to show off. I guarantee that if you were to leave your own photographs everywhere like he does, you'd be far more effective. Quill tried to imagine Lockhart's face replaced with his own. He shuddered involuntarily. But recalling the stammering Quirrell, even if Lockhart merely taught the students the techniques from his books, it would still be an improvement. At worst, he could offload some theoretical content onto Lockhart, which would at least lighten his own teaching load. Surely Lockhart couldn't fail even at that. By the way, Lockhart's interview will be at the start of the summer holidays. Would you like to join me? Dumbledore placed the book in front of Quill. If you plan to come, you might want to read his works. Since Dumbledore had gone to such lengths, Quill reluctantly picked up the book, though he was uncertain whether he would have any interest in interviewing a fraud by then. We'll see. There's still some time before summer break. Speaking of summer break, do you have any plans? Dumbledore asked casually. Seeing the old man feign nonchalance, Quill's lips curled into a slight smile. It depends. They'll probably do some magical research at school first, then perhaps visit some elders. Would you like to come along? This time Dumbledore did not show the slightest hint of embarrassment as he had before. Instead, he met Quill's gaze with perfect composure. I've already asked a friend to visit Grindelwald at Nurmengard. I'm told his living conditions are quite poor. Since you were his student, I have no objection to you offering him some material aid. However, Dumbledore leaned forward, his eyes fixed steadily on Quill. He must not leave Nurmengard. That is my bottom line. Headmaster, if you don't go to check in person, you won't be able to recognize the teacher's magic. Quill thought smugly to himself, but his face remained impassive. Don't worry, the teacher is doing just fine. Where he is reminiscing about the past. I never said it was necessarily about Nurmengard, he said to himself. Dumbledore averted his gaze, unwilling to dwell on the topic of Grindelwald. Then let's continue with the Muggle matters. I had no idea your expertise in Muggle studies ran so deep. Quill had no choice but to cautiously continue presenting his ideas on Muggle technology. He dared not express himself too openly. Influencing Dumbledore was a long-term process. The old man's will was firm, and unlike his own teacher, their ideals were not aligned. It was not something he could accomplish overnight. Even the students' fervent prayers could not halt the arrival of June. This meant inevitably the advent of the examination month. The ordinary students' exams would be scheduled first, and only after they finished with the O, W, L, and N, E, W, T. Students take theirs. Fortunately, the latter two examinations were administered by the Wizarding Examinations Authority, which meant Toole only needed to proctor the remaining 5 grades. Yet as Professor Flitwick often lamented, every year numerous young witches and wizards attempted to cheat during exams, employing an endless array of cunning tricks. Especially the self-answering quills. The confiscated ones could cover an entire house table. The professor's solution was simple: prepare antique-eating quills in advance. However, for Toole there existed a foolproof method to deal with the students. In the defense against the dark arts classroom, thanks to the room's spaciousness, Toole could examine an entire grade at once. With a wave of his wand, tiny imps appeared above the heads of these third-year students. No need to worry. This time he used his own magical energy, so the students wouldn't become exhausted from the exam. As you can see, when you entered, I conducted no inspections whatsoever. However, he swept his sharp gaze across the faintly excited students. The imps above your heads will serve as your personal invigilators. If you are caught cheating, not only will your grade for this course be cancelled, but I will also permanently ban you from my advanced classes, even if you achieve a perfect score on your O, W, L, S. Face your own heart honestly. That was the first lesson I learned at Durmstrang. I trust that Hogwarts students are capable of at least this much. Toole did not exaggerate. The foundation of studying the dark arts indeed required a genuine understanding of one's own heart, knowing what one truly desired, so as not to be easily seduced by dark magic. But to the students' ears, this exam instantly became a contest between two schools, and refraining from cheating became a matter of school honor. The Weasley twins exchanged a glance, realizing that if they wanted to attend the professor's advanced classes, they had to take action immediately. They frantically began searching their pockets. A large bundle of cheating quills, cheat sheets written in invisible ink on their robes, parchment that could reveal correct answers. Toole watched in astonishment as the students produced one cheating tool after another. Some girls even lifted their skirts to wipe away the writing on their thighs. So if he hadn't checked, these students' cheating methods would have been limitless. Collecting all these items, Toole irritably conjured an hourglass. The exam lasts 2 hours, he said, distributing the papers. No whispering, no looking around. I'm talking to you two Weasleys. You are not allowed to hand in your papers early. Once finished, remain quietly in your seats. Then the exam begins. Proctoring the theory exam was simple. With the imp's help, Toole only needed to sit at the podium and read a book. But 2 hours later he stood up promptly. The exam is over. Everyone put down your quills. Amid the students' groans, all the papers were neatly stacked on the podium. Oh no, I forgot about the universal counter-charm's incompatibility with weather charms. Is the dancing feet charm Tarantaligra or Taratellera? I hesitated for ages and couldn't decide. I feel like I was hit with a forgetfulness charm. I forgot to write down the side effects of this spell. Heh. The true slackers watched the top students complain. If not for the upcoming practical exam, they would have fled the room immediately. Alright, first Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, take your wands. Yes, just your wands. Toole directed the students methodically. The remaining 2 houses stay seated. Once they're done, it will be your turn. He separated the seating area and the empty space in the classroom with a golden membrane, but this time the membrane was much thicker, blocking both sight and sound. However, the students immediately sensed something was wrong, especially when the floor began to soften and their expressions shifted with the professor's words. Do you remember what I said at the end of our very first class? Davis recalled vividly and murmured, a year later, we'll have another battle to test everyone's learning outcomes. Exactly. Toole nodded with a smile, but in the students' eyes that grin seemed far more sinister. A year ago they had been ambitious, eager to showcase their skills before Professor Flitwick at the end of the term. But a year later, only one thought filled their minds. Professor, please go easy on us. Toole held his wand horizontally before him. Same as last time, he'll take on all of you alone. But you must use your full strength and not give up until you've exhausted all your magical energy. Otherwise, I will mercilessly fail you on your practical exam. Professor, there's no way we can beat you. George cried out, feigning pitifulness. Don't worry, your grade isn't based on defeating me. See the imps above your heads. They'll record your performance, and they'll grade you accordingly. So don't hold, stupefied. Just like in the first class, Davis attacked Toole first. Professor, how did I do? He asked, smugly, wand raised, but he kept moving, ready to dodge a counterattack. Toole merely tilted his head to avoid the spell. Not bad. Work on your aim and you'll improve. He waved his wand again, and Davis quickly looked down at his feet. Huh, where's the rope? As he wondered, a bundle of rope extended from the ceiling, binding him tightly. And don't let rigid thinking limit your magic. Even a pig learns to adapt after encountering enough traps. Surely your minds aren't that inflexible. Since it was an exam, Tool didn't hang him up, but let the twins untie him. In this battle, you'll have many chances. The only way it ends is when all of you can no longer lift your wands. Then the exam officially begins. Hearing this, the students breathed a slight sigh of relief. If it were like last time, even after a year of training, they wouldn't stand a chance against the professor. A single pressure charm would be enough to make them surrender. But now they could rejoin the group repeatedly. Surely their performance would be better than before. Half an hour later, all the students were drenched in sweat, their faces flushed with the aftermath of intense exercise. Panting heavily, they lay limply on the soft ground like pools of mud, their wands carelessly discarded beside them, too exhausted to pick them up. If they could do it all over again, they would have lain down on the ground immediately rather than actually engage in combat with the professor. Because during this battle, the professor had unhesitatingly begun to use curses. The stunning spell, the Petrificus Totalis, the Tarantaligra, the Tickling Charm. All spells they had learned over the past 3 years were wielded by the professor with endless variety. The footwork, casting techniques, and teamwork they had honed through a year of practice seemed utterly ineffective, as the professor's magic always struck them with pinpoint accuracy. As a result, every student had danced at least once and laughed uncontrollably from the tickling charm for over 5 minutes. The professor euphemistically called it a test of their counter-curse abilities. They finally understood why the exam only ended when they could no longer lift their wands. Such an exam could exhaust a person to death. Truel, however, was thoroughly satisfied as he dispelled the surrounding magic and waved his wand at the limp students, mobila corpus, sending them back to their seats. The little snakes and badgers who had been fervently discussing the exam were stunned at the sight. "What just happened to you? How did you get so exhausted?" Cedric quickly asked Davis beside him. Davis flashed a weak but excited smile. "It was so thrilling, so wonderful. I feel like this was the most fun exam I've ever experienced in my life." Cedric stared blankly at the sweat dripping from his forehead and his pale, drained lips. That hardly seemed like the signs of a fun exam. As if inspired by Davis, the students mustered the last ounce of strength they had just regained and unanimously began boasting to their classmates about how enjoyable the exam was. "It's unbelievable. The professor displayed incredible magical skills. Have you ever seen spells that curve several times? The professor used them. With a single wave of his wand, the professor sent out 3 beams of light. It was so cool." Watching their excited expressions, the remaining students approached the smiling professor with a mix of doubt and anticipation to receive their own unique exam experience. Such practical exams were only held for third-year students and above, as only they barely possessed the strength to fight the professor. As for the first and second years, they were better off playing with light balls. So Treywell efficiently completed all the exams for the students within 2.5 days. This was also the fastest finished subject among all courses. Treywell spent another day and a half grading all the students' written papers and reviewing their practical exam performances, assigning comprehensive scores to each student. Looking at the grade sheet, over half were top marks of O and E. Most of the remaining were passing grades of A, with only a few glaring failures. Although previous exam results couldn't be taken as a true measure compared to the students' performance a year ago, or half a year for the upperclassmen, their progress was more than enough to satisfy Treywell. With this, he could feel more confident negotiating a raise with Headmaster Dumbledore. He put the grade sheet away. It wasn't time to announce the results to the students yet. They would have to wait until all subject grades were out, then be sent to the students along with the new school year's book lists. There was still plenty of time, and Truel, who had an early vacation, now had ample free time. But this time wasn't enough for studying Horcruxes, so he decided to wander around the library. The restricted section had many treasures. Though nothing on the 4 elements, there was plenty on the soul. He had even come across several books on actively exploring the mind. However, this time he encountered an unexpected scene. Or rather, a small group of people. "I was just practicing magic. You know, Professor Flitwick praised me at the end of the exam, saying my magical skills were excellent." Malfoy held his head high with pride, followed by his 2 lackeys Goyle and Crabbe. Opposite them were Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville. But Neville's legs seemed stuck together, and he could barely stand steady. "Oh please," Hermione stepped forward boldly. "Harry's score was better than yours." Malfoy's smile froze. "He's only 2 points higher. Maybe my theory score is better." "Could your theory score be better than Hermione's?" Ron taunted loudly, not caring that the achievement wasn't his own. Malfoy's fair face darkened a shade. He glanced awkwardly at his 2 followers. Well, their combined scores probably weren't as high as Hermione's alone. But Snape came to his rescue. "What are you all doing blocking the library entrance? Don't you need to prepare for the potions exam?" Snape swept his gaze over the 4 of them. "Or do you plan to go home with a troll grade?" His eyes lingered on Harry's face, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Of course, even if someone prepares meticulously, their talent can only help them achieve such a grade. "Who are you talking about?" "Harry." Treywell walked over from behind Harry with a smile, warmly putting his arm around him. "If my mother remembers correctly, she told me that Harry's mother was very skilled at potions," Treywell said. "With just a bit of her talent, he should easily pass the potions exam, don't you think, Professor Snape?" Snape's smirk vanished. He glared darkly into Treywell's eyes for a long moment before speaking slowly. I don't know what your mother told you, but please refrain from spreading unverified rumors on campus. Then he stepped closer and whispered in Treywell's ear, otherwise not even Dumbledore can protect you. With that he ignored everyone's astonished expressions, swept his robes, and left. Treywell understood his meaning. He simply didn't want the complicated relationship between him and Harry to be exposed. And Dumbledore shared that sentiment, so Treywell had no intention of truly revealing those matters. He just occasionally used it to tease Snape, but he felt a bit mischievous doing so. Perhaps he should refrain from such acts in the future, or Snape might actually come after him. The moment Snape departed, the trio's faces lit up with smiles. That was brilliant, Ron exclaimed excitedly. Professor, with just one sentence you rendered old Snape speechless. Hermione, however, inquired curiously, Professor, did your mother know Harry's mother? There was a slight acquaintance, but they weren't closed for, said, patting Harry on the shoulder. Now what are all of you standing here for? Holding a debate on grades. It's Malfoy. Harry pointed at the somewhat embarrassed Malfoy. He cast a spell on Neville's legs. Tivier glanced at Neville, who was indeed afflicted by a leglocker curse. With a snap of his fingers he dispelled the magic, then turned his gaze to Malfoy, who was attempting to flee. Professor, I was just practicing magic. Yes, practicing, and I accidentally. Under Tivier's impassive stare Malfoy's voice dwindled to a whisper as he lowered his head. 10 points from Slytherin, Tivier said coolly. Mr. Malfoy, bullying your peers does not demonstrate your strength, it only makes you appear more cowardly. Yes, Professor. Malfoy kept his head down, his expression unreadable, his fingers twisting the hem of his robe, betraying his inner turmoil. Tivier stepped over and patted his arm in a consoling gesture. Your magical talent is formidable, but sometimes you must choose the right way to wield it, otherwise it amounts to nothing but waste. By the way, I plan to visit your home this summer. Would I be welcome? Of course you are, Malfoy replied, lifting his head immediately. Aye. We will eagerly await your arrival. Without a moment's delay he dashed off towards the Ollery with his 2 cronies in tow. Ron pursed his lips in displeasure. Is the professor close with the Malfoy family? Don't forget I too come from a pureblood lineage, and pureblood families are always interconnected by marriage. Tivier shrugged nonchalantly. Still, that's far better than Snape, Harry emphasized loudly. If anyone in this school looks like a villain, it's him. Unlike in the original story, Harry did not miss any Quidditch matches due to injury. However, the lingering effects of drowsiness prevented him from catching the golden snitch promptly during the game. Snape, acting as the referee, displayed blatant bias, causing Gryffindor's team to fall behind in points. Furthermore, Hufflepuff seeker Cedric ultimately seized the snitch, dashing Harry and his team's hopes for the Quidditch Cup. Even though he knew from Dumbledore that Snape was protecting him, it did not stop Snape from becoming the person he detested most. Tivier, however, looked at him solemnly. Harry, unless you have seen into his heart, do not judge a person, for such perceptions are often one-sided. Harry blinked in confusion, but Tivier had no interest in explaining further. Instead, he turned his gaze to Neville, who had been silent for some time. You three go back first. I have something to discuss with Neville. Only Hermione, with her keen perception, sensed Neville's unease immediately. Ron and Harry, about to ask questions, were pulled away by Hermione. Let's take a walk in the corridor. Though evening is approaching, the sunlight is still quite pleasant, Tivier suggested. Neville followed silently behind. Students, whether taking exams or preparing for them, rarely loitered in the corridors, so their conversation remained undisturbed. After a while, perhaps emboldened by the sun, Neville murmured, Professor, am I useless? I can't even undo a leglocker curse. The leglocker curse is no simple magic. You must admit Malfoy has a knack for it, but that doesn't mean your talent is lacking. Take this exam for instance, your results have pleased me greatly. Neville, however, kept his head down, muttering his shortcomings. But I always forget things, and my spell casting isn't smooth. Tivier suddenly halted and turned to face Neville, causing the boy to nearly bump into him. I mean it, your grades are excellent. Neville's round face flushed instantly, his mouth agape with surprise, yet he found no words. Your issues are not your fault, nor are they insurmountable, unless you lack the courage to overcome them. His expression suddenly contorted with struggle. I just don't want to waste your time, Professor. Harry and Malfoy are so talented, Hermione is so brilliant, and Ron improved far more than I did after just a month of private lessons. I'm the only one who keeps letting your teachings down. I feel that if you chose other students you might demonstrate even greater abilities. Having finally voiced the thoughts he had been holding inside, Neville let out a sigh of relief. Though he longed to continue learning under the professor, his poor talent might tarnish the professor's teaching reputation. Such an excellent professor truly should not waste his time on him. Tivier shook his head helplessly. He could hardly tell Neville outright that his soul was worth studying. Moreover, during his brief previous examination, he had perceived the will threads of magic from Neville, which had helped him locate Helga in the Forbidden Forest. For this alone, he was willing to tutor Neville for 7 years. Furthermore, he had yet to fully understand Neville's condition. He had a premonition that Neville held the key to his comprehension of the soul. Look into my eyes. Tivier's voice was as cold as Snape's, startling Neville into looking up immediately. A faint glimmer flashed in Tivier's eyes, and Neville felt his memories surging before him. Pushed into the Black Lake dock by a relative nearly drowning, he at 8 years old dangled headfirst from an upstairs window, dropped again, but this time, he bounced, flew across the garden, and landed on the road, at the age of 1, witnessing an intruder break into his home. But the rest was missing, likely the part erased by the memory charm. Tivier ceased his legitimacy. Yet this still did not explain how a missing fragment of memory could affect one's spellcasting. Neville's memories seemed to have a small gap, but that gap was not linked to his spellcasting. Logically, even forgetfulness should not cause such sluggishness in his spellcasting. Unless this small gap influenced his soul. Tivier quickly suppressed a gleeful smile. Though eager to verify his theory, he still needed to thank Neville for his invaluable contribution. "Do you see?" he asked, crouching before Neville with a gentle smile. "You are a true wizard, but certain things are hindering you, waiting for you to overcome them." "But what are those things?" Neville asked in confusion. "That is what we must work on together," Tivier encouraged. "Do not give up easily. Stand up and face it bravely. This school year is over, but that's fine. Starting next year, I will be here to help you. Or do you not wish to change?" "Of course I do." Neville's eyes reddened, but he forced back his tears. "I will not let you down." "Good. Go back now, prepare well for your final exams. I look forward to the next semester. No matter how difficult the exam may be, there will always be an end." After the last History of Magic exam for the 7th grade this academic year finally came to a close, Professor McGonagall, having received her grades early, quietly informed Tivier, with barely suppressed excitement, that this year's defense against the dark arts results were better than ever, especially the O. The scores for W, L, and N, E, W, T. If it followed the previous year's trends, then O and E would allow him to attend advanced classes in O, W, L. So he needed to mentally prepare for a significant increase in class sizes. However, Tivier merely responded absently with a few words. At the Endofire banquet, Dumbledore unsurprisingly awarded extra points for the trio's performance, indirectly confirming Ron's boastful words. Thus, although Gryffindor did not win the Quidditch Cup, they still surpassed Slytherin and lifted the House Cup. Before the students left the school, Tivier assigned summer homework with students who performed poorly in theoretical scores, receiving a heavier workload. After that, Tivier vanished from the students' sight, and no one saw him again until they boarded the train. If it weren't for the prior knowledge that he would still be a professor the next academic year, the students might have already begun protesting. Knockturn Alley. This is another magical commercial area adjacent to Diagon Alley. Unlike Diagon Alley, the wizards walking here habitually wear hoods, trying to conceal their identities as much as possible. However, it cannot be said that everyone inside is a dark wizard. Sometimes, ordinary wizards with special needs also appear here, but most of what is sold are items related to dark magic. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic has not sought to eradicate such a dark place, which exists in a gray area between light and dark. Calicatus Bach considers himself the best here, so most people refer to him as Mr. Bach. He believed he was well acquainted with the secrets of Knockturn Alley and held many sources of information within the wizarding world. Until early July, a mysterious guest arrived at the shop. This was a handsome, suave man. The exquisitely tailored but not ostentatious suit seemed to be a perfect match for his demeanor. However, Mr. Bach had never seen such a prominent figure before, especially one so conspicuously proud of his appearance in Knockturn Alley. This man was, of course, Tivier. However, his appearance had been altered by transfiguration, gradually resembling a younger Dumbledore. This was a look he had accidentally caught a glimpse of during one of his sudden appearances in the headmaster's office while the old man was frantically packing. He initially intended to transform into a nearby teacher whose height would have been closer to Tiwell's, but considering that the younger Grindelwald was far more striking than the younger Dumbledore, he had to abandon that idea to avoid trouble. Mr. Bach. Tiwell surveyed the dimly lit shop. It seemed that to enhance the mysterious aura, the shops in Knockturn Alley were quite stingy with lighting. "Greetings, esteemed guest. I am the owner of this store, Calicatus Bach. You can call me Bach." Bach approached respectfully, speaking in an oily tone. Only those who are either reckless or have some backing dare to act so boldly in Knockturn Alley, which signifies that business is on the way. Tiwell, however, shot a strange glance at his hair, which was greasy enough to rival Snape's, perhaps even more so. Bach unbotheredly brushed back the greasy strands of hair, falling over his face. "Does this esteemed guest have any needs? We possess various props that can meet your requirements. You won't find another shop like this in Knockturn Alley." Tiwell casually scanned the items in the store: glass eyeballs, grotesque masks, human bones, and other inappropriate props. Bach was not lying. This was indeed the shop with the most dark magical items, and the warehouse hid many even stranger things. However, for him, such dark magical props had already failed to pique his interest for research. So he directly stated his purpose. "I heard the house next door is also your property, and name your price, I want to buy it." Indeed, he needed a house away from Dumbledore and his family to conduct his research on Horcruxes. The aura carried by Horcruxes was far too sinister, and if he studied them deeply, Dumbledore and his family would easily notice. Therefore, he could only search for such a house in Knockturn Alley. Unfortunately, as one of the rare commercial districts in the magical world, there were few properties in Nocturne Alley that satisfied him. The only one he found appealing was the house next to Bach's shop. It was perfectly normal for evil auras to emanate from near Bach's shop. Bach blinked in confusion. Could you say that again? I didn't quite catch that. I want to buy the house next door? Duell succinctly repeated. Bach raised his hand in surprise, and then lowered it, repeating several times before speaking, May I ask why you want to buy the house? You may not. Duell looked into Bach's eyes, and a hint of confusion instantly appeared in Bach's gaze. But after just a second the sound of glass shattering came from Bach, and the look of confusion was immediately dispelled. Esteemed guest, Bach directly drew his wand, and held a phoenix feather in his left hand. State your intentions, or I will notify the Ministry of Magic. As the most well-known figure in Nocturne Alley, many dark wizards regarded Bach as a target for plunder. However, he had managed to live this long, due to his superb magical skills and various magical items. Nevertheless, Duell had no intention of causing a stir. He merely wanted to resolve the matter quickly. Calm down, he said, spreading his hands nonchalantly. I merely wish to buy a house. Of course, if you still have that item you used earlier, I would like that as well. Bach did not lower his wand, but relaxed his tense muscles. His left hand returned the feather to his pocket, while feeling around for something. Are you referring to this? He pulled out a diamond-shaped crystal, albeit one covered in cracks. This is an item that prevents the soul from being disturbed. Upon seeing the thoroughly shattered crystal, his heart sank again. Just a simple confundus charm could provoke such a violent reaction from the crystal. To note, this protective crystal could withstand the soul-snatching curse. More critically, this esteemed guest had used wandless and soundless magic. He suddenly realized that holding his wand was somewhat foolish. With this person's strength, unless he had 100 such crystals, he was merely putting up a futile resistance. He quickly lowered his wand, bent down, and spoke in an even more respectful, oily tone. Such crystals are few in number. I can give you one, but do you really insist on buying the house next door? Bach's voice sounded somewhat pitiful. He truly did not want to be neighbors with such a figure. Although he would sometimes receive some invisible protection once this individual was angered, the most dangerous one would be him. Duell found it somewhat puzzling, blinking his bright blue eyes, thinking he was worried about the price. My goal is the house. I rest assured, as long as the price is reasonable, I can produce the galleons right now. As he spoke, a large bag of coins floated out of his pocket, pounding on Bach's heart like the whispers of a demon. Bach cast a sidelong glance at that bag of galleons. After a battle between heaven and earth within himself, he gritted his teeth, deciding to sell the house. At worst, he would just need to ensure ample protective measures. All right, I can sell it to you. He simply could not muster the courage to say no to such money and power. In the waning days of July, Borgin sat expressionless, sensing the tremors of the soul emanating from the neighboring house. Ever since he sold that property, aside from the first few days, such tremors had occurred at least thrice daily. Even a squib would recognize the wrongness of these vibrations from the feedback of the soul, let alone him, a profound scholar of the dark arts. Moreover, being the closest neighbor, this aura often drove away potential customers. The Ministry of Magic was currently raiding dark magical artifacts, a time when he could have profited immensely, yet his income had dwindled by 30% because of this nuisance. Regretting the sale for the umpteenth time, Borgin ran a hand through his hair and slumped behind the counter. In the days preceding his move into this house, Tivier had been pondering the inspiration Neville had left him. From Neville's condition, he realized that the connections within a soul were far more intricate than he had imagined. Neville's memory loss had impaired his will to cast spells. By analogy, could the will be linked to an entire segment of the soul? This thought suddenly connected to Voldemort's Horcruxes. If Neville's memory had been chopped away, creating a void, then what he intended to do to Voldemort was akin to placing a lock upon his soul. And this lock was forged from Voldemort's own will. Studying Neville felt to Tivier like browsing a treasure trove. Each visit yielded new discoveries. Neville was truly his treasure boy. It was from this understanding that Tivier commenced his formal research into Horcruxes. Horcrux Research Diary. Second trial mastery over the flame was achieved, capable of both searing the soul and preserving it from excessive damage. Preposterous. Voldemort continued his foul-mouthed tirade, with the diadem spectating and joining the clamor. Extinguished. 10th trial nonsense. Voldemort spat another curse. Successfully channeled the Philosopher's Stone's life force onto the soul, though it nearly burst that sliver of soul. Well, it did burst. The diadem grew more silent, only murmuring when fragments were destroyed, as if accustomed to the pain of soul severance. Crushed flat. 20th trial, more perfect than ever. Life force and soul fragment fused seamlessly, forming a miniature Voldemort entity. Yet his mouth grew fouler. Even the diadem knew to remain silent, but this mere remnant dared to rail and resist. When I am resurrected. Snuffed out. 50th trial, splendid, truly splendid. By merging understanding of will, the shield of fire successfully combined soul power with the unbreakable vow enabling soul contracts. However, the Horcrux soul was too fragmented, and a mere sliver could not bear the oath's power. The diadem grew increasingly silent. Was it secretly plotting rebellion? Strangled. 99th trial. At last the Shield of Fire's power was under perfect control. It was the first time since learning it that he had mastered it to such a degree. He was likely not far behind his teacher. The remnant soul had fallen silent, staring at him with a strange expression. What was it up to? Why did it look so humiliated? Crushed. 100th trial. After 99 attempts, Tivier had fully mastered applying the Shield of Fire to souls. So he turned his attention to the diadem. After so many soul extractions, the Voldemort within the Horcrux was on the brink of death. Fortunately, with the Philosopher's Stone, he infused the diadem with life force to prevent its collapse. Now the diadem, like the ring, was a composite of a broken soul and life force. Further extraction would shatter its consciousness, making a vow impossible. He picked up the diadem with interest, and blue-purple flames erupted from his hand, casting an eerie light upon his gentle face. The flames gradually enveloped every inch of the diadem, transforming it into a ring of fire. The searing flame tormented the soul within, emitting wisps of black mist that were incinerated before they could escape. Feeling the agony, the once silent soul let out piercing screams that quickly faded, their curses indistinct to Tivier. "You bastard, why didn't you ask?" "If I agree." With the last wisp of black mist extinguished, the diadem fell silent and returned to its former lustrous state. What was Voldemort shouting at the end? Tivier wondered for a second. Oh well, he wouldn't have agreed anyway. Annihilated and done with. Bastard. The ring cursed in empathy. You should have told him what you intended. An unexplained contract like that, no one could agree to it. The ring had witnessed the diadem's ordeal clearly. Even he had never endured such research. He felt immense relief at having come to Tivier's side before the diadem. Yet he felt no sorrow for the diadem's demise. For Tivier's words made it clear he only needed one Voldemort soul. With the diadem's soul dead, the only remaining useful piece was the ring itself. Tivier pondered the diadem's final struggle. Perhaps he had made a mistake. But it didn't matter. He had never intended to keep the diadem's soul. Unlike the ring which had stayed by his side, the diadem was a purer Voldemort, ignorant of his plans. The ring, though still Voldemort's soul, was fused with Tivier's will and life force. It was far more malleable. "Since that's the case," Tivier said, picking up the ring as blue-purple flames reignited, "will you pledge your loyalty to me?" Yes, the ring answered hastily. "I am more than willing. I've been waiting for this very moment." As he swore fealty, the blue-purple flames seemed absorbed, instantly melding into the ring. Within the invisible Horcrux, the flame poured over Voldemort like water, not causing pain, but merging with the soul, leaving a mark. A mark of eternal loyalty. Voldemort laughed carelessly. "Since the contract is sealed, can you now create a body for me?" "Of course." Tivier produced the Philosopher's Stone with enthusiasm. Its abundant magic remained unchanged despite recent use, like a perpetual motion machine providing endless life force. But this time he didn't need to act. Just placing the stone beside the ring allowed Voldemort to absorb its life force. A refreshing sensation enveloped Tivier, brightening the room. As life force shaped the form, a semi-corporeal body appeared before him. The face was slightly older than Tivier's, exuding a sinister charm. Fortunately, he was handsome, avoiding greasiness, making the demeanor seem naturally his. Just then Tivier produced a green glowing crystal and inserted it into Voldemort's heart. "What are you doing?" Voldemort asked in surprise. "Nothing much. Just a little device to destroy you if you disobey." Tivier raised an eyebrow at Voldemort triumphantly. He knew the contract ensured loyalty, but sabotage and loyalty were not mutually exclusive. As the Dark Lord, Voldemort had hundreds of ways to feign compliance or accidentally reveal plans. Deceiving the soul was an art both he and Voldemort mastered. So he embedded a crystal containing lethal magic into Voldemort's body. With a mere thought, he could destroy Voldemort's soul. With this dual safeguard, he dared to truly command the Dark Lord. Soon Voldemort sensed what was inside his own body. How could he not be familiar with it? The killing curse. "You used my own method against me." He pointed at Tivier in fury. Tivier let out an eh and moved his finger aside. "It's just a small trick. As long as you don't do anything peculiar, this crystal will have no effect on you. But now, should I call you Voldemort or Tom Riddle?" Voldemort's face flickered with uncertainty. His hidden intentions were fully seen through by Tivier, yet he knew this was not the time to confront him. After some thought, he said helplessly, "Call me whatever you like. I'm under your control now anyway." There was a hint of resentment in his tone. Tivier looked at him oddly and averted his gaze. "Then I can't very well call you Voldemort in front of everyone, can I? That would frighten half the wizarding world. And I can't just call you Riddle either, as some Death Eaters know your true name well." He pondered for a moment. "But few know your middle name, Marvolo. So let's change it a bit and call you Malvolio." "Malvolio Foley. How does that name sound?" "Whatever." Malvolio shrugged indifferently, adopting a lazy demeanor to resist Tuel's control. But Tuel had no more patience for his petulance. He checked the time. It was already 8:30 in the evening. "Stay here and slowly get used to this body. Remember, don't try to escape." He had arranged with Dumbledore to interview Lockhart at 9 tonight, if he had time. Now that the Horcrux issue was resolved, he had the chance to see the demeanor of this best-selling author. Soon he was back at Hogwarts. Without the chattering students, the castle was eerily quiet under the night sky. However, another troublemaker refused to stay silent. Peeves, if you swing that sword at the armor one more time, I'll tell the Bloody Baron about your antics. Filch chased after Peeves, but his pace was far slower than the spectral prankster. Don't worry, let me handle it. A man dressed like a peacock suddenly stepped forward. Lockhart twirled his wand in an elaborate flourish, but clearly neither the man nor the ghost paid any attention to his movements. Seeming accustomed to such awkwardness and disregard, he cleared his throat and raised his wand in a textbook pose. Petrificus totalis. After a moment of silence, Peeves grimaced at the strange man. Where did you pop up from? Whoever you are, honestly, you're even worse than that old git Filch, haha. Peeves hoisted the massive sword far larger than its own body and hurled it at Lockhart. Lockhart was terrified out of his wits, frozen in place with his mouth agape, as if struck by his own spell. Even Peeves was startled. It was the first time he had seen someone too petrified to dodge a flying sword. Though the school allowed him to cause mischief in the castle, he never actually intended to harm anyone, or Dumbledore would find a way to lock him up. But before he could retrieve it, the sword halted midair. A slender hand gently grasped the hilt while the other wiped away the scratch Peeves had made. Professor Foley, Filch panted as he caught up. Why are you back at the school at this hour? I'm not questioning you, it's just... He fumbled for words, but Tuel simply placed the sword in his hands. I'm here to interview the new professor. Tuel turned to Lockhart, who had just regained his composure. I trust you are ready, Mr. Lockhart. But he no longer held any expectations for this interview. In truth, Lockhart's paralysis had been caused by his own spell. He wanted to test the mettle of this internationally renowned wizard. The result was obvious. Tuel suspected Lockhart hadn't even sensed the magical fluctuation he had just cast. The sole consolation was that this honorary member of the Anti-Dark Magic League carried no items to detect or resist dark magic. Lockhart suddenly burst into laughter and clapped Tuel on the shoulder. I was just thinking of a way to deal with that sword when you stepped in. Youngsters are certainly quick, but if you had used a more clever method. Seeing Tuel smile, he faltered. Yes, I was just about to go for the interview. Let's go. Did the headmaster send you to fetch me? Something like that, Tuel thought to himself. He'll take you up. As for you, Peeves, don't do anything harmful again. Before leaving, he cast a glance at the now deferential Peeves. As you command, Professor. Peeves saluted until Tuel and Lockhart vanished from sight. Never thought I'd see the day, Filch sneered. But Peeves rolled his tiny eyes, snatched the sword from Filch's arms, and soared into the air again, brandishing it. The professor said not to hurt people, not to hurt armor, haha. Tuel was oblivious to Peeves' renewed mischief. He had enough on his mind. I heard that man say you're a professor. But you're so young, just graduated. Which house were you in? Have you heard of my exploits at school? I was once. I did graduate a year ago, but not from Hogwarts, from Durmstrang. Tuel turned to Lockhart with a sinister grin, finally silencing his boasts of great achievements. Cockroach cluster. Tuel spoke the password to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore had specifically told him the password, so he could bring Lockhart in. These candies are rather amusing, Lockhart's habit returned after a moment of silence. But I think they could be more realistic. Like the swarm of fake rats I created in London, which saved an entire block from trouble. Tuel deeply regretted participating in this interview. He threw open the door to the headmaster's office. Headmaster, I've brought Lockhart. He looked around the empty office in confusion. Where is Headmaster Dumbledore? A portrait on the wall answered him. Armando Dippet, the former headmaster. A child cast magic outside school and received a warning from the ministry. That doesn't warrant Dumbledore's personal intervention, does it? It was said that every year young wizards accidentally broke this rule, but no student had ever been expelled for underage magic, especially since Dumbledore became headmaster. That's not for you to worry about. Albus said you can conduct Lockhart's interview yourself. If he doesn't pass, you'll be teaching all the classes alone next year. Can I say no? Tea or pumpkin juice? Tevier casually sat in Dumbledore's chair, completely disregarding the displeased gaze of the Phoenix Fox. Lockhart, however, was captivated by the Phoenix. Ah, this is a Phoenix, of course, that's quite obvious. He revealed a self-satisfied smile. I once saw a phoenix in Egypt. It was in a weakened state, but with my help I successfully assisted it in its rebirth. For details you can refer to my book The Split with the Female Ghost, specifically Chapter 3. Even without your help the phoenix could have reborn itself. Tevier coldly commanded the teacup to fill with tea and fly to his front, repeatedly bumping against his head. Lockhart sensed Teville's annoyance with his lengthy speech and awkwardly chuckled. The teacup in the principal's office is quite interesting. After taking a sip from the cup, the atmosphere here finally loosened up. Tevier didn't know why, but he usually had enough patience even for the most obtuse students. Yet when faced with Lockhart, he lost all interest in speaking. Why don't you introduce yourself first? He said helplessly as the interview had to go on. However, the next moment he immediately regretted it. The term self-introduction seemed to trigger some mechanism within Lockhart. As soon as he finished speaking, Lockhart flashed a smile, revealing 8 teeth exactly like the one Tevier had seen in the newspaper, without even a hint of gums showing. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, a 3rd-level medalist of the Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and a 5-time winner of the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. But I don't flaunt that I'm not just a ghostbuster who relies on a smile. Then what do you rely on? Tevil asked curiously. Lockhart's smile froze for a second, but being skilled in his business, he quickly recovered. Of course I rely on my powerful magic. All right, Tevil said non-committally, then how do you plan to arrange the dark arts defense classes? Lockhart was evidently prepared for this, confidently clearing his throat twice. When teaching students, of course, I will show them some marvelous magic primarily aimed at dealing with magical creatures, as well as countering offensive spells, etc. For example, I plan to bring some evil creatures to the classroom, allowing students to encounter powerful opponents they have never seen before, and then stylishly help them. No, stylishly teach them how to deal with them. To be honest, I've heard many rumors about dark arts defense, and I've experienced some myself. I know students haven't had a good professor in this class, but rest assured. Just a reminder, I was in charge of this class last year, Tevil said, coldly looking at Lockhart, and I will continue to teach the students. Ah, what a coincidence, haha. He chuckled awkwardly for a moment. This is the first time I've heard of a professor teaching this class for 2 years. But in that case, do we still need to hire a new professor for this course? Of course, you and I will share the teaching responsibilities for the students, and the specific content will depend on your performance in this interview. Lockhart, however, pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. Although the identity of a Durmstrang graduate made him somewhat apprehensive, Tevil's youthful appearance made him look like a freshly graduated student in his eyes. Thus, he was quite unhappy with Tevil's dominant role in this class. I'm not questioning your abilities, but I hope you can respect me, a recipient of the Order of Merlin. Constantly flaunting honors will only make people think you are useless in everything else. When Dumbledore returned, he was surprised to find only Tevil in the principal's office, staring blankly into the eyes of Fawkes the Phoenix. Where's Lockhart? He said he had a signing event to prepare for, so he left first. After some thought, Tevil still gave a bit of face to the fleeing Lockhart. He helplessly teased Fawkes, but the Phoenix turned its head away unimpressed. You need to spend more time with him, Dumbledore said, stroking the Phoenix's head. So you finished interviewing Lockhart. Tevil recalled the 20 minutes that could only be described as torture. Most of it was Lockhart bragging about his various achievements, only giving vague answers to questions, then redirecting to the content in his books. If the test is about memory, then Mr. Lockhart is indeed quite good, as he could clearly remember every detail from every book he wrote. But the problem is Tevil now had serious doubts about whether he could even handle tasks like distributing test papers or explaining exercises. But at least he was a proactive person, which is better than handling 7 grades all by himself. If you consider that an interview, then it's over. What's your evaluation? Dumbledore asked curiously. In some ways he's less useful than my dummy. Tevil's mouth twitched. Oh, Dumbledore said, intrigued. Then what level do you think your dummy reaches? He knew about Tevil's dummy, especially when Snape complained about the dummy's power during the theft of the Philosopher's Stone. Tevil thought for a moment about the dummy that only repeated words, and Lockhart, who also reiterated the contents of the book uncertainly, said probably not even half. That's still not bad. Dumbledore said with satisfaction. Lockhart is the only one this year who actively applied to be the dark arts defense professor. Perhaps he regards this profession as part of his adventurous career to write a book about it a year later. That would be good. Hopefully I can have a good reputation in his new book to salvage my precarious reputation. Dumbledore leisurely poured himself a cup of tea. But I guess you don't want to leave a gossipy image in his book, right? Tevil thought to himself that it would be difficult for him to write me, and even if he wanted to. What do you mean? I'm gossipy. It's Snape, you know him well, right? He often complains to me that you joke about his past. Joke? Tevil didn't believe Snape would use such a friendly term. It was probably a threat. But why did Snape act like a child who had been bullied then, when to find a parent? Tevil couldn't help but laugh. My mother indeed mentioned quite a bit about their grievances, and I believe that not only my mother, but also some classmates from that generation know about these matters to some extent. But at least in this generation, no student knows about these things, so it's best to spread less about Snape in school, Dumbledore reminded. Of course, Tevil said, if there's nothing else, can I go back now? At home there was still a Dark Lord, and he couldn't guarantee that Malfoy would behave. Dumbledore called out to Tevil, who was about to walk out the door. I've arranged your requests. Will you come by to take a look when the time comes? He pondered for a moment. No, I'd rather save my anticipation for the end of the summer break. When Twelve returned to Diagon Alley, the room was as expected thoroughly ransacked by Malvolio. He stood with his back to Twelve, arrogantly planted in the center of the room, his arms outstretched, as the magic swirling around him seemed almost tangible. I told you to adapt to the body, not to redecorate the room. Twelve grumbled as he waved his wand, restoring the chairs and bookshelves to their original state. Though these items were worthless, and this was merely a temporary dwelling, the chaos made it uninhabitable. Twelve was startled to find that one chair could not be restored. The broken edges were charred black, still emitting wisps of dark smoke. How long was I gone? You're already capable of using dark magic of this magnitude. Malvolio finally turned around, his face brimming with pride. He gave a slight bow, executing an impeccable gesture of courtesy. Mr. Fleur, the dark magic I can wield goes far beyond this. Twelve savored those words and halted, his wand waving. So you're quite bold, are you? You may test me. Malvolio eagerly stirred the magic within him, his eyes narrowing to conceal the ferocity of his gaze, as his crimson tongue slithered across his lips like a serpent. True to Voldemort's nature, even with heavy restrictions, his inner arrogance could not be diminished. Barely 2 hours after adapting to his new body, he dared to challenge Twell. If Twell failed to suppress him, he would likely face half-hearted efforts in the future. With this in mind, Twell returned his wand to his robes to ensure fairness. Very well, then let me see how formidable the resurrected Dark Lord truly is. He offered an equally refined bow. After the formalities, neither launched an immediate attack. Instead, they studied each other, until a faint feline cry drifted in from outside the window. Crucio. Malvolio struck first with an unforgivable curse. Bound by the contract, he could not use the killing curse, but the Cruciatus curse remained an option, he thought smugly. Yet Twell waved his hand, conjuring a faint barrier before him that rippled without allowing the Cruciatus curse to affect him. Then with a flick he sent 3 red beams of light hurtling toward his opponent on divergent trajectories. But that was not all. The unrepaired chair transformed into several ferocious wolves that lunged forward, claws bared. Before they could pounce, a python burst from the floorboards, devouring each wolf in turn and blocking the 3 spells with half of its body. The remaining half twisted its head, only to be shattered by Twell's next attack. Boom. Crack. As the smoke cleared, both the python and Malvolio had vanished. Twell spun around and cast a powerful shield charm. A second later, crimson flames climbed the golden membrane. You're quite ruthless, resorting to fiend fire. No sooner had the words left his lips than the red flames were engulfed by an even fiercer blaze of blue and purple. With a thunderous roar, a ring of fire formed around Twell. The ring seemed to come alive, extending fiery tendrils that lashed at every spot where Malvolio operat. Thud. The fiery tendrils were neither scorching hot nor forceful. They left only black scorch marks on the wooden furniture. Yet Malvolio sensed through a touch upon his very soul that if even a single finger were struck, his soul would suffer grievous harm. Hey, who's the ruthless one here? The ring of fire expanded, sprouting more and more tendrils until he had nowhere to land. Trapped in the last untouched corner of the room, he waved his hands frantically and shouted, I yield, I yield. This is too much. Long since retired to bed, Mr. Borgin propped his head on his hand, wearily listening to the incessant crashing and occasional tremors from next door. Thump. Dust fell from the ceiling, landing squarely on his head. A creak sounded and a sudden foreboding washed over him. Crack, bang. The bed beneath him collapsed. Furious, Mr. Borgin snatched his wand from the nightstand and gave it a flick. The bed was restored. At least the commotion had ceased, he consoled himself. Finally, he could enjoy a good night's sleep, as the tremors of his soul had also stopped. To savor this rare tranquility, he lingered in bed a little longer. Thus Mr. Borgin rose a bit later than usual the next day. When he opened his shop, an impatient customer was already waiting outside. My apologies for the delayed opening today, he said, bowing as he unlocked the door. Please come in, sir. But as he looked at the man's face, a flicker of familiarity crossed his mind. Mr. Borgin pondered for a moment, but could not recall where he had seen such a figure. Like the Mr. Percival he had met before, this customer made no effort to conceal himself and was even more arrogant. With a trace of crimson in his eyes, Malvolio cast a contemptuous glance over the shop's wares. What may I assist you with, sir? Borgin asked deferentially. Yet Malvolio's haughty demeanor remained unchanged. Crystals. I need all the crystals you have, along with the crafting techniques. Borgin lowered his head, his face hidden and unreadable. I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. I have many crystals here. I mean the crystals that protect the soul. Malvolio cut him off rudely. I know you have more, and I know how they're made. Hand them over, or I'll tear your soul out and grind every secret from it, he threatened, leaning close to Borgin's ear. As a being composed of soul and life force, if one were to cut open his body, they would find it hollow, devoid of ordinary organs. Consequently, his resistance to magic was exceedingly weak. Virtually any spell could affect his soul. As one who pursued power, though few could strike him with magic, he could not tolerate such a flaw in himself. To compensate, he urgently needed the protective power of crystals. Suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder. Calm down, Malvolio, Twell said, restraining him with a hint of exasperation. Mr. Borgin hasn't said no. Having noticed Malvolio's absence early that morning, Twell sensed trouble. Fortunately, Borgin had opened late, otherwise the newly purchased house would have been unlivable. Mr. Percival, Borgin swallowed hard. The crystals are truly gone. The crafting is too difficult. The one you took was the last. Twell said nothing, but reached into his pocket. Wait. Borgin hastily grabbed Twell's hand, forcing a wry smile. Crafting takes time. 1 month. In 1 month, I'll give you one for free. How about this? In a month, I'll return the house to you, and the money for the house can count as payment for the crystal. But I want at least one within a week. You won't cheat me, will you? Twell withdrew his hand and patted Borgin's shoulder amicably. These crystals required exceptional skill, and only an alchemist deeply versed in the soul could craft them. Currently, only Borgin possessed the expertise. Thus spending a bit more was acceptable. Just as he had befriended devises and bands cultivating useful talents always yielded benefits. Borgin's eyes lit up. The price of the house was substantial. Even if it were exchanged for 5 crystals, he would still profit. How could I cheat you? You'll definitely receive 1 crystal by then, and at the end of the month, 3 additional ones. Twell nodded in satisfaction and pulled the disgruntled Malvolio away. Before leaving, Malvolio shot Borgin a venomous glare, holding up 5 fingers behind his back. Over the following week, save for occasional visits home, Twell spent his time in Nocturne Alley studying the artifacts in his possession. The diadem, the Philosopher's Stone, and the ring bearing the Resurrection Stone. Each a renowned treasure in the wizarding world, any one of which could be sold to amass a fortune capable of transforming the Weasley circumstances. In his eyes, however, their research value outweighed mere monetary gain. Yet after a week of investigation with Malvolio, they remained baffled. First the diadem. Twell once again attempted to place it upon his head. Fairy tales are all lies. 10 minutes later, he tossed the diadem onto the table in frustration, only for Malvolio to catch it from across the room. If this diadem truly held any power, my original self would never have chosen to make it into a Horcrux, he remarked mockingly. With a mind like yours, turning a priceless artifact into a Horcrux would hardly be surprising, Twell retorted. Given Voldemort's nature, it was entirely plausible that he had transformed a diadem with unique magical properties into a Horcrux. Hey, don't conflate us, Malvolio said, tossing the diadem back to Twell. That was Tom Riddle's doing. What does it have to do with me? Twell shot him an exasperated glare, running his fingers over the now pristine diadem. Time had left no mark upon it. With the soul fragment gone, the crown gleamed as brilliantly as it must have a millennium ago. Of course, he had no way of knowing if it truly looked the same back then. The inscription beneath the diadem remained clear. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. To put it bluntly, every Ravenclaw student knew that motto, yet he still had no idea how to use it. If you can't figure it out, just give up, Malvolio said, picking up the Philosopher's Stone and toying with it. Why not study this stone instead? At least its magical energy is tangible. He grabbed a small iron spoon from the table and carefully placed the Philosopher's Stone on one end. Twell couldn't help but laugh. So have you actually discovered anything? You can't even channel the life force within it. Malvolio's face flushed with embarrassment. Mimicking Twell, he tossed the Philosopher's Stone onto the table where it clinked against the diadem he had set down. In that very motion, a slender thread of life force connected to the diadem, emitting a faint ripple of magical energy. The ripple was as subtle as a spring breeze, but both Twell and Malvolio were no ordinary wizards. Their attention instantly locked onto the diadem. It's absorbing life force, but there's still no magical feedback, Malvolio observed after a moment, frowning. In truth, not only was the diadem devoid of magical feedback, the absorbed life force seemed to vanish as well, as if the surge they had sensed was merely an illusion. The diadem remained unchanged. At least this is some kind of change, better than having no leads at all, Twell said. I recall the diadem was placed with the Philosopher's Stone before. Why is this happening only now? That depends on you. What did you just do? Malvolio paused, replaying his actions. I simply channeled a bit of life force from the Philosopher's Stone, just like when I shaped my body, only this time not for absorption. So was the diadem also absorbing life force in order to resurrect? Could the spirit dwelling within be that of Rowena Ravenclaw? Twell was startled by his own conjecture. Malvolio too realized the implication, but as the only known wizard who had created a Horcrux, he immediately dismissed the possibility. If a soul truly resided within it, my departed brother would have known. And you may not understand what it's like to inhabit a Horcrux. It grants complete dominion over the object, every inch perceptible, with no blind spots. Twell came to his senses, realizing he had been foolish. The diadem could not be Ravenclaw's Horcrux, otherwise he would have discovered it long ago. Moreover, from his interactions with Helga, it was clear the founders disdained such base methods of pursuing immortality. Still, of course I don't know what it feels like to be a Horcrux, nor do I wish to find out, he said, irritably rising to his feet. He swept the items on the table into his wallet, carefully placing the diadem and the Philosopher's Stone into a separate pouch. Hey, that ring was my vessel for so long. Couldn't you be a bit gentler? Malvolio complained. Twell paid him no heed. This resurrected fragment of his soul had become inexplicably sentimental, always trying to burden him with complaints. Let's go. Time to fetch Burke's crystal. As he moved, his facial features gradually shifted, once again taking on the visage of Dumbledore. Having witnessed so much magic by your side, my greatest regret is not having taken transfiguration seriously back then. Twell walked out, remarking, aren't you shaped from life force? Can't you just mold yourself a new face? I'm bound to the soul's form. I can only appear younger or as bald as the diadem. Borgin and Burke's. When they arrived, the shop had only just opened. My apologies, Mr. Percival. I've been a bit sleep-deprived lately, and find myself drowsy these days, Burke said, ushering them in with a broad smile. Through their recent dealings, he had come to realize that Mr. Percival was quite amiable. At least he was willing to pay, and generously. Are you implying we're disturbing your sleep? Malvolio glared at him from behind Twell. Well, Mr. Malvolio was decidedly less friendly. Our previous actions were inappropriate. I hadn't anticipated the protective magic being weakened by the walls. But it won't happen again, Twell said, offering Burke a conciliatory smile. I hold no grudge, Burke said, bowing with flattered humility. Regarding your commission, I have completed it. He swiftly moved to the counter, retrieving a small pouch. Here are 2 crystals. You may inspect them. Before Twell could reach out, Malvolio snatched the pouch and poured the 2 gleaming crystals into his palm. Not bad, he said, sensing their protective properties, his eyes narrowing with satisfaction. Though the defensive strength is a bit lacking. He immediately began muttering with Burke. As for Twell, he was examining the black cabinet before him with keen interest. If his eyes did not deceive him, this was a vanishing cabinet, a device gradually fading from wizarding knowledge. Through specific incantations, it could open a passage connecting 2 locations. But due to its fragility and the prevalence of apparition-vanishing cabinets had become a rarity in the wizarding world. Twell did not understand the principle behind the cabinet, just as he could not fathom why Harry Potter would end up inside one. Is this a broken vanishing cabinet? He asked, pointing at it. Of course, Burke replied, immediately halting his argument with Malvolio and speaking loudly. We don't even know where its matching counterpart is. Sensing the increasingly frantic breathing from within, Twell knocked twice with a mischievous grin. Quite interesting. Would you be willing to sell it? He recalled the film's plot and instantly understood why Harry was there. Burke's jaw dropped in astonishment, but Malvolio spoke for him. Why would you buy that thing? It's neither safe nor convenient. Just a whim, Twell shrugged. If Mr. Borgin ever finds its match, even a broken one, I'd be willing to purchase it. I'll keep an eye out for you, Burke agreed without a second thought. Creak. As they chatted, a handsome, blond man pushed open the door and entered, followed by his son. I didn't expect Mr. Borgin's business to be so thriving today. Lucius Malfoy glanced briefly at Twill and Malvolio, but his eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the latter. Twill was not worried. According to Malvolio, Lucius had only joined his side after 1972. By then his appearance had changed drastically from his youth. He had even lost his hair. Thus Lucius merely found Malvolio's demeanor intriguing before averting his gaze. He nearly called out, my lord, from behind, he thought with relief. Twill had no further interest in staying. It didn't matter if Malfoy failed to recognize him. What mattered was preventing Malvolio from uttering anything inappropriate. I won't disturb you any longer. He'll return at the end of the month. Smiling as he bid Borgin farewell, he dragged Malvolio, who was staring intently at Lucius, out of the shop. I truly don't understand why you're always so courteous to these insignificant beings. Once outside, Malvolio asked irritably, you even apologize to someone like Borgin? Let me offer you a saying, Twill replied calmly. Treat friends with the warmth of spring and enemies with the cruelty of winter. Even if it's just pretense. Malvolio paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. So am I a friend or an enemy? For now I'd say a friend, Twill said, strolling nonchalantly through Knockturn Alley. It depends on what you do in the future. Dark wizards always had to work harder than their pure white counterparts. Though it was still morning, the relatively narrow alley was already crowded with early risers and those who had pulled all-nighters. Twill, dressed in resplendent attires, stood out conspicuously. Even Malvolio looked more like a local wizard. As a friend, I should warn you, we're being watched. Malvolio glared at an elderly witch, locking eyes with her. They've been there for a week, Twill said, still strolling leisurely, turning to the old witch with a smile. Isn't that right, madam? The old witch's stiff eye twitched. She lowered her head silently and ceased following them. How come I didn't know? Malvolio sneered, glancing around without any pretense. Did you really think that cat's meow was a coincidence? Or have you ever seen a stray cat surviving in Knockturn Alley? Malvolio's eyes widened in realization. So it was the magic I used while adapting to my body that attracted them. The two wandered for a while, eventually finding themselves in an increasingly desolate area devoid of shops or pedestrians, save for 3 furtive figures. The group showed no signs of leaving. Instead, aware that their purpose had been exposed, they grew bolder. It seems your kindness has no effect, Malvolio teased. Then he'll leave the cruelty to you. The moment the words left his lips, Twill vanished. In that instant of Malvolio's stunned hesitation, the 3 hooded figures apparat around him, encircling him. They raised their wands, pointing them at Malvolio. Hand over all your valuables, or we'll take them from your corpse, the hooded man in front snarled. Malvolio snapped back to reality and glared angrily at the rooftop of a nearby house. You bastard, you left these minions to me. The 3 dark wizards stared blankly in that direction, seeing no one, then realized he was referring to them. Enraged, they shouted, Avada Kedavra. 3 blinding green flashes erupted. When their vision cleared, Malvolio was nowhere to be seen. As confusion set in, the ground twisted into 3 massive pythons which swallowed them whole. After a cacophony of crunching and screams, the pythons reverted to stone, revealing 3 blood-soaked bodies. Crushed, their bones were nearly all broken, twisted beyond recognition. Twill and Malvolio reappeared nearby, the former grimacing at the sight. That's disgusting. That's what happens without a wand, Malvolio shrugged nonchalantly. It's the most convenient way to handle them quickly and quietly. My. Twill examined one of the corpses, the least mangled. This one's bones are much denser than a normal person's. A half-breed. Some magical creatures could interbreed with humans, producing offspring with traits of both. Hagrid being a prime example. No, Malvolio said, glancing at it. He's a werewolf. When not transformed, aside from fur, bone density is the most distinctive trait. Twill nodded in understanding. Compared to seasoned wizards like Dumbledore and Voldemort, his greatest weakness was a lack of miscellaneous experience. Given time, he could have identified the werewolf, but never as swiftly as Malvolio. He waved his wand, clearing away the remains. In Nocturne Alley, dark wizards disappearing without a trace was commonplace. Seeing Twill's contemplative expression, Malvolio asked, puzzled, "What? You want to save these werewolves?" Twill shook his head. "I just thought of a task for you." "So it took you this long to figure out why you resurrected me, eh?" Malvolio retorted. "I originally intended for you to find Voldemort, but now your mission is to deal with these dark wizards." Huh, Malvolio laughed bitterly. "You might as well make me an Auror." Twill looked at him in surprise. "I actually do want you to become an Auror." Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Malvolio felt Twill was a madman, even crazier than himself. Making the Dark Lord an Auror. Why not make Dumbledore the Dark Lord? Was this the plan of a sane person? Are you insane? Even I can't forge a school transcript or a verifiable identity. Twill smiled and explained. All you need to do is control an Auror take their form, and you can legitimately appear at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement as a glorious Auror. After this explanation, Malvolio saw the possibility, and his restless heart began to stir with excitement. Are you sure today's Aurors are that gullible? That Moody left a deep impression on me. Moody's retired. The Ministry is full of young Aurors now. Besides, Cynthia will transfer an Auror under the guise of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Then the two of you can work together to control that poor soul. Then you can support each other in the Ministry. With your track record against dark wizards, your achievements will far surpass the others. Twill clapped Malvolio's arm excitedly. Plotting to turn a Dark Lord into an Auror, what could be more thrilling? But I can't take Polyjuice Potion. Then over this month I will teach you human transfiguration thoroughly. He handed Malfoy a book on human transformation, and Tevil walked alone towards Diagon Alley. This book was specifically written by the teacher to teach him, and it is the only one of its kind in the magical world. Speaking of which, the most dangerous aspect of transformation magic is human transformation, as it can easily lead to permanent harm if not done carefully. Only someone as bold and meticulous as the teacher would dare to study such a power. However, Malfoy was not worried about the danger. For him, the greatest risk was his lack of ability. With his already impressive transformation skills, he would be able to grasp the essentials of human transformation within a month. After canceling the transformation spell and changing back into his robe, Tevil arrived at Diagon Alley. Immediately, he felt the difference between the two adjacent commercial streets. The sunlight, the liveliness, and the joyful smiles were everywhere. He felt his mood lighten a bit. However, this pleasant feeling was soon shattered. "Customers, please have mercy." A man dressed as a shop assistant shouted, his voice echoing from the bookstore out onto the street. Naturally, this drew the attention of passers-by. Whether muggles or wizards, it is human nature to be curious about the spectacle. After a hard struggle to push through the crowded throng, Tevil finally managed to enter the bookstore. There he saw Lucius Malfoy, whom he had just encountered at Flourish and Blotts, embracing a man in a green robe despite the crowd's objections. Books fell from the shelves, and of course, the Weasley twins, watching the commotion, played a part in this. "Separate them," Tevil commanded, and only then were Lucius and Arthur Weasley forcibly pulled apart. At that moment, Hagrid also walked in, noticing that the two were about to grapple again, and quickly pressed down on both their heads. "All right, let go of them, Hagrid. If you press any harder, they'll suffocate." Tevil watched as a hint of their faces emerged from Hagrid's massive hands, their faces flushed and hands drooping, helplessly, showing no resistance. Only then did Hagrid realize and let go. "Oh, sorry, Arthur." Hagrid patted Mr. Weasley's back a couple of times, seemingly trying to dust him off, but inadvertently inflicted the heaviest injury. "That's enough, Mr. Weasley," halted Hagrid's actions. Seeing this, Mrs. Weasley finally sighed in relief, shot an annoyed glance at her husband, and approached Tevil. "Sir, thank you very much for helping to separate those two. Ooh, I can't believe my husband would behave like this in front of the children." "Professor Flitwick," George suddenly shouted, drawing everyone's attention. "Mom, this is the Professor Flitwick I've been talking about all summer." Fred excitedly ran up to them. "Oh, Mrs. Weasley," gasped, her mouth agape. "You are the children's defense against the dark arts professor. I heard you are very young, but I didn't expect you to be this young. Professor Flitwick is much stronger than he looks." Draco, not wanting to be left out, walked over and said proudly. Lucius also noticed the situation and tried to maintain a calm expression, although his swollen right eye looked a bit comical. "So you're the child from the Flitwick family," he said, extending his hand to Tevil. "Draco has benefited greatly from your care at school." "As a professor at the school, that is my duty," Tevil replied amicably to Lucius. "I heard Draco mention that you wanted to visit my estate this summer." Lucius emphasized the word estate. Indeed, it's certainly much better than living in a pigsty like some parents. It's perfectly normal for you to choose our home. Mr. Weasley, now recovered, felt anger rise within him. If Hagrid hadn't been there to hold him back, he might have lunged again. I just wanted to discuss a few matters with you, Neville said with a simple smile. I suppose young Malfoy has been causing trouble at school, which is why the professor has come for a home visit, Ron remarked unexpectedly. Lucius shot a cold glance at the Weasley family. Draco's affairs are none of your concern. What you should be worried about is how to acquire better textbooks for yourselves. With that, he took out a second-hand textbook belonging to Ginny and rudely shoved it into her cauldron. Then, without giving the Weasley family a chance to retaliate, he grabbed the reluctant Draco and stormed out of the bookstore. You shouldn't mind him, Hagrid comforted the furious Mr. Weasley. Some people are just rotten to the core. The shop assistant wanted to intervene, but after Neville helped smooth out the book's wrinkles and returned it to the shelf, he gave up on the idea. Of course, Hagrid's massive size also played a part. Their group walked conspicuously down the street, and Hermione's parents, the Grangers, followed closely beside, looking at him with both curiosity and concern. Professor, what are you doing here? Are you here for Mr. Lockhart's book signing? Hermione asked excitedly. Neville's smile faltered a bit. I've had that book for a month now. Wow! Hermione exclaimed loudly, disregarding the onlookers in the street. So the professor reads his books too. Fortunately, Harry rescued Neville from his silence. But what's up with that Lockhart? He says he's the defense against the dark arts professor for the next school year and wants us to buy his book. Wait, the professor isn't being replaced by him, right? He exclaimed in shock. Everyone's gaze turned to Neville. Don't worry, next year's classes will be handled by both Professor Lockhart and me. He will mostly be responsible for theoretical knowledge. As for the textbooks being replaced by his works, Lockhart claimed it was for the convenience of teaching, though Neville suspected he simply wanted to sell books. Harry and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hermione, too, despite her admiration for Lockhart, believed that Professor Flitwick was the most capable. So, Professor, what will you be teaching us next year? It seems we don't have any textbooks. You only need your wands, Neville replied with a meaningful smile. Immediately, Harry and the others cheered. They certainly preferred practical courses that were exhausting, yet thrilling, over dull written exams. As he escorted them back to the leaky cauldron, Neville also made sure to answer many questions about the school, and Hermione watching them leave as evening fell. As for Ginny, she seemed to sense something, and paused, turning back to take a look. She saw Neville smiling and waving at her, and she quickly shyly turned her head, scurrying to catch up with her family. What's the matter, Mrs. Weasley asked with concern. Nothing. Just a bit curious about that young professor. Professor Flitwick is a very nice person, Harry said with a smile. You can ask him anything if you have questions. Ginny's face immediately flushed, instantly forgetting her earlier gaze with Neville. Malvolio spent a week observing the Auror known as John Dawlish, meticulously studying his behavioral patterns. Petri ficus totalis. Looking at Cynthia's indifferent expression, Malvolio curled his lips in discontent. Doesn't my nearly invisible attack deserve even a single cheer from you? Cynthia clapped her hands twice as a polite gesture, and then placed a thick stack of Dawlish's files before him. Memorize these, and you can appear openly in the Ministry of Magic. Malvolio took them with keen interest. Impressive academic record, only slightly inferior to mine. This was genuine praise, for Tom Riddle was a legendary prodigy during his time at Hogwarts. To be second only to him was to be a prodigy among prodigies. Personal bodyguard to the minister, he pointed at the document in surprise. Fudge must be laden with detection devices, isn't he? Only occasionally. Elite Aurors have the opportunity to serve as Fudge's guard. Cynthia answered swiftly. I've also tested it. As long as you don't use powerful dark magic or attempt to corrupt his soul, you won't be detected. Malvolio clicked his tongue in admiration as he continued flipping through the documents. Now I understand why Tuil holds you in such high esteem. From just this week's interaction, I can tell you're more capable than any Death Eater under my command. A faint blush finally crept onto Cynthia's face. Clean up here. Remember, you must report to the ministry on September 1st or suspicions will arise. With that, she vanished. Malvolio nonchalantly finished the documents, naturally committing them to memory. So, I am now John Dawlish. As he spoke, his body and features began to shift, becoming more robust, his hair turning into a short gray-white crop. A bit slow, he muttered in dissatisfaction. Soon September 1st, a Monday, and a workday arrived. Malvolio timed his appearance, perfectly stepping into the grand atrium of the Ministry of Magic. It was a resplendent hall. The floor was polished dark wood gleaming, while the peacock blue ceiling was embedded with shimmering golden symbols. Ministry employees and visitors appeared intermittently. Malvolio calmly adjusted his robes and strode through the crowd into the ministry lift. Dawlish greeted a burly, dark-skinned man. Finished with the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Kingsley Shacklebolt. Malvolio recognized him instantly, the most senior Auror in the Auror office. He gave a curt nod, mimicking Dawlish's habit. Yes, Cynthia successfully led us in apprehending that batch of international smugglers. Exchanging familiar greetings with colleagues in the lift, he soon followed Kingsley to the second floor, the Auror office. It was not as glamorous as outsiders imagined, it was merely a maze of cubicles, their partitions adorned with the Auror's personal effects. Returning to his desk, Malvolio glanced up. The bachelor Dawlish, unlike others, had no family photos, only wanted posters of dark wizards. He even spotted a few familiar faces among them. Quite a desolate life, he remarked flatly. Generally, Aurors served as the ministry's law enforcement, investigating crimes involving dark magic and apprehending or detaining dark wizards. And in the wizarding world, dark wizards were never in short supply. So Malvolio had barely settled into his seat when Kingsley arrived with a file followed by several colleagues from other departments. What's happened? Kingsley placed the file before him. According to a witch's account, her 3 companions disappeared a month ago. Malvolio opened the file. Wasn't this witch's description strikingly similar to the one had encountered in Knockturn Alley? He continued, turning the pages, betraying no emotion. Indeed, the so-called companions were the 3 hooded wizards he had disposed of. As for the suspects, naturally they were himself and Tuil. If this occurred in Knockturn Alley, I highly doubt this witch's testimony. Kingsley nodded in agreement. So I need you to investigate her and the 2 suspects. Bring them in if possible. Malvolio felt a flicker of amusement, but maintained a composed expression. He'll head there now. Decisiveness was Dawlish's nature, and Malvolio was no procrastinator himself. Soon accompanied by several colleagues from the magical law enforcement squad, he returned to the dimly lit Knockturn Alley. Having recently lodged at Dawlish's home, returning here felt oddly like coming home. Will the witch still be here? Asked a colleague named Gerald. If she's a dark witch, Knockturn Alley is her lifeline. She won't leave easily unless she has no other choice. Malvolio had spent considerable time here, and knew these dark wizards rarely found safe havens, though once they did, they clung to them. Gerald looked at their conspicuous group, suspecting the well-informed, which would flee before they even found her. So how do we find her? We don't need to find her, as she'll come to us. Malvolio scanned the area. Our blatant presence in the heart of Knockturn Alley. Do you think she won't notice? She's likely watching us from some corner right now. Before he could finish, he instantly appeared beside a stooped old man not far away. Isn't that right, Mrs. Elpata? The old man's eyes widened in shock. It was her first time encountering such a perceptive auror. But with no time to think, she swiftly apparat vanishing from the spot. Opening her eyes, she found herself in a house far from London. Elpata. The 2 remaining companions in the house quickly stood up. What's got you so flustered? Aurors are onto us. The old woman's features gradually reverted to those of a middle-aged woman. I told you not to be clever and use the Aurors. Now we're being targeted. A tall, thin man complained loudly, but the woman beside him gripped her wand tightly and said coldly, enough. Elpata, did you reveal this address? The atmosphere grew tense, and Elpata seemed intimidated by the cold woman. Of course not. I took several detours. The thin man sighed in relief. But the next moment his heart leaped into his throat. Who are you? He stammered, pointing a trembling finger behind Elpata. Me. Malvolio pointed at himself. An auror for now. Pleased to make your acquaintance. He gave a slight bow, the combination of elegant gesture, ferocious grin, and robust physique, creating a bizarre effect. His greeting was answered by a killing curse. Avada Kedavra. With Elpata's motion, her 2 companions also expertly cast the same curse, plunging the room into chaos. But after a blinding flash of light, only Malvolio remained standing in the room. Elpata lay sprawled on the floor, her mouth agape in astonishment. Unfortunately, she would never speak another word. After a moment, Gerald and his colleagues apparat in. Mr. Dawlish, I must say. He stared in shock at the 3 bodies on the floor. Are they? Malvolio raised his wand innocently. They turned on each other when their hideout was exposed. I couldn't stop them before they all ended up on the floor. What about the 2 suspects? You can try getting information from dead men's mouths, or else, well, just have to close the case. Malvolio replied with a smile. A colleague examined Elpata's features and exclaimed in astonishment. If I'm not mistaken, these are a notorious marauding gang. Wow. Gerald also checked, comparing them with the wanted list he always carried. Looks like we've hit the jackpot. The colleague's anxiety turned to joy. Killing criminals without cause was not a good thing in the ministry, but ruthless wanted fugitives were a different story. This was their achievement. Malvolio was momentarily surprised. So being an auror meant not only legal killing, but also earning merits. Why hadn't he discovered such a promising... In the middle of summer vacation, Draco Malfoy woke up excitedly from his soft bed early in the morning with none of the usual laziness of the holidays. After quickly washing up, he pattered down to the living room on the first floor. Dobby, are all the ingredients for lunch ready? Good morning, Master Draco, Dobby said, hastily hiding his bandaged fingers. They've been ready for a while. I'll start preparing them after cooking the master's breakfast. Draco wanted to say to start preparing lunch right away, but his growling stomach couldn't handle a morning without breakfast. All right, but remember, it must be a sumptuous and delicious feast, understand? Just then his mother, Narcissa Malfoy, walked into the living room, yawning while covering her mouth. Draco didn't folly say had come around noon. Malfoy hesitated for a moment before finally finding a good excuse. Well, we need to prepare in advance, Father said. It's a formal meeting with another heir of a pure blood family, so we must take it seriously. After saying this, he nodded solemnly to add credibility to his words. But the problem is, Narcissa pointed at his lower body. Your pants zipper isn't done up. Draco looked down quickly, turned around to zip it up, and when he turned back his face was flushed red. Narcissa sat down at the dining table and patted the seat beside her. Don't be nervous. Come tell me what kind of person this Professor Foley is. Speaking of which, since that minister, the Foley family has rarely appeared in public. The Minister of Magic. Draco obediently sat down and asked curiously, did the professor's relative hold such a position? Yes, by relation that minister was his grandfather. But due to passive resistance against Grindelwald, he served only 10 years before being replaced. After that, the Foley family rarely involved themselves in wizarding affairs. Even during the Dark Lord's reign, they never explicitly declared allegiance to us. Malfoy stared at his mother in surprise. Doesn't that put them on the opposite side of our family? Narcissa nodded ambiguously. Not necessarily. I think after that minister was ousted out of resentment, he forbade his descendants from meddling in such matters. Or maybe they hold a grudge against the White Wizards, and thus remain neutral. Malfoy speculated optimistically. But either way, the Dark Lord is gone. Lucius arrived in the living room and reminded them gravely. As their conversation continued, the time gradually approached noon. Dobby, urged by Draco, had already prepared lunch, waiting only for Twill's arrival. Just as Draco finished checking his attire for the 4th time, Lucius suddenly spoke. Foley is already at the gate, Draco. Bring him in. The Malfoy manor was vast, and Twill's apparition only brought him to the large gate outside the estate. It was still a long way to the house's entrance. So when Draco trotted over, he was out of breath. Professor, he wiped his forehead, but maintained his manners. Let me lead you inside. Thank you for the trouble, Twill nodded with a smile. To accommodate Draco's running back and forth, he deliberately slowed his pace. How's your summer homework coming along? The image of his unopened school bag flashed in Draco's mind. It's quite challenging. I've only done about half. Twill saw through his little trick at a glance, but didn't expose it, merely curling his lips slightly. In reality, he was unaware of a cruel truth. Professors never seriously check summer homework. After inquiring about the students' well-being, Twill spotted the Malfoy couple standing at the house's entrance from afar. Quickening his pace, he pretended to meet Lucius for the first time, shaking his hand with warm enthusiasm. Thank you so much for the trouble. This was the so-called noble etiquette which Twill had practiced as a child. But his parents were always languid, and he too found such formalities trivial. Of course, that didn't mean he would be rude. After a round of procedural pleasantries, they entered the mansion. Compared to the conventional Foley family, the Malfoys were far more renowned. In fact, the Malfoy family was now the most prominent among existing wizarding families. Twill wasn't sure how the small talk led him to the dining table. As a guest, he simply passively accepted the host's kind arrangements. Amid the clinking of glasses, they kept their mouths busy with both food and conversation. I rarely see your parents in the wizarding world. What do they usually do? Lucius asked curiously. Twill's parents spent more time in the Muggle world than at home, let alone in the magical realm. They enjoy traveling around. Even I rarely see them, he said in a euphemistic tone. Narcissa said enviously, I wish I had that time and mindset, but unfortunately family affairs are too many. Twill wanted to ask what affairs a typical pure-blood family had. In his view, with house elves to take care of everything and no job, what could she possibly be so busy with? Even a busybody like Mrs. Weasley had enough free time to knit sweaters and read books. But this question was a bit out of line, so he suppressed his curiosity. By the way, I'm curious why you chose to become a professor at Hogwarts, especially for defense against the dark arts, Lucius said. Lucius voiced the question that had puzzled him for 2 months. The curse on that subject had existed since his own school days, with no professor breaking the 1-year rule in decades. Such a dangerous teaching post was usually sought by thrill-seekers or those with ulterior motives. A pure-blood family head like him would never touch it. To learn, the greatest wizard in the world is at Hogwarts, and staying by his side always teaches you something. Twill wasn't entirely lying. His transfiguration had improved thanks to Dumbledore's inspiration. As for the Founder's Chamber, the Philosopher's Stone Horcruxes, those were just extra gains. Even having once been on the opposing side, Lucius had to admit Dumbledore's power was unmatched in the world. So you've had many conversations with Dumbledore? Quite a few indeed. Having to endure his lectures every week. How could it be few? What do you usually talk about? Twill raised an eyebrow and said casually, many things: transfiguration, powerful spells, teaching tips, and the possibility of Voldemort's return. Clatter. What's wrong? Though he couldn't see it, Twill felt his smile must be very bright now. Lucius forced himself to remain composed as he set down the knife and fork. Dobby, bring me another set. Yes, Master Malfoy, the elf serving nearby replied promptly. Once the new cutlery was presented, Lucius asked with a slightly trembling voice, so have you made any progress? His mind was a whirlwind of emotions. He had once been the Dark Lord's most loyal. Well, perhaps not entirely loyal, but certainly one of his most capable servants. Yet Lucius found himself uncertain how to face the prospect of the Dark Lord's potential return. In theory, he should be eagerly anticipating the Dark Lord's resurrection, hoping he would once again lead the Death Eaters to conquer the magical world. The Malfoy family could then escape its gradual decline and rise to glory once more. But he also felt a flicker of fear. 12 years ago, he had escaped judgment by betraying the Dark Lord's creed. More critically, just recently, he had treated an important object entrusted to him by the Dark Lord as a nuisance, foisting it upon the Weasleys' youngest daughter. If Voldemort were to return, he would surely be the first to be punished. He could hardly untangle his own feelings. Neville, observing Lucius' inner turmoil, teased, "Progress. There's plenty. I've mastered Dumbledore's signature transfiguration, even blending powerful magic into it. As for spells, the headmaster showed me a trick with Gabrathian fire. It burns perpetually unless extinguished. He's also skilled in certain classroom techniques. Through clever design one can. I mean, regarding the Dark Lord," Lucius interjected abruptly. Narcissa and Draco were so startled they set down their utensils, eyes wide. "Forgive me," Lucius acknowledged his rudeness, but he needed an answer. "Yet you must admit matters concerning the Dark Lord are more pressing." Neville dropped his playful demeanor, his expression turning serious for the first time. "Dumbledore believes Voldemort is not dead. Oh, instead he's been seeking a chance to return. Meaning he will one day come back to the magical world. Be it now or a decade hence. But no matter how long, he will surely resurrect." Lucius' face remained impassive, but his hands gripped the cutlery tightly. The precious silver utensils yielded slightly, yet the handle left a deep indentation in his palm. "If I recall correctly, Mr. Malfoy claimed on the Wisengamot's witness stand that you were under the Imperius curse." Neville stared intently at Lucius' shifting eyes. "I wonder what the Dark Lord will do when he learns of this after his return." Lucius' eyes flickered, then he broke into a smile. "How, you'll have to ask the Dark Lord himself." Neville returned the cheerful grin, raising his glass. "That's beyond our knowledge for now," he said after a sip, eyeing the wine with surprise. "This must be Muggle wine, quite delightful." At this, Lucius lifted his chin with pride, mirroring Draco's usual demeanor. "I maintain some connections with Muggle nobility. We have many antique pieces from them. Though not as wondrous as magical artifacts, I hear they're quite valuable in the Muggle world. In truth, most of the non-magical items in this house were acquired from Muggle nobles dating back centuries. 10 centuries ago, the Malfoy ancestors arrived in England, amassing vast wealth and power from the Muggles around them, including this opulent manor. To house these remnants of past glory, he had to arrange a massive room. Every item within was more precious than the Weasleys' entire possessions, he thought smugly. Neville set down his glass with envy. "Truly impressive, Uncle Lucius. I've heard the Malfoy family accumulated mountains of wealth from Muggles centuries ago. My family can't manage that. We can barely earn such money now, and are just depleting our resources in the magical world." Lucius' pride evaporated, his expression darkening. Depleting resources was the Malfoy family's current reality. He had hoped to amass family fortune alongside the Dark Lord, but the glory ended before it began. Voldemort was defeated by an infant. Not only did they fail to profit, but they also lost much to escape conviction. Now the Malfoy family had fallen so low in the magical world that even the Ministry dared to search their manor. 20 years ago, even the Minister of Magic would have shown them respect. Alas, the family's accumulated wealth was now less than a third of its former glory, especially from 3 centuries ago. Only unsellable Muggle antiques remained. Unless we can earn money from the Muggle world again." As if reading his mind, Neville tempted him. Lucius startled, quickly checking his mind for any intrusion, finding none. He eyed Neville's unchanged expression warily. "The International Confederation of Wizards won't permit such actions." "Then make them permit it." "How could they ever?" Dobby apparat before them, trembling. "Master, the Ministry people are here again." "Blast it." Lucius slammed down his utensils in frustration. "Again?" Narcissa frowned. "Who else could it be? This is the 3rd search this month." Lucius took deep breaths before forcing a relaxed smile onto his face. "Show them in, Dobby." He turned to Neville. "My apologies, you have to witness this." "I understand." Neville reluctantly left the table, following the Malfoys to the entrance. He had rather enjoyed Dobby's desserts. Soon a group hurried in. At the lead was the portly Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. But Neville's attention was on Cynthia behind him. After half a year, Cynthia still wore that dark red trench coat, but her youthful naivety had vanished. In high heels, she moved with crisp efficiency, even more decisive than the Aurors winking behind her. Her eyes swept over the 4 at the door without pause, then watched Fudge exchange pleasantries with Lucius. Let me introduce you." Fudge stepped aside to reveal Cynthia. "This is Cynthia Vasilka Barty Crouch's right hand. Department of International Magical Cooperation." Lucius frowned deeply. "What business do you have here?" Cynthia strode forward expressionlessly, her voice cool. "We're investigating a batch of dark magical artifacts smuggled from abroad. I heard Malfoy Manor has many such items, so we made a detour." Lucius sneered, sizing her up. "You've gone to great lengths to come up with excuses to search my home. What about Weasley? What's his pretense?" "Because we have evidence you're hiding illicit goods." "Mr. Weasley called out from the back. "We know there's nothing here, Lucius. This is just a routine check." Well, leave once it's done, Fudge said, awkwardly torn between ministry duties and a key financial backer. Lucius coldly surveyed the ministry group, then stepped aside before Fudge could speak again. This exposed Tevier to everyone. And you are? Fudge asked in surprise. Tivier Foley, he extended a hand. A member of the Foley family. Fudge shook his hand with realization. Hector Foley is my grandfather. Well, your grandfather's legacy. I greatly admire it, he said hesitantly. Tevier didn't chat long with Fudge given their official duties and his status as a Malfoy guest. So he left Lucius a meaningful glance and departed the manor under Draco's reluctant gaze. On the evening of September 1st, as students swarmed back to the school, they suddenly discovered a circular edifice standing between the castle and the Quidditch pitch. Its white architecture clashed with the ancient style of the castle, yet it was extraordinarily magnificent. Indeed, this low-rise building occupied an area half the size of the Quidditch pitch, its exterior adorned with exquisite reliefs. However, the twilight was too dim for them to discern the patterns upon it. On the path to the castle, George proposed, "How about we sneak over and take a look?" Fred nodded without a second thought, but Hermione frowned disapprovingly at the twins. "Can't you at least worry about Harry and Ron?" she exclaimed loudly. "We haven't seen either of them since we boarded the train. They're not first years anymore, surely they know how to get to school," Fred said helplessly. Hermione's outburst drew attention to their group, ruining any chance of slipping away unnoticed. Seeing Hermione still anxious, George tried to reassure her. "Ron might be an idiot, but Harry isn't. If something truly went wrong, he'd at least send us an owl. Maybe they're planning to pop out and surprise us." "All right," Hermione finally relented, somewhat relieved. Just then Davis swaggered over to them. "Guess what?" He pointed at the white building. "Any idea what that is?" George's eyes widened. "You've been inside." "Of course," Davis declared, hands on his hips, chin raised smugly. George and Fred exchanged mischievous glances, then lunged forward, locking Davis in a headlock. "Spill it, or we'll tickle you until you beg for mercy." They poked at Davis' sides, threatening loudly. "Ha ha ha, I'll talk." Davis yielded immediately. Released by the twins, he caught his breath, then glanced around cautiously and whispered, "It's an arena." The Weasley twins gasped, the cold night air filling their lungs as they recalled Professor Furist's words from the summer. So this semester we're supposed to fight like gladiators in there. How could a professor ever allow such a thing? Hermione objected. "It's probably meant to hone our combat skills, separating it from Professor Lockhart's class. One teaching combat, the other adventure." She smiled dreamily. "If you're talking about that, Lockhart, I can't say I'm looking forward to it." George made a face of disgust. They stepped into the bustling great hall, immediately spotting Lockhart, flamboyantly dressed, boasting loudly. Even amid the hall's din, his pompous voice carried clearly. "In France I once saw a castle even more splendid than this. Yes, the owner was most insistent I stay. I couldn't refuse, having saved his entire family." The other defense against the dark arts professor, however, was far more subdued. Tivier was deep in conversation with Professor Flitwick about the arena. "You're planning to hold dueling tournaments at Hogwarts." Professor Flitwick guessed part of his intentions. "A full tournament might not be feasible, but I can at least have students spar during class." Tivier wished to hold monthly competitions like Durmstrang, but Hogwarts had far too many students. Replicating that would overwhelm not only the professors, but also the students' schedules. "I look forward to seeing their progress." Flitwick suddenly glanced toward the center of the hall. The sorting is starting." This year's first years followed Professor McGonagall, too nervous to speak. A typical sight. Tivier studied the new arrivals with interest. Professor McGonagall, however, after the sorting, hurried away with a grim-faced Snape. After a while, Dumbledore came and pulled Tivier away from the spectacle. Following the spry old man, Tivier entered Snape's office for the first time. Harry and Ron stood in a corner near the fireplace, but it offered little warmth. Professor McGonagall was scolding them loudly. Snape watched from the shadows, a smirk playing on his lips. In his hand, he held a newspaper featuring an ordinary car, except it was flying through the air. Under McGonagall's interrogation, Harry and Ron hesitantly recounted what had happened at the platform. "Then why didn't you send us an owl?" McGonagall snapped, glaring at them. "If someone deliberately sealed the platform, they could intercept owls too," Tivier interjected. Snape frowned. "What do you mean? We all know platform 9¾ is heavily enchanted. It wouldn't be sealed without reason. The only explanation is someone did it on purpose." Tivier explained clearly. Snape, realizing the implication, his eyes turned cold. "Or perhaps they're lying to cover up their joyride, just to show off. That's more their style, isn't it?" Harry and Ron flushed with anger, ready to argue with Snape. "It's true. Go check the platform if you don't believe us," Ron shouted. Harry added, wide-eyed. "We wouldn't risk expulsion just to show off." A snicker escaped Tivier. Everyone turned to him, barely containing his laughter. "I just thought of something funny." "All right, sometimes we can be rash," Harry admitted, red-faced. "But this time it really was an accident. Regardless, you should never have done anything so dangerous," Dumbledore said, disappointment in his voice. Ron's face fell. "Fine," he said miserably. "We probably deserve to be expelled." "What nonsense are you talking?" Professor McGonagall's expression softened. "The school won't expel you for this. But if there's a next time, he'll have no choice," Dumbledore said calmly. Seeing their relieved smiles, he added, "To make you understand the danger of tonight's actions, I'll write to your families." Snape tried to speak, but McGonagall cut in. "Detention. You'll serve detention. Not the Forbidden Forest again," Ron asked, grimacing. Last year's experience in the forest was still fresh in their minds. "They'll handle it," Tivier volunteered. Dumbledore gave him a knowing glance. "Then it's settled. Let's return to the feast. Tivier, I still need to announce the matter concerning you and Lockhart." Back in the Great Hall, the students had not let this minor incident interrupt their feast. On the contrary, as all the students were gathered together, the tale of Harry and Ron's exploits had spread to every ear within half an hour. "I can only tell you they haven't been expelled. You'll have to ask them yourself after the feast," Treville replied hastily to Hermione, who was concerned for her friends. If he delayed any longer, the desserts would be gone. The fuming young witch relayed the professor's words to the Gryffindor table, indirectly confirming the news of Harry and Ron's mischief. The atmosphere in the hall grew even more animated. Nearly every student was enjoying their meal while discussing the pair's bold feat. For Treville, however, pudding held far more allure than gossip. "Headmaster, would you care to try a pumpkin-flavored pudding?" "No, I've already. May I have a taste?" Lockhart suddenly appeared beside Treville, nearly squeezing Professor Flitwick off his seat. "No." Treville withdrew the pudding he had extended, refusing bluntly. Lockhart's brilliant smile froze for an instant. Yet recalling the pressure Treville had exerted in the headmaster's office, he dared not display any anger, even if the other man had not earned any accolades. "No matter," Lockhart said, patting Flitwick's shoulder with uninvited familiarity, "since you're so fond of these children's sweets." Dumbledore, licking his spoon nearby, looked up with a questioning expression. "Just say what you want," Treville said, losing all interest in his dessert. "Unlike you, I don't have time for idle chatter with irrelevant people." Turning to business, Lockhart ignored the sarcasm in Treville's tone. "Ahem, well, I believe simply dividing defense against the dark arts in a theory and practice is rather impractical, so I wish to make a small improvement." Treville knew the reasoning well, but wasn't this division precisely due to Lockhart's own incompetence? If he were even slightly capable, Treville would have delegated more repetitive tasks to him. "And what ingenious idea do you have?" Finally, hearing what sounded like praise from Treville, Lockhart's courage, bolstered by his students' flattery, swelled even more. He made a mischievous gesture with a flourish. "I've managed to capture a group of frightful little goblins. In the spirit of not wasting them, I plan to demonstrate how to deal with these troublemakers to the students." Treville regarded him with amusement. In the original story, Lockhart had brought a group of goblins to his class only to turn the lesson into utter chaos. After that, he had never dared to teach practical content again. It seemed that despite repeated warnings during the interview, he was still unwilling to give up. Yet this was for the best. Once he was thoroughly disheartened, he would obediently follow Treville's arrangements for the lessons. Lockhart was still rambling on, trying to convince Treville. "You see, if the theoretical part, I agree. I know this goes against our agreement." Lockhart paused, stunned. "You agree, eh?" "Of course," Treville replied with a cheerful smile. "Your first class is tomorrow afternoon, isn't it? Would you welcome me as an observer?" "Certainly." Lockhart beamed with delight. "You are most welcome to sit in. I will deliver a lesson that no one will ever forget." Fluttering his hands like a joyful bird, he returned to his seat. "Do you truly intend to observe such a class?" "Forgive my frankness, but even after only 2 hours of contact, I can tell this best-selling author," Professor Flitwick said with a conflicted expression, "is rather flamboyant. It's worth a look." Treville smiled mysteriously. Just then Dumbledore rose to begin his back-to-school speech once more. Much like the previous year, he reminded everyone of the rules concerning the Forbidden Forest and the corridors. Then, to the anticipation of the female students, he introduced Lockhart. "This year we will be joined by a new professor, Professor Lockhart, who will share the theoretical portion of the Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum. Meanwhile, Professor Flitwick will be responsible for the practical sessions. As for the specific course content, both professors will explain it to you when classes begin." According to the schedule, he would alternate teaching duties with Lockhart. In other words, 1 week he would teach half the students, and the following week he would only need to teach the other half. This arrangement meant he had only 6 classes per week, the same workload as during the previous year with Quirrell. Lockhart then stood up to a round of applause, a smile gracing his lips. "Thank you very much for that introduction, Headmaster. I am delighted to have been invited to this school to offer you some professional guidance. However, our esteemed headmaster may have made a slight error. In fact, my portion will also involve practical demonstrations, serving as a perfect example for your young Professor Flitwick." The Weasley twins in the audience made simultaneous gagging motions, and a number of the boys began to jeer. Had it not been for the displeased expressions of the girls, they would likely have started a full-fledged ruckus. Professor Lockhart. He might just be trying to show off his abilities. Torn between her 2 idols, Hermione hesitated before offering this explanation. It was also the view of most of the girls present. Lockhart had not anticipated Treville's popularity, a mere slight had stirred up such discontent among the students. He quickly ended his speech and sat down, behaving meekly as he watched Dumbledore lead the school song, acting as if nothing had happened. The feast concluded with the singing. Treville bid his colleagues a smiling farewell and returned to his office. The decor was much the same as the previous year. After tidying up briefly, he sat down in his chair. Turning over his wrist, the curse he had been suppressing was stirring restlessly. That damn Malvolio, he never told me the curse on the defense against the dark arts position grows stronger each year. Indeed, with the start of the new school year, the curse seemed to have intensified. No wonder most of the previous professors had only lasted a single year. The power increased upon a second consecutive term. However, the vitality within Treville was still robust enough to suppress it with ease. But the secret of the badge must be uncovered as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he delayed for 8 or 10 years, the power of this curse would inevitably become terrifying. When Tuil stepped into the great hall early in the morning, a throng of young witches and wizards surrounded him, inquiring about the arena. It was said that someone had flown up on a broomstick the previous day and observed every detail of its interior. That will be our learning venue this school year. He'll elaborate when class begins. Don't worry about being locked in for combat. The setup is meant to facilitate your lessons. This is a school, not ancient Rome. Apart from dueling, you'll also study magical creature combat, so there's no need for concern. It seemed every year began with such a routine. Tuil spent some time redirecting their attention to Lockhart, thus freeing himself from the curious students. Lockhart, who had been sulking, perked up at the regained attention, adjusted his robes, and flashed a perfect smile. But his joy was short-lived. A deafening roar shattered his grin completely. If the school expels you, I won't be surprised. Just wait until I get my hands on you. Mrs. Weasley's voice boomed from a red envelope, echoing through the hall, causing the chandelier candles to tremble precariously. It was a howler. The cinder's fury was conveyed vividly through the letter, which would eventually burn to ashes. Everyone's eardrums throbbed. Tuil cast a charm to seal his ears, leaving Ron and Harry to endure the lecture alone. Then the chatter resumed, accompanied by the students' suppressed giggles. Having dealt with that minor disturbance, Tuil could focus on his breakfast. Speaking of which, he hadn't yet visited the arena since its completion. But the magical world was different, as such structures could be erected swiftly. Before class, Tuil slipped away to take a look. It wasn't exactly a coliseum, just a modest small stadium. The spectator stands were a single tier encircling a vast open space, where several humanoid statues and large stones stood. Protego Maxima. Tuil cast protective enchantments to prevent the students from damaging the area. Oh, the students weren't yet capable of wrecking it. Those who could, of course, were their adversaries. With that done, Tuil strode contentedly toward the classroom, where the first batch of students awaited. Good morning. Tuil quickly took roll call and outlined the year's schedule. First, I'm delighted to see you all in the 6th year advanced class. As you can see, we have 60 students, more than any previous year. It seems my course last year was truly excellent. Tuil grinned proudly. The students puffed out their chests and cheered gleefully. The classroom became a sea of joy. However, a problem arises. This little room can't accommodate so many brilliant students. So most of our time will be spent in the new arena. Tuil watched the increasingly excited students. Yes, since 6th years have more free time, our lessons will be correspondingly more interesting. What about Professor Lockhart's classes? A boy named Charles Migg raised his timetable, showing defense against the dark arts split into alternating weeks. As indicated, you'll have my class every 2 weeks. Remember what I said last year. Theoretical knowledge is equally important. I don't want your N.E.W.T. scores to suffer the year after next. The students couldn't help but feel disappointed. Compared to younger, more naive students, they could see the emptiness in Lockhart's words. Had class not officially begun, they would have openly questioned him. If only Lockhart were gone, Professor Tuil could teach them more. Don't underestimate these bi-weekly sessions. Tuil wagged a finger. They'll be lessons worth savoring and practicing for a long time. Now what are you waiting for? Grab your wands and follow me, Tuil commanded. The pondering students cheered, tossing their textbooks, Lockhart's works, onto the desks. An exuberant group of students chattered all the way, conspicuously lively in the tranquil campus. Some idle students stared in astonishment, tempted to follow. Unfortunately, Tuil had no intention of opening the stands. Back at the arena, he blocked the curious young wizards at the entrance. Sorry, you'll have to wait until the official lessons. The students in class were already examining the place, pointing at the statues and stones, whispering about their purpose. The layout was simple, and with prior leaks they took it all in at a glance. Only the peculiar statues and regular stones piqued their curiosity. The statues were humanoid, a head taller than Professor Tuil, clad in armor, like ancient warriors wielding cold weapons. Some held swords and shields, others carried halberds, and a few brandished flails. Tuil clapped to draw their attention. You won't need these for now. Let's focus on the lesson content. First, as 6th years, you've undergone extensive magical training. Your talents are gradually manifesting in different directions. Does anyone know what this means? It means those with poor talent are already failing, a silver-haired girl remarked abruptly. The students' thoughtful smiles vanished. By 6th year, aside from Percy, the only one with perfect scores, many had failed several subjects, some with only this defense against the dark arts class left. Poor talent. Wasn't that exactly them? Well said, Crystal, but please refrain next time. Tuil had to reveal the answer. This means you already have inclinations in combat. We always emphasize leveraging your strengths in battle. But someone once told me Professor am best at applauding from the sidelines. What should I do? What do you think? Percy, your thoughts? Professor, I believe it's cooperation. Working with complementary teammates to fully utilize everyone's abilities, Percy replied loudly. Exactly. I'm sure you've experienced this firsthand during our duels. Tuil smirked mischievously. Except for first and second years, all other grades had received his special guidance and passively experienced the essence of teamwork. However, they had only scratched the surface of collaboration, so this year Tuil aimed to enhance that skill. As for the purpose, it was naturally for the future.